Chapter 1. Is this the treasure you promised to bring me? In a resplendent room adorned with golden hues, a stunning woman dressed in a crimson qipao emblazoned with golden dragon motifs sat elegantly, inspecting the peculiar creature before her while casually crossing her legs. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing a delicate oval face, and her figure was nothing short of exquisite, accentuated by the high slit of her qipao that showcased her flawless, long legs. However, the man before her dared not raise his gaze, his head bowed in deference. For this woman was none other than Princess Aily, a member of the celestial dragon clan. To steal a glance at her would be tantamount to courting death. The man merely nodded respectfully, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, Princess Aily, this is the curious artifact I have brought for you." He gestured towards the bizarre creature bound not far from the woman. The creature, resembling an adult in size, sported horns atop its head and a tail trailing behind, reminiscent of a diminutive dragon. Yet, a flicker of disdain crossed Princess Aily's eyes as she scoffed. What is this novelty? Is it not merely a dog? As she spoke derisively, she raised her delicate foot and pressed it against the creature's face, ruthlessly trampling it. This mutt is hardly different from man. A sly smile danced across Princess Aily's face as she continued her torment. How dare you? You are the true dog. Your entire family are dogs. I'm a 9-winged celestial dragon, mind you. The bound creature suddenly spoke, its voice filled with rage. Its name was originally Ling, a mere human from Earth. Little did he expect that one fateful day he would traverse into the world of One Piece and transform into a fierce beast, the 9-winged celestial dragon. To be clear, the 9-winged celestial dragon is among the most ferocious of creatures. A single roar could unleash a devastating flood. With a flap of its wings, the very earth would tremble. When angered, the entire world would quiver in fear. Yet, in its current form, this 9-winged celestial dragon had yet to fully develop, appearing merely as a small dragon-like creature, devoid of any powers. What was supposed to be a tale of rags to riches had instead turned into a farce, as he was rendered unconscious by a fool with a tranquilizer and bound in this room. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of those perfect, long legs. How unfortunate! The mightiest of beasts reduced to such a pitiful state. Ling felt tears welling up. Though the woman was undeniably beautiful, with fair skin and an enviable figure, it was utterly intolerable for her to trample on his face. He had been a proud man in his previous life. How could he endure such humiliation? Moreover, she had just insulted him by calling him a dog. Oh, this one can speak? How amusing! Princess Aily's eyes sparkled with delight as she burst into laughter. With a swift motion, she stood tall, looking down upon Ling, and playfully pressed her delicate foot against his beastly visage, saying now, "Say something else for me to hear. You filthy wretch. Just wait. One day, I shall have you beneath my feet." Ling seethed with fury and humiliation. This woman was beyond insufferable. Just as Princess Aily prepared to continue her torment, a guard suddenly entered the room. "Princess Aily, King Ion requests your presence for an urgent matter." Now, Aily frowned in displeasure. She had been enjoying herself immensely. Indeed, the guard nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Aily cast a regretful glance at Ling, stroking one of his horns as she said, "I had hoped to tame you and ride you over, but it seems time is of the essence. When I return, we shall have our fun." With that, she playfully tugged at Ling's chin before swaying her slender waist as she departed. Damn it, this wretched woman. Just wait and see who toys with whom. Ling seethed with rage. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, it was his first experience being ridden by a woman. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated in his ears. "Beep! The binding of the Supreme Beast system is successful. Damn it! After all this time, it only just binds? I nearly became a plaything." Ling grumbled in frustration. The binding process had taken far too long. Beep! A reminder for the host. The more formidable the system, the longer the binding duration. This system is not one of those inferior types, hence the extended time. Is that so? Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. Does that mean I can become incredibly powerful? The system replied, beep. Indeed, this system is the Supreme Beast System, designed to aid the host in becoming the mightiest entity in this world, capable of disregarding all laws. So powerful. Ling felt a surge of exhilaration. Can it transform me into a human? Or at least grant me some strength to escape? Otherwise, I will surely perish at the hands of that deranged woman. Beep. The host may switch between modes. Human form and beast form. This system provides a beginner's gift package. Simply open it to receive random powers. Human form. Ling resolved inwardly. In an instant, the small dragon creature transformed into a handsome youth, standing at 185 meters tall, with a perfect physique and tousled black hair. The ropes binding him fell away as a result of his transformation. Not far from him stood a mirror. Gazing into the reflection, Ling exclaimed, "Wow, have I become this handsome? Is this the benefit of transformation? In this world, I shall become the dream of 1,000,000,000 maidens." Ling was overjoyed. After all, he could disregard the laws of this world soon enough. He could woo countless beauties without consequence. This world of pirates was abundant in alluring women. After reveling in excitement for a moment, Ling regained his composure. While the world boasted an abundance of beauty, it was also fraught with peril. Without strength, one could swiftly meet an untimely demise, becoming mere cannon fodder. Ling thought to himself once more, open the beginner's gift package. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the powers of Pain Nagato. Pain? Isn't that a character from Naruto? I can even obtain powers from outside this world. Ling felt a mix of excitement and astonishment. If that were true, he would be invincible. Beep. This system has stated the ability to disregard the laws of this world. It allows the host to rise above and become the strongest. Truly remarkable. Ling was elated. He tested his newfound abilities, mastering the universal pull and almighty push with ease, as if they were innate skills. Beep. Suddenly, additional information flooded Ling's mind. Before him appeared a virtual screen displaying his attributes. Name: Ling. Age: 18. Gender: male. Human form abilities: full powers of pain. Beast form abilities: none. Requires consumption of human emotional value to enhance oneself and acquire abilities. Emotional value acquired: 0. Reach 1,000 for a chance to draw once or enhance one's powers. Bounty: 0 berries. Overall ability: a rank equivalent to a standard admiral. With Pain's abilities, I am merely a rank in this world. Ling frowned slightly. The world of pirates was indeed treacherous. Pain was considered a boss in Naruto, yet here he was, just an ordinary admiral. However, upon reflection, Ling understood. After all, Nagato's physical condition was poor even with the Rinnegan. He had only unlocked a few minor skills, lacking the capacity to develop more formidable powers. Moreover, some of the abilities granted by the devil fruits in the realm of pirates are astonishingly formidable, particularly those of the Logia type, whose wielders possess powers akin to deities, thus making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, possessing the capabilities of an admiral is more than sufficient. Even if I encounter a particularly formidable admiral, I still have the means to escape. Ling's heart surged with exhilaration. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the door of the room. Could it be that perverse woman has returned? Ling sneered with a twisted grin. Perfect. I shall now have my fun at her expense. However, the individual who entered left him utterly disappointed. It was not the woman from earlier, but rather a male guardaman who had previously captured Ling. Having heard commotion from within, he had come to investigate. Upon seeing an unfamiliar man suddenly appearing in the room, he immediately became vigilant, drawing his sword and bellowing at Ling. "Who are you? How dare you enter our prince's chamber? Who am I? Have you truly forgotten me?" Ling replied with a cold smirk, flexing his fists. "I am the one you captured." The guard's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. "What? You are that weirdo?" Before he could finish his sentence, his body was inexplicably propelled towards Ling. With a swift motion, Ling seized the man's throat, his gaze piercingly cold. Do you have any idea how painful it is to be struck by a tranquilizer gun? Ling remarked icily. Earlier, this scoundrel had shot him in the backside with a gun while they were in the wild. You bastard, I will kill you. The guard, both terrified and enraged, gripped his sword tightly and lunged at Ling's abdomen. Shinra Tensei! Ling shouted fiercely. Boom! The guard was sent flying across the room. Intruder! Intruder! The guard yelled through gritted teeth, rising and attempting to flee. Think you can escape? A glint of coldness flashed in Ling's eyes. Perish! With a swift motion, the sword that had fallen to the ground was propelled by Ling's Shinra Tensei, plunging into the guard's back with chilling finality. Ah! The guard screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor. Ding! Acquired 9 fear emotion from unnamed guard. In an instant, Ling felt a slight surge in the power of his 9-winged heavenly dragon. Is this the power of emotion? Ling squinted slightly. The guards who rushed to the scene were filled with shock and fury upon witnessing this spectacle. This was the chamber of the celestial dragon princess, Aily. How dare anyone attempt an assassination here? Kill him! The guards roared as they charged at Ling, swords drawn. Get away from me! Ling bellowed. Once more, he unleashed Shinra Tensei. This time, its power was even greater. Boom! All were sent hurtling away, leaving a wake of devastation and casualties. Ding! Acquired 9 fear emotion. Ding! Acquired 9 fear emotion. Ding! Acquired 9 fear emotion. In less than 3 minutes, Ling had dispatched the majority of the guards, amassing an impressive 180 emotion points. It seems that the peak emotion value for these ordinary individuals is capped at 9. I wonder if stronger individuals will yield different results. Ling pondered with a slight frown. Regarding emotion points, the system had not provided him with detailed information. He would need to explore this on his own. Never mind. It is time to seek vengeance on that woman who dared to ride me. Ling clenched his fist. Earlier, he had spared 1 life, grabbing the only remaining celestial dragon alive from the ground. Ling coldly inquired, "Where's the woman who was in the room earlier?" The surviving guard trembled as he replied, "The princess. She has gone to see the king. She should be in the palace." Crack! Upon receiving the answer, Ling swiftly snapped the guard's neck. After all, he had already surveyed this area upon his arrival. This was not a continent, but rather a small island. Here, the majority were celestial dragons. Finding a palace on this island would pose no challenge. Thus he feared not the task of locating it. Ding! Acquired 9 fear emotion. Having eliminated the occupants of this place, Ling donned a garment and stepped outside. Given that this was the palace of the celestial dragon princess, there were no other souls daring to approach aside from the guards. Ling had eradicated everyone, and none were the wiser. As he walked along the street, he encountered the haughty and arrogant celestial dragons. Many feared and loathed them in equal measure. Whenever the noble celestial dragons passed through the streets, all ordinary folk, save their kind, had no choice but to part ways, kneeling with bowed heads in greeting. At that moment, a noble celestial dragon made his way down the street, sporting a well-groomed mustache and an ostentatious demeanor, trailing behind him a grand cage. In the cage, 3 adorable young girls, around 12 or 13 years of age, were imprisoned. Many people hastily made way, yet only Ling remained standing there. A passerby urgently urged Ling, "Young man, you should quickly step aside. If you obstruct the path of the Tianlong people, you shall not enjoy the consequences." Ling stood there, unmoved. His gaze was fixed upon the large cage behind the celestial dragon. Inside the cage were 3 young girls, one with black hair, another with green hair, and the last with chestnut locks. No matter how he looked at them, Ling couldn't shake the feeling that they were familiar. Have I encountered these little girls before? Ling felt a twinge of confusion. Logically speaking, having just traversed into this world, he should not recognize such minor characters aside from the prominent figures in the realm of One Piece. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. These 3 little girls could very well be the youthful versions of Hancock and her sisters, given their current ages. It seemed likely that they were indeed captured by the celestial dragons at this time. Their appearances bore a striking resemblance, leaving little room for doubt. Even if he were mistaken, it mattered not, for the little girl was exceedingly beautiful. Being seized as slaves by the celestial dragons would undoubtedly lead to their mistreatment. How splendid it would be to rescue her and take her as his wife. He had not anticipated such delightful fortune accompanying his arrival in this new world. Ling was instantly filled with excitement. In the anime, the Empress fell in love with the wooden-headed Luffy, who remained oblivious and did nothing with such a beautiful woman. It was nothing short of a waste of resources. Now that he had traversed into this world, he was determined to make the Empress his own. Those celestial dragons ahead. Halt at once. Ling not only refused to step aside but boldly advanced, directly obstructing the path of the celestial dragon. He bellowed with conviction. The onlookers who had just urged Ling to move aside turned pale in an instant. This young man, had he truly lost his senses? To dare block the path of the celestial dragon was an act bordering on madness. How reckless. The leading guard, witnessing Ling's defiance, immediately erupted in rage, exclaiming, "You insolent fool! When in the presence of the esteemed celestial dragon, do you not know to kneel and pay your respects? How dare you obstruct the way? Do you seek your own demise?" Bang! Before he could finish his tirade, Ling sent him flying with a single strike. The others, still intent on advancing, hesitated. With a chilling gaze, Ling declared, "You minions, get out of my way." In an instant, all the attendants were hurled aside, leaving them with no chance to resist. Ding. Acquired 9 fear emotion from unknown guard. Ding. Acquired 9 fear emotion from unknown guard. Ding. Acquired 9 fear emotion from unknown guard. Ling strode directly towards the celestial dragon noble. The celestial dragon was taken aback, having never encountered such a fierce individual. Trembling, he pointed at Ling and stammered, "What do you intend to do? I am a celestial dragon, the most esteemed of beings in this world. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall annihilate your entire family." Ling delivered a resounding slap to the plump visage of the celestial dragon. Her piercing reincarnation eyes fixed intently upon him as she coldly remarked, "Are you still trying to show off? Brother, I was wrong." The celestial dragon noble, unable to withstand the intensity of her gaze, collapsed to his knees with a thud. Onlookers were left in utter astonishment. The celestial dragons, known for their arrogance, typically regarded others with disdain, perceiving all except themselves as mere insects. Thus, even when faced with threats from these so-called insects, they remained unperturbed, often flaunting their superiority. The notion of kneeling before anyone was utterly foreign to them. Yet, in mere moments, the celestial dragon had submitted to Ling. Goodness, this lad is astonishingly formidable. To compel a celestial dragon to kneel? I have never witnessed such an impressive individual. However, some scoffed. What significance does a fleeting moment of triumph hold? The thrill of boasting may be ephemeral, but one can only wonder how many of the celestial dragons will be dispatched to hunt this young man down. It appears he is doomed. I share this sentiment. Young ones should exercise restraint. After all, this world ultimately belongs to the celestial dragons. The crowd murmured in agreement. Ling paid no attention to those matters. He pointed at the 3 little girls in the iron cage and inquired, "From where did you acquire these 3 young maidens?" The celestial dragon trembled as he replied, "These are children we abducted from the Kuja pirates. If you desire them, they shall be yours." Children from the Kuja pirates? Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. These 3 little Lolas were indeed the Empress and her companions. Observing the disheveled appearance of the trio, Ling felt a twinge of sympathy. Slap. Ling delivered another resounding slap, her voice laced with fury. "You beasts! You do not even spare children. Hurry up and unlock the cage." "Yes, yes," the celestial dragon replied, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin, resembling a submissive grandson. However, his heart was filled with profound humiliation. He had never endured such treatment in his life. With haste, the celestial dragon produced a key and unlocked the cage. Smiling broadly at the 3 young maidens, "Little sisters, you may come out now." The 3 little girls eyed the celestial dragon warily, their apprehension evident. They had been tormented by these individuals and were now fearful. Puzzled by their hesitation to emerge despite the cage being open, the celestial dragon furrowed his brow and urged, "You 3, do come out. From now on, you will follow this esteemed gentleman." Before he could finish his sentence, Ling propelled him away with a forceful kick. "How repulsive. Your ugliness might frighten those innocent girls. Get lost," she declared, delivering another kick that sent the celestial dragon sprawling. Witnessing this, Hancock and her companions erupted into delighted laughter. "Little sisters, please come out. I am here to rescue you. There is no need to be afraid. From now on, no one shall harm you." Ling extended her hand, speaking in a gentle voice. Hancock and her companions felt a surge of excitement mingled with trepidation. They had grown wary of placing their trust in others. "Trust me, I shall not harm you." Ling continued to speak in a gentle tone. Hancock appeared somewhat swayed. After a moment's contemplation, she gazed up at Ling with her innocent, dark eyes and asked, "Big brother, can you truly protect us? There are many celestial dragons here. Rest assured, I shall eradicate all those celestial dragons who have harmed you. I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest injury." Ling replied earnestly. The 3 little girls exchanged glances, their hearts filled with a mixture of anticipation and fear. They were apprehensive about being captured again and facing more severe punishment. However, it was Hancock who mustered the courage first. Taking a deep breath, she grasped Ling's large hand with her delicate, fair fingers and flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Big brother, I believe in you. My name is Boa Hancock, and from now on, I shall follow you. Indeed, I will protect you from now on." Ling smiled gently, then turned to the other 2 little girls and asked, "What about you? The two exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, grasping Qiling's hands. I am Boya Marigold. I am Boya Sansonia. Excellent. Qiling grasped the three individuals firmly, proclaiming with unwavering conviction. From this moment forth, you shall be my sisters. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply inform me, and I shall confront them with unrelenting force. Alas, calamity looms on the horizon. These individuals have truly lost their senses. The celestial dragons shall undoubtedly erupt in fury. This is a disastrous predicament. I fervently hope that we remain unscathed. In a state of terror, the crowd hastily seized their belongings and fled, with so many celestial dragons having perished here. Once the sovereign of this island becomes aware, a massacre is sure to ensue. Ding. Acquired fear emotion from bystanders 9. Ding. Acquired fear emotion from bystanders 9. Ding. Acquired fear emotion from bystanders 9. Soon, the streets were deserted, leaving only Qiling and her three companions. Brother, where shall we venture next? Hancock inquired, gazing up with her innocent visage at Qiling. Qiling's heart melted at the sight. This little girl is simply too enchanting. When she grows up, I shall undoubtedly make her my wife. I have vowed to vanquish those who dare to bully you. Qiling clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with determination as she declared. The first step is to eradicate all the celestial dragons on this island. Brother, is what you say truly the case? The trio was both astonished and exhilarated. Previously, they had thought that Qiling's ambition was merely a lofty aspiration. However, it now seemed she was ready to take action. Instantly, the three little girls gazed at Qiling with adoration in their eyes. Qiling nodded proudly and declared, of course it's true. My brother keeps his word. Moreover, he is indeed going to the palace to confront the princess who insulted him. He will undoubtedly take vengeance upon that woman. My brother is amazing. My brother is incredible. I love my brother. The three little girls gazed at Qiling with unabashed admiration. In their eyes, the celestial dragons were the very embodiment of evil, and now, Qiling stood as the epitome of divinity among gods. Ding. Acquired the worship emotion of Boa Hancock 19. Ding. Acquired the worship emotion of Boa Marigold 19. Ding. Acquired the worship emotion of Boa Sandersonia 19. Upon hearing the system notifications, Qiling was taken aback. Such emotions could be attained? Moreover, they were far more plentiful than the fear elicited from taking a life. It seemed that he would need to delight these three little girls more often in the future. Let us proceed to the palace of the celestial dragons. Qiling's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had already amassed over 600 points of emotional value. Soon, if he stirred up some chaos in the celestial dragon's palace, he could easily reach 1,000 emotional points. At that juncture, he would have the opportunity to draw again, acquiring new abilities or enhancing his existing attributes. In such a scenario, even encountering an admiral would not intimidate him. Accompanied by three little girls, he swiftly located the palace. The celestial dragon's palace was constructed of gold and adorned with various precious jewels, with all the celestial dragons entering and exiting appearing utterly enraptured by their opulence. As Qiling contemplated creating a scene upon entering, he soon realized that no one seemed to concern themselves with him, nor did anyone pose a threat. All were making their way toward the palace. Even the guards, upon seeing him, greeted him with utmost courtesy, showing no inclination to verify his identity. After some reflection, Qiling understood the situation. This was the palace of the celestial dragons, a gathering place for numerous celestial dragons and formidable experts. Ordinary individuals would scarcely dare approach. Thus, the guards had no reason to question Qiling's identity. Qiling, accompanied by Hancock and the others, effortlessly made their way into the palace. It appeared to be an occasion of great significance as numerous celestial dragons arrived, laden with gifts. The most abundant offerings among them were those unfortunate souls who had been reduced to slavery. These individuals truly lacked any semblance of conscience. Qiling's gaze grew colder. However, upon witnessing the multitude of slaves, a sudden inspiration struck him. He envisioned a plan to liberate these individuals, inciting them to rise in rebellion against the celestial dragons. Surely, they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards those tyrants. Qiling contemplated this fervently. Nevertheless, his foremost priority remained locating the woman who had insulted him. At that moment, a guard passed by, and Qiling reached out to intercept him, asking coldly, "Where is the princess currently situated?" "The king has sent me to relay a message to her." The guard, mistaking Qiling for a fellow celestial dragon, promptly replied with utmost reverence. "The princess is in the palace changing room, dressing, my lord." "Take me there," Qiling commanded. Qiling spoke coldly. "Yes." The guard quickly nodded and led Qiling and her companions towards the changing room. "The princess is inside. Please wait a moment while I notify her." Just as the guard was about to enter, Qiling snapped his neck. "You three, wait outside for me and do not wander off. Understood?" Qiling smiled gently at Hancock and the others. He intended to deliver a thorough beating to that vile woman, the princess, but was concerned that it might be too gruesome and frighten the children. "Understood." The trio nodded earnestly and said, "Brother, we will keep watch outside and alert you." "Thank you for your efforts," he replied. With a playful smile, Qiling affectionately patted the heads of the three individuals before forcefully kicking open the dressing room door and entering. With a resounding bang, she shut the door behind her. Inside the dressing room, Princess Aily of the Celestial Dragons was in the midst of donning her dazzling golden attire and adorning herself with a shimmering silver crown. However, as she had only just begun to disrobe, clad solely in stockings, Ling burst in unexpectedly. Startled, Aily quickly covered her voluptuous figure and exclaimed in astonishment, "Scoundrel! Where did this dog of a man come from? Get out at once. Do you believe I won't kill you?" Haha. With a dark smile, Ling approached Aily, his voice cold as he spoke. "Did you not intend to kill me from the outset? Have you not relished in asserting your dominance over me? I am here now. Why not strike?" "What?" Aily was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Are you the man who resembles a dog and can speak? How have you transformed into this?" She felt no fear. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. She had encountered many men, yet one who could morph between a dog and a man was a novelty she had yet to experience. Indeed, quite impressive. He even appeared somewhat handsome now. This only heightened her amusement. Aily covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. "Play? Do you perceive humans as mere toys for your amusement?" Ling felt a surge of irritation as she cast a frigid glance at Aily. "What? Do you not enjoy playing with women?" Aily, with a sultry gaze, gracefully showcased her long, fair legs. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted as she coldly commanded, "You wretched creature. Kneel. Lick my feet. From this moment on, you shall be my slave." Upon hearing this, Ling was instantly filled with rage. This woman, how could she remain unrepentant? His eyes, ablaze with fury, glared at Aily as he coldly declared, "You wretched creature? A mere slave? I shall now show you what it truly means to be a man." With that, he lunged fiercely towards Aily. "What are you doing? You vile man, get off me. Off." Aily found herself pinned beneath Ling, her dignity exposed, a mix of shame and anger flooding her. She was a noble princess. How could she allow herself to be dominated by such a despicable man? Ling coldly gazed at Aily and declared, "I have said it before. One day, I shall have you beneath me. Just as you treat me, so shall I treat you." "Scoundrel, scoundrel!" Aily bellowed, struggling against him incessantly. "You dare mount me? I shall annihilate your entire family. Wherever you may flee, there will always be pursuers after you. You shall meet a wretched end." Aily cursed vehemently. Yet she was utterly powerless against Ling. Instead, she found herself under his control as he struck her ample backside with a resounding slap, roaring, "Damn it, base woman. Crawl for me." "Ah!" Aily shrieked, instantly filled with both humiliation and fury. She could hardly believe that this scoundrel would dare to strike her. Half an hour later, Aily was completely subdued by Ling. "Brother, how magnificent you are. Would you care to deliver a few more slaps? Those few earlier were rather delightful. Come on, come on. No one has ever treated me this way before. You truly are so manly. From now on, regardless of where life takes us, I shall follow you." In that moment, Aily clung to Ling's leg, her eyes shining with admiration. She had become utterly enamored with him. Ling was utterly speechless. He had come seeking vengeance. Certainly not to engage in any heinous acts against this woman. Yet, astonishingly, this twisted woman seemed to have developed a penchant for the sensation of submission. "For heaven's sake, release me. I shall no longer indulge in your games." Ling stumbled, attempting to free herself from Aily's grasp. However, Aily held on tightly, refusing to let go. Damn it. If it weren't for Aily's alluring figure, Ling would have relished the opportunity to send this bizarre woman flying with a slap. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the door. "Brother, there are many people outside. Could it be that they've come to capture us?" Hancock whispered anxiously from outside. Someone was approaching. Ling furrowed her brows and said, "Hurry and come in." Hancock nodded, swiftly opening the door and ushering the two young ladies inside. Upon seeing the three little girls, Aily was immediately consumed by jealousy. "Darling, who are these little minxes? I will not allow you to strike any other woman. You are only permitted to strike me. Leave. These few, I am their sister." Ling was rendered speechless. He feared that bringing this woman along would only lead to complications for Hancock and the others. "Oh, so she is your sister," Aily exclaimed with joy. "Hello, little sisters." "Brother, who is she?" Hancock and her companions cast envious glances at Ling. "Don't mind her. She is merely a tool I use to deal with the celestial dragons. Albeit one with a few screws loose," Ling stated without hesitation. "Oh, is that so?" The three little girls nodded, somewhat bewildered. Yet they found themselves believing in Aily's demeanor. Suddenly, there was a knock on the dressing room door. "Princess Aily, the slave appreciation event is about to begin. The king requests your immediate presence. Have you changed your clothes? What nonsense is this appreciation event? I have no desire to attend. I only wish to be with my dear one." Aily pouted, clinging tightly to Ling's leg. "Promise him, go?" Ling coldly remarked. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Aily immediately altered her demeanor and replied, "I understand. You may go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Let the king and the others commence." "Understood, your highness." "We shall take our leave," said the guards outside. After a moment's contemplation, one of them inquired, "Your highness, are you quite all right?" "Just now, we seem to have spotted some peculiar individuals nearby. Begone. Do you think this princess requires your concern, you pack of curs? Depart at once." Aily retorted with evident annoyance. Her demeanor was exceedingly harsh towards anyone who was not Ling. Startled by Ellie's outburst, the guard trembled and hurriedly ushered his companions away. All right, my dear. I have done as you instructed. Ellie winked in a flattering manner at Ling. Very well. Ling nodded and inquired, by the way, what event are you hosting today? A slave appreciation gathering? Indeed, my dear. Ellie replied in a melodious tone. As celestial dragons, we often find ourselves in ennui. Thus, we periodically hold such gatherings where we showcase exquisite slaves we have discovered. Should anyone express interest, they may offer a handsome price to acquire them. Of course, if the slave's owner is unwilling, they reserve the right to decline. Oh, I see now. Ling pondered. Do you know where these people have placed the slaves they brought? I do. Ellie blinked and replied. My dear, if you wish to go, I can take you there. Well, hurry and get dressed, and take me with you. Ling furrowed her brow slightly. This woman has yet to properly attire herself. Soon, Ellie donned her garments and, accompanied by Ling and the three little girls, set forth towards the designated area for the confinement of slaves. Owing to Ellie's status, none dared to impede their passage, and they moved unhindered. Here it is. Before long, Ellie led the group to their destination. It was a dungeon, housing numerous cages, within which various slaves were confined, shackled and devoid of spirit. Their names inscribed upon them, indicating their ownership. Above the dungeon was the venue for the slave appreciation event. Whenever a slave was to be presented, an individual would descend to hoist the respective slave aloft. Do you yearn for freedom? Ling gazed upon the multitude of slaves and proclaimed with a voice raised above the din. Yet, no one paid him any heed, treating him as if he were one of the celestial dragons. I am not a celestial dragon. I have come to rescue you. Ling spoke softly. If you desire freedom, I can release you from your confines now. Later, we may unite to resist the celestial dragons. What say you? However, the enslaved individuals paid no heed to Ling's words. For them, the notion of rebelling against the celestial dragons was utterly preposterous. In their minds, the celestial dragons represented an insurmountable barrier. My brother speaks the truth. We were once slaves ourselves, saved by him. Hancock exclaimed, her voice rising as she revealed the mark on her back to the crowd. The enslaved merely cast a fleeting glance at Ling, showing minimal reaction, yet remained silent. Alas, these individuals had succumbed to fear of the celestial dragons. Their spirits for rebellion extinguished. Ling shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. Then what shall we do, brother? Hancock inquired, her urgency palpable. She understood that Ling's intent in rescuing these individuals was not solely for their liberation but to enlist them as allies in the fight against the celestial dragons. Yet, with their lack of response, it seemed they would be left to face the battle alone. Fear not. I shall first unlock their chains. Once they witness the fruits of our efforts, they will surely join me, Ling reassured, remaining composed as he utilized the universal attraction to release the captives from their prison. As they beheld their chains dissolve and the cages swing open, a flicker of excitement coursed through them. Yet, they merely exchanged glances, ultimately hesitating to take action. Ling was not in a hurry. Instead, he pointed to one of the cages and said to Princess Ellie, Enter. Soon, you shall be my slave. He initially expected the woman to coldly reject his outrageous request. However, to his surprise, Ellie appeared visibly excited. Oh, dear brother, your presence stirs my heart. Since you insist that I enter, how could I possibly refuse? Before Ling could react, the woman stepped forward and slipped into the cage. It is important to note that those confined within were slaves captured by the celestial dragon people. The individuals inside possessed no rights, existing at the very bottom of the food chain. The fate awaiting these captives was singular. They would be taken into the grand hall to be displayed for the amusement of the lofty celestial dragon individuals. Ling initially intended to merely teach this woman a lesson, yet to his astonishment, the noble princess of the celestial dragons, Aily, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Oh, dear brother, I've already entered. Surely you will not just stand idly by. Aily's face, tinged with shyness, bore a hint of flirtation, and her tone was laced with mischief. What an intriguing princess she was. Perhaps her exalted status as a celestial dragon had long ceased to satiate her lofty desires, and after being subjected to Ling's training, her latent cravings were ignited. Though speechless, this development fit into Ling's scheme perfectly. Since the princess herself showed no reluctance, he felt compelled to reveal to the true celestial dragons the uproar that would ensue upon the princess's confinement. Very well, let us proceed. A wicked thought surged within Ling as he firmly locked the crimson curtain. This was the backstage of the hall, where every captured prey would have their identity concealed, ensuring that the moment they took the stage, those celestial dragons would be driven into a frenzy. Indeed, as Aily was escorted into the hall, a glimmer of pride surfaced on Ling's face. Big brother, what are you smiling about? Hancock, with her innocent visage, wore a look of confusion. Being still quite young, Hancock could not comprehend the perverse taste of the celestial dragons. Nonetheless, although this might seem excessive, it was fortuitous for Ling. Patience, I shall take you to see, he said, taking Hancock by the hand and leading her in another direction. Inside the hall, a myriad of celestial dragons filled the seats. Word had spread that this was a remarkable catch. If it's truly exceptional, it certainly won't be yours. I've set aside 100,000 berries for this. Two celestial dragons seated in the front row exchange banner. At that moment, the host brought forth the prepared slave cage. Ladies and gentlemen, within this cage lies our greatest prize. The curtain is drawn to enhance the sense of mystery. The host had long grown accustomed to this method of pleasing the celestial dragons, for as a lowly being, he could only find ways to amuse those of superior status. Enough with your prattle, foolish creature. Our interest lies not with you, but with the treasure within that cage. Inside the cage, Aily endured the various insults hurled at her by the surrounding celestial dragons. Yet, the intensity of their words stirred something within her. Indeed, had it not been for Ling, she would never have conceived such a scenario. Now, let us unveil the mystery and see what this catch truly is. Meanwhile, Ling observed casually from a distance, taking in the unfolding spectacle. At last, the curtain was drawn aside, and just as every celestial dragon prepared for the reveal, Princess Aily, no one could fathom that the most exalted princess among the celestial dragons would be confined in such a lowly cage. The stark contrast rendered all the celestial dragons momentarily paralyzed, some even struggling to accept that the figure before them was indeed Aily. It truly is Princess Aily. After the second announcement, chaos erupted once again as the onlookers began to grasp the magnitude of the situation. The host stood frozen, unable to explain before a nearby celestial dragon shot him through the heart. Ling observed the scene, but felt no particular concern, for this individual had brought their predicament upon themselves. Who could have committed such an act? The leading celestial dragons were nearly driven to madness, their convictions shattered beyond repair. Princess Aily's confinement in such a wretched prison was not merely a personal disgrace, but a profound humiliation for the entire celestial dragon lineage. Princess Aily, how could you remain here with a few anxious celestial dragons, still failing to comprehend the reason behind your peculiar inclinations? This is the princess's will, she proclaimed. I now willingly choose to follow Mr. Ling and obediently become his slave. What? All the celestial dragons were thrown into disarray. For they not only witnessed the princess voluntarily residing in the prison but also heard her utter such words. Come here. Ling beckoned with a devilish grin, gesturing to the space behind him. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself encircled by an increasing number of celestial dragons, with all the weapons in the grand hall now aimed squarely at him. You there. It is you. They shouted. How dare you insult our princess? You shall not leave here alive today. Ling remained unfazed, laughing instead. How troublesome it is. Clearly, your princess willingly kneels before me, yet you claim I have bewitched her? Enough of your nonsense. At this juncture, one of the celestial dragons fired a bullet. However, Ling remained unscathed in his seat, not only unharmed but remarkably composed. Seeking death. Shoot the scoundrel dead. Subsequently, all the bullets in the vicinity were unleashed towards Ling. Yet, rather than causing any harm, they were deflected by Ling's divine power. How laughable. You so-called noble celestial dragons can merely brandish pointless firearms before me? Before the celestial dragons could react, Ling bellowed once more, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck all around, leaving the celestial dragons sprawled upon the ground. In an instant, the entire venue was left in disarray. Aily gazed at the scene before her, unable to contain her exhilaration. She yearned for the sensation of being utterly dominated by another, especially by a figure as terrifyingly powerful as Ling. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Defend Rayleigh. Let this foolish individual perish here. We shall claim his head and display it on the city walls for 3 days and nights. In that moment, all the celestial dragons descended into madness. For in all these years, no one had dared to disrupt the peace with such audacity. Facing these individuals, Ling appeared utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, throughout Rayleigh, the enslaved souls held captive by the celestial dragons convened, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Whispers of unrest reached their ears. Tales of an audacious youth who had dared to capture a celestial dragon princess. Not only that, but it was said that this impudent lad had reduced her to the status of a mere slave. Various accounts permeated the minds of the captives, transforming their demeanor into one of rigid apprehension. It was precisely this atmosphere that bred a sense of tension. As moments passed, the enslaved began to spiral into madness, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. In stark contrast, Ling, confronted by a multitude of celestial dragons, felt no trace of fear. Instead, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. No matter your powers, they are futile now. You have become the enemy of the celestial dragons. The entire navy shall stand against you. Two celestial dragons, their voices faltering, attempted to uphold their lofty identities through their manner of speech. To Ling, they were no different from mere insects. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. After a brief silence, a burly middle-aged man emerged, his countenance marked by fury. Your Majesty the King? Though the celestial dragons held noble titles, the king's status surpassed theirs, rendering them incapable of offending him. Aily, what are you doing? Are you aware that you are a celestial dragon? How can you stand alongside these lowly slaves? The words that escaped his lips were distasteful to Ling, who initially expected no such affront. Yet, it became evident that surprises were few and far between. With that thought, Ling unceremoniously shoved Aily aside, an action that only delighted her further. Old fool, What right do you celestial dragons have to claim superiority in the food chain? Is it merely due to the noble lineage passed down through your ancestors? King Bill, a celestial dragon, could hardly tolerate such insolence from these inferior beings. You wretched brat. Perish now. With a command, all celestial dragons and their attendants aimed their weapons at Ling, prepared to strike. Yet, Ling remained remarkably composed. The enslaved, with faces ashen, found themselves ensnared in the celestial dragon's trap, reduced to mere livestock. Is it unbearable to be shackled by these so-called traps, to serve these scoundrels? Inquired one slave before Ling. As the former captain of the Red Flag Pirates, Bell could hardly endure such humiliation, yet he bore the indelible mark of the celestial dragons, with no hope of escape. If you brandish your weapons at me, do you truly believe you will have a chance to resist? Ling remarked calmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Bell felt a stirring within. He longed to shed the shackles that bound him. As he hesitated, Ling's hand swiftly clasped Bell's neck, a gentle grunt preceding a powerful tug. With a resounding snap, the ring binding Bell's neck was torn asunder. A surge of electricity coursed through the air, inflicting considerable pain. Yet Bell's exhilaration at his newfound freedom overshadowed it all. Unable to contain his elation, Bell pounded his fist against the sturdy wall, a gesture that sent the Celestial Dragon King into a panic. The creature he once considered a mere pet had transformed into a feral beast upon liberation. Brute, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Should you dare to harm me, you shall meet a most gruesome end. The king threatened. But before he could finish his tirade, Bell's fist sent him sprawling. Aily, observing the tension, was abruptly halted by Ling's grip. His allure was simply overwhelming. With freedom at hand, who would choose to remain a slave to the likes of you? Bell's face bore a triumphant smirk. He then turned to Ling. Throughout the years, I have never admired anyone, yet you are the sole individual bold enough to confront the celestial dragons directly. Thus, today, with a single word from you, I shall pledge my unwavering allegiance. Ling nodded calmly, embracing Aily, the self-righteous celestial dragon princess, in his arms. Aily, you must understand that the celestial dragons no longer represent everything. Therefore, I present you with a choice. Will you leave with me, or will you choose to remain here? Fear flickered in Aily's gaze. She could scarcely fathom that this man would demand such a decision from her. I am willing to follow Master Ling. She stammered. The king, completely unconscious, was then heftily lifted by Bell. In that case, release all the slaves here, Ling commanded. Moments later, every captive slave was freed in an instant. The realm once dominated by the celestial dragons had plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, in another conference room, a woman spoke coldly. This situation is exceptional. We must devise a plan to dispatch a four-man team to thwart these individuals, and we must establish immediate contact with the Navy. Otherwise, this unrest will incur significant losses. Rest assured, as long as we adhere to the plan, these insignificant pests will pose no threat. At all costs, we must eliminate the mastermind behind this incident. The fates of the others hold no significance for us. Another man interjected, placing his napkin on the table. At that moment, a shadow flickered on the surrounding television screens. My lord, they now possess the king. I fear these individuals will not let him go. The shadow let out an eerie laugh and calmly replied, it matters not. Anyone can become king here. Your task is simply to find a way to dispose of that insufferable brat. Proceed as originally planned, and ensure no mistakes arise. With that, the shadow vanished, leaving a man and a woman in the office. Indeed, it was time to seek assistance to prepare for the impending turmoil. Meanwhile, Ling led a throng of liberated slaves, poised to break free from the celestial dragon's dominion. This time, we shall break through and seek freedom, Ling declared, forging ahead with a formidable entourage of pirates trailing closely behind him. Fueled by their collective fury, the pirates effortlessly breached the Navy's defenses surrounding the celestial dragons. Their might was overwhelming, and it seemed nearly impossible to maintain the defense. Soon, the tumultuous Mariewa fell to ruin at the hands of Ling and the other pirate crews, leaving only disheveled celestial dragons and fallen pirates in its wake. Bell's grip on the celestial dragon king tightened as the latter regained consciousness. Upon realizing the chaos, the king's fury intensified, yet he was powerless to act. Foolish old man, do you see? This is what you self-righteous celestial dragons have wrought. Were it not for the government's bestowed status, what right would you have to act so lawlessly? Bell, seething with indignation, glared at the king and struck him with a fist. Just as the king began to regain his composure, he was dealt another blow. At that moment, the pirates trailing behind erupted in cheers. The moment they had longed for had finally arrived. After enduring the yoke of slavery under the celestial dragons, their resentment had reached its zenith. Thus, Bell's assault served to quell the animosity festering within them. The celestial dragon king was beaten beyond recognition, his eyes fixed on Bell in a mix of fury and fear. You will pay for these actions, he spat, fed up with such repugnant words. Bell lifted the old man, intent on ending his life. But in an instant, an arrow pierced through Bell's body. With a violent convulsion, he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the surrounding pirates were engulfed in terror. Indeed, the world government had finally intervened. Ling gazed straight ahead and only then noticed the adversaries before him. Foolish individuals. I advise you to vacate this place promptly. Otherwise, everyone's fate shall mirror his. The speaker was none other than Rocky, a member of the CP0 organization dispatched by the naval government to suppress the pirates. Ling's expression grew grave. He had initially believed that the Navy's actions would not be so swift, yet he was taken aback to discover that these individuals had kept their trump cards concealed. Rocky took the Celestial Dragon King's figurine from Belle's hands, a glimmer of pride flashing in his gaze as he then turned his attention to Ling. Young man. The government has already grasped the situation. It was you who led these pirates to create this turmoil, was it not? Ling nodded, exhibiting no trepidation towards the individual before him. What of it if I act in this manner? These celestial dragons, and their arrogance, presume that these pirates should submit as their slaves. Rocky, however, was unconcerned with such matters. His sole focus was to execute the directives entrusted to him by the organization. You had better surrender, or else you shall find yourselves with no escape. The sole exit has been entirely sealed. Leaving this place is an impossibility. Upon hearing these words, the once boisterous pirates were suddenly rendered speechless. It would be wise to abandon any struggle. Your chances of survival would be marginally improved. The CP0 is the organization most esteemed by the Navy government, and a forcible breakthrough is utterly unattainable. Increasingly, the pirates began to succumb to a growing sense of panic. Ling pushed aside Aily, a hint of helplessness flickering in his gaze, and then let out a soft snort. To be frank, it would be a cinch for someone like you to resolve this matter. Ling was well aware of CP0's capabilities, after all. They were merely minor characters designed to enhance one's experience points. What a joke. Rocky was a formidable warrior wielding the four-sword style, in a direct confrontation. We would stand no chance. Surrender now. There is no way we can escape the retribution of the celestial dragons. The despondent words of the pirates left Ling feeling quite displeased. He furrowed his brow and shot a glare at the pirates. His terrifying gaze instantly froze them in place, rendering them incapable of even taking a deep breath. Why does this seemingly ordinary boy possess such an intimidating aura? Rocky, however, remained unconcerned, for this was not the first time he had encountered such ignorance. Countless naive pirates had fallen victim to CP0's prowess. Foolish beings, he remarked, this is your final opportunity. Should you refuse to surrender, I shall be compelled to resort to force. Upon hearing this, Ling not only found it somewhat amusing, but also displayed an air of indifference. Then let us proceed, he declared. Rocky, fully aware of the implications of this statement, charged forward without hesitation. His four-sword style was practically invincible in the presence of ordinary individuals. Moreover, Ling clearly did not seem to possess the powers of a devil fruit user. Thus, his objective was to make this individual comprehend the true extent of his formidable strength, thereby compelling him to cease his futile resistance. Ling maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. As the adversary approached, the formidable allure of the myriad phenomena sky attractor abruptly propelled Rocky backward. His blade, unable to react in time, was severely damaged, causing him to collapse to the ground. The chime of a notification echoed, acquired 200 fear points. It must be noted, despite this individual's lack of true strength, he had notably contributed to Ling's accumulation of experience. Coupled with the earlier encounters with lesser foes, Ling had now acquired the potential for advancement. How splendid! Although he appeared devoid of combat prowess, he had nonetheless bestowed significant advantages upon me. Thus, I shall graciously choose to spare you, Ling proclaimed with an air of triumph as he approached Rocky. Rocky struggled in vain, discovering that his body was entirely immobilized. Meanwhile, the pirates, who had been engrossed in speculation over the victor of the skirmish, were left utterly bewildered. They had anticipated a fiercely contested battle, yet were taken aback by Ling's overwhelming triumph. How terrifying! What manner of devil fruit ability is this? With him, we shall surely break free. The pirates regained their confidence, raising their blades and roaring in fervor. However, at that moment, a cannon blast erupted nearby, reverberating towards them. Boom! The deafening sound shattered the dreams of all the pirates present. In the next instant, the majority of them collapsed to the ground, their expressions contorted in agony. Ling had not anticipated that events would unfold so rapidly. Upon glancing back, she noticed that the coastline was already bristling with artillery. Indeed, the Navy had promptly arrived at this location, as the celestial dragons, symbols of the highest status, found themselves amidst such turmoil. It was only natural that they would capture the Navy's attention at once. Along the shore, an increasing number of naval forces had aimed their cannons at this very spot, poised to commence another round of bombardment. Listening intently, the pirates on the shore, if you wish to preserve your lives, it would be prudent to surrender without delay. Otherwise, the Navy shall deliver a just retribution. Ling was momentarily taken aback, yet found herself devoid of any viable solutions. The Navy's actions had been executed with such remarkable swiftness that no one had anticipated it. How infuriating! The Navy had indeed arrived at the scene in record time. Behind her, the pirates continued to murmur amongst themselves, yet they were equally powerless. The time remaining to us is dwindling, and our only recourse is to abduct the celestial dragon and make our escape. With this thought, the gazes of the pirates swiftly converged upon Aily and the celestial dragon king before them. Ling noticed the subtle changes in the expressions of several pirates and swiftly raised her hand, directing a fierce gaze towards them. I tell you, Aily is not someone you can lay a hand on. If you wish to escape, you must find another way. Although the pirates were exceedingly anxious, they were also acutely aware of Ling's formidable abilities. They understood that disobedience could very well lead to their demise at her hands. Thus, the king of the celestial dragons became their singular target. Aily could not bear to witness her father being treated as prey. However, in the current predicament, she found herself utterly powerless. As the current master of Aily, Ling could only choose to remain by his side. Rest assured, as long as your father is still alive, the Navy will never harm him, Ling assured. Aily nodded. All she desired was to accompany this man while ensuring her father's safety. Meanwhile, aboard the naval vessel was Admiral Akainu, one of the 3 marine admirals. Admiral, the pirates have captured Princess Aily and the Celestial Dragon King. If we take action recklessly, it may provoke unnecessary conflict, a naval officer spoke up. A flicker of doubt crossed Akainu's face as he peered through his telescope, confirming the situation. Indeed, the Celestial Dragons are the individuals that the Navy must protect. If we bombard them now, it could lead to even greater repercussions. First, we shall monitor their movements, ensuring they do not escape our sight. Once an opportunity presents itself, we shall eliminate them all without exception. Just as Akainu lowered his telescope and began to strategize further, the Den Mushi beside him suddenly screeched to life. Hello. This is Akainu. The other party spoke briefly before issuing a command. What? A hint of difficulty appeared on Akainu's face. Admiral Akainu, this is the course of action we have previously discussed. We hope you will execute it as instructed. After the call ended, Akainu donned a serious expression and continued to remind the soldiers behind him. Everyone, prepare the cannons once more and get ready to fire. The soldiers, who had begun to relax, were taken aback by their admiral's seemingly absurd request. Admiral Akainu, if we attack recklessly, we may very well harm the celestial dragons. That is my command. You need only to execute it as instructed. However, there is no need to rush. We will wait until the pirates are fully engaged before we strike. This way, we can subdue them all without them ever suspecting a thing. Upon noticing that the Navy has ceased its offensive, Ling has also settled into a state of calm. As long as we traverse the path directly ahead, we shall be able to embark on a vessel and depart from this place. There is no need for me to linger in such a locale. The pirates on both sides have begun to murmur among themselves, their faces adorned with expressions of triumph. Ling firmly grasped Hancock's hand, intending to lead the girl away from this terrifying place. He was acutely aware that the pirates merely refrained from attacking out of fear of his strength. However, if the opportunity arose to set sail, they might very well strike. Brother, will we ever leave this place for good, never to worry again? A hint of uncertainty flickered across Hancock's youthful face, prompting her to speak up at that moment. Ling nodded, expressing that we would soon be able to depart from this distressing place. Ling, accompanied by the naval forces, steadily advanced towards the coastal expanse, for at this moment, their task was merely to wait in silence. Time passed gradually, and it seemed that the Navy had already set up the necessary artillery, poised to launch their next assault. Akainu cast a glance at Ling and unexpectedly sensed that this individual was rather remarkable. As they approached, the moment to unleash their bombardment had arrived. Oblivious to the impending danger, the pirates had no inkling of the impending turn of events. At the very instant they prepared to depart, all the artillery around them simultaneously erupted in a fierce barrage. Ling had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Just as he prepared to retreat, he realized it was already too late. The leading pirates, caught entirely off guard, were obliterated by cannon fire. The remaining members were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Lin Yu intended to seize this opportunity to intervene, but he found himself unable to act in time. The frequency of the bombardment escalated, and it seemed those assailants had already resolved to eradicate Ling and his companions completely. The king of the celestial dragons was taken aback by this unexpected assault. He attempted to struggle, only to discover that he was out of time. In a desperate bid to ensure the safety of his daughter, he chose to push Aily away at that critical moment. Just then, a cannonball struck the king of the celestial dragons, reducing him to ashes. Father! Aily screamed at the top of her lungs, but it was far too late. The king, unprepared, was annihilated before her eyes. Aily could hardly believe the horrific scene unfolding before her. When she regained her composure, she realized that her father was already gone. And the culprits were those who had professed to protect them, the Navy. Despite their noble status, the celestial dragons were ultimately mere victims of war in such dire circumstances. Upon reflecting on this, Aily came to the painful realization of her own foolishness. The next cannonball was poised to strike her. At that critical juncture, Ling dashed forward, employing the Shinra Tensei to deflect the attack. At that very moment, Akainu on the shore was astonished, never having expected anyone could so effortlessly withstand the cannon fire. The world government had long manipulated the cannons to counter those with devil fruit powers, yet it was remarkable that this young man could so easily neutralize the assault. General, most of the pirates have been subdued. Only a few remain, and we should be able to handle them directly, several Navy officers remarked beside Akainu. He nodded, seemingly unfazed, and then decisively instructed, I leave the rest to you. Those pirates are as good as captured. They should pose little difficulty. Indeed, the remaining pirates on Ling's side had almost entirely lost their will to fight. How could this be? Why would the Navy choose to bombard the celestial dragons? Did they truly care so little? An increasing number of pirates began to feel a profound sense of dread, finally realizing the absurdity of their actions. Ling was not surprised. After all, the Navy's methods have always eluded thorough understanding. Given the current circumstances, the only viable means of survival was to force a breakthrough through the Navy's encirclement. This may pose a significant risk for you, yet it remains the sole option. Ling continued addressing the other pirates. However, just as those pirates were preparing to press the attack further, they found themselves confronted by the advancing Navy. Judging by the current situation, a head-on confrontation seemed far from straightforward. Curse the Navy. Why have they put my father in such peril? Aily seethed with anger, struggling to comprehend why. Despite her noble lineage as a celestial dragon, she was subjected to such treatment. Yet, the Navy could not provide a satisfactory answer. Merely glaring at Ling and the others with contempt. Aily, this is an unavoidable situation. If you wish to place blame, direct it towards those who incited you. After all, if this matter is not resolved swiftly, these pirates will surely escape. Akainu approached Aily, speaking in a tone laced with self-righteousness. Excuses, mere excuses. Aily, humiliated and enraged, could scarcely accept the current predicament. With a fierce roar, she charged at Akainu. However, faced with the princess of the celestial dragons, Akainu showed no semblance of compassion. Instead, he raised his hand and struck her down to the ground. Aily's disheveled state stirred a complex array of emotions within Ling. He had assumed that these so-called celestial dragons held no regard for others, yet he was taken aback to witness her utter despair in the presence of her father. Princess Aily, associating with pirates like this will subject you to the world's government sanctions. Thus, by order of my superiors, I must take you back for confinement. Akainu's expression remained impassive as he advanced towards Aily. Just as he was about to seize her, Ling materialized before him like a bolt of lightning. Stop! He shouted at Akainu, his face contorted with fury. It seemed evident that his disdain for this world was profoundly genuine. Akainu halted his advance. I know not what means you employed to incite these pirates, but devoid of any special abilities, what right do you have to contend with me here? Ling let out a cold snort, and in an instant, a surge of power erupted. Utilizing the divine technique of Shinra Tensei to repel all the pirates that were preparing to charge forward. I strongly advise you to leave at once, otherwise I shall personally annihilate every last one of the Navy here, Ling stated icily. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu could hardly be swayed by such a threat. Naive fool, let me show you the might of justice, he retorted, his hands suddenly ablaze with searing heat. Fists clenched tightly as if molten magma coursed through them. In the next moment, he swung his arm towards Ling with ferocious intent. However, it did not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. It was quite simple. Ling's mastery of Shinra Tensei was formidable, effortlessly blocking Akainu's onslaught. What? Akainu stood frozen, momentarily bereft of thought, unable to comprehend how this individual had so easily withstood his attack. Ling leaped gracefully, his form swiftly fracturing into 6 or 7 identical replicas of himself. Witnessing this spectacle, the other pirates were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the absurdity unfolding before them. What manner of terrifying devil fruit power could manifest such a phenomenon? Even Akainu, confronted with this extraordinary situation, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. He had believed victory was assured, yet found this adversary's strength to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Damn you. I shall make you atone for your foolish actions, he resolved. With that, Ling directed all of his duplicates to converge upon Akainu. Despite Akainu's formidable magma fruit abilities, he began to feel fatigued when faced with such a multitude of replicas. Foolish one, do not attempt to sway me with such tactics. Akainu furiously swung his fists, and after several exchanges, he finally managed to repel all the surrounding duplicates. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly fallen into Ling's trap. The original stood safely at a distance, observing Akainu's ludicrous struggle. That should suffice, Ling declared, raising his hand to gather power. A formidable gravitational force instilled fear in the hearts of all the Navy personnel around him. Earth-shattering star. In an instant, immense destructive energy propelled Akainu several paces backward, while the remaining Navy was swept up into chaos. As the force subsided, Akainu lay in disarray upon the shore, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Although Ling has acquired all of Pain's abilities, his physical condition has reached its limit due to the use of the Earth Explosion Sweetheart. He forcefully held himself upright, swaying unsteadily as he took a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Ding! The system is operating beyond its capacity and is urgently shutting down. In the enveloping darkness, Ling found herself sprawled before Hancock. Admiral Akainu had been defeated. At long last, an opportunity to escape had presented itself. The liberated pirates erupted into frenzied exclamations, eagerly rushing toward the sea. No one paid heed to Ling, nor did they notice Aily and Hancock. At that moment, Aily stood guard beside Ling, her gaze fixed upon the sudden emergence of a shadowy figure. Ling felt utterly exhausted, and upon awakening, he discovered himself lying on a bed, gazing at the ceiling above. He realized that he was not in the domain of the celestial dragons. and it was highly probable that he found himself in an entirely different locale. "Brother, you have finally awoken," spoke none other than Hancock, who was beside him. Ling let out a sigh of relief. After all, this woman was unharmed. "What is this place?" Ling inquired with a hint of gravity in his tone. Hancock shook her head. "Brother, I too am uncertain of our whereabouts. However, our people are currently inside the building. The absence of Aily suggests that something unexpected has transpired." Ling dared not squander time at that moment, so she swiftly rose to her feet and made her way inside. Upon entering the door, she discovered Aily seated in a chair, her gaze fixed intently upon another person across from her. Ling's gaze followed suit, only to come to an abrupt halt. The individual before him was none other than Rayleigh. As a close friend of Gold, Roger, this bespectacled elder, though advanced in years, exuded a remarkably benevolent demeanor, and his unexpected presence here was truly astonishing. "Young man, you are indeed the first to stir such significant waves in the territory of the celestial dragons," Rayleigh remarked, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke. Ling attempted to move her body, only to realize that she could still faintly perceive the lingering pain surrounding her. "Do not move about recklessly. Your body has yet to fully recover. After enduring such a fierce battle, to have come this far is already a remarkable feat." Ling remained silent, turning to glance at Aily beside her. "She is a princess of the celestial dragon, yet she has now become mine." Ling was apprehensive, fearing that Rayleigh might pose a threat to Aily in this matter. However, to her surprise, the old man merely chuckled twice. "Ha, what an amusing fellow. But rest assured, I have no intention of making things difficult for any of you." Beside them, although Aily remained silent, her expression was still one of indignation. "Thank you for your assistance, but I believe we need not linger here any longer. The Navy will soon take notice of my presence." Ling stated as she prepared to rise. Rayleigh nodded in agreement, saying, "Now that you have stirred such great upheaval, I have brought you back out of the Navy's sight. I think it would be wise for you to remain hidden until this turmoil subsides." Hancock glanced at the injured Ling beside her, her tone laced with concern. "Brother, considering your injuries, it would be best not to move about recklessly." As a princess of the celestial dragons, Aily was naturally unwilling to be constrained by such a situation. Yet her heart and mind were now wholly devoted to Ling. "My lord Ling, please pursue your own desires. Although this old man has saved us, he clearly is not a virtuous individual." Rayleigh remained silent, only managing a wry smile. "It would be best to stay here for now." Ling was reluctant to acknowledge this truth, yet given the current circumstances, it was indeed the wisest course of action. "Exactly, this is the right choice. Although the Navy still maintains a presence here, their defenses have significantly weakened since you injured Akainu. Therefore, remaining here to recuperate is indeed beneficial for you." What truly matters to Ling is not merely these superficial aspects, despite the fact that he is currently endowed with the capabilities of the system. In the realm of pirates, the most formidable power remains the mastery of hockey. The venerable gentleman before him stands as his most esteemed mentor. "Mr. Rayleigh, I wish to learn hockey alongside you." Ling's resolute expression momentarily left Rayleigh taken aback, as he never expected this young man to discern the hockey emanating from him with such clarity. "Ha. You've already stirred up such a tempest throughout Mary Geos. Why do you still seek to learn hockey?" Rayleigh retorted. In response to this inquiry, Ling found himself at a loss for words. He merely felt that this was a rare opportunity he had painstakingly cherished, and thus he must seize it firmly. "There is no rationale. No one has ever believed their power to be unparalleled," Ling proclaimed. "Even you are not exempt from this truth." This statement genuinely astonished Rayleigh. Initially, he had regarded this audacious youth with a measure of disdain, but he had not anticipated that his conviction would be so unwavering. To some extent, Rayleigh could perceive echoes of Roger's spirit within this brash young man. Mastering hockey, even through accelerated means, requires several years of dedication. "Are you certain you possess the fortitude to endure?" Rayleigh inquired with a serious expression. Ling had long contemplated that he would arrive at this juncture. Hence surrender was not an option. Moreover, he had faith in the capabilities of the system by his side to bestow upon him an accelerated pace of enhancement. "As long as Mr. Rayleigh grants me this opportunity, I shall seize it with utmost diligence," Ling declared, his tone resolute, betraying no hint of jest. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh gradually approached Ling, gently stroking his forehead. "In that case, I shall grant you this chance." Nearby, the two women, Aily and Hancock, remained obediently in place. "Brother, you will undoubtedly grow stronger, won't you?" "Go for it, Lord Ling. You are the only man I have set my sights on, so please do not disappoint me." The growing affirmation from others alleviated Ling's burdens, fortifying his confidence in his desire to learn. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, the injured Akainu was being carried back by other Marines. "This is the first time you have been brought down in such a disheveled state," remarked Admiral Sengoku, his expression grave as he scrutinized Akainu. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he himself would not have dared to believe that one of the three admirals, Akainu, could be reduced to such a condition. This was sufficient evidence of just how formidable that troublesome young man truly was. Akainu's body was rendered immobile. Even if he wished to articulate some thoughts, he found no opportunity to voice them. With a being of such immense power, it would be prudent to regard him not as an adversary, but rather as a potential ally. I believe we should seek an opportunity to negotiate with him. As long as he consents to join the Navy, we can overlook past grievances. With that, Sengoku departed from the scene, while Akaina struggled to suppress his tumultuous emotions. Feeling utterly powerless at present. Throughout the years, he had never heard of pirates daring to create such a commotion. From behind Sengoku, another shadowy figure emerged. Sengoku remained silent. Our thoughts align closely, I presume. If that is the case, let us devise a way to win over that troublesome lad. Meanwhile, Ling's body had nearly fully recuperated. Under Rayleigh's guidance, he arrived at a relatively desolate island. This is the optimal place for you to hone your haki, Rayleigh remarked, surveying the surroundings with ease. Ling was acutely aware of the present crisis, surrounded by a multitude of ferocious beasts. The concept of haki is multifaceted, and I believe you have begun to grasp its essence. Given your current condition, you have the potential to learn all types of haki. Once fully developed, I am confident that your strength will experience a significant enhancement, Rayleigh remarked with satisfaction. At that moment, a gigantic beast suddenly charged towards Ling and Rayleigh. Yet Rayleigh remained composed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the creature. After a brief pause, the beast inexplicably sensed an overwhelming fear, its body freezing in place. Then came a resounding crash as the beast collapsed heavily to the ground. Bang! Despite the absence of any physical confrontation between Rayleigh and the beast, his mere aura was sufficient to completely subjugate it. This, my friend, is the essence of Conqueror's haki. The intricacies of this art require your own exploration, as mastering haki is a lengthy journey. However, once you have grasped its power, you shall face future adversaries without any burden. Ling nodded. Yet his desire to master haki intensified. Ding! The system is generating the learning protocol, and the haki template is being integrated. What he did not anticipate was that the system's rapid operational speed could actually adapt to haki. This meant that everything was indeed as he had envisioned, perfectly within his grasp. Are you ready? Rayleigh asked, turning to Ling once more. Come on. This time I will surely study diligently. Ling replied with unwavering determination. Rayleigh saw in the young man's eyes a reflection of his own past. With the enhancement of the system's capabilities, Ling's acquisition of haki progressed far more swiftly than he had imagined. In just half a month, he had mastered nearly all the fundamental haki abilities. Rayleigh could hardly believe it. Kid, you are the most talented individual I have ever encountered. You've grasped all the haki techniques in merely half a month. While you may not be fully proficient yet, you have already surpassed the majority, Rayleigh remarked with a sense of pride. Ling was acutely aware that her rapid growth was intricately linked to the capabilities of the system. Well, having spent half a month on this island should suffice. The forthcoming training holds no significance for you, and thus, I find I have little left to teach. With that, Rayleigh retracted his serious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. Ling nodded, although it had only been a mere fortnight. She held a profound respect for the old man. Master Rayleigh, I am immensely grateful for your meticulous guidance during these past 2 weeks. My growth is inextricably linked to your teachings. The tone of Ling's speech imparted a distinct impression upon Rayleigh. In the span of a fortnight, it is likely that the world government has undergone profound transformations. Following the conclusion of the Celestial Dragons incident, you allowed a considerable number of pirates to escape, some of whom are notorious figures with bounties of exorbitant sums. The current turmoil in the world holds little significance for Ling. However, your existence undoubtedly poses the greatest threat to the government. Consequently, they have only 2 courses of action regarding you. Either they will swiftly eliminate you, or they will attempt to win you over. Win you over? At that moment, Ling contemplated the decisions made by the world government, which held no significance for him whatsoever. I have my own methods, Ling stated resolutely. If all else fails, I can still aspire to become the Pirate King. Upon hearing this title, Rayleigh, who had previously worn a cheerful expression, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. He slowly cast a glance around, his eyes filled with deep contemplation. Subsequently, Ling followed Rayleigh as they departed from the island. Aily and Hancock, the 2 women, had been anxiously awaiting their return, yet they could hardly fathom that Ling had accomplished his task in a mere fortnight. Master Ling, have you succeeded? Aily inquired, a hint of doubt evident on her face, struggling to believe what she was witnessing. Ling pounded his chest, his gaze resolute as he declared, Indeed, I have succeeded. Aily, unable to contain her excitement, closely followed behind Ling. Now that you have accomplished what you set out to do, there is no need to linger here. Rayleigh interjected once more. I have long since arranged for my wife to construct a vessel for you. If possible, I kindly urge you to depart at your earliest convenience. Ling expressed a sense of reluctance, but ultimately, this decision was in accordance with Rayleigh's wishes, which he could not refuse. Master Rayleigh, after this separation, who knows when we will have the opportunity to meet again? Rayleigh, upon hearing this, could only manage a bittersweet smile. It matters not, as long as you are safe. That is my greatest assurance. This vessel shall guide you away from Mariewa. As for your destination, it is entirely up to your desires. Observing the sorrowful gaze of Rayleigh, Ling could empathize with his emotions. Parting was inevitable. Endowed with the system's capabilities, Ling could not remain in such a place indefinitely. Thus, he embarked on the ship alongside Hancock and Aily. Throughout the voyage, he was uncertain of where fate would lead him. But he was resolute in his intention to stir the waters of the entire pirate world. With the stroke of the oars, Princess Aily, Hancock, and Ling officially set sail. No one could foresee the monumental upheaval that this modest pirate ship, accommodating merely 3, would unleash upon the vast ocean of piracy. Ding. The system panel is updating. Life, Ling gender, male abilities, all powers of pain, all hockey capabilities beast transformation, none bounty, 100 million berries. Ling could hardly believe that. Following the incident with the celestial dragons, his bounty had skyrocketed from 0 to an astonishing 100 million in an instant. It is important to note that in the entire pirate world, a bounty exceeding 100 million signifies a formidable character. What Ling remained unaware of was that this 100 million bounty was merely a bait deliberately cast by the world government, intended to draw the attention of other pirates towards him, thereby facilitating the capture of this suddenly emerging individual. In doing so, the world government would have ample opportunity to negotiate with Ling, persuading him to join the navy. The pirate ship of the 3 companions, Ling, drifted aimlessly across the vast expanse of the lake, lacking any discernible purpose as it continued its journey. At this moment, a slight disturbance emerged in the waters directly ahead, indicating with a fair degree of certainty that other vessels were traversing the same path. Through the telescope, Ling could vaguely discern the presence of a pirate ship. It must be said that the opposing vessel appeared to be quite sizable, and it was evident that there were still numerous individuals aboard. Brother, shall we proceed directly towards them? Hancock inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity while simultaneously steering the helm. Ling had no desire to squander time at this juncture. Thus she nodded and proceeded along the original path. Moments later, the small vessel finally caught up with the opposing ship, just when they thought everything would unfold smoothly. They were taken aback as the enemy vessel unexpectedly blocked their way. The trio's ship paled in comparison to the imposing pirate ship before them. Perhaps the adversaries were fully aware of this disparity, emboldening their audacity. At this moment, Ling wished to retreat, only to discover that it was far too late. Their oars had already become ensnared by the vessels alongside them. Every movement clearly indicated that the opposing party was acting with intent. How infuriating. Why would they resort to such treachery? Aily couldn't help but curse at this moment. As a former celestial dragon, she naturally abhorred being subjected to such unjust treatment. Consequently, she began to shake the vessel vigorously, hoping to free it from the constraints imposed by their adversaries, believing that this would ensure their safety. She was taken aback when the enemy ship suddenly veered back, nearly colliding with the 3 of them. "Ah! What manner of tiny vessel dares to obstruct our path?" shouted a scarred man with a bushy beard from the opposing pirate ship, although Ling could not discern who this individual truly was. His appearance evoked a sense of revulsion within her. "It was you foolish beings who obstructed our path, so why speak in such a manner?" Without hesitation, Aily pointed at the scarred man with a bushy beard and unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. The scarred man roared twice, summoning all his pirate crew to charge forward. In an instant, nearly 100 men completely seized control of Ling and her companion's vessel, rendering it immobile. "How dare this foolish woman speak to me with such audacity? In that case, I shall make you experience the terror of Captain Sod." With that, Captain Sod brandished his cutlass and leapt onto Ling's ship. "Ha ha! Captain Sod is known as the Demon Blade. Encountering him is indeed your misfortune. In this maritime domain, Captain Sod is virtually invincible, so you foolish few had better kneel and admit your wrongs." Meanwhile, the sycophantic crew members behind him incessantly echoed his sentiments. Ling could no longer endure the cacophony surrounding him, yet he could not deny that the vessel appeared quite substantial. Should they manage to commandeer this ship, it would undoubtedly facilitate their forthcoming journey. The matter of Sod held little significance for him. Rather, he found your ledger quite intriguing. "Let us proceed this way. I shall offer you an opportunity. If you willingly relinquish this vessel to me, I shall not pursue this matter further," Ling stated with composure. At this moment, Sod furrowed his brow and once again erupted in fury. "Absurd. Automatic? Who do you think you are addressing? You reckless wretch." Ling cast a cursory glance at the so-called Sod, finding him utterly lacking even the capability to pick his own teeth. "Is it not clear enough? Beyond your vessel. This sea accommodates more than just you. I demand your ship." Sod had never encountered such an affront. "Bastard, perish." With that, Sod leaped forward, brandishing 2 machetes as he advanced menacingly towards Ling. "Captain Sod is formidable. Captain, slay this foolish wretch," cheered his crew, their voices rising in fervor. To them, the outcome of this skirmish seemed a foregone conclusion. Yet, in the fleeting moment Sod drew near, Ling raised a hand and, astonishingly, sent the man crashing to the ground. With a single move, Sod's weapons clattered to the floor, his form sprawled in defeat. The once confident crew stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces. Their captain had fallen. The invincible Captain Sod had been vanquished. After a chorus of gasps, the crew began to scatter in chaos, resembling headless flies, struggling to rise. Sod could no longer contain himself. "You fools, arm yourselves and shoot." Upon receiving this command, the crew snapped back to attention, hastily drawing their firearms, aiming them at Ling and his companions. "Do not move, or you shall meet your demise." Ling faced his adorable subordinates with remarkable speed, for they stood before him, Soon, his brows furrowed as an imposing aura swiftly radiated from him. The individuals who had previously brandished their firearms now found themselves frozen in place. Moments later, all the crew members lay motionless on the ground. At this juncture, Aily rushed forward, seizing the leader, Saad, and forcefully placing her foot upon him. Humph, foolish creature. Your abilities are fit only for servitude beneath me. As a celestial dragon, Aily, despite having renounced that title, maintained an unyielding attitude in her endeavors. Ling, however, chose not to intervene and merely followed along. It appears that your abilities are insufficient to conquer this vast sea. Otherwise, I would regard your words as mere nonsense. At this moment, Saad found himself in considerable discomfort. He struggled to break free, yet found himself utterly powerless. Wait, you are the pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Saad had recently perused the latest wanted poster and never imagined he would encounter this individual so soon. The eerie smile of Ling instilled in Saad an even greater sense of impending peril. It seems you are not as foolish as you appear. If you wish to avoid being cast into the sea as fish bait, then surrender this vessel to me. By the way, I would like to inquire about something else. What lies ahead? At this moment, Saad dared not refuse. He could only huddle his body in place, nodding in acquiescence. Directly ahead lies Alabasta, renowned as the land of sand. Ling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had unknowingly arrived at this place. Although it was quite astonishing, everything seemed to fall within the realm of reason. If that is the case, then you might as well relinquish the ship to us. A mischievous grin crept across Ling's face. This is impossible, Captain Saad declared with indignation, as the most influential captain in these waters. How could I possibly part with my proud pirate ship? His fury was palpable as he clung to his last vestige of resolve. 10 minutes later, Ling and Hancock boarded a brand new pirate ship. The vessel appeared impressively large, and its interior was remarkably well equipped. Hancock wore an innocent expression, her delight evident as she exclaimed happily. Aily cast a derisive glance at the other pirates, all bound and restrained, before turning to step inside the ship. Lord Ling, where do we plan to set sail for now? Ling paused for a moment before calmly stating, given the current circumstances, the only sensible course of action is to head towards Alabasta. Ahead lies an expanse of endless ocean. Ling and his companions continued to advance, their gazes scanning the surroundings. In the world of pirates, beyond the vast expanse of ocean, lay a myriad of uncharted phenomena. At this moment, their vessel was steering towards an unknown destination. If they maintained this pace, it was almost certain that they were bound for the land of sand. Yet, everything seemed remarkably normal at that juncture. After a brief interval, they noticed a pair of hands waving at them from the waters ahead. Hey, it appears someone is over there, Hancock shouted to Ling. Aily also turned her gaze in that direction. Humph, just another bunch of foolish slaves. Lord Ling, there's no need for us to concern ourselves with them. Despite her words, Ling too had observed that direction, and he could ascertain that these individuals were distinctly different from the pirates encountered earlier. Let us investigate further, Ling suggested, swiftly adjusting the oars of his boat to veer towards that location. 10 minutes later, they finally drew closer to the other side. Hey, brother, I owe you one. A man wearing a straw hat beamed at them, leaping onto Ling's vessel. Upon seeing him, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling's face. This man was none other than Port Asti, Ace. Foolish fellow, who permitted you to board our ship at your whim? This vessel is reserved for individuals of high caliber, not for slaves like you. Aily scolded Ace vehemently. Oh dear, my sincerest apologies. My ship was sailing smoothly until it was suddenly devoured by a beast from the depths. Leaving me as the sole survivor, Ace replied, his demeanor pitiful. Although Aily was not pleased with the situation, she found herself at a loss for a proper response. You must be a celestial dragon, Ace suddenly inquired. This question seemed to strike a nerve with Aily, stirring her previously calm composure into disarray. Mind your own business. You fool. After being berated, Ace merely chuckled, his expression unfazed. Although Ling was initially quite excited, upon reflection, it did not come as a surprise. After all, it was not unusual for Ace to appear within the borders of Alabasta. Hey, brothers, are you also planning to head to Alabasta? If it's agreeable, we could accompany each other along the way, Ace remarked once more. Ling nodded, acknowledging that the addition of another person would indeed enhance the safety of their operation. Rest assured, I shall resolve the matter for you. Any troublesome beast will be subdued by my fiery fists. Ailang's carefree demeanor surprisingly did not irk Hank, and Aily gradually began to acclimate to the situation. The journey to Alabasta remained long, and Ling stood by Ace, watching the crimson sky from the ship's deck. It was truly splendid. It had been quite some time since she had lingered in such a place. Ace leaned back against the deck, speaking with an air of relaxation. Ling remained silent, merely gazing at the man before her. It had been such a long time since she had last seen her father, and she truly missed him. After expressing these thoughts, Ace suddenly turned to Ling, his confident visage eliciting a twinge of awkwardness within her. Brother, you seem rather indifferent. However, I know you. If I am not mistaken, you are the pirate recently placed under a bounty of 100 million berry. Ling felt no surprise at being uncovered by Ace, for she had anticipated this revelation. You are correct. Upon hearing this, Ace erupted into hearty laughter. You know, Dad once said that you were the bravest pirate. I never expected to encounter you here. In that case, I believe we would make excellent friends. Ling found himself somewhat bewildered by the exuberance of Ace. However, faced with such enthusiasm, he could hardly refuse. Thus, as Ling extended his hand, poised to shake hands with Ace, an ominous rumble echoed through the depths of the sea. Suddenly, a violent vortex formed beneath them, and their vessel began to sway violently. This was disastrous. It was undoubtedly a surge of turbulent air. Ace exclaimed as he hurried to the cabin, intent on regaining control of their direction. Yet, just at that moment, a colossal wave surged forth, crashing directly towards them. Bang! The immense force struck before Ling and Ace could react. Darkness enveloped them once more. When they regained consciousness, they discovered themselves on a sandy beach. Infuriatingly, they wondered who might have brought them to this peculiar place. Such bizarrely dressed individuals had never been seen within the borders of Alabasta. They needed to be apprehended and presented before the king. Upon Ling's awakening, he realized they were surrounded by a throng of people, each wielding weapons. Ah, you have finally awoken. Humph, it is best to abandon all resistance and surrender. You are completely encircled. As Ling gazed into the distance, she became acutely aware of the multitude of soldiers that had suddenly appeared around her. Ace was bound by them, his expression one of resignation, seemingly powerless against the unfolding events. We are not villains. We merely passed through this place inadvertently, Ling explained. Enough of your nonsense. The captain of the troops, indifferent to Ling's words, raised a spear, his face contorted with fury. At that moment, Hancock and Aily had both regained consciousness, their eyes wide with astonishment as they took in their predicament and the unexpected presence of the soldiers. Foolish slaves, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Aily exclaimed, angrily pointing an accusing finger at the soldiers surrounding them. Yet, despite her fervent words, they remained resolute, showing no signs of relenting. Do not move, Vol smugglers. If you wish to avoid being executed on the spot, remain perfectly still. Ling understood that the soldiers were not the so-called villains. They were merely upholding the safety of the Guo family. Have they finally settled down? That is indeed splendid. Let us return them directly, for their fates will be determined by the king. With these words spoken, the soldiers finally armed themselves completely and escorted Ling and his companions back into the territory of Alabasta. Brother, I truly apologize. I never anticipated that we would find ourselves entering Alabasta in such a manner, Ace said, a look of regret etched upon his face. Ling was indifferent to these matters, for he had long anticipated that things would unfold as they did. At this moment, all members of the army had already ushered everyone into the city. The current state of Alabasta appeared unchanged, not resembling the fabled land of sand at all. Why does this place seem so utterly different from my previous encounters? Ling pondered in confusion. Silence. As a prisoner, you have no right to speak at this moment. You should obediently accept your judgment and punishment. The captain of the army threatened once more. In this moment of despair, Ling found himself compelled to remain silent. After nearly an hour of turmoil, they were finally ushered into the royal palace. Within its grand confines sat not only the king of Alabasta, but also the so-called Princess Vivi. As the princess of Alabasta, Vivi possessed an undeniable beauty. However, the young Vivi appeared indifferent to Ling, gazing curiously at everyone present. The king, suspecting these mysterious individuals of being nefarious pirates intent on invading the Alabasta kingdom, was filled with suspicion. At this juncture, the commanding officer of the guards spoke up. Despite having committed no wrongdoing, Ling found it utterly unacceptable to bear such baseless accusations. The king of Alabasta wore a profoundly serious expression, demanding to know the true purpose of their visit. Ace, with a touch of helplessness on his face, sincerely apologized, stating that they had merely passed through inadvertently and had not anticipated being apprehended. At last, the king could no longer contain his fury. To intrude so brazenly into the realm of Alabasta, and then to offer such trivial excuses, was a blatant affront to his authority as the king of Alabasta. Upon hearing all of this, Ling could not help but express her derision. I had presumed that Alabasta was a sophisticated place, yet I was taken aback by the absurdity of their problem-solving methods. If we were truly villains, how could we have ever found ourselves marooned on a desolate island? Ling's arrogant tone further irked the king, yet he found himself compelled to respond. As the sovereign of this realm, I hold dominion over all that transpires here. You possess no authority to critique my decisions. Ling let out a soft snort, choosing not to express his stance at that moment. Instead, he aimed for a more conciliatory tone as he regarded the king before him. How absurd. As a king, do I require your instruction? Just imprison me directly. At that moment, the soldiers nearby sprang into action, seizing Ling before he could respond. Stop, you foolish fools. Aily could no longer contain herself and erupted in fury at those around her. Yet, despite her protests, there seemed to be no recourse. Soon, they were all ushered into a dark and complex environment, overwhelming to Ling. Why are we in such a place? Aily continued to roar in frustration. Accept your fate. There's no way to alter this situation, Ace interjected suddenly. If it weren't for your foolishness, things would not have reached this point. At that, Aily directed all her ire towards Ace. Faced with her accusations, Ace could only cast a pitiful glance at Ling. Brother, I am truly sorry. I never anticipated things would turn out like this. Meanwhile, within the confines of Alabasta, Princess Vivi gazed innocently upon her kingdom from her chamber. She was oblivious to the unfolding events, feeling her father's actions were rather arbitrary. Father, Vivi's voice echoed as she called out at the king's door. The king, perplexed, wondered why his daughter was suddenly calling for him. My dear daughter, have you encountered some trouble? He asked, his expression softening. What? You intend to imprison them all? Have they committed some grave offense? Vivi questioned, but the king found himself at a loss for words, having never considered the ramifications of his decisions. What he had thought was a simple whim had inadvertently caused great distress for his daughter. Are they truly criminals? Vivi continued, her wide eyes reflecting innocence. The king, struggling with his conscience, could only nod. Perhaps, as time passes, we shall discern whether they are indeed guilty. Vivi remained silent, clearly dissatisfied with her father's remarks. Though still young, she possessed a keen understanding of the situation. Father, I feel they are not bad people. Could we not choose to release them? At her plea, the king fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. Simultaneously, in the outer territories, the military presence had intensified since the arrival of mysterious figures in Alabasta. We must remain vigilant. Should similar individuals intrude upon our land, we must find a way to eliminate them, the captain sternly instructed his men. Just then, a massive ship appeared on the horizon, hinting at the presence of individuals aboard. Captain, a vessel approaches. Its intent seems dubious, one of the soldiers reported through binoculars. The captain, unwilling to risk error, advanced towards the ship. Upon arrival, the ship halted. So this is Alabasta. It seems that traversing this island will lead us swiftly to our destination, a man smoking a cigar remarked. Lord Crocodile, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall soon conquer this land. Alabasta is our greatest asset. His subordinates grinned with satisfaction. Crocodile, upon hearing this, chuckled knowingly and approached the military ranks. Who are you? And why are you here? The captain demanded, refusing to relent. Who am I? Crocodile's piercing gaze fixed upon the captain. With a dismissive snort, he seized the captain in an instant. What are you doing? The remaining soldiers shouted in alarm. What am I doing? Do you not perceive it? Crocodile scoffed. And with a mere gesture, the captain was reduced to ashes. The soldiers stood frozen, unable to fathom that such devastation was wrought by this man. Foolish mortals, step aside, lest you wish to incur Lord Crocodile's wrath and perish. His subordinates warned. Confronted by such a threat, the Alabasta soldiers sensed the peril and gripped their weapons tightly. Their gazes locked onto the intruders. Do you still not comprehend? Crocodile sneered, swiftly dispatching the soldiers with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the entire fighting force was obliterated. Now, apart from the incapacitated soldiers, the area lay in complete ruin. This place appears quite promising, barring any setbacks. We shall soon dominate all of Alabasta, his subordinates continued. Crocodile, filled with pride, shot a glare at his men. Are you not aware of the current circumstances? Why do you linger here? Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Ling and her companions had lost track of how long they had been in this place. In truth, she could easily break through this layer of the dungeon now. However, doing so would lead to unnecessary repercussions. Just as they were pondering how to address their predicament, they faintly heard the sound of light footsteps approaching the dungeon. Soon after, a remarkably beautiful and charming princess appeared before them. Are you truly villains? Vivi inquired softly, her sparkling eyes fixed on the group before her. Ling was at a loss for how to convey this to the girl, merely nodding along. No. How could we possibly be the villains? It is merely your foolish father's absurd conjecture. Aily exclaimed, clearly displeased. At that moment, Wei seemed to grasp the situation, pulling a key from her pocket and gently turning the handle of the iron door. With a click, the door swung open swiftly, leaving Ling and the others in stunned silence, hardly able to believe the actions of the girl before them. I know you are not bad people. It must be that my father has wronged you. So please, hurry and leave, Wei continued, her tone imbued with innocence. Ling found himself somewhat at a loss in the presence of this adorably naive girl. However, given the current circumstances, fleeing would essentially equate to an admission of guilt. Princess Wei, what are you doing? Perhaps the ministers nearby had discerned the entirety of Princess Wei's actions, prompting them to rush over, intent on securing the iron gate. What a despicable individual, daring to attempt an escape by enticing the princess. The speaker continued in a tone that was decidedly impolite and ungrateful. Ling was reluctant to provide extensive explanations. A mere glare at the man was sufficient to instill a tinge of fear among the ministers. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, an unexpected commotion erupted from outside. The ground shook with a resounding roar. Simultaneously, Crocodile, accompanied by his entire entourage, had arrived at the palace. As he surveyed the opulent surroundings, Crocodile could no longer suppress the surge of excitement within him. Indeed, it was a place to be envied. He had not anticipated that such a civilized ancient nation could endure for so many years. Within the palace, the king of Alabasta gazed at this sudden, enigmatic figure with a look of confusion. Who are you, and what is it that you desire? In response, Crocodile could not help but smile bitterly as he stretched his limbs. Can you not see? This civilized ancient kingdom requires a new power to govern. And that power is me. The king was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized the identity of the man before him, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Due to his unique status, he ostensibly operated beyond the jurisdiction of the world government. Yet, his actions bore no resemblance to those of an ordinary rogue. "You will never succeed," the king declared defiantly. "Oh, really?" Crocodile retorted, a smile flickering across his face as he waved his hand. A formidable whirlwind of sand erupted, toppling the king to the ground. "How ungrateful! Do you not realize that you are utterly unworthy of the title of king?" At this juncture, Crocodile's expression grew increasingly triumphant. The king attempted to struggle, but he was acutely aware of Crocodile's overwhelming power. "Surrender. All the armies here have become my subordinates." "The ailing king stands no chance of competition," Crocodile proclaimed, finally allowing his inner exhilaration to surface, his maniacal laughter echoing throughout the palace. The king and his courtiers were enveloped in fear, hastily attempting to deploy the most elite troops to counter this threat. However, before they could react, a powerful tornado assailed the outer perimeter of the palace. As the master of sand, Crocodile had meticulously planned every subsequent move, and nearly the entirety of Alabasta had become his prey. In an instant, panic engulfed the realm. The soldiers, gripped by unprecedented terror, found themselves paralyzed, unsure of how to confront the chaos unfolding around them. "Do not attempt to resist. You have no chance," Crocodile warned before forcefully throwing the king, who was seated within the palace, to the ground. The king's visage reflected utter disarray as he struggled to move, only to discover he was utterly powerless. "You are no longer worthy of the title of king, so remain in your rightful place," Crocodile commanded, his hand raising the king effortlessly. Moments later, the king crashed heavily to the floor. The force of impact left the king in a state of disarray, and all he could do was cast a pained glance at Crocodile. Nearby, Crocodile's subordinates hoisted the near-lifeless king. In the next moment, a sharp blade pierced the king's body, accompanied by a wretched scream, plunging Alabasta into an unprecedented crisis. Simultaneously, within the confines of the prison, Ling and the others sensed that something was amiss. Disturbances echoed from the palace, suggesting that a terrifying event had transpired. Ace lounged casually against the wall, repeating his previous actions. In the blink of an eye, the previously calm atmosphere began to collapse. Suddenly, a multitude of figures appeared around them. "Aha! Is this the underground prison of Alabasta?" exclaimed an elderly man with glasses, laughing as he approached, his face bearing an unexpected pallor. In Ling's gaze, there was a hint of meticulousness, allowing one to surmise the identity of the other party. TSK, it appears that there are quite a number of prisoners confined here. It seems that Alabasta holds its own intrigue." Just as the old man contemplated this, his lecherous eyes suddenly darted towards Ling. Ace also took note of him. "Fire Fist Ace?" The old man's face momentarily froze, and he chuckled. "Never expecting to encounter you here." Aily, oblivious to the situation, pointed at the old man and unleashed a barrage of ridicule. "Is this truly how despicable lowly beings like yourselves greet one another?" The old man's face fell, utterly unable to fathom being labeled as a lowly person. "Stinking woman, it seems you are unaware of the predicament you currently face. If that is the case, I shall be the first to turn you into my specimen." Before the old man could make a move, Ace had already closed the distance, standing beside him in an instant. If I am not mistaken, Crocodile must have already entered the territory of Alabasta, right? Beneath the old man's grotesque visage, a sinister smile reemerged. "Ha ha, indeed. Master Crocodile has essentially taken complete control of this place. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this realm shall predominantly belong to Master Crocodile." Ling Yuan never anticipated that his greatest fear would manifest at this very moment. Had he not crossed into Alabasta a mere second earlier, this place might have already succumbed entirely to Crocodile's control. "Surrender your futile struggles, you foolish lot," the old man boasted arrogantly. The unexpected arrival of Port Gasti. Ace left him taken aback. "You inept pirates are destined to remain in this dismal state forever." Finally, Ling surged forward, his fist raised, and struck the old man's face with tremendous force. A chime echoed in his mind, unlocking 20 points of resentment value. The system's voice resonated within him as Ling cast a displeased glare at his opponent. Before him, the old man clutched his cheek, writhing in agony, and bellowed. "You foolish wretch, I shall make you truly regret your actions." As he spoke, the old man brandished a weapon resembling a dog-shaped machine gun. "Fire! Eliminate this insolent brat, who knows not the bounds of his own insignificance." Following his command, the dog-shaped gun unleashed a barrage of bullets toward Ling's face. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yet, as the blue flames struck Ling, they failed to inflict any harm. Instead, they rendered the old man's pet fatigued. "How is this possible? What manner of monster are you? Why can the bullets not penetrate your body?" The old man, bewildered, could not help but voice his confusion. Ling had no desire to engage in idle chatter with him, for the power of the Shinra Tensei had long since absorbed all the bullets into its barrier. "Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you." Ling raised his hand, and all the bullets that had been fired from the dog struck the old man's chest with relentless precision. The old man had no time to react as his body was pierced by bullet after bullet. In a moment of despair, he cast a fleeting glance at Ling and After stammering a couple of words, collapsed to the ground, devoid of sensation. Before him, Ace, upon noticing this, could hardly believe his own eyes. Brother, how is it that your power is so formidable? Ling, however, was reluctant to provide excessive explanations at that moment. She glanced up at the prison chains and seized the opportunity to break free. Ace seemed to grasp the situation, after revealing a knowing smile. He struck the lock of the iron door with a fierce punch, shattering it completely. With a resounding crash, the tumult subsided, and Ling led the group outside. At that moment, the entire palace of Alabasta was under the complete control of Crocodile. Vivi sat quietly in a corner, witnessing her father being pierced by the blade in the hands of the man before her, yet feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Tears of helplessness streamed down her face, as she lacked the courage to rush to his aid. Princess, you must leave this place at once. If they discover you, it would be disastrous. The only remaining minister tightly embraced Vivi, preparing to flee. Just then, a tremor erupted from beneath the ground. Crocodile, who had maintained a calm demeanor, now displayed a look of confusion. What is happening? He abruptly halted his actions and turned to his subordinates. Sir Crocodile, if I am not mistaken. It must be from the underground prison. That old man is gone, and it is likely he has stirred up some commotion, one subordinate analyzed. Crocodile was well aware that if his ambitions were thwarted at this moment, everything would become utterly meaningless. Listen, this is my first time assuming the throne of Alabasta, and I do not wish for anything to interfere with my plans. As he spoke, a flicker of anger crossed his face. His subordinates immediately understood the gravity of offending a warlord of the sea. I will notify that old man at once, instructing him to refrain from causing any trouble. So, your priority is to remain by my side like a shadow, while you have a significant task at hand. At this point, Crocodile reached out, his grip tightening around the man's neck like sand. The trapped man wore a pained expression, utterly unable to struggle. Listen, I do not enjoy making things difficult for others. But if you fail to handle this matter properly, I will ensure your demise is far more gruesome. Crocodile mercilessly threw his subordinate to the ground, a sinister look on his face. He then seated himself in the position formerly occupied by the king of Alabasta. For him, holding the title of Warlord of the Sea served as the greatest backing for his whims. This feeling was indeed delightful. It seemed that many were vying for this position. A smirk graced Crocodile's face as he turned to glance at the nearly lifeless king of Alabasta. Though the blade had pierced the king's body, it had not claimed his life. This must be quite a torment, witnessing your nation become a prized possession of another. Thus, for the days to come, this anguish would likely persist until the day of your demise. At the same time, Ling and her companions had already escaped the prison and were preparing to head towards the palace of Alabasta. The surroundings appeared unchanged, yet a significant error had occurred. They had lost their way. This is quite vexing. The palace does not seem large at all, so why are we lost? Do we truly lack any sense of direction? Ace lamented helplessly. Just then, an unfamiliar figure appeared before them. The newcomer's eyes reflected surprise, and after a brief moment, he approached them swiftly. Who are you? You do not seem to be from this realm. The stranger, clearly unaware of their identities, questioned them with a sense of curiosity. Ling originally intended to deliberately conceal her identity at this moment, but just as she was prepared to speak, Ace beside her suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Foolish fellow. Do you not even recognize me, Ace? Ling remained motionless at the designated spot, never anticipating that this man would prove to be even more foolish than she had imagined. The expression on his face shifted dramatically as he brandished his weapon toward Ace and the others. Humph. It seems that the rumors of Ace and his 3 foolish companions are indeed true. Today, they are witnessing it firsthand. Hancock, with her enchanting eyes, stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Alas, it appears that I have been uncovered by you all. In light of this, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. Ace's bewildered expression only served to further frustrate Ling and her companions. My goodness, how can there be such a slow-witted individual in this world, with their identities now exposed? Ling had no intention of letting this man escape. He had already drawn his knife, poised to strike. Moments later, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Ling's side. Allow you fools to experience my speed, akin to that of thunder. Ling found it difficult to comprehend the source of this individual's unwavering confidence. In the fleeting moment when the knife in his hand passed perilously close to him, he invoked the power of the universal attraction. The unique enhancement of Pain's abilities allowed Ling to effortlessly immobilize this man, subsequently slamming him forcefully to the ground. With a resounding crash, the adversary's body convulsed twice before succumbing to unconsciousness. Master Ling was truly exceptional. For the first time, Aily succumbed to infatuation. Ace was captivated by this individual's prowess, believing it was his turn to unleash his fiery fists, only to be taken aback by Ling's preemptive strike. Although this incident had significant repercussions, it also brought some positive tidings. Ling, gazing straight ahead, finally recognized that they were at the exit. Indeed, everything seemed to come effortlessly. With a triumphant smile, Ling turned towards the exit. He then led the group in that direction. Having escaped the dungeon, Ling and his companions were prepared. If Alabasta had indeed fallen completely under Crocodile's control, they would need to demonstrate their goodwill towards Alabasta through their actions. The approach was undeniably extreme. Yet Ling could hardly contain his excitement. Having ventured into this extraordinary world, he was determined to carve out a niche for himself. After all, here, he was the protagonist. However, in the next moment, a woman appeared before them. The fact that you managed to escape from the underground prison indicates that you are certainly not ordinary individuals. This woman was none other than Nico Robin. Ling possessed an astute understanding of the situation, fully aware of the reasons behind Nico Robin's presence. Who are you? It would be wise not to obstruct our path, Ace declared, his tone laced with irritation as he directed a threat towards Nico Robin. Now, the entirety of Alabasta has succumbed to the dominion of Lord Crocodile. Do you truly believe that with your current abilities, you can simply waltz in? At that moment, Nico Robin extended her hand, seemingly attempting to deter the group. Aily, however, was taken aback, astonished that these so-called lower-class individuals could possess beauty that rivaled her own. Such enviable looks. If only I could have one of them as my slave. That would indeed be a privilege, Aily continued unabashedly. Nico Robin appeared unfazed by such insults. A fortnight ago, an incident had transpired within the territory of the Celestial Dragons, creating a stir that captured the attention of the world government. From the circumstances at the time, it seemed that this individual had even absconded with one of the Celestial Dragon princesses. If I am not mistaken, it must be you. It is undeniable that Robin's intellect is of a caliber that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Ling remained remarkably composed, nodding slightly before continuing. Since you are aware of our identities, why not return to report to Crocodile? As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he would undoubtedly be quite intrigued by my bounty. Indeed, a reward of 100 million berries is an exceedingly tempting proposition for anyone. Moreover, considering Crocodile's notorious avarice, this bounty would surely pique his interest even further. Ling was acutely aware of Crocodile's motives for seizing Alabasta. Since the pursuit of wealth was paramount, there would undoubtedly be no discord regarding this matter. You are quite right. The allure of this situation is indeed substantial for me. However, given that you possess a bounty of 100 million, it is evident that you are no ordinary individual. Nico Robin's past compelled him to remain cautious of those before him. Thus, without informing Crocodile of his desire to join them, they dared not act recklessly. She is truly a remarkable woman. Should she become an ally, it would certainly be advantageous. At that moment, Ace wore a proud smile, seemingly brimming with confidence regarding the entire affair. It is my first time hearing such peculiar words. Upon reaching this point, Nico Robin's face once again broke into a self-satisfied grin. This woman, labeled a witch by the world government, was someone few dared to embrace. Yet, unexpectedly, Ace had the audacity to voice such sentiments. The information disseminated by the world government is inherently dubious. A lack of personal discernment would indeed be disheartening. Ace appeared remarkably at ease, particularly in light of the implications of this situation. Ling also joined in laughter, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. Listen, she said. I did not come here to engage in idle chatter with you. Crocodile now possesses the entirety of Alabasta. Thus, you will inevitably become his prey. If you surrender obediently at this moment, there may still be alternative opportunities for you. After all, compared to a bounty of 100 million, the world government values your talents and capabilities far more. Nico Robin spoke in a relatively gentle tone. Ling was naturally aware that they sought to recruit her as a member of the world government. I sincerely apologize, but I have my own convictions. I could never acquiesce to such a proposition, Ling declared with unwavering resolve, as if entertaining even the slightest hint of jest was out of the question. At that moment, Nico Robin's expression revealed a sense of resignation. In that case, I can only express my profound regret. As a subordinate of Lord Crocodile, I cannot allow you to escape, she proclaimed. Following this, Nico Robin indeed unleashed her formidable abilities, summoning numerous hands that emerged behind the group, ensnaring them in place. If I were to report to Lord Crocodile right now, it is highly likely that you would be taken away immediately, Nico Robin stated with absolute confidence. Is that so? Ling paid no heed to such trivial antics. No one has ever managed to escape from my grasp, and you are all utterly ensnared. With merely a flick of my hand, you shall all perish in this very place. Nico Robin, of course, harbored no desire to slay them, for capturing them alive would undoubtedly yield a far greater bounty. Yet, Nico Robin has perhaps overestimated her own prowess. Ling merely let out a soft hum, and in an instant, transformed into another form, appearing behind Nico Robin. Upon realizing this, terror and disbelief filled Nico Robin's face, as she never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. I have already informed you that such tricks hold no sway over me, Ling remarked with a tone of nonchalance, his eyes glinting with a hint of arrogance. Nico Robin's expression was tinged with a trace of panic. Impossible. No matter what means you employ, you shall not escape from here, she thought, determined to seize the opportunity to unleash her Hana no Mi abilities once more. Yet, Ling had already insidiously positioned himself behind her. Ling moved with astonishing speed, and despite Nico Robin's quick reflexes, she was utterly unable to react in time. It is indeed regrettable. It seems your strength holds no sway in my presence. Upon my arrival here, a triumphant expression adorned my face. In that moment, Nico Robin became acutely aware of the chasm that lay between her and this man. After all, the bounty of 100 million issued by the world government is not something just anyone can achieve. Impossible. Nico Robin attempted to move her body, but found herself utterly immobilized, as if ensnared in an invisible grip, leaving her with no chance to resist. At that moment, Ling had approached her, and his handsome visage stirred a sense of shyness within Nico Robin. This man was not only formidable but also possessed an exceptionally striking appearance. Yet, as a renowned witch, how could Nico Robin be so easily swayed by such tactics? Don't move. I have complete control over your entire skeletal structure. A mere flick of my finger, and you shall perish right here, Ling proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Aily, noticing the intimate exchange between them, felt a surge of indignation. Foolish woman. Why must you draw so close to Lord Ling? Ling naturally pays no heed to such matters. After all, resolving the situation with Nico Robin is no trivial endeavor. Indeed, at this moment, Nico Robin finds herself utterly immobilized, her gaze fixed upon him with palpable fear. What is it that you desire? She utters, her voice barely above a whisper, lacking the courage to raise it. My objective is Crocodile. I merely hope that, as a woman, you refrain from intervening. After all, it is difficult to bring harm to someone with such exquisite beauty. For many years, no one has dared to toy with Nico Robin in such a manner. Although the man's words fill her with disdain, she currently finds herself without any means of counteraction. Foolish wretch, do you intend to capture my attention in this manner? While you may have dealt with the celestial dragons, do not presume that this grants you the liberty to act as you please. After listening to these words, Ling merely smiled faintly before continuing. You overthink. If I lack the requisite ability, how could I possibly utter such words before you? At this point, Nico Robin found herself utterly at a loss. Apart from reluctantly acceding to the man's demands, she could only remain quietly in place. Be good, this way. You appear more like a gentlewoman, Ling remarked, unabashedly caressing Nico Robin gently. Despite being subjected to such teasing, Nico Robin found herself unable to move. Although she harbored profound disdain for the man before her, she was left with no other recourse. Meanwhile, Aily was already seething with indignation. Even if, with their current capabilities, they managed to confront Crocodile, how could they, as the Seven Warlords of the sea, be so easily overcome? At this moment, Nico Robin could not help but speak up. Ling was utterly indifferent to these matters, for he was acutely aware that Nico Robin's loyalty to Crocodile was far from unwavering. Thus, under the control of Ling and his companions, Nico Robin was ultimately ushered into the palace of Alabasta. At this moment, Crocodile's face was etched with confusion, as the appearance of Nico Robin seemed rather abnormal. Nico Robin, I trust you have not forgotten the task I assigned to you, he remarked, a touch of intrigue lacing his voice. Why do you suddenly appear when I alone should be savoring the fruits of victory? Crocodile pinched his cigar, his tone steeped in a peculiar irony. Before Nico Robin could respond, Ling and his companions made their entrance. Just as I suspected, Crocodile declared, casting aside his cigarette with a tone of smug satisfaction. Alabasta does not belong to you, thus you possess no right to stand here, let alone assume the title of king, as you so brazenly claim. Ling, intent on not squandering time, spoke with a demeanor of utmost seriousness, clearly revealing his stance. I know you well. The world government has spared no expense, offering a bounty of 100 million to apprehend you. I am curious, what power do you possess that warrants such recognition from the government? Evidently, Crocodile did not believe his status as one of the Seven Warlords of the sea could be overshadowed by Ling, as a hint of mockery lingered in his gaze. Aily was no stranger to the identity of the Seven Warlords, having encountered them during her time as a celestial dragon princess. It seems the warlords are so self-assured. Yet you remain nothing more than despicable lowlifes in the eyes of others, Aily expressed without mincing words. Ha ha ha, how noble the celestial dragon is. Yet you have forsaken that identity, and thus hold no right to critique me here. Foolish woman, you shall pay dearly for your reckless actions. With that, Crocodile swiftly closed the distance to Aily. Ling naturally did not wish to witness his beloved subjected to such treatment. Thus, he swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the advancing Crocodile. Listen, he declared, this is my woman. Should you dare to lay a hand on her, the consequences will be dire. In response to Ling's confidently assertive tone, a smile finally broke through Crocodile's facade. Foolish man, he thought. I am quite curious to see what qualifications you possess to speak to me in such a manner. Ling's gaze remained composed. Unbeknownst to her, Nico Robin found herself captivated by Ling. Among all those she had encountered, he stood as a uniquely extraordinary figure, radiating an enigmatic charm that she could not quite articulate. To be frank, she harbored a profound disdain for those who prided themselves on upholding justice, as they merely sought to validate their own strength through such proclamations. If that is the case, then allow me to witness what qualifications you possess to utter such words. As these thoughts lingered on the tip of his tongue, Crocodile unleashed a formidable power, transforming the surrounding structures into mere grains of sand. Is this the might of the warlords of the sea? Ace's expression bore a hint of anxiety, as he seemed apprehensive about the potential dangers that might arise. Ling need not worry, for he had long devised a strategy to contend with Crocodile. Do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity. Allow me to witness the formidable power possessed by one with a bounty of 100 million berries. As the overwhelming force radiated, the sands enveloped everything in the vicinity, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach. Within the confines of this sandy realm, only Crocodile and Ling remained, since such a rare opportunity had presented itself. Let us make a wager. Should you emerge victorious in this round of competition, I shall never again set foot in Alabasta. However, if you should falter, your freedom shall be entrusted entirely to my custody. Ling had never anticipated that this individual would be so audacious. However, this unexpected development presented a rather opportune chance. Very well, but I fear you shall suffer a devastating defeat, Ling replied with unwavering confidence. Within the palace of Alabasta, a confrontation was imminent between the formidable newcomer Ling and Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, permeating the entire palace. The outcome of this duel, and who would emerge victorious, was beyond the imagination of all present. Meanwhile, throughout the realm of Alabasta, a wave of panic engulfed the populace. The minister tasked with escorting Princess Vivi intended to depart unnoticed amidst the chaos. However, upon stepping through the palace gates, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Crocodile's forces had swiftly seized control of the surrounding territory. The wails of suffering farmers and the fury emanating from the oppressors filled the air. Princess Vivi, with her enchanting gaze, was fixed ahead, struggling to comprehend the unfolding turmoil. I wish to remain here, Vivi suddenly declared. A flicker of panic crossed the minister's face, incredulous that such words would escape Vivi's lips. Princess Vivi, this is not something to be taken lightly. Remaining here blindly could have dire consequences. The minister urged, his voice tinged with urgency, nearly paralyzed by the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Vivi not only failed to grasp the implications but became even more resolute in her decision. No, I cannot bear to see these innocent people harmed. I must assist my father in driving away the villains. Beneath Vivi's naive exterior lay a maturity that evoked sympathy. It was precisely this situation that made the minister acutely aware of the gravity of their circumstances. At that moment, everything seemed to still. The previously silent minister found himself unable to maintain his composure. Princess Vivi, I believe I understand now. Having made this resolute decision, the minister chose not to evade the situation any longer. After all, doing so would only render him more passive. He scooped Vivi into his arms and turned back toward the palace. On the other side, Ling wore a serious expression as he regarded Crocodile, the self-important warlord, who remained expressionless. How foolish, Ling mused. All the people of Alabasta regard you with hostility, yet you still believe you can ensure their safety. Ling let out a light snort. This is my freedom. You need not concern yourself with it. Crocodile finally ceased his pretense, extinguishing the cigar in his hand. In that case, let you perish. In an instant, Crocodile's form transformed into a swirling mass of sand, rushing towards Ling's side. With a graceful leap, Ling deftly evaded Crocodile's assault using Haki, swiftly repositioning himself before delivering a powerful blow to Crocodile's face. The enhancement of Haki rendered Crocodile utterly defenseless. His body recoiled repeatedly, filled with agony as he cast a bewildered glance at Ling. What manner of ability is this? At that moment, Crocodile sensed an imminent threat. It was evident that this scoundrel, with a bounty of 100 million from the world government, was no ordinary foe. Ling, uninterested in idle chatter, utilized Pain's ability to create several identical clones of himself in the same spot. Crocodile had never encountered anyone with such a remarkable skill, and the confidence that once adorned his face now bore traces of unease. I have never encountered such an unusual individual as yourself, Crocodile remarked, his tone infused with a newfound perplexity. Ling remained composed, unwilling to engage in futile banter with the self-important individual before her, for he had already endured a thorough lesson in humility during his slumber. Humph, a different surprise awaits shortly. With that thought, Ling swiftly commanded several of her clones to launch an assault on Crocodile. However, this was undeniably his territory, and as someone endowed with the power of a devil fruit, Crocodile would not be easily subdued by Ling. In an instant, his form fragmented into countless grains of sand, swirling ominously in midair. The terrifying cohesion of the sand instilled a modicum of anxiety in Ling, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, the amassed sand coalesced into a colossal fist. Bang! The fist crashed down with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the ground and shattering all of Ling's clones in an instant. Crocodile then reverted to his human form, levitating effortlessly in the air. What a joke! Anything I can touch can be transformed into sand. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to contend with me? The lone remaining Ling, however, maintained her calm demeanor, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Crocodile. Mere seconds later, she erupted into laughter once more. So what if it's come to this? What you have vanquished is merely a clone I used to bait you. What? The once self-assured Crocodile's demeanor darkened instantly, and before he could gather his thoughts, Ling appeared behind him. Let me see just how arrogant you can truly be. With a thunderous shout, Ling's fist came crashing towards Crocodile's face. How foolish, he scoffed. I can transform into sand at any moment. Do you really think your strength can? Before Crocodile could finish his sentence, Ling's fist had already sent him sprawling into the air. Crocodile, caught off balance, fell helplessly to the ground, unable to move. At that moment, Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Crocodile with an air of ease. It seems you are unaware of the true nature of hockey. The confrontation between the two concluded with Crocodile's fall, and the space formed by the surrounding sand was completely unraveled. Meanwhile, the expressions on Ace and his companions' faces were filled with tension. They could hardly believe their eyes. Indeed, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, had been defeated by Ling. The mighty Crocodile had been vanquished. Instantly, the invaders who had followed Crocodile erupted in disbelief, unable to comprehend that their seemingly invincible leader had fallen to the fist of this insolent youth. Princess Vivi rushed in, her heart racing with excitement, her innocent face illuminated with uncontainable joy. How incredible! Her gaze was fixed on Ling. Although her father regarded Ling as a detestable invader, she never imagined that the one to ultimately save them would be this very intruder. Ling let out a sigh of relief, believing victory was assured. However, when he glanced over once more, the crocodile, which had previously lain on the ground, had mysteriously vanished. This was problematic. Ling's ability to sense the presence of others immediately alerted him to something amiss. As he regained his composure and sought the figure of Crocodile, he discovered the adversary had already materialized behind Princess Vivi. A chill ran down Vivi's spine, and as she turned to glance back, Crocodile greeted her with a sinister smile on his grotesque visage. A scream of terror echoed in the air as Princess Vivi, taken hostage, found herself ensnared by Crocodile's grasp. Rendered utterly immobile. You despicable fiend! Did you not vow that if I could defeat you, you would abandon your invasion of Alabasta? Ling seethed with indignation. Yet, the crocodile before him wore an even more arrogant grin. Why should I honor such a promise? If I were to do so, I would never have initiated my incursion into Alabasta in the first place. At that moment, the entire assembly of ministers within the palace succumbed to panic. As the princess of the realm, Vivi could not be allowed to come to harm. Do not move. If you obediently comply, I may spare your life. However, it is imperative that you persuade your father to willingly hand over all control of Alabasta into my hands, Crocodile proclaimed with fervor, addressing all present. As Ling and others contemplated their next move, Crocodile had already enveloped the surroundings in sand to thwart any further actions. The moment they approached, Vivi would be ruthlessly slain by him. At that moment, the king of Alabasta, clutching his wound, was slowly making his way towards them. Previously, during Crocodile's invasion of the empire, he had not felt such anxiety. However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, his face became a canvas of dread. Crocodile, if you are willing to spare my daughter, I shall acquiesce to any terms you propose, he implored. Vivi struggled, yet her efforts were in vain. The chasm of power between her and Crocodile was insurmountable. All the members of Alabasta understood one crucial fact. If their king were to concede the sovereignty of the entire nation to Crocodile, it would render their plight meaningless. Yet, they dared not voice their conditions, for Princess Vivi was firmly under Crocodile's control, leaving no glimmer of hope for escape. Foolish wretch. Do you still fail to grasp the severity of the situation? If you refuse to comply, I shall have no choice but to eliminate your beloved princess, Crocodile sneered, unable to contain his exhilaration as he seized Princess Vivi. At last, the king of Alabasta found himself compelled to make a concession. Wait, if you release my daughter, I shall agree to any terms, he declared. Upon hearing this, Crocodile relaxed slightly, yet he still chose not to release Vivi. I deeply regret to inform you that should you opt for such a course of action, you must sign this contract. Only then will you acknowledge that the entirety of Alabasta is now mine. Ling observed coldly from the side. There undoubtedly existed a means to address this arrogant and overbearing individual, yet he merely wished to ascertain what further tactics the other party might employ. The king, suppressing the excruciating pain in his chest, nodded in agreement and subsequently turned to retrieve a contract, inscribing his name upon it. All the ministers present displayed expressions of distress, unable to fathom how the entirety of Alabasta could be relinquished in such an instant. Old man, you shall come to appreciate your decision, Crocodile exclaimed with an almost frenzied tone, his demeanor drastically transformed. At that moment, the self-assured Crocodile remained oblivious to the silhouette that had materialized behind him. That figure was none other than Ling. On Ling's tranquil visage was inscribed a profound displeasure, as he unleashed a formidable punch, imbued with the power of armament hockey, directly upon Crocodile's cheek. Caught unawares and unable to react in time, Crocodile's body convulsed violently. His intention to resist thwarted at that very moment. Tremor of the earth. With a fierce shout, Ling summoned all surrounding forces, creating an immense gravitational pull that enveloped Crocodile entirely. In the face of this overwhelming power, Crocodile found himself unable to muster any form of resistance, ultimately succumbing to Ling's infusion of energy into his very being. In the next instant, Crocodile was utterly compressed. A resounding explosion followed, and the once tumultuous Alabasta was plunged into silence. All present observed the unfolding events with tense expressions, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Amidst the crowd, Ling swiftly lifted the unconscious Vivi and made his escape. Witnessing this spectacle, the inhabitants of Alabasta could not contain their jubilant cheers. Indeed, Crocodile had been vanquished in this confrontation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating Crocodile and earning 100 points of rage. Ding. Congratulations, host, on leveling up and unlocking a new ability, the Beast Transformation. A series of system notifications informed Ling that Crocodile had been thoroughly defeated, unable to rise again. This meant that, regardless of the circumstances, they had successfully defended all of Alabasta. The weakened Princess Vivi was taken to a room to rest, while Ling and his companions were escorted by the king into the palace. The atmosphere within the palace was solemn, and Ling was uncertain about the intentions of the king of Alabasta. Just as he hesitated, the expressionless king suddenly cast a glance in his direction. Moments later, the typically composed monarch unexpectedly knelt before him. With a genuine apology, the king's humble demeanor caught Ling off guard. He had never anticipated that the esteemed ruler of Alabasta would relinquish his dignity. It was indeed intriguing that, despite his royal status, he could not escape the identity of the lower class. Aily continued to speak from the side. After a few moments of hesitation, Ling decided to allow the king to rise. Your Majesty, there is no need for such a sincere apology. After all, this situation is not your fault. The king, however, shook his head. No, initially, you inadvertently trespassed into Alabasta, and we mistakenly believed you to be adversaries, thus choosing to imprison you. Due to my esteemed position, I was unable to disclose this matter to the people of Alabasta. Therefore, I must offer my apologies here. The king's demeanor exhibited a commendable humanity, and Ling, unfazed by the incident, readily forgave them. Let us dispense with further formalities. Simply treating us well will suffice. In an instant, Alabasta was once again enveloped in a lively atmosphere. For them, this day was worthy of celebration, as the ambitions of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had finally been resolved. At Ling's behest, an unprecedented feast was to be held within the palace of Alabasta. Princess Vivi, who had been vigilantly standing by the bed, finally smiled, for this victory was a source of great joy for her. Meanwhile, Ling was alone, quietly reflecting in his room. Having triumphed over Crocodile, the system had evaluated his performance, indicating he was now ready for an upgrade, most significantly unlocking the so-called Beast Transformation. Ding, generating system for the host. At that moment, images flickered through Ling's mind, and when he regained his focus, he realized that everything around him had transformed entirely. Based on the host's accumulated anger, he was now eligible for an upgrade. Thus, the host could choose one ability from 3 distinct options. A mechanical voice resonated in Ling's ears. Upon accessing the system panel, he discovered that the 3 abilities before him were remarkably unique. Itachi Uchiha's Amaterasu, Roronoa Zoro's 3-sword style, and a portion of Crocodile's sand fruit abilities. Compared to all the powers previously possessed by Pain, these 3 capabilities seemed considerably diminished. Ling's confusion was swiftly addressed by the system. Ding. The initial abilities serve as a reward for the host, hence they are comparatively formidable. Subsequently, with each upgrade of the system, the abilities acquired will progressively enhance in accordance with the elevation of one's level. In other words, at present, it appears that her level permits her to learn only a few abilities, which are not particularly potent. Ling is also capable of understanding, for she has reached a point where she no longer fears anyone. Confronting a Kainu head-on poses no challenge to her, let alone facing others. At present, the most pressing concern for Ling is to select one of the 3 abilities before him that is most suited to his nature. Although Itachi's Amaterasu may not be exceedingly powerful, it possesses sufficient destructive capability, coupled with its indelible nature, rendering it a notably irritating ability. Zoro's 3-sword style, while undeniably impressive, appears to hold no relevance for Ling personally. The capabilities of Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki alone suffice for him to contend with the foes that surround him. As for Crocodile's abilities, the system has not provided a clear definition, and thus Ling is reluctant to squander the hard-won opportunity for advancement on such uncertain grounds. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to embrace Itachi Uchiha's Amaterasu. With a chime, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, on unlocking Itachi Uchiha's Amaterasu." This confirmation reassured Ling that he was on the right path. The next critical aspect to consider remains the so-called Beast Transformation. This transformation is a novel ability granted to the host following the unlocking of their level, which will automatically upgrade as the host's powers escalate. As the system elucidated further, but what, precisely, does this ability entail? To answer the host, the system responded, the Beast Transformation allows the host to metamorphose, enabling a seamless transition between their human form and beast form. What? The targets of this transformation, along with their abilities, will enhance in accordance with the host's level. Furthermore, prey successfully transformed by the host will also gain formidable strength. This certainly sounds intriguing. The specifics can manifest in any creature the host encounters, ranging from diminutive insects to primordial behemoths, all of which can become potential embodiments for the host. If that is indeed the case, it implies that aside from transforming into a human, he could also embody a myriad of wild beasts. Ling could hardly believe the words that resonated in his ears. Yet, considering the current level of the host, the number of transformations he could undergo each day, along with the probability, would diminish significantly. It was not an extraordinary occurrence. for Ling had no desire to become overwhelmingly powerful from the outset. The system was in the process of generating a brand new panel for the host. Name, Ling. Gender, male. Beast transformation rate, 0. 1 abilities, all of Payne's abilities, Amaterasu bounty, 100 million berries, temporary. While he could grasp the other details, the term temporary left him perplexed. Ling struggled to decipher what the system panel was truly allocating. At that moment, the system offered no clarification. Before Ling could pose further inquiries, the door swung open unexpectedly, and Aily entered, her face alight with joy. Lord Ling, your earlier performance was simply impeccable. Those foolish commoners pale in comparison to your excellence. If this woman intended merely to flatter, Ling found it difficult to accept. Just as he prepared to depart, Aily suddenly leaned closer to him. Lord Ling, as your slave, do you not wish to indulge in something even more outrageous? Your demeanor towards that fellow crocodile has certainly stirred quite the excitement. Goodness, what audacious words. Ling felt that something was amiss with this woman. He intended to push her away, but to his surprise, Aily knelt on the bed, her eyes glimmering with a hint of desire. No matter how one might argue, Ling is merely a man, and the allure emanating from the woman before him, a princess of the celestial dragon, is simply irresistible to most. It would be unwise to act upon such impulses, as it could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Come now, inflict upon me the same torment. Allow me to relish an experience I have never known, Aily exclaimed with palpable excitement. This woman was assertive, and Ling's heart was already in turmoil. He clenched his fists, preparing to approach her. Just as everything seemed primed for action, the door swung open once more. Before them stood Ace, gazing at them with a peculiar expression. After a brief pause of bewilderment, he spoke. Aren't you two going to join the feast? Thanks to Ace's timely intervention, Ling was able to restrain his impulses and made his way to the grand hall of Alabasta to partake in the evening meal. Meanwhile, Aily appeared visibly dissatisfied, idly toying with her cutlery, unable to articulate her feelings. How foolish, if it weren't for that wretched distraction. Perhaps Lord Ling would be. Hancock's youthful face displayed a hint of confusion as she observed Aily. Aily recognized that she could not explain anything to the young girl, so she focused on her meal instead. Within the hall, everyone indulged in the culinary delights. An increasing number of ministers lavished attention upon Ling, perceiving him as the true savior of Alabasta. Following the banquet, Ling felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, though a wave of fatigue washed over him. Ah, how delightful, he murmured softly, resting his head on the table and drifting into slumber. In a distant haze, he could faintly hear the calls of other ministers. Yet he paid them no mind. Time passed unmeasured, and when Ling finally awakened, he found himself lying on a patch of grass. The night sky enveloped him in darkness, and before him stood none other than Nico Robin. Is it you? Ling inquired, his expression betraying a hint of confusion. I truly did not anticipate that you could defeat Crocodile. However, as you mentioned, my interactions with Crocodile have been minimal. To be precise, my true purpose for coming here was to seek a hidden treasure within the realms of Alabasta. Treasure? Though Ling harbored little interest in wealth, the mention of treasure caused her to momentarily pause, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Is what you say true? Ling inquired as she rose to her feet. Of course. As a pirate, you must require a considerable amount of riches for your upcoming journeys, even if the king of Alabasta is willing to provide assistance. The sum he offers pales in comparison to the treasures hidden throughout Alabasta, Nico Robin explained in a notably serious tone. While her reasoning appeared sound, Ling found herself perplexed as to why this woman would suddenly divulge such information to her. Though the prospect is indeed captivating, why have you chosen to share this fact with me? Ling queried abruptly. Because I have no other means to locate it. While I can almost ascertain the treasure's location, venturing forth without caution could lead to being mistaken for a thief. Nico Robin's words seemed to hold merit. Yet Ling was acutely aware of the ulterior motives driving the woman's intentions. The treasure must have been deliberately left by the people of Alabasta. If that is the case, even as the nation's savior, I have no right to demand such a treasure from them, Ling continued. If you are truly interested, I believe you should seek it out alone. Should any misfortune befall you, it would bear no consequence for me, as I hold no substantial obligations to Alabasta. Nico Robin's face betrayed a hint of anger, and after a moment's silence, she replied, You are the most foolish person I have ever encountered. If you insist on this course of action, it would be a most regrettable decision. It was rather amusing how this woman exhibited such a rigid demeanor. Even if I refrained from acting, should others learn of the treasure, they too would not let it slip away. Why not seize this opportunity and strategize to resolve the matter? Nico Robin's plea irked Ling, as the woman seemed to disregard her own thoughts in favor of her own judgments. I have already stated that I cannot acquiesce to this request, and I have long understood that your connection to Crocodile is not merely due to his strength. A trace of fear flickered across Nico Robin's beautiful visage. Yet she quickly regained her composure. I now comprehend why the world government is willing to offer a bounty of 100 million for your capture. Although Nico Robin recognized that she was not Ling's equal, she remained resolute in her determination to persist. Ling was unexpectedly captivated by the woman's unwavering determination. The treasure was presumably concealed deep within the earth of Alabasta, provided my conjecture holds true. Indeed, At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind him. When he turned to look, he was astonished to find the king of Alabasta appearing behind him. It became clear that the king had already conspired with Nico Robin regarding this entire affair. Young man, beneath the Brotherhood of Alabasta lies a vast wealth. However, a millennium-old divine beast once resided within, causing no one to dare approach for centuries. Thus, it appears that Nico Robin's decision to take you along was indeed at the behest of the king of Alabasta. In light of this, every possible scenario begins to fall into place. Young man, I know that aside from you, no one else can venture underground to confront that beast. Yet, the treasures belong to all members of this realm. Master Crocodile's devastation has left all of Alabasta in ruins. The king's face bore an expression of helplessness. As a monarch, faced with such overwhelming adversity, he had no one to confide in, which is why he sought out Nico Robin. If you can collaborate to unearth the treasure, I can offer you half of the spoils as remuneration. Chilling was taken aback. Although employing such tactics may seem somewhat dishonorable, it was ultimately a measure of desperation. Very well, since you all are indifferent, I shall have nothing to fear. Nico Robin, I agree to collaborate with you, but this time, I shall not require my share of the treasure. The king could hardly fathom that this young lad was willing to make such a grand sacrifice. As fellow pirates, why had the disparity between them grown so vast? That is your freedom. However, I am not a virtuous person, thus I must claim what rightfully belongs to me. Nico Robin chuckled in response. I possess the ability to decipher the ancient script inscribed on the stone tablet, allowing me to ascertain the true location of the treasure. Following the previous incident, the king had developed a profound trust in Ling. Moreover, aside from Ling, no one else could accomplish this task. I sincerely apologize. But due to the exceptional circumstances surrounding this matter, I am unable to disclose any information regarding this issue to anyone within the borders of Alabasta. Nico Robin was completely unconcerned, for in the eyes of the world government, she was already deemed an irredeemably wicked sorceress. It matters not. As long as I can obtain my rightful assets, you may place all the blame squarely upon me. Though her words were ordinary, they sent a chill down Ling's spine. Alabasta, with its subterranean riches, was a coveted treasure for all. Regrettably, the entirety of Alabasta had been irrevocably altered due to years of turmoil. Thus, even the treasures that remained there had become unattainable for most. Nico Robin had allied herself with Crocodile solely because of her unique ability to comprehend history. This extraordinary skill gradually drew the ambitious Crocodile's focus towards her, rendering him unable to refuse her request. Captured by Crocodile, Nico Robin bore an inescapable burden. Now that Crocodile had become Ling's vanquished adversary, he was free to seek the treasure of Alabasta. When Ling relayed these matters to the others, Aily hesitated. Master Ling, I am aware of the woman Nico Robin. She is a feared demoness in the eyes of the world government, and no one dares to collaborate with her. While her involvement may not significantly relate to Crocodile's failure, it remains a matter of suspicion. This was the first time Aily had displayed such an expression, burdening Ling with concern. However, given that even the king of Alabasta had consented, would it not be overly cautious to refuse? With a woman like her, there is no necessity for trust beyond that of a slave. Master Ling, I recognize your exceptional capabilities, yet you may very well fall victim to this cunning individual. Aily's tone was laden with concern for Ling's well-being. Hancock, merely a girl, exhibited no discernible judgment, gazing at Ling and the others with wide, innocent eyes. At this moment, Ace, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. I agree to let Ling search for the treasure. The opinions of the two shifted, and Aily's expression suddenly turned grave. Her eyes fixed intently on Ace. Foolish man, how can Master Ling so carelessly trust such a shameless lowlife? Do you believe she is like you? Their argument grew increasingly heated, yet Ling found himself unable to mediate, opting instead to remain silent. Evidently, both perspectives were worthy of contemplation. At that moment, Ling suddenly turned around and noticed a woman standing at the doorway. It was indeed Nico Robin. As expected, upon recognizing her, Aily's expression transformed instantly. Mr. Ling, your strength instills fear within me. Should you choose to strike, I would stand no chance against you. Therefore, my proposal for collaboration is sincere, and should you agree, it would be most fortuitous. Aily's face was etched with anger, her displeasure towards the woman palpable. Just as she prepared to confront her, Ling intervened. Nico Robin, I accept your terms. After careful consideration, Ling ultimately acquiesced. Master Ling, you absolutely must not engage in such reckless behavior. It is evident that Nico Robin is no good. Beside him, Aily continued to assert in a grave tone, refusing to relent. Since Ling has already made his decision, he will not be swayed by the opinions of others. A wise man will undoubtedly find no issue in collaborating with me. Nico Robin flashed a provocative smile, asserting her dominance over Aily, who seethed in frustration yet felt powerless. You are truly amusing. If a decision has already been made, why the concern? Ace remarked, waving his hand in a gesture of confusion. Ling did not engage in further conversation with them, but chose to follow Nico Robin instead. What enchantment does this woman possess that compels Lord Ling to heed her words? Aily found herself perplexed, her countenance marred by jealousy. Yet it was a feeling that brought her considerable discomfort. Meanwhile, Ling accompanied Nico Robin until they finally arrived at one of the most enigmatic locations within Alabasta. This was it, the place reputed to harbor the greatest treasures of mystery. After uttering these words, Nico Robin suddenly halted her steps. Surrounding them stood a large stone tablet, inscribed with characters that Ling could not decipher. "What is this?" Ling inquired repeatedly, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Did you not claim to know the approximate location of the treasure? The riddle inscribed here indicates that the treasure lies within this vicinity." Nico Robin produced a notebook and began to jot down notes, scrutinizing the tablet several times before reaching a conclusion. Upon hearing this, Ling's confusion deepened. Yet he found himself unable to act. His recollection placed the treasure's location here, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Legend spoke of terrifying beasts lurking beneath the earth, but the true nature of that realm had never been revealed. Thus, should we embark now, we might encounter peril, the nature of which remains uncertain. As Nico Robin uttered these words, it seemed as though she was deliberately provoking Ling, urging him to prepare himself. Since they had arrived, why not take a chance? Ling replied in a remarkably calm tone. Nico Robin, confident that this man would not decline, led Ling to a small entrance beneath the stone tablet. Many years had passed. It was uncertain whether this was still the sole exit. Ling remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding. The host has unlocked the task function. Startled and unprepared, Ling's expression turned tense as she grappled with the unfamiliarity of the situation. What exactly was this task function? The system began to elucidate its purpose. It explained that the host could undertake tasks assigned by the system to earn additional anger points. The tasks would range in difficulty from D to A, with the level of challenge determining the magnitude of rewards and the unlocking of further abilities. After a cursory understanding, Ling acknowledged that this indeed appeared to be a valuable asset. After all, it was impractical for her to engage in battle perpetually, which hindered her ability to level up swiftly. However, the system imposed a time constraint on the tasks. Failure to fulfill the requirements within the stipulated time would result in a deduction of corresponding anger points. Should her anger points dwindle, her level would decrease, with her accrued abilities serving as compensation for the loss. If, after exhausting all abilities, she still failed to complete the task, it would lead to her demise. Death. Ling was inexplicably engulfed by a sense of dread. Yet, this was precisely the high-risk nature of the system. It was such circumstances that fueled Ling's unwavering resolve and the challenges he had no choice but to confront. The varying levels of tasks corresponded to differing degrees of difficulty, along with a spectrum of rewards. Before each task commenced, the host could select one from among them. At that moment, the system's voice faded once more, leaving before Ling the visage of the enchanting Nico Robin. Ding, the task is being generated. Please select from the options presented. At this juncture, the system interface in Ling's mind reappeared, displaying 4 tasks categorized from D to A. However, these tasks remained obscured, only revealing themselves upon Ling's selection. A friendly reminder, once the host chooses a task, alterations are not permitted. Behind each task lay distinct rewards and corresponding penalties. The highest tier A-level task promised a reward of 300 points of anger value, an alluring temptation, indeed. Yet, the penalties for failure were equally daunting, resulting in a deduction of 450 points of anger value from the system. Consequently, should Ling falter, he risked losing his current level. In essence, the mastery of Amaterasu he held would be akin to being reclaimed. Upon reflection, the potential loss seemed substantial. After his last upgrade, Ling had merely 150 points of anger value remaining. In contrast, the D-level penalty, if he were to fail, would only deduct 120 points of anger value. If that were the case, it would not be too disastrous, as preserving his current level was of paramount importance. "Mr. Ling, are you frightened?" Nico Robin, standing beside him, could no longer contain her curiosity. She found it hard to believe that someone capable of defeating Crocodile could be intimidated by such matters. Ling, however, did not fully grasp the situation. His gaze fixated on the system panel. Strangely, beneath the A-level tasks, there appeared to be additional entries. This indicated that A-level tasks were not the pinnacle of difficulty, rather. Ling's current system level was insufficient to unlock higher tiers. Nevertheless, such details seemed trivial. Being a novice, Ling opted for the least challenging D-level task to mitigate risks. The system announced, initiating D-level task. Task requirement, successfully defeat the underground rampaging beast. The notion of a rampaging beast suggested that this task was not devoid of challenge. Fortunately, by selecting this task, Ling afforded himself a chance to prepare. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Beep. Task duration, 3 hours. Successfully defeat the rampaging beast. Task reward, 100 points of anger. Failure penalty, a deduction of 150 points of anger. The system's voice faded, and at that moment, Nico Robin could no longer contain her impatience. "Mr. Ling, you truly are an eccentric individual. You promised me earlier, yet now you seem rather passive." It was then that Ling realized his own preoccupations. After a wry smile, he explained, "It's nothing, merely contemplating some matters. Now that I am prepared, let us proceed." Nico Robin assessed Ling, confirming that he was indeed sincere, before making her way towards the entrance of the cavern. The surrounding sand had completely enveloped the area, and both she and Ling moved cautiously. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly, leading them into the subterranean realm. This place resembled an underground palace, replete with intricate environments. It was much as I had speculated. The former king had devised a labyrinthine domain to safeguard his treasures, controlling access to this hidden sanctuary. Silence enveloped Ling as Robin halted in his tracks, his gaze fixated on a distant glow of crimson flames ahead. "Have you noticed something?" Ling inquired. "The flames indicate an entrance. Perhaps we ought to venture in that direction. There might be unexpected wonders awaiting us." With this thought, Robin, disregarding any hesitation, took a couple of steps forward. However, Ling suddenly came to a halt, her expression tense as her eyes locked onto the same spot ahead. It was not fear that gripped her, but astonishment at the abundance of treasures that lay before them, far exceeding her expectations. The golden light emanating from the jewels was mesmerizing. Although it paled in comparison to Galroad's hoard, it was more than enough to fortify a nation with ease. The smile on Robin's face faded as he slowly reached out to grasp these so-called treasures. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Both Ling and Robin sensed an unsettling disturbance, and before they could react, a colossal beast erupted from the depths below. With a thunderous roar, the creature advanced towards them. "Is this the ferocious beast?" Robin pondered, eyeing the formidable creature that loomed before them, ready for battle. "I believe it would be prudent for us to unite against this formidable foe." After listening to this, Ling shook his head and extended his hand to shield Robin behind him. "No need. I can handle this on my own." Robin's eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to believe that this man dared to propose such audacious terms. "Ling, do you comprehend what you were saying?" she continued to inquire. "Of course I do. And that is precisely why I must take this brute down now." Still grappling with uncertainty, Robin was pushed back a couple of steps by the roaring beast behind her. Her gaze filled with panic as she stared at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Ling was already prepared, eager to witness the capabilities of this ferocious creature. Just as Robin opened her mouth to speak, the beast raised its hand and struck Ling with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding impact, Ling was struck down without any forewarning. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Nicole and Robin could hardly believe their eyes when they looked back in that direction. They discovered that Ling had appeared in another location. Fortunately, it had merely been a clone. Otherwise, you might have truly been obliterated by this colossal beast. The furious beast's eyes were now a fiery red, and its missed attack only intensified its rage. Although the creature could not speak, its expression betrayed its fury. "Do not be hasty. Have I not granted you the opportunity to confront me?" Robin exhaled in relief, realizing that her expectations of Ling had been grossly underestimated. When he defeated Crocodile, he employed remarkably unique abilities, and it was clear he would do so again. However, after a cursory glance, Robin found herself unable to discern what kind of devil fruit power this man possessed. Or perhaps he wielded a power even more formidable than that of the devil fruits. On the other hand, Ling was already contemplating how to tackle this behemoth. If he resorted to Amaterasu directly, he feared it would incinerate all the treasures here, rendering any potential gains worthless. Payne's abilities, aside from his clones, whether it be Universal Pull or Heavenly Strike, would wreak vast destruction in this place. His objective was merely to subdue this giant, so there was no need to waste treasures. After careful consideration, Ling ultimately resolved to employ Haki. The enraged beast could no longer restrain itself. Its massive form leaped forward, closing in on Ling. Just as its sharp claws were about to descend upon him, Ling had already sensed the impending attack with his observation Haki. He effortlessly evaded and reappeared behind the rampaging beast, having lost its attacking position. The beast attempted to reposition itself, but being merely a wild creature, this foolish maneuver exposed its vulnerability. Consequently, Ling clenched his fist and struck the beast's face with unrelenting force. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the impact, creating a massive crater, and the beast crashed heavily to the ground, already injured. Ling remained vigilant, for he understood that this ferocious beast was far more formidable than anticipated. "Mr. Ling, while you are indeed impressive, I sense that this matter may not be so easily resolved. If you require assistance, I believe I can be of help," Robin remarked, still feeling that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. However, Ling, rather than sharing her trepidation, chuckled with a calm demeanor and replied, "No need. If Miss Robin finds herself with idle time, she may choose to observe my splendid battle." Robin's confusion deepened. She could not fathom the source of this man's unwavering confidence. Yet, the events before her had already unfolded, leaving her with no recourse but to remain as a passive observer. Meanwhile, the defeated beast rose once more, its two prior setbacks having rendered it increasingly agitated. Regardless, caution is warranted. This creature appears to be enraged and could pose significant trouble, Robin stated with a tone of utmost seriousness. Ling had already contemplated this possibility, but the foremost priority was to fulfill the system's mission requirements. Although the system had not provided explicit guidance on how to complete this task, the current circumstances still instilled a sense of unease. Moments later, Ling prepared to employ his armament Haki once again, boldly approaching the agitated creature. I apologize, but this situation cannot continue, he declared before unleashing a massive punch upon the beast. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the once manic creature seemed to lose its will to fight. Observing the beast lying motionless on the ground, Ling was confident that the task had been accomplished. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task swiftly. Earning a reward of 100 anger points. Ding! Defeated the ferocious beast, earning 50 anger points. The cumulative rewards from the completed mission and the vanquished foe bestowed upon him a total of 150 anger points, an undeniably lucrative gain for Ling. With the troublesome adversary vanquished, the surroundings were devoid of any further threats, rendering the area quite safe. Relieved, Robin exhaled, her expression significantly more composed than before. Faced with a trove of treasures, they no longer hesitated and decided to claim all the riches. One must commend the former king of Alabasta for his thoughtfulness towards his subjects, having chosen to present such a bountiful gift. Had they not been discovered today, these treasures might have languished in the earth for eternity. Robin wholeheartedly agreed, noting that the inscriptions on the stone tablet seemed to be fading. After years of pursuit, she believed she had finally uncovered the truth of Alabasta and suspected that this reigning king might indeed be the last to know the secrets of the grand treasure. Perhaps the next monarch would never unearth these mysteries. A hint of regret graced Robin's features, not due to the inability to utilize the riches, but rather from the fear that such civilizations might be forever buried. Yet, she also felt exhilaration, as these invaluable insights had finally been brought to light. Upon returning, Ling distributed the treasures to the king of Alabasta, refraining from claiming any personal reward. From this perspective, it seemed exceedingly unjust. They had sacrificed so much in pursuit of the treasure yet received nothing in return. A flicker of regret crossed the king's face, accompanied by an indescribable guilt. However, Ling remained unbothered. It matters not. I care little for these riches. As long as this wealth can be utilized for the governance of Alabasta, then I consider it a noble act. The rest is inconsequential. The king struggled to comprehend this perspective, yet since Ling had no interest in the spoils, he chose to honor their agreement by offering Robin the portion intended for her. No need for that. My insistence stems solely from a desire to avoid raising suspicions about my identity. Since we've come this far, I see no necessity to claim anything. Robin's unexpected demeanor took the king by surprise, but upon reflection, he deemed it entirely reasonable. Preposterous. I refuse to believe that you, Robin, would possess such selflessness. The king suspected that her willingness to decline had hidden motivations, though the truth eluded him. Inside the chamber, Aily struggled to accept the reality before her. Ling, feeling somewhat awkward, refrained from further commentary, recognizing the limitations of his current situation. At that moment, Ace yawned, seemingly unaffected by the events that had transpired, chuckling lightly. Miss Aily, it seems you've misjudged others. Perhaps not everyone is as malevolent as you presume. Aily, already irritable with Ace, seized this opportunity to reaffirm her convictions. Foolish man. You have no right to comment on this matter. Everything I did was my own arrangement, with no connection to you. Ace understood her obstinacy but chose to remain silent. Lying quietly on his bed, this would be their final night in Alabasta, as they would depart the following morning. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared at the door. Ling turned to see it was Robin, her expression marked by an unusual seriousness, her demeanor tense as she approached him. Mr. Ling, I realize this may come as a surprise, but after careful consideration, I wish to join your ranks, Robin stated earnestly, her tone suggesting she was not jesting. When Ling received the news, he was indeed taken aback. What a jest. How could a woman like you choose to associate with us? Your status as a lowly individual seems to suit you perfectly. Why would you seek to ingratiate yourself with us in such a manner? This is utterly absurd. Aily shared a similarly perplexed expression, showing no intention of granting Robin any opportunity for explanation. Yet, Robin chose to disregard this, for this woman possessed no authority whatsoever. Mr. Ling, I am aware that my request may seem abrupt, but it is precisely your capabilities that have drawn me to join your crew. Of course, you are entirely free to refuse me. Even then, I would harbor no grievances. A hint of tension appeared on Robin's beautiful face, something Ling had never witnessed before. He never anticipated that this woman would proactively seek to join him. Indeed, if his aim was to strengthen his pirate crew, women like Robin were essential additions. Though she appeared rather ordinary at present, her value would undoubtedly manifest in the future. Lord Ling, do not acquiesce to this woman's unreasonable request. She merely seeks to create chaos at this juncture. Aily shouted vehemently, clearly in opposition. While disregarding Aly's sentiments was somewhat unsatisfactory, numerous factors must be considered. If viewed from a rational perspective, Ling had compelling reasons to agree. Miss Robin, I wholeheartedly welcome you to our ranks, Ling replied with a smile. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Aly's once confident visage fell into despair. No, why would Lord Ling entertain such a foolish notion? Hancock, unaware of the intricacies of the situation, stood by, offering comfort to Aily. Sister, is it not a cause for celebration to have a new companion join us? Aily felt at a loss for words, sensing her own impending collapse. Yet, the deed was done. Despite her despair, there was no recourse left. Thus, Robin became a member of Ling's pirate crew. Simultaneously, in a conference room within the world government, discussions unfolded. I have heard that the lad has defeated Crocodile, one of the notorious warlords of the sea. The remaining members chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the news. Crocodile was merely a figurehead, a pretext for destruction, rather than allowing him to wreak havoc. It would be preferable to eliminate him outright, thus alleviating our concerns. The other warlords echoed similar sentiments, expressing their views. However, this was a position of immense significance. Should it be lost now, it would have a profound impact on the governance of the world government. Therefore, we must swiftly find a replacement for Crocodile. The remaining participants offered little further comment. It sounded like a reasonable proposal, but ascending to the rank of Warlord of the Sea was no trivial feat. We hope that you will select an appropriate candidate for this esteemed title. As long as we can maintain the current situation, future events should remain unaffected. At this moment, all present fell silent. In this matter, no one possessed the right to voice an opinion. If that is the case, I believe we might persuade Ling to join our ranks. Should he become a warlord of the sea, it would fortify our position, would it not? This suggestion ignited restlessness among the others. What nonsense! A brash upstart, what qualifications does he possess to claim the title of warlord of the sea? Crocodile's defeat at his hands likely stemmed from his own arrogance. It is laughable. That foolish man cares solely for wealth. At his core, he is but a simpleton. Among the remaining members, no one dared to express dissent. Surroundings appeared significantly calmer, and the assembled individuals remained mute. Given the current circumstances, no superior solution seemed available to address this issue. Persuading him to become a warlord of the sea was the only viable course of action for our government. After all, the recent upheaval had been considerable. Failing to resolve this might incite the displeasure of the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are the ultimate symbol of power in the pirate world. In their eyes, anything that does not submit holds no reason to exist, particularly that insufferable brat who previously wreaked havoc in Mariewa. Ultimately, through negotiations within the world government, they opted to persuade Ling to become one of the warlords of the sea. Upon attaining this title, he would be able to roam freely as a pirate, unbound by the jurisdiction of the world government. However, Ling was somewhat oblivious to these developments. Having spent time in Alabasta, he felt no need to linger further. There was no imminent crisis to warrant his presence. It seemed time to depart. Otherwise, the situation might worsen. Ling could not help but express to the others. Since Robin's inclusion, Aily had grown increasingly sullen, thus lacking independent judgment in such matters. In light of this, I must choose to part ways with you. After all, traversing Alabasta was merely a minor undertaking for me. Now that matters have concluded, it is time for me to leave, Ace remarked candidly. It appeared that this small group was once again on the verge of disbanding. Good brother, though our acquaintance has been brief, you have brought me much joy. Collaborating with you has been a delightful experience. I hope we encounter one another again in the future. After casually borrowing a ship from the king of Alabasta, Ace set forth without hesitation, soon vanishing from sight. At this moment, Ling no longer hesitated and prepared to set off directly. A peculiar ship appeared at the entrance of the sea passage outside Alabasta. As Robin focused intently on that location, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, only for her expression to darken ominously in an instant. What is it? Ling inquired, completely perplexed by the situation. Robin's fear of the world government was immense. Witnessing it firsthand left her at a loss for words. Impossible, this cannot be happening, she uttered, her face etched with terror, which only deepened the confusion among Ling and the others. I remember this ship distinctly. It belongs to Admiral Akiji, one of the 3 marine admirals. If I am not mistaken, he must be here. Akiji. The name was not particularly unfamiliar, yet Ling was astonished at the prospect of encountering Akiji himself in this place. The only course of action now was to leave hastily. If that individual were to capture them, escaping would be utterly impossible. At this point, Robin's composure had completely shattered, and she continued to repeat with a tone filled with urgency. Ling could comprehend the woman's profound fear towards the naval government, yet he never anticipated that it would manifest so severely. However, even as they prepared to set sail, it would take nearly an hour to completely depart from this place. Regardless of the time required, we must not squander a single moment here. We must hasten our exit to the sea. Robin remained in a state of panic, voicing her concerns, but when she turned around, she realized it was already too late. The Admiral, Akiji, one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy, had long since appeared behind them. It's you. Robin could not maintain her composure, unable to restrain herself from pointing her trembling hands at Akiji and questioning him. Yet, Akiji remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Mr. Ling, encountering you here comes as quite a surprise, but at this juncture, I must divulge my intentions to you. Faced with the threat posed by one of the Navy's 3 great admirals, even Robin's courage faltered, her terror evident as she found herself at a loss for what to do. Nicole Robin, as one of the most wanted pirates, you are undoubtedly a malignant presence to the world government. However, I have heard that you have chosen to ally with Mr. Ling. Thus I shall not pursue this matter further. Nevertheless, Mr. Ling, you must allow me to finish what I have to say. Akiji maintained his characteristic nonchalance, a demeanor that, while familiar, still left the others feeling quite unsettled. Is this for real? Who does this guy think he is, speaking so arrogantly as if we are beneath him? At that moment, Ellie finally expressed her discontent. Once a princess of the heavens, she had indeed encountered Akiji before, though her impression of him was not particularly profound. This time, it was a private conversation with Mr. Ling, yet Akiji continued to speak in a tone that reeked of dissatisfaction. After listening to these words, Ling could not help but speak again. I sincerely apologize, but I believe there is no further necessity for us to continue this conversation. Initially, I thought these words were merely a casual remark, yet unexpectedly, someone beside me suddenly signaled. It turned out that all the Navy personnel surrounding us had already discarded their targets. Anyone daring to defy Admiral Akiji's wishes at this moment could very well be reduced to mere rubble by the cannons. I am aware of your formidable abilities, but your companions are unlikely to escape unscathed under such extensive bombardment. Therefore, Mr. Ling, this is your sole opportunity. It is evident that these individuals are intentionally trying to create difficulties for me. Robin has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for this so-called admiral among the Navy's 3 admirals and now yearns to eliminate him without hesitation. Ling's intentions were solely to care for her companions. If an unfortunate incident were to occur at this moment, she would likely bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Given that you have resorted to such despicable tactics, I find myself with no opportunity to decline. Is it not the case that as long as I agree to negotiate with you, you shall not complicate matters for Robin and the others? It is evident that Aily was once regarded as a celestial dragon, thus they would naturally exercise caution in their actions. Furthermore, Robin's unique identity necessitates that we take measures to avert any unnecessary complications at this juncture. This is, of course, true. The Navy government has never been known to speak frivolously. As long as you cooperate, this situation should not pose a significant challenge. Therefore, it appears that this is indeed the sole viable course of action. Upon contemplating this, Ling finally agreed with a sense of relief. Very well, Mr. Ling is a man of discernment. Inside the tavern, Ling maintained an air of composure as he faced off against the Navy's Admiral Akiji. The world government has already become aware of your triumph over Crocodile. Consequently, they have presented a rather enticing proposition to replace Crocodile and ascend to the esteemed ranks of the 7 Warlords of the sea. Ling was momentarily taken aback, yet she was not particularly surprised by the outcome. After all, following Crocodile's defeat, a new replacement for his position was indeed necessary. However, she had not anticipated that the government would approach her so swiftly. It was unexpected to be favored by the world government. Nevertheless, given her previous conflict with Admiral Akainu, coupled with her clear stance at that time, there would likely be no alterations in her situation. Meanwhile, Akiji's troubled expression suddenly contorted into a frown, revealing a sense of helplessness. This situation was indeed quite unfortunate. The conditions proposed by the government were already exceedingly tempting, yet it was surprising that she still remained unwilling to acquiesce. In light of this, it seemed that the circumstances should lead to new developments. Ling is quite perplexed by the intentions of this peculiar individual. Among the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akiji undeniably embodies an enigmatic aura. His expression perpetually reflects a sense of gloom, as if he believes the entire world owes him something. My message is abundantly clear. Regardless of the tempting propositions presented by the world government, I am resolute in my refusal to acquiesce. Ling gently sipped the fruit puree, continuing to speak in a rather casual tone. At that moment, however, a notification echoed in his mind, indicating that the system had generated a new ding. Congratulations. A new task has been unlocked. Why would the task requirements emerge at this particular moment? The impact was not overwhelmingly significant, yet there lingered a subtle sense of awkwardness. Ding. Please select one task to complete from the following 4 options. After a cursory glance at the task panel, it displayed the familiar options A, B, C, and D. This time, the rewards for the tasks appeared to bear no distinction from previous ones, save for an additional reward under the A-grade task, an experience orb. What could that possibly be? Although curiosity piqued, the pressing situation demanded his immediate attention, considering his current predicament. Failure in the A-grade task would not result in a decrease in his level. Conversely, successfully completing the task would grant him an upgrade. Thus, while the circumstances seemed precarious, they were not devoid of manageable solutions. Ultimately, he would have to confront these challenges, so it seemed prudent to proceed as planned. After a moment of hesitation, Ling resolved to embark on the A-grade task. Ding. A-grade task initiation detected. Given the task's heightened difficulty, the system required reconfirmation before proceeding, and upon receiving affirmation, the task details were unveiled. To his astonishment, the A-grade task comprised 2 parts. Task 1, deliver a slap to Qingji. What? The task sounded rather nonsensical. Setting aside the feasibility of its completion, the requirements presented by the system appeared devoid of any logical significance. After all, the ramifications of this entire affair had already escalated tremendously. The time limit was 10 minutes. The first task must be completed within this time frame to unlock the second. Failing to accomplish the first task or opting to forfeit would result in punishment. The system's alert served as a reminder to Ling that any misstep at this juncture was absolutely intolerable. With merely 10 minutes at his disposal, he needed to act swiftly, lest the situation deteriorate further. Mr. Ling, after such contemplation, have you made a decision? Qingji, resting her chin on one hand, interjected at this moment. In truth, Ling had articulated his thoughts quite clearly from the outset. Qingji's inquiry seemed merely a ploy to sway his original stance. Haha. I never anticipated that your world government would operate in such a peculiar manner. I have already expressed my position previously. It appears that my words have not met your expectations, given that you have chosen to pose the same question again. Qingji merely nodded, refraining from any rebuttal at that moment. Ling no longer harbored any thoughts. Instead, he rose abruptly, directing a scornful gaze toward the figure of Aokiji before him. In the next instant, he unleashed a resounding slap across the face of Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. The sharp crack of the impact reverberated through the tavern, leaving all patrons in stunned silence. They could scarcely believe that this nameless youth had the audacity to commit such a brazen act against a member of the Navy. It is crucial to recognize that, should the situation escalate, the Marine forces could effortlessly reduce this establishment to rubble. Aokiji, however, merely regarded Ling with a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips rather than anger. It seemed that Mr. Ling had made up his mind, and thus there was no reason for me to squander time at this juncture. Regrettably, should you refuse this request, you will still be regarded as pirates by the world government. Aokiji slowly rose to his feet, his tone imbued with a sense of gravity. Ling was not taken aback by this outcome, for he understood that all consequences were of his own making, and thus he must brace himself to confront the repercussions. Ling had yet to exhibit any response. Instead, her phone began to ring at that moment. Hello, this is Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. The matters we discussed have been settled. It appears that Mr. Ling is unwilling to cooperate. In that case, we shall proceed as required and commence bombardment in half an hour. What? Before her, Ling could hardly believe her eyes. She had not anticipated that these so-called Navy officials would resort to such extreme actions. The fundamental situation had been firmly established. Should they discover that the few of them remained present, they would adopt stringent measures, irrespective of the outcome. Ling contemplated countless methods of turning against the other party. Yet she never anticipated such despicable behavior. This is Alabasta. Even if we refuse to acquiesce, you would never resort to such outrageous actions, would you? Ling spoke with unwavering resolve. Aokiji still bore an expression that seemed to be steeped in profound anguish. I sincerely apologize. All of this was Mr. Ling's choice. Therefore, any issues that arise must be shouldered solely by you. With that, Aokiji promptly turned and departed, as if none of this had ever transpired. At this moment, Ling began to feel a tinge of regret. However, this endeavor was undertaken by her own volition, and no amount of remorse could alter the course of events now. Moreover, the modus operandi of the world government is characterized by its extreme measures. Upon further reflection, Ling even started to question whether her decision to accept this mission had led to her current predicament. Yet, given the present circumstances, all speculation seemed futile. If they could not extricate themselves from this place, a dead end awaited them. Ding. The system is unlocking task 2 for the host, successfully thwart the Navy's new wave of assaults. Indeed, the challenge was truly befitting of an A-level task. Ling has begun to experience a twinge of regret. Had she not adhered to the demands of the A-level system in her decision-making, perhaps there could have been an opportunity for negotiation regarding the situation. However, given the current circumstances, it is evident that everything has already transpired, leaving no room for alteration. It is worth noting that the number of naval forces present at the entrance had significantly exceeded normal parameters. At that moment, attempting to thwart the onslaught of those naval forces was an endeavor beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Yet now, the system stipulations have been firmly established. With a mere 3 hours allotted for action, this implies that the Navy is poised to launch their next offensive within this time frame. Should she be unable to withstand their assault, not only would the mission fail, but her companions would also find themselves in perilous danger. It is truly exasperating. Ling has begun to reproach herself for being overly impulsive. However, the events have already transpired, and no amount of inner turmoil can alter the outcome. Ling dashed out. And at that moment, Ijuan was indeed fully committed, poised to launch the next wave of attack. Robin's face displayed an unprecedented tension, as the naval affairs had rendered him incapable of accepting the harsh reality before him. Those self-righteous naval forces, in their pursuit of superficial justice, seemed intent on sacrificing us all right here. Robin's analysis, though not without merit, was rendered moot by the unfolding situation. There was no recourse available. Fortunately, it appeared that a considerable distance still lay between them and the Grand Palace of Alabasta. While the bombardment could potentially extend throughout Alabasta, the extent of the damage likely would not be extensive. Ling anxiously surveyed the vessels before him, his expression a complex tapestry of tension. What audacity possessed those self-righteous naval authorities to act with such impudence? Did they truly believe themselves to be anything other than wretched, lowly beings? A hint of indignation flickered in Ellie's gaze as she murmured softly in this moment of crisis. In the face of such overwhelming adversity, what could one possibly do? Time was rapidly slipping away. The Navy had aimed all their artillery towards the coastline where Ling and his companions stood. Simultaneously, Aokiji sat within the confines of a ship's cabin, peering through a telescope at the horizon. It was evident they were anchored there, Thus, there was no reason to squander time and hastily deploy the bubble machine to subdue them all. The surrounding Navy personnel readily complied, unhesitatingly directing their cannon fire towards Ling and his allies. These foolish pirates indeed seemed poised to strike. Robin, unable to suppress her anxiety, clenched her teeth, her face betraying her unease, reluctant to accept the grim reality. Yet, what could be done now? Everything had transpired. Even if her heart was laden with countless reservations, she steeled herself to endure. Mr. Ling, allow me to draw the Navy's attention. Their target is clearly me this time. With that being the case, there is nothing to fear. Upon hearing these words, Ling was further convinced of Robin's resolve. It was inconceivable that this woman would utter such sentiments unless she truly wished to join their ranks. Although this A-level mission appeared perilous, it seemed they had no choice but to confront it head-on. Rest assured, since I have declined Akiji's terms, I shall handle this matter. Mere artillery fire is trivial in my eyes. With an air of unwavering confidence, Ling continued to speak. Everyone present was acutely aware of the inherent risks involved in this matter. Should they act recklessly, it could potentially lead to unnecessary repercussions. If the situation escalated, the consequences could indeed be dire. There was no denying that the naval bombardment would undoubtedly result in considerable casualties. As a newcomer among you, I have no desire to subject you to the same anguish I face. Therefore, allow me to shoulder this burden, Robin declared with resolute conviction, seemingly unwilling to contemplate any significant changes at that moment. However, Ling had already accepted this mission, and his priority was to navigate the task with minimal unforeseen complications. Having resolved to entertain this hypothesis, I naturally possess the means to manage it. There is no need for you to fret over such matters. Ling spoke with a tone of certainty, indicating that her words were not mere idle chatter. In light of this, it seemed that the situation could indeed take a turn for the unexpected. Robin found it hard to accept this reality. She had intended to intervene forcefully at that moment. However, Hancock suddenly materialized behind the opponent and delivered a powerful blow that rendered him unconscious. Simultaneously, the Navy personnel on the sea had readied their cannons, preparing to unleash the first round of devastating fire. The government had established a directive to proceed with this assault without hesitation, regardless of any unforeseen circumstances. Akiji spoke with unwavering resolve during this tense moment. At that very instant, all the Navy personnel who had received orders opted to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the sea was soon filled with a barrage of cannonballs, creating an atmosphere fraught with the potential for catastrophe. Ling fixated intently on the barrage of cannonballs hurtling towards him. These flaming projectiles were imbued with a menacing aura, capable of wreaking havoc across the entire expanse of the sea with but a single misstep. As he observed the relentless approach of the shells, an unsettling tension began to grip his heart. He sensed that resolving this predicament would not be as straightforward as it appeared, especially under such dire circumstances. In that crucial moment when the cannonballs drew perilously close, Ling summoned every ounce of strength he possessed and activated the divine law of heaven as punishment. Barely managing to fend off the assault, the arrows of cannon fire were swiftly repelled, leaving the nearby naval officers in a state of bewilderment. This was disastrous. All the cannonballs had completely reversed direction, and the situation seemed utterly unmanageable. A few of the sailors could not suppress their screams, their faces contorted in fear. Akiji, too, felt a pang of confusion. Glancing in that direction revealed the stark reality of the unfolding chaos. The uncontrollable ricochet of the projectiles led to the destruction of several naval vessels. Lord Ling, you are truly formidable, exclaimed Aily, her disbelief evident in her wide eyes. At this moment, Ling embodied the might of an immensely powerful army. With the first round of cannon fire concluded, Akiji had no intention of conceding defeat just yet. Admiral, what kind of terrifying power does that kid possess to reflect all our cannonades? Our situation has deteriorated significantly. Several sailors voiced their fears, their expressions marred by trepidation. Akiji could not tolerate the humiliation inflicted upon him, and his tone grew more severe as he issued commands. Regardless of the circumstances, we must devise a way to eliminate them. We currently have over a dozen warships at our disposal. We need not fear. Yet, the recoil damage from the earlier bombardment had already cost them nearly half their combat strength, and if this continued, it could spiral out of control. One of the sailors could not help but continue. Clearly, for someone capable of causing such a commotion even in Mariawa, this is no ordinary feat. Akiji, however, chose not to abandon hope. Instead, his expression darkened with rage. Whatever it takes, I will ensure that kid cannot escape. You are not permitted any errors in this matter. The consequences will rest solely upon your shoulders should you fail. After hearing his words, the remaining sailors dared not voice any dissent, resigning themselves to comply with grim resolve. The recent offensive led by Ling cannot be deemed significant, for it is highly probable that the Navy will initiate another round of bombardment. Indeed, as anticipated, the warships upon the sea surface have once again readied their cannons. The unpredictability of their actions is beyond imagination. However, failing to act at this juncture would yield equally dire consequences. At this moment, Ling acutely senses a stark contrast in his condition compared to before. Lord Ling, is it that you can no longer contend with these foolish adversaries? If your body cannot withstand the strain, it would be best not to push yourself. Ellie expresses her concern with evident empathy. Yet, if this predicament remains unresolved, it may spiral further out of control. Fear not. You must swiftly devise a means to escape from here. As for these Navy forces, I shall handle them alone, Ling asserts with unwavering determination. Ellie glances at Hancock beside her, and at Robin, who has succumbed to unconsciousness and can only acquiesce. Their vessel is not too distant from this location. If they can endure the impending rounds of naval bombardment, a chance for escape may present itself. However, evading the Navy's onslaught will not be a simple endeavor. Thus, Ling plays a pivotal role in this scenario, as only through his actions can the situation stabilize. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of his own limitations. Should he continue to engage, the Navy may exhaust all his stamina, leading to an even graver predicament. Presently, the only technique at his disposal is the earth-shattering star. Yet, employing this technique demands immense energy, as even his voice may struggle to bear the intensity of such damage. Nevertheless, it remains the sole means to dismantle the entire vessel. Ling's gaze was firmly fixed upon the remaining warships, and in order to stabilize the situation, he could merely utilize his limited opportunities to address the matter at hand. Meanwhile, an intense surge rippled across the surface of the lake where the Navy was stationed, causing the waters to rise tumultuously. The Navy personnel stationed at the entrance appeared to be completely ensnared by this formidable force. What an unsettling sensation. Why does fear grip me so? An increasing number of sailors began to experience unprecedented trepidation over the unfolding events, utterly at a loss as to how to respond. It took Aokiji a moment to regain his composure, realizing that the situation was likely far more intricate than they had initially surmised. The warships were beginning to falter. Should they engage in a direct confrontation, it was likely that all would perish in this very place. The atmosphere was thick with an unparalleled dread among the sailors, prompting one to voice their apprehension. Faced with such a threat, Aokiji sensed the gravity of the situation, his countenance betraying a flicker of anxiety. Cease the assault, he declared, aware that if they proceeded, their demise was imminent. Upon uttering these words, he promptly commanded all his troops to halt their offensive, striving to maintain their current state of affairs. The Navy, upon hearing this, dared not exhibit any negligence and swiftly withdrew their attacks. At that very moment, Ling observed the Navy's intent to abandon their offensive, and in a bid to conserve his strength, he refrained from fully unleashing the power of the Earth explosion star. Although Ling had reached the limits of his physical endurance, it was confirmed that the Navy would not launch another round of bombardment. Weakened, Ling felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his entire being and, with great difficulty, began the arduous journey back, his frail body struggling to maintain momentum. At that moment, Robin had awakened, her face a canvas of indescribable fury. Where had those naval forces vanished? Turning her gaze, she realized they were at the very center of the sea's expanse, with no sight of anyone besides Ling and the others. They had successfully evaded the Navy's offensive range, yet were now left in uncertainty regarding their destination. As Ling's words trailed off, he once again clutched his injured chest. The recent battle had drained him of an excessive amount of energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. However, the completion of the system's task requirements alleviated his concerns. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully negotiating an escape from the Navy, earning a reward of 150 points of fury. The system panel indicates that a small portion of fury is still required for the next victory. Thus, it suffices to accomplish any task at random to proceed. Ling inhaled sharply, a vague sensation washing over her that her body seemed to be less tormented than before. What could be the reason for this? Ding. Upon completing a task, any negative effects borne by the host will be restored in the shortest possible time. It seems that this system is indeed quite humane. However, it predominantly showcases its formidable strength. With this thought, Ling felt a profound sense of personal growth. Lord Ling, do your injuries still ache? In front of her, Aily hurriedly approached, inquiring with a cautious tone. Ling shook her head, indicating that her mental state had completely recovered. Robin approached Ling, exchanged a few courteous words, and then returned to her original position. Where's this place? Hancock blinked, her eyes filled with anticipation. At this moment, Ling and the others finally began to comprehend their surroundings. The environment appeared to be a fantastical kingdom, captivating them significantly. It was then that Robin, who had remained silent, rested her chin on her hand and could not help but speak. If she was not mistaken, this should be a distant land. A distant land. What kind of place is this? Ling found everything here to be exceedingly unfamiliar, perhaps even a gateway to uncharted territory. Near the sea level, a rather substantial island should emerge, where we might discover what we seek. The distant land promises to be a realm of enchantment, Robin analyzed once more. Aily, taken aback, immediately resorted to sarcasm. How amusing. How is it that you possess this knowledge, woman? Robin fell silent for a moment before revealing a book she held. It is quite simple. I have conducted my research here. The confidence that once adorned Aily's face abruptly faded, leaving her coldly leaning against the side. Let us venture forth. Hancock suddenly pointed towards a specific area ahead and spoke. Are you certain? Robin cautioned. The distant land is indeed a place of wonder, but it is said that few emerge alive from its grasp. If we proceed blindly, we may encounter inevitable peril. Ling had contemplated this very concern. Yet the allure of the unknown promised a unique surprise. Besides, he had no intention of retreating. What nonsense! How could Lord Ling possibly be intimidated by such trivialities? It is you foolish ones who have made sacrifices out of fear. At this moment, Robin refrained from quarreling with Aily, instead casting a glance towards Ling, seemingly awaiting his thoughts. Let us proceed. After all, there are no guarantees in such matters, Ling finally offered after a prolonged silence. Though Robin struggled to comprehend. The decision had been made, and her only option was to accompany him. Before them lay an island. Indeed, though not particularly vast, its outline was still discernible. At that moment, the vessel fortuitously docked at the shore. Ling took the lead to disembark, only to discover that everything here seemed rather ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. The surrounding environment appeared remarkably beautiful, evoking an indescribable sensation. How lovely! Is it truly so perilous here? At that moment, Hancock could not help but utter a few words. As Ling proceeded alongside, the path beneath them had transformed entirely compared to before. After a brief moment, Ling and the others suddenly paused at a small area by the roadside, their gazes shifting as they continued to observe their surroundings, soon realizing that everything here indeed held an air of complexity. Such enormous footprints. At this juncture, Ellie's eyes fixated on a particular spot ahead, her face beginning to contort with panic upon witnessing the colossal entity before her. Let us venture in and take a look, Robin suggested once more. After all, having come this far, it would be unthinkable to miss out on the opportunity. Thus it was imperative to provide sufficient assurance at this moment. Otherwise, the situation could potentially lead to unnecessary repercussions. Without much thought, Ling and the others made their way toward the location of the enormous footprint. However, after a brief passage of time, they suddenly came to a halt. Before them, they discerned the faint outlines of several figures. Yet, there had been no sight of any sailboats in the vicinity. What could possibly account for the presence of these figures in such a place? Ling had yet to comprehend the situation when Robin instinctively sensed the presence of danger. Something was amiss. It appeared that trouble was afoot. At that moment, the confident Ellie seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as well, immediately turning her gaze in that direction, only to discover that the individuals ahead had already fixed their sights upon her. Moments later, the leader of the opposing group, who had previously exhibited a calm demeanor, suddenly displayed signs of agitation, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Hey, boss, it seems we have a few more prey this time. Simultaneously, the source of the enormous footprints was finally uncovered. Ling never anticipated that amidst the breathtaking beauty of the island, such a colossal beast would exist. Perched atop this creature was the so-called leader, as referred to by his companions. From the imposing stature of this individual, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. At this moment, Ling and her companions found themselves devoid of any avenues for retreat. They had initially believed that human presence in such a locale would be non-existent, only to discover that the historical records had been profoundly misleading. Robin, setting aside the tome she had been engrossed in, spoke softly. Suddenly, the figure astride the enormous beast erupted into laughter, unable to mask the tension that lurked beneath his facade. Ha ha ha, what a Navi woman. This place is known as the Distant Lands, and few ever manage to arrive here. Do you truly believe that the information you've read could offer you even the slightest assistance? In that moment, Robin fell silent. The confines of the historical texts indeed raised numerous questions, yet she resolutely refused to allow such a character to demean her. This situation should not unfold in such a manner. She returned the book to her possession. However, for Ling, these individuals were undoubtedly the most troublesome adversaries. After a brief interlude, several pirates surrounding the leader grew increasingly impatient and began to speak in coarse tones, reiterating their sentiments. Captain, these fools have asked far too many questions. It is utterly pointless. Rather than waste time here, let us take action. Ling noticed the man speaking. The patterns on his arms seemed to attest that he had once been a pirate. Are you also pirates? At this moment, Ling suddenly spoke up. The man among them was taken aback, perhaps not expecting Ling to utter such words. After a brief silence, he retorted mockingly, Kid, I didn't realize you were so clever to see through our identities so quickly. To this, Ling was indeed somewhat surprised. However, after observing the surroundings for quite some time, he still could not find any trace of the vessel they had arrived in. It was impossible. There were no ships in sight. And discerning the truth was far from simple. At this juncture, Ellie could no longer restrain herself and spoke up, unaware that her words would have even more significant repercussions. The leader, mounted on a beast, bore an expression of smugness, his previously composed demeanor now radiating arrogance. Ha ha ha, foolish souls, do you truly believe this matter is so straightforward? We can no longer search, our ship has long since vanished. After all these years, we have discarded our identities as pirates and become mere inhabitants here. Around him, his subordinates erupted in cheers, evidently pleased with their current situation. At this moment, Robin seemed to grasp something. No wonder the records in this book described such events. It turned out this place became a graveyard for other pirates because of your interference. A flicker of panic crossed Ellie's previously haughty face, as she struggled to believe what she had just heard. Ha ha, not only are you beautiful, but you are also remarkably intelligent. In that case, why not become my woman? These pirates, having undergone extensive trials, had finally established their foothold here, severing ties with the world government long ago. As for how it happened, no one could guarantee the details. Haha, this time, apart from that foolish man, all the remaining women shall become our prey. Those who prove useless will be disposed of without hesitation. Although Ling did not perceive the extent of absurdity in the words spoken by these pirates, the determination they exhibited was commendable in its own right. Fools, are you still unaware of what you are doing? The hint of displeasure in Aily's gaze was unmistakable. Haha, pitiful woman, I have witnessed countless pirates, and many women have chosen to end their lives in various ways for the sake of dignity. But you are far too beautiful, I simply cannot allow you to perish. The pirates' faces were etched with greed, revealing their innermost desires, which Aily found rather laughable. Ultimately, you are nothing more than slaves, devoid of any freedom. How dare you engage in such actions? Truly, you lack discernment. Aily's words struck deeply into the hearts of these once arrogant pirates. One among them could no longer restrain himself. Are you a celestial dragon? Only those lofty celestial dragons would entertain such notions. So it seems. Upon hearing this, the pirates' previously boastful expressions transformed into even greater arrogance. Haha, this is not Mariewa, nor is there a world government here. What if you were a celestial dragon? Becoming our slave would be quite a delightful fate. Aily sensed that her attempts at persuasion had not only been futile, but had also incited excitement among the pirates. Robin remained silent, her expression complex as she regarded Aily. This so-called celestial dragon princess possessed a distinct quality that set her apart from other celestial dragons. Haha. This time we will capture them all and let them witness the terror of our nightmare crew. Beside them, a massive beast let out a triumphant howl. In that moment, both sides were poised for the next round of confrontation. Just as Robin prepared to intervene, Ling stopped her. Leave these foul-mouthed brutes to me. Besides, I am quite intrigued by the beast they ride. Indeed, having acquired the formidable abilities of the system, Ling could not afford to falter at this juncture. His current objective was to assert himself in the fray. Although Robin struggled to understand his reasoning, she respected Ling's decision. At this moment, the so-called nightmare crew had dispatched several burly men. You lot, give this brat a thorough beating. Let him learn what true cruelty is. The leader, mounted upon the beast, could not suppress his triumphant laughter, his expression radiating an unsettling confidence. Moments later, the surrounding area began to teem with an increasing number of individuals. These people were either subordinates who had always belonged to them or captives left behind from the previously fallen pirates. In their eyes, Ling's appearance bore no semblance of intimidation. Go, brother. Hancock's innocent face lit up with a hint of a smile as she spoke. Ling let out a cold snort and slowly approached the group of individuals before her. Call a few more people. For I fear you shall not endure even a single round. Ling's confident tone left all the remaining pirates astounded. They had intended to engage in a fair duel, only to find this young man so brazenly arrogant. Ignorant fool, do you grasp the words that escape your lips? They thought. With such audacity, there was no need for courtesy. The captain, taken aback by such an unusual demand, raised his hand to summon more of his subordinates. At that moment, 7 or 8 pirates gathered around Ling. In truth, he could easily crush them with but a mere flick of his wrist. But such an act would be devoid of enjoyment. It was akin to dining. Savoring delectable morsels slowly was far more gratifying than devouring everything in one go, which would render the experience utterly mundane. Come now, you may strike. To ensure a level playing field, I shall choose to forfeit, Ling declared, extending his hand and adopting an expression of feigned innocence. The surrounding pirates appeared somewhat perplexed, uncertain of his intentions. Instead of seizing the opportunity, they seemed rather hesitant in this precarious situation. What is the matter? Have I not granted you your chance? Why do you hesitate to act? Ling's voice carried a hint of bewilderment. At last, one particularly reckless individual charged forward, fists clenched, intent on closing the distance to Ling. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Ling deftly evaded the assault with astonishing speed. Such swiftness rendered the average person incapable of reaction. What nonsense is this? What is happening? The unfortunate pirate, oblivious to the gravity of his predicament, prepared to strike once more. Ling found this individual somewhat amusing, and continued to speak even after the segment concluded. It is truly regrettable. I had anticipated that your abilities were rather commendable, but it seems I have overestimated you. Subsequently, Ling utilized his observation hockey to reappear behind the pirate he had engaged previously. The pirate flailed about aimlessly, yet no matter what he attempted, he was unable to land an attack on Ling. After several exchanges, it appeared that the opponent was growing weary, evident by the pain etched across his face. At that moment, Ling raised his hand and effortlessly knocked the pirate to the ground. As the pirate lay on the ground, just regaining his senses, all those behind him chose this moment to strike. Ling had long since grown accustomed to the situation, raising his hand to effortlessly bring all remaining foes to the ground. He did not even resort to utilizing his inherent abilities, relying solely on his basic observation skills. At this moment, the leader upon the beast began to exhibit signs of panic, having never anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent. It appeared that your skills were not particularly formidable after all. Such foolish actions could only be executed by individuals like them. Ling couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mockery on his face. How infuriating. Why is it that you cannot even handle this little brat? The leader raged vehemently before him. The defeated pirates could only display expressions of embarrassment as they sluggishly returned to their captain's side. Ah, what a delightful spectacle. It seems I indeed underestimated your capabilities, young one. In light of this, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, the opponent leaped down from the beast, presenting a fierce demeanor that clearly indicated he was no ordinary adversary. Ling was indeed curious about what further tricks this individual could conjure. At that moment, the opponent suddenly leaped up, producing several massive blades from seemingly nowhere. Such a fearsome display caused Ling to feel a twinge of anxiety, yet ultimately, the adversary's abilities were woefully inadequate. Thus, utilizing the resources of the Jiangwen society, he deftly evaded the pirate leader's assault and swiftly positioned himself behind the leader. Before I defeat you, there is something of great importance I must convey. If I am successful in overcoming you, I desire that creature by your side, Ling declared. Gesturing towards the immense beast previously commanded by the leader responded with a confident smile. Do not overestimate your own abilities. If you truly manage to defeat me, I will grant you any request you make. At this moment, Ling finally revealed a smile tinged with confidence, and continued to hum to herself. In that case, I shall not hold back. However, her opponent still felt that Ling was not as formidable as anticipated. After all, it seemed she was merely indulging in reckless antics. The leader, brimming with self-assurance, continued to wield his machete, preparing to defeat Ling in this round. Amaterasu. Suddenly, Ling opened his blood-red eyes, unleashing a formidable power. At that moment, a flame inexplicably erupted from the leader. It was truly amusing that he thought he could defeat me in such a manner. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the leader prepared to speak once more, only to realize that the fire had already begun to spread across his body at an alarming rate. The leader hastily commanded his subordinates to utilize all available water resources. However, after several attempts to douse the flames with buckets of water, he discovered that these flames could not be extinguished. What is happening? The leader seemed to grasp the escalating tension, desperately attempting to break free, yet found himself utterly powerless to do so. Meanwhile, Ling remained remarkably composed, gazing at his adversary with an air of unwavering confidence. Cease your struggles. This fire cannot be extinguished. No matter how hard you try, it is futile, Ling asserted with conviction. Yet, such confidence only served to mislead the leader further. What peculiar fruit ability is this? How is it that Ling, despite having employed various powers, can still perform feats beyond the capabilities of others? Robin found herself increasingly intrigued by this man, bound by her unique position. She felt unable to press for further inquiries. The leader could distinctly feel the flames beginning to sear his entire being, and despite exhausting every possible means, he could not extinguish the inferno engulfing him. This is dire. Why is this happening? The leader's voice, tinged with desperation, appeared somewhat comical in the eyes of the onlookers. Ling, have you ever considered that the omen of Itachi would have such a significant impact here? Have you already resigned yourself to defeat? If you choose to surrender at this moment, there may still be a chance for your mercy. With a gaze laced with mockery, Ling continued her discourse. The leader, daunted, could voice no objections and was compelled to acquiesce. I was wrong. This time I truly recognize my folly. It is our foolishness that has led us to this predicament. Hearing this man plead for mercy brought a sense of relief to Ling. After all, their self-righteous machinations could not persist indefinitely. Hence, complying with the demand, Ling promptly lifted the Amaterasu that had been afflicting the man before her. At that moment, the tension on the leader's face seemed to dissipate. However, moments later, a peculiar smile returned to his countenance. With the troublesome flames extinguished, his demeanor grew more arrogant, and his confidence swelled considerably. Ling, seemingly unfazed by the sudden shift in his disposition, appeared to have anticipated these developments. Navi, fool, allow me to demonstrate what true cruelty entails. Unable to restrain himself, the leader charged toward Ling. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the situation was indeed far more complex than it appeared. Ling appeared to possess no hesitation, her gaze fixed intently upon her opponent. At this moment, the leader seemed to believe he had secured a victory, seizing the opportunity to strike directly. Yet, in the instant he committed to his attack, Ling effortlessly memorized his technique and swiftly countered. Bang! The leader's body stiffened, utterly unprepared for the fact that his overconfidence would lead to his downfall at the hands of Ling in a single move. At that moment, all the surrounding pirates were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this had transpired so abruptly. The leader convulsed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. Our captain has been defeated. Who is this individual, and how could he so easily vanquish our leader? The crew began to grow anxious, yet they found themselves powerless to act. Meanwhile, Ling maintained her composure, gradually advancing towards the remaining pirates. Initially, she had no intention of engaging, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. As she approached the pirates, she acted as if nothing had occurred. Robin, having anticipated this outcome, was still surprised by the swiftness of the event. The leader had ultimately been dispatched with a single strike. However, the pirates behind him seemed far from ready to relent. Foolish ones, do not presume that your actions have rendered you invincible. Even if you have bested our captain, our comrade Godfrey will certainly not let you go. Godfrey? Ling's gaze lingered upon the beast, as if she had finally discerned its true nature. It seemed that after all this time spent in turmoil, everything had come effortlessly. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, announcing the initiation of a new task, instructing the host to select subsequent actions based on their level. Ling inhaled sharply, a glimmer of anticipation flickering across his countenance. In order to maintain his current state, he opted for a D-level mission. Completing this task would yield sufficient anger points for him to ascend, thus eliminating the necessity to confront the greater risks associated with higher-level assignments. Ling, seasoned by past experiences, recalled the last encounter with the Navy, where the task had transcended the limits of what he could endure. This time, the risks were formidable and demanded utmost caution. With a chime, the task commenced: successfully subdue Gafra to earn 100 Fury points. However, failure would incur a penalty of losing 120 Fury points. Thus, the difficulty of this mission appeared to be less outrageous than initially imagined. Before him, Gafra had let out 2 thunderous roars and charged forward with astonishing speed. Despite being a beast, seizing the moment, Gafra leapt into the air, its hefty form crashing down onto the ground with a resounding thud. Bam! Ling did not evade at all. Around him, those pirates believed that Ling had been defeated and had become Gafra's prey. They laughed, thinking him formidable, only to discover he was nothing but a mere wretch. Gafra, crush him into a pulp. At that moment, a cry of agony echoed from Gafra. Before anyone could react, Gafra's massive body unexpectedly began to levitate. Ling stood composed beneath Gafra, effortlessly utilizing the universal attraction to ensnare him. Such a massive form, should it fall to the ground, would surely result in excruciating pain, Ling mused with a cold scoff. Accompanied by a series of anguished cries from Gafra, Ling forcefully slammed him into the earth. The resounding thud echoed, leaving all witnesses in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom that this entire ordeal was orchestrated by Ling. Gafra's body writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to rise. Gafra, what has become of you? Engage in battle and vanquish this insolent foe. Despite the cacophony of shouts from the pirates behind him, Gafra remained immobile. After a few moments of helpless resignation, he finally ceased all movement. Congratulations, host, you have successfully subdued Gafra and earned 100 anger points. As the moment passed, Ling remained composed at the side. Upon glancing back, he noticed the pirates were now engulfed in sheer panic. Here, if they were not vanquished by others, they faced the dire risk of being abandoned in the vast sea. Forgive us, we were indeed foolish. We recognize our errors. Please spare us. The plea echoed, as more individuals began to beg for mercy, utterly at a loss for how to navigate the unfolding chaos. Ling was reluctant to take action, wishing to entrust the decision of this matter to others. In an instant, Aily rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap across the faces of 2 of the men. The sharp crack of her hand rendered them momentarily stunned. Listen closely. You are now nothing more than dignified slaves. If you wish to preserve your lives, you must submissively bow before the authority of Lord Ling. Ling was indifferent to these matters. Only after confirming that the remaining pirates posed no threat did he feel at ease. Wait. Since you have been on this island for such an extended period, you must have discovered many things, Robin inquired. At that moment, all the pirates displayed expressions of astonishment. Rendered speechless, the remote location was indeed secluded, and although few had traversed this place, it was highly likely to harbor even more significant treasures. With a grave demeanor, Robin articulated her thoughts. Ling turned to gaze at the beast beside her. This colossal creature had long since been subdued by her, now lying utterly motionless. Ding! The notification of successfully unlocking the beast transformation template resonated once more. Ling furrowed her brows slightly, taken aback by the system's swift arrival. However, the evolution speed provided by the system had undergone a significant transformation compared to before. This indicated that the current phase marked merely the conclusion of the materialized form, representing a superficial change. At this juncture, the lower-tier systems required resolution, yet the methodology remained a perplexing dilemma. The metamorphosis into a beastly form would hinge upon the system's level. At present, it was merely catalogued within the system's capabilities, with no alterations in the frequency or probability of unlocking. In this light, it was evident that the system had indeed presented Ling with a formidable challenge. By the time she regained her composure, Robin had completely subdued the remaining pirates. The arbitrary decision to abandon signified the presence of treasures, as evidenced during their previous passage through Alabasta. Though they did not seize the treasures within, everything here was within their rightful reach. Robin continued to speak, while the immobilized pirates bore expressions of fear, seemingly murmuring to themselves, "The treasures here hold no significance for us. Thus, we shall cast them aside and let them sink into the depths of the ocean." Though Robin felt a flicker of anger, the prevailing circumstances suggested that these individuals were indeed speaking the truth. However, in a different direction on the island, a ship lingered, seemingly harboring numerous treasures. Another pirate whispered, reiterating this assertion. Robin paused, glancing back at Ling and the others. Since they had made the effort to come here, it seemed unwise to squander the opportunity. Ling ultimately resolved to proceed. As they journeyed onward, Ling soon discerned that the environment in the distant locale was markedly distinct from other areas. Before them lay what could genuinely be described as a pirate ship. This vessel appeared to have been submerged here for an extended period, with its contents untouched. One of the pirates displayed a palpable sense of tension, utterly at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Aily grew increasingly intrigued, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she slowly moved toward the vessel. Be careful. Ling immediately sensed the impending danger and swiftly intercepted Aily. The very next moment, from the dilapidated cabin, 2 flying swords shot forth. Had it not been for Ling's remarkable reflexes, Aily would have likely been pierced on the spot. A wave of trepidation surged within Aily, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with fear. Could it be that there were still people inside this cabin? Robin couldn't help but voice this thought, a hint of confusion evident on his face. The remaining pirates shook their heads in unison. We cannot be certain, but it is known that the shipyard occasionally releases some weapons. It seems there is something of great importance concealed within, requiring protection. This did not sound particularly strange, considering that the unfolding events might indeed be more intricate than they appeared. After all these years, it was improbable that anyone could still be alive inside. Thus, the mechanisms must have been triggered under certain conditions, though the specifics remained a mystery until they ventured inside. Robin turned to the others, contemplating the thoughts brewing in his mind. Ling found this analysis to possess a semblance of reason, thus she did not dwell on it further and led her companions inside. The naive Hancock, albeit oblivious to the unfolding events, chose to follow in pursuit of her curiosity. Upon entering the ship's cabin, they discovered it in a state of utter disrepair, with no signs of life in the vicinity. This led them to conclude that their initial assumptions had been misguided. Robin surveyed the surroundings, casting several glances before ultimately affirming this conclusion. However, Ling felt that this mechanism could not have appeared without reason. It must conceal something of great significance. It would be wise to observe it first, as there might be details we have overlooked. Robin wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. Thus, driven by intense curiosity, the group began to search the surroundings. At that moment, Hancock's gaze seemed to have already fixed upon a box resting on the deck of the cabin. Brother, it seems there is a box hidden inside. Ling followed Hancock's direction and indeed spotted a modestly sized box. The packaging was exquisitely crafted, yet the contents remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, a flicker of realization crossed Ling's mind. Could it possibly be a devil fruit? Given the current circumstances, this seemed the most plausible scenario. However, Robin had already opened the box entirely. Before everyone lay a truly exquisite fruit. As Robin's gaze fixed upon the fruit, a hint of caution adorned her features. Perhaps she too had not anticipated that the treasure she had long awaited would indeed be this. It appeared to be left behind by a previous pirate. Yet its specific nature remained unclear. Aily stood frozen, her eyes riveted on the treasure contained within the box, unable to ascertain the situation. The packaging was so refined, yet the contents were utterly repulsive. Why did such a peculiar fruit exist? As a celestial dragon, Aily found herself devoid of any inclination to invest thought into the devil fruit. Robin turned to Ling, seemingly awaiting his decision. Retaining the devil fruit would signify that they might miss this rare opportunity. Ling, as our captain, the choice concerning this matter rests solely with you. Robin articulated in a remarkably composed tone. Upon recognizing this, Ling found himself equally uncertain about the course of action to take. Just as he grappled with how to address the situation, Hancock, who had been lurking nearby, fixed her gaze firmly upon the devil fruit before them. It must be said that the allure of the devil fruit was undeniably potent, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to resist. In her naivety, Hancock could no longer contain herself. After chuckling softly to herself, she impulsively seized the fruit and took a hearty bite. Ling immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Hancock had already taken the precious object into her mouth. Robin's face displayed a hint of anxiety, as she had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Brother, this fruit looks incredibly delicious, Hancock remarked with an innocent expression, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, mere seconds after consuming it, an unusual sensation coursed through her body. It was precisely this peculiar feeling that intensified Ling's inner turmoil. By the time he realized the severity of the situation, it was far too late to intervene. Indeed, Hancock had already ingested the fruit. This was disastrous. These inexplicable devil fruits should never be carelessly consumed by anyone. It was a calamity. This unfortunate girl might endure unimaginable torment. Nearby, the pirates appeared blissfully unaware of the dire predicament, continuing to shout excitedly. Ling endeavored to persuade Hancock to expel the undigested fruit entirely from her mouth. Brother, I am so weary, Hancock murmured, her body seized by a wave of weakness. Before she gently closed her eyes and reclined upon the ground. There was no alternative. Circumstances had escalated to this juncture. Despite the myriad grievances festering within her heart, Ling was compelled to acquiesce. Yet, Hancock was destined to become the empress, so her inadvertent consumption of the devil fruit was not particularly astonishing. Subsequently, Ling and her companions, along with Robin, set sail towards a new sea. Meanwhile, on the side of the world government. Admiral Akiji found himself perplexed as to why the decision was made to release those individuals. It must be noted that if Ling were not swiftly integrated into the government S-ranks, she could potentially emerge as an exceedingly formidable adversary. Should matters spiral out of control, there would be no recourse to manage the fallout. Chastising Akiji was another admiral, Akainu, who stood nearby, having suffered a humiliating defeat in his last confrontation with Ling. Akainu was filled with discontent and resorted to this manner of intimidation to impress upon Akiji the gravity of the situation. The urgency at that moment was palpable. An attack could very well annihilate the entire navy. Akiji, maintaining a stoic demeanor, elucidated his stance. He saw no necessity to engage in further discourse with Akainu, especially considering that events had spiraled beyond individual control. Moreover, both men occupied equivalent ranks, and his sole responsibility was to report on the mission S status. Akainu clenched his fists, his expression revealing his dissatisfaction, yet he found himself powerless. Enough. This visit is not merely a familial gathering. It appears Ling has no intention of accepting our goodwill. Thus, we can ill afford to squander any more time. Ling is a figure of such magnitude that even the world government feels the pressure. We must expedite her apprehension. Both Akainu and Akiji were expressions of consternation, uncertain of how to navigate the predicament at hand. Listen, the world government must exert sufficient pressure. Since the incident at Mariewa, Ling has become increasingly audacious. If we are to bring her into our fold, we must devise a strategy to neutralize this troublesome character swiftly. Additionally, the identity of the warlord of the sea must be firmly established. This is one of our most effective means of consolidating power. I understand, Akiji replied, nodding with calm resolve before turning to leave. Admiral Akainu, please remain. I have further matters to discuss with you. Akainu's expression was tinged with complexity. After a moment of silence, he acquiesced and remained in place. I recognize that the previous incident has had a significant impact on you. However, the world government's primary focus must be on Ling's next moves. Therefore, we must approach her with the intent of fostering an alliance. Akainu remained silent, merely nodding in quiet agreement. Admiral, I grasp your implications. However, Ling currently shows no inclination towards collaboration with the world government. The disparity between us is evident. Yet I will endeavor to bridge that gap and seize every opportunity that arises. Nonetheless, if Ling remains obstinate in her refusal to ally with us, then, as a matter of justice, she must be eradicated. Akainu understood that this course of action was not born of unreasonable demands, but rather a necessity to uphold the dignity of the three admirals of the Navy. He believed that once Sengoku retired, he would fully assume his predecessor's position. Ling is a formidable individual, necessitating the exploration of every conceivable means to resolve the situation. As for whether he could be of service to the world government, it is of little consequence to Akainu. At this moment, Ling's pirate ship drifts aimlessly across the boundless sea. It is then that Hancock finally regains consciousness, glancing around her surroundings before gently tending to her wounded chest. Brother, what has happened to me? She inquires. Ling, concerned, tenderly strokes Hancock's side and softly replies, it's nothing. You consumed a devil fruit. Initially, your body may not have adapted well, but you are recovering now. Hancock begins to comprehend that her decision to bite into the fruit in the cabin was the catalyst for this predicament. Brother, my body feels strange, she confesses. The effects of the devil fruit have fully taken root within Hancock, leading to noticeable changes in her physique, which is entirely normal. I understand that you now possess the abilities of the devil fruit, yet due to the nature of these powers, you cannot come into contact with water, Ling explains. Hancock is taken aback, her expression filled with an indescribable tension, realizing that her naivety has led to such consequences. After a long night of sailing, they finally approach a visible island on the horizon. Robin, holding her books, gazes at the island ahead and exhales a sigh of relief. Since leaving Alabasta, we have finally arrived at another island that appears relatively normal. The island is surrounded by a shimmering glow of firelight, indicating the presence of inhabitants. However, Ling remains unaware of the island's identity or the path it may lead to. Having reached a new island and observing nearby vessels, it can be surmised that this is not an especially perilous location. Robin further assesses, in light of this, we can rest in the town. Especially since Hancock's body requires recuperation. Ling somewhat concurred with this notion, thus shouldering Hancock and setting sail towards the nearby shore. Aily was overwhelmed with an indescribable jealousy, yet found herself powerless in the moment, as Hancock was merely a young girl. Why was it that every time they arrived at an island, they felt the need to linger? Did they not perceive such behavior as rather foolish? Robin, on the other hand, increasingly found the celestial dragon princess to be quite intriguing. At this juncture, she refrained from further commentary and simply made her way towards the island. In contrast to the distant lands they had previously encountered, this town appeared to be bustling with activity. This indicated that the place where Ling and the others currently resided was a haven for many pirates seeking respite. Hancock clung tightly to Ling, feeling an intensifying discomfort within her body. Perhaps Hancock was unable to comprehend the situation, as she continued to gasp for breath. It seemed the girl's condition was rather concerning. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek a doctor nearby, Robin suggested once more. Ling found herself in agreement with this notion. and thus, with Hancock in tow, she followed Robin as they inquired about the whereabouts of the local physician. However, the seemingly amiable townsfolk displayed a hint of anxiety upon hearing the mention of a doctor, promptly rebuffing Robin and her companion's requests. Despite their persistent inquiries, not a single individual revealed a clear location for the physician. Although the settlement appeared modest, after thorough searches, it became evident that the doctor might be non-existent. Ling could not help but ponder this perplexity. At that moment, Robin shook her head, expressing her differing sentiment. I do not share your view. The fear exhibited by the townspeople upon hearing the word doctor suggests that a physician must indeed exist. It is likely that their presence has had a significant impact on them, resulting in their current demeanor. After absorbing this information, Ellie suddenly dashed toward an elderly man. Hey, old man, tell me, where is the doctor? Much like those before him. The old man's face contorted in terror at the mention of the physician, and he appeared ready to flee at that moment. Ellie was determined not to grant him that opportunity. She swiftly closed the distance and grasped his collar. It is quite amusing, really. Why do you all react with such fear at the mention of a doctor? Is it possible that the physician here devours people? The old man trembled as he wiggled his body, cautiously responding, and no, that is not the case. This revelation was astonishing. After listening, Ling found it hard to believe. Yet the expression on the old man's face suggested that this matter was indeed credible. It was perplexing, even if he revealed the exact location of the doctor to us. It shouldn't affect you in any way, should it, you fool? Ellie spoke with a tone of irritation, yet her reasoning was sound. However, the old man before them shook his head vehemently. You do not understand. If we were to casually disclose the precise whereabouts of the doctor, we would be cursed. The doctor is a terrifying demon. How intriguing. The doctor is referred to as a terrifying demon. Why would these individuals call him a doctor? Ling found herself utterly perplexed, pondering the concealed secrets lurking within these contradictory utterances. What just is this? Never had she encountered such peculiar occurrences. Could it be that you wretched individuals are reluctant to reveal the underlying reasons, resorting instead to flimsy excuses? Ellie exclaimed in anger once more. Were it not for Hancock's current frail state, Ling would never permit Ellie to create such a commotion. Ah, how amusing it is that someone dares to inquire about the whereabouts of the doctor here. It seems we are indeed surrounded by some oblivious souls. Suddenly, an odd laughter erupted from the crowd. The location of the school selection student, Ling, appeared acceptable at first glance, only to reveal a group of fully armed pirates emerging directly ahead, although the appearance of these individuals seemed somewhat unfamiliar. The formidable weapons they bore suggested that they were not to be trifled with. I must inform you that it is strictly forbidden to mention doctors on this island, declared the leader, a man wielding a large sword upon his back. Ling found the situation rather abrupt, for the emergence of the Zhejiang fire had seemingly proven that matters were far from simple. Fool, what does our search for the doctor's whereabouts have to do with you? After saying this, Aily immediately charged forward. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a beautiful and proud woman she is. However, your actions are exceedingly foolish. I simply cannot stand by and watch. To be frank, I am aware of the doctor's location, but if you wish to learn more, cooperation is essential. Cooperation? Ling personally felt that the intention behind this cooling-off measure was somewhat insincere. However, at this moment, there seemed to be no alternative course of action. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Isn't it true that as long as we choose to collaborate, we will undoubtedly locate a doctor? Ling inquired. Undoubtedly is a claim I cannot affirm, yet I can assure you that the probability is quite high. As for whether the doctor will consent, that is an entirely different matter, the man wielding the large blade continued. Ling found herself devoid of options, merely nodding in agreement. After all, aside from attending to Hancock's ailment, there was no other pressing reason for her to remain here. I am Moreau, and I too have recently arrived from the nearby waters. The other party unexpectedly extended a hand and introduced themselves. Ling scrutinized the man standing before her, ultimately finding her composure. With no other option available, she reluctantly decided to team up with Luer for the time being. Although he was a stranger to her, he appeared to exude an air of confidence. Luer chuckled casually, wearing a nonchalant expression. Ling expressed indifference towards the other's evaluation of him, as the task at hand was rather straightforward. Since a cooperative relationship had been established, shouldn't we be informed of the exact location to find the doctor? Robin spoke up once more. Moreau nodded and gestured towards a distant mountain peak behind them. Do you see that? The doctor resides atop the highest mountain across from us. Provided you possess sufficient capability, you may venture there immediately to seek him out. However, given the current circumstances, it does not appear particularly easy for Ling and his companions to reach the summit on the opposite side. The snow-capped mountain presents frigid temperatures and poses a constant risk of avalanches. We too wish to consult the doctor, yet we find ourselves unable to proceed. Should you manage to reach him successfully, you may consider taking us along. It became evident that the other party intended to propose such a transaction. Ling felt that something was amiss with Moreau air, yet she could not discern what thoughts lay hidden within the other's mind. What a jest! Such a towering snow-capped mountain is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Ultimately, you are merely jesting with us. Ellie could not restrain herself from speaking once more. At that moment, Moreau nonchalantly waved her hand. If you have concluded that it is unattainable, then I must express my profound regret. The authenticated geographical location has already been provided. Whether to pursue the journey rests solely upon your own decision. Ling turned to gaze at the unconscious Hancock in her arms, fully aware that this matter could no longer be postponed. By all means, Ling suddenly exclaimed, it only requires my presence. Robin was taken aback. Ha! What a courageous fellow you are. Are you certain you wish to venture alone into such perilous territory? I must warn you, dear, many have yearned to attempt this. Yet they ultimately found themselves buried beneath the depths of the snow. Ling had long made up her mind. She understood that if she did not take action at this moment, Hancock would undoubtedly suffer even more. Fearless and resolute, she reiterated her determination, her visage betraying no trace of trepidation. Moreover was momentarily taken aback. This audacious individual seemed oddly familiar. Could it be? No, it was inconceivable. Moreover dismissed the notion, recognizing that given the current circumstances, there was little choice but to proceed as planned. Robin, you and Aily stay here. The snow-capped mountain poses significant dangers. It is preferable that our numbers be kept to a minimum for this venture, Ling stated once more. Robin nodded calmly in agreement. Thus, with Hancock on her back, Ling set forth towards the looming snow-capped mountain. Behind her, Moreover's subordinates could not restrain their inquiries. Boss, do you truly believe that individual can manage this? Facing such immense peril alone, a solitary venture to that mountain could easily lead to disaster for anyone, even a normal person, they remarked. Moreover, however, chose not to elaborate, simply regarding Ling with a solemn expression. If she were indeed capable of accomplishing this, it would signify a form of growth. As Ling approached the base of the mountain, he began to sense the gravity of the situation. A chilling wave of cold permeated his body, causing his expression to twist in discomfort, rendering him nearly incapable of enduring such profound agony. If this state persisted, he risked perishing before he could reach the summit. Yet, casting a glance back at Hancock, who stood resolutely behind him, Ling found his determination unwavering. He steeled himself and prepared to take that crucial first step. However, having traversed less than 13 paces, the winds surrounding the snow-capped peaks intensified ominously. The ground beneath him began to slip perilously, and any reckless action at this juncture could lead to dire consequences. In her quest for stability, Ling refrained from employing her other abilities. Suddenly, the system unlocked a new task. What? At such a critical juncture, the system presented a list of tasks. Although this was rather abrupt, there was no alternative at that moment. Ling stared blankly at the array of tasks before her, utterly uncertain about which one to select. Regardless of the choice made, failure to complete any task risked the loss of her level, and consequently, her skills would vanish as well. However, faced with the current circumstances, Ling had little choice but to select the A-level task. Ding! The host has successfully intercepted the A-level task. The task is being generated. Task 1. Successfully guide Hancock in utilizing her devil fruit powers to defeat the enemy. Time limit, 5 hours. What? Indeed, the demands of this A-level task are utterly unreasonable. Presently, Hancock lay in a complete state of unconsciousness, and it was expected of Ling to have her defeat the enemy within a mere 5 hours. Yet, how Hancock would regain consciousness and who the enemy was remained a mystery. Therefore, it was imperative for Ling to reach the mountain summit with utmost urgency and find a way to restore Hancock's condition. Ling resolved to persist in her current position. Yet she recognized that such an action would only squander her time. Thus, after a fierce roar, she began to sprint fervently towards the summit. The thunderous sound echoed. Perhaps it was her initial roar that stirred the mountain, signaling the onset of an impending avalanche. Indeed, massive snowballs, resembling boulders, commenced their rapid descent around Ling. Should she be struck by one of these formidable masses, her life would undoubtedly be at grave risk. In this precarious state, Ling activated Pain's ability, effectively shielding against the collapse caused by the avalanche. The duration of the avalanche was exceedingly prolonged, and if a resolution was not found, Ling risked succumbing to physical weakness from excessive use of his powers. Moments later, the snowball was sent flying. At this juncture, Ling finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were quite lucky. The avalanche they encountered did not last long. Once everything was under control, Ling was reluctant to squander any more time, thus quickening his pace in preparation to charge directly towards the mountain peak. He could now see that the actual summit was merely a stone's throw away. Ling, with Hancock by his side, finally arrived at their destination after a tumultuous journey. It was indeed the castle entrance that he had eagerly anticipated. The grand gates were firmly locked, and the howling winds rendered Ling's body icy cold. He stood quietly nearby, his body starting to stiffen after enduring the frigid gusts for an extended period. At that moment, he slowly approached the castle gates, inching closer with each step. After regaining his composure, he extended his hand and gently knocked twice on the door. Time ticked away, yet no voice emerged from within. At this moment, Ling felt a surge of anxiety, rendered motionless, uncertain of how to proceed. With less than 9 hours remaining until the mission, the potential complications arising from Hancock's involvement loomed ominously, threatening to spiral the situation beyond control. The biting cold wind inflicted a sharp sting upon Ling. And at the castle's entrance, a solitary deer gazed intently at them. It was indeed a peculiar creature to dare appear in such a place. The deer shook its head and then ambled into the castle. Inside, the atmosphere was warm, and guarding the room was an elderly woman. "Chopper, is there a disturbance outside?" The old woman suddenly inquired. The naive Chopper nodded in response. "Grandma, you said that regardless of who it is, it doesn't concern us. So I will just stay here quietly." Upon hearing this, the old woman merely chuckled softly, offering no further comment. As time passed, the biting cold at the entrance rendered Ling immobile, forcing him to huddle quietly in place. Just as he contemplated making a bold entrance, the castle's grand doors swung open with a creaking sound that echoed in the stillness. Moments later, before Ling stood an old woman alongside the deer. "This place does not welcome anyone," the old woman declared, her expression grave, repeating each word with deliberate emphasis. Ling could not comprehend what had transpired, yet at this moment, she found herself with no avenue of retreat. "You must be the doctor here. I earnestly hope you can heal my companion's ailment." Ling turned around and embraced Hancock tightly. After a brief pause, the old woman's gaze lingered before she suddenly froze in place. "What a beautiful girl," she exclaimed, her previous sternness seemingly dissipating, replaced by an air of ease. She then let out a couple of cold laughs and began to wave her hand. Meanwhile, Ling remained silent, her expression tense. "Grandma, what should we do?" Chopper inquired, his youthful face revealing a hint of confusion. The old woman smiled calmly and then gestured to Chopper, saying, "Bring them in." Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating that Hancock's ailment could at last be cured. Inside the room, the atmosphere was exceedingly warm, and the presence of the heater enveloped Ling in an unprecedented comfort. "You are the only one capable of traversing this snow-capped mountain. Were it not for your steadfast determination, I doubt I would have acquiesced." After exchanging a few succinct words, the old woman turned and led Hancock into the room. The door was locked from the inside, leaving Ling and Chopper stranded outside. "Hello, my name is Chopper," the charming reindeer introduced himself, extending a paw towards Ling. Ling felt no surprise. She simply did not expect to encounter Chopper here. Chopper's medical skills are exceedingly remarkable, and as his mentor, the old woman undoubtedly possesses the ability to cure Hancock's ailment. However, Ling remains perplexed as to why the old woman chose to avoid the entire town's residents, opting instead to reside in such an environment. "You seem so gentle. Ever since the last incident concluded, I have not encountered anyone as tender-hearted as my grandmother," Chopper mused, seemingly to himself. This adorable creature not only spoke in an endearing tone, but even in his current state, he evoked no sense of aversion. Ling gazed at Chopper, unable to suppress her laughter upon hearing those words. "You must be quite a remarkable doctor," she remarked. Upon hearing this, Chopper's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and he began to fidget uncontrollably beside her. "How annoying. Even if you praise me like this, it won't make me happy." After a brief moment, Ling noticed that the door to the old woman's room had swung open. With a sigh of relief, the old woman appeared, her face brimming with confidence. Ling was well aware of the situation. Hancock's condition stemmed from her consumption of a devil fruit. "That girl has consumed a devil fruit. Likely the fabled sweet fruit that was long thought to be lost," the old woman explained. "The legendary fruit?" It must be noted that once Hancock fully awakened her powers, her combat prowess became exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The powers of the fruit require a certain period of adaptation for the user, regardless of where you obtain that fruit. The girl is simply too young to withstand the capabilities bestowed by the devil fruit. Unable to withstand it? Ling felt a twinge of regret. Had she not been so negligent in her observation of Hancock at that time, the situation might not have unfolded as it did. However, there was no cause for concern. Adapting to the powers of the devil fruit was merely a natural phenomenon, likely to resolve after a few hours of rest. The old woman spoke with unwavering confidence, entirely devoid of jest. In this moment, Ling could finally lower her guard, free from the fear of Hancock's threat. "Young man, the most pressing matter now is your condition." The old woman suddenly turned, her gaze fixed sternly on the bewildered Ling. "What is wrong with me?" Ling inquired, perplexed. "After your arduous journey to reach this place, you must have endured considerable exposure to the biting cold. Such frigid winds can inflict a piercing pain upon your very marrow, and the resulting ailments could potentially inflict significant harm upon your body." Initially, Ling did not feel this way. However, as he moved his body, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain emanating from his bones. This observation led him to conclude that the elderly woman likely had her own intentions. "Fortunately, your condition does not appear to be particularly grave. If you are not averse to it, I possess a specialized potion that, upon contact, will restore your body entirely. Otherwise, it is quite probable that your situation may worsen significantly." Ling was taken aback, realizing that the old woman was not jesting with her. Ling followed the old woman into the house. After a brief treatment, her wounds had been attended to quite adequately. The injuries were coated with a special ointment. However, due to the unusual circumstances, it was advised that she refrain from utilizing her own powers at this time. Otherwise, the situation could pose a significant threat, one that she might not be able to manage. At this moment, the old woman's tone did not suggest any jest. if the entire matter could not be properly arranged. They would indeed face other risks. After contemplating these matters, Ling nodded decisively. The pain that penetrated to her very bones made her acutely aware of her growing discomfort. The current situation had undergone a complete transformation, leaving her uncertain on how to confront it. Wonderful, Grandma. It seems there should be no risks involved. Chopper chimed in with a hint of innocence. However, the elderly woman offered no further explanation and led Ling and the others back into the castle. Just then, an uproar erupted around the castle. Before Ling and her companions could return, they noticed a commotion behind them as well. This was the influence of observation hockey. Indeed, after maintaining this state, several dark figures suddenly emerged outside. It appeared that everything was progressing rather smoothly. At the entrance, the speaker was none other than the earlier mentioned Marauder. Ling slowly stepped outside, but she sensed that the expression of the other party was somewhat amiss. Why are you here? Ling asked, a hint of tension evident in her demeanor. In response, Miluo merely smiled slightly, a trace of smugness gracing her features. Foolish one. Did you truly believe I wished to collaborate with you? Allow me to enlighten you. My true intention is merely to use your identity to locate the old woman. Suddenly, Ling was jolted as the realization dawned upon her that she had been deceived by these ruffians. Ha ha ha, the entire town is well aware that you, old woman, would never casually offer your healing to others. Although the reason for this sudden shift in attitude eluded her, one thing was certain: today we shall not let you escape. Marauder raised her hand, and all her subordinates drew their weapons, pointing them menacingly at Ling and her companions. In truth, defeating these scoundrels would only require a few swift moves from Ling, yet her body ached painfully, and the old woman's instructions rendered her incapable of retaliating. Chopper, shedding his innocent facade, fixed a steely gaze upon Marauder and her ilk. No matter what, I shall not allow you to harm my grandmother. Before I lose my temper, you must vacate this place. Upon noticing Chopper, Marauder and her cohorts, brimming with confidence, erupted into laughter, mockingly repeating, "This naive reindeer truly tugs at the heartstrings. However, the time for your words has passed. If you wish to avoid a gruesome fate, you should swiftly depart." Before her, Ling yearned to act, yet as she prepared to move, the intense pain rendered her unable to comply. No, forcing herself any longer would only intensify her suffering. Ha! Such a pitiable sight. If it were not for witnessing this with my own eyes, how could such a predicament arise? Chopper, filled with indignation, could hardly believe he was being so shamelessly tormented by these fiends. With clenched fists, he longed to charge at them and knock them all down. However, a mere glance from the old woman halted his advance. Chopper, these individuals are far from virtuous. If you act now, you will become just like them. Frustration welled within Chopper, yet he felt utterly powerless. Grandma, I don't want to. At that moment, Hancock in the room suddenly stirred awake. She slowly approached the door, her eyes fixed intently on the group before her. Brother, what is happening? Hancock's face betrayed a hint of anxiety, as she could not help but speak. At this juncture, Ling was taken aback by the unexpected awakening of this woman. From her seemingly innocent demeanor, it was evident that the situation was far from straightforward. Quite intriguing. It seems that this elusive healer is indeed not easy to unveil. Otherwise, I would not find myself in such a predicament. Marauder's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, while her subordinates appeared poised to strike. Ling was taken aback, finally comprehending the task assigned by the system. It seemed that the unfolding events were not mere coincidences. Perhaps from the very beginning, the system had anticipated that matters would evolve into their current state, thus orchestrating this scenario to prepare for the next round of intervention. These individuals must be exceedingly despicable villains. Hancock's face bore traces of anger as she could not help but speak out against Marauder and the others nearby. Marauder, however, was somewhat taken aback. This seemingly ordinary girl appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the entire situation. Do not waste time, simply take them away, Marauder commanded, and immediately began to instruct her subordinates to take action. At that moment, Hancock suddenly charged forward, her furious gaze fixed on the group before her, who seemed intent on thwarting their efforts. Girl, do you intend to shoulder the suffering of those around you? How foolish, for such an act bears no significance for you. Nonetheless, Hancock's expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of ease. My brother has already sustained injuries to bring me here for treatment. I will not allow you to bully them. Hancock's strikingly masculine visage radiated a hint of confidence, a quality that even Ling had not anticipated. Marauder's expression soured. The insolence of this wretched girl was intolerable. You foul girl, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. As the confrontation escalated, Marauder's subordinates began to prepare for an attack. At that instant, Ling intended to intervene directly, only to find Hancock's eyes glimmering with a hint of lethal intent. At that moment, Hancock, having consumed the devil fruit, unleashed her full power. A mere glance from her elicited expressions of fear from the surrounding pirates. What is there to fear? She is merely a useless wretch. Marauder continued with unabashed arrogance. Ling did not perceive the situation as straightforward. Though Hancock was not particularly old, her mastery of the devil fruit's abilities could potentially lead to a significant qualitative enhancement. At that moment, Marauder, with her subordinates prepared to act, advanced towards Hancock. Die, you little brat. Just as the adversary was about to strike, Hancock's gaze fell upon her, and to everyone's astonishment, the original form of Myral's subordinate instantaneously transformed into a statue. Moments later, Myral, filled with disbelief, witnessed the unfolding events. Unable to comprehend how Hancock had entirely immobilized her follower with but a single move. "If you continue to bully my brother, I will." In her protective stance towards Ling, Hancock's demeanor underwent a radical transformation, hinting at an imminent eruption of power. Such an occurrence would signify the completion of her mission. Myral's appearance had been anticipated by Ling, who understood that the immediate priority was to encourage Hancock to further develop her abilities. What a joke. You, a mere girl, have no right to act so arrogantly towards me. What transpired earlier was merely a fluke. Now, I shall personally deal with you. With this declaration, Myral unhesitatingly brandished her weapon, closing in on Hancock. Hancock remained still, as a formidable force erupted around her. Before Myral could fully react, her body began to stiffen. Possessing an allure akin to that of a Medusa in a dream, Hancock, despite her youth, exuded the beguiling charm of a femme fatale. It was this very confidence that led to Myral's misstep. Hancock cast a cold glance at the two individuals who had been completely transformed into statues beside her. Ling remained silent, merely observing quietly. Hancock, though not particularly old, exhibited an undeniably alluring demeanor at that moment. Perhaps it was not unexpected that such a woman could ascend to become the future empress. However, the dictates of her character prevented Hancock from embarking on this path. "Brother." Hancock turned her head, her expression still bearing a look of grievance. Ling nodded. Although her current state rendered her incapable of taking action, she found herself devoid of opportunity. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host, on completing phase 1 of the task." While Ling felt no surprise at this, her body remained unable to regain its equilibrium. Fortunately, everything lay within the realm of her control, preventing the situation from deteriorating excessively. What loomed ahead was the daunting challenge of phase 2 of the task. In truth, the system's assessments were not always particularly accurate. It merely deemed certain circumstances as completed. "Brother, I promised I would never allow anyone to bully you." Hancock's innocent visage exhibited no further emotion. Yet Ling inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy. Moments later, Ling embraced her tightly. After Moreau's dismal failure, the remaining individuals appeared increasingly at a loss. "Speak up. What on earth do you intend to do?" Chopper approached the frightened group, his expression brimming with indignation, questioning them earnestly. One among them suddenly froze, pointing at Chopper and exclaiming, Why can a raccoon speak?" "You are the raccoon," Chopper muttered, inching closer to the elderly woman with his diminutive frame. At this juncture, Ling had also approached, her demeanor still tinged with caution. "You cannot have appeared here without cause. If I am not mistaken, you must possess ulterior motives." The remaining subordinates had long since lost their will to resist, fully aware that any further action would lead them to certain demise. "Indeed. We have heard that something of great significance is hidden here, which is why Moreau led us to seize it," one of them affirmed. "Something of great significance?" Ling had yet to grasp the situation, while the elderly woman before her maintained an air of calmness. After all these years, it was unexpected that the obsession persisted. She had never anticipated that, despite the passage of time, they would still harbor thoughts of this matter. At that moment, Ling began to doubt the simplicity of the implications surrounding this affair. Moments later, the two subordinates in front of her displayed evident signs of anxiety. Seemingly unsure of how to proceed. "You may return. This matter is not for you to pursue. Should he dare to approach again, I shall not show any mercy," the elderly woman declared, striking the ground forcefully with her staff. The two men, naturally, dared not voice any objections, after trembling for a moment longer. They swiftly departed from the scene. At this juncture, Ling sensed that her body had undergone a profound transformation some time ago. "My dear, your body must have nearly recovered by now." The elderly woman turned to her and continued speaking. At this moment, Ling nodded and continued to inquire. "However, there is one matter I wish to ask about. What precisely is the object you referred to? If possible, I would like to offer you some assistance regarding this issue." A hint of complexity crossed the elderly woman's face before she spoke again. "Never mind. This matter has nothing to do with you." Clearly, the fact that the old woman would utter such words indicates that the situation is far from simple. Ding. The second phase of the task is being generated. Defeat the captain of the ghost pirate crew, Limo. Indeed, a task of this caliber is not easily managed. Yet I did not anticipate having to undertake such a daunting endeavor so soon. Having chosen this task system, Ling found herself with no alternative but to resolutely acquiesce. "If I am not mistaken, you must have encountered the leader of the phantom pirate crew, Limo." The elderly woman's face displayed a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated that this individual could so easily perceive her secrets. She had intended to continue concealing her truths, but to her surprise, you saw right through her. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman could not help but offer a bitter smile, then turned away, enveloped in silence. Ling understood that the old woman might be burdened by immense pressure, which had transformed her into her current state, although it was a matter long past. That individual had compelled her to commit the gravest mistake of her life. As the old woman spoke these words, her expression bore a hint of resignation, even a reluctance to continue the discussion. Ling simply remained there in silence, uncertain of what words to utter. Several years prior, that individual arrived at the gates of my castle in a state of disarray, pleading for me to cure the affliction that plagued her. Initially, I intended to decline her request, but upon witnessing the anguish etched upon her face and her pitiable condition, my heart softened. Chopper, wide-eyed and adorable, quickly captured Hancock's attention with his charming demeanor. This matter weighed heavily on Hancock, and thus Ling wished to shield the girl from the harsh realities. Little did I know at that time that he was none other than the fearsome captain of the Phantom pirate crew. Such events unfolded purely by chance. Even when faced with formidable challenges, it was not within the old woman's power to control the situation. Ling remained perplexed by the profound sense of guilt displayed by the other party. The moment I restored his health, he unveiled a different facet of himself. Upon discovering the treasure in my possession, he intended to seize it directly. However, at that juncture, I did not afford him sufficient opportunity, thus thwarting his aspirations. This suggests that certain aspects of the situation are rather intricate. Subsequently, Limo lingered near the political sphere, seeking the right moment. Even when venturing out to sea, he would not stray far, all in a bid to return swiftly and claim what I held. At this moment, Ling finally comprehended why the villagers, entrenched in politics, exhibited such profound fear upon hearing the doctor's geographical location. This unsettling state had persisted for many years, with an increasing number of individuals in the political sphere regarding me as a genuine prey. During that time, I found myself utterly powerless to confront the inhabitants of the village, thus opting to relocate my position to this place. Ling could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After all, this matter had nothing to do with the old lady, yet she had endured such immense suffering. Given this, as a form of repayment, allow me to resolve this issue on your behalf. Ling continued with an air of unwavering confidence. The old lady was momentarily taken aback, hardly able to believe the words she was hearing. How could this impudent young man so effortlessly address these concerns? After a brief moment, Chopper arrived, expressing, "You have no idea, the members of this pirate crew are all exceedingly ruthless individuals. They are certainly not to be underestimated." However, upon hearing Chopper's words, Ling remained remarkably composed, as he harbored his own thoughts regarding the situation. The very fact that he had spoken up indicated his confidence in handling the matter. "Old lady, although I am uncertain of the most fitting way to repay you, given that this individual is so egregious, I shall take it upon myself to send him flying." If Ling's initial confidence was merely instinctual, this time, he seemed to possess a more profound conviction. Even Hancock, by virtue of her devil fruit abilities, could effortlessly defeat those beneath her command. And it was evident that the individual before them would not be easily dealt with. Since you possess such determination, I am naturally inclined to trust you. However, rather than whether you can defeat him, I am more concerned about the possibility of losing the patient I have worked so hard to save. The old lady uttered a thought-provoking statement. Ling understood that perhaps the words she spoke would not resonate with the elderly woman before her. "Then let us take our leave," she declared, swiftly guiding Hancock down the mountain. At that moment, the old woman paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Before she began to chuckle, how could she not recognize that this audacious youth was none other than Ling? The man who had stirred up a tempest in Mariehua, and was now the target of a 100 million bounty from the world government? However, Limo was equally a formidable adversary. His volatile temperament rendered him a challenging figure, and he had yet to attract a bounty himself. In the town, Robin and Ellie were pacing about, their eyes scanning the surroundings, uncertain of how to proceed. It had been quite some time since Lord Ling had departed, and the absence weighed heavily on them. Why hasn't he returned yet? Ellie's anxious expression betrayed her worry, particularly as the towering snow-capped mountain loomed ominously in the background. The prolonged silence only deepened their concerns about potential misfortunes befalling them. Robin, however, maintained her composure, leisurely perusing the book in her hands. "Why do you appear so unfazed? Woman, have you already resigned yourself to the notion that should something happen to Lord Ling, you would take his place and seek to conquer me?" Robin cast a sidelong glance at Ellie, who seemed momentarily taken aback before she turned her gaze toward the entrance. At that moment, instead of the familiar face she longed to see, an ominous figure wielding a machete emerged. "Don't move. If I'm not mistaken, you lot are the pirates causing trouble around here." Though Ellie appeared outwardly calm, a tide of anxiety surged within her. Moments later, one particularly fierce-looking pirate suddenly halted, his voice dripping with menace. "Fool, tell me where that woman is." The bar owner, stricken with fear, could scarcely utter a word. "Speak quickly, or I shall bury this blade in you." The threat was palpable, and the pirate's intent was clear, as he raised his weapon menacingly. At that instant, Robin deftly employed her abilities, disarming the pirate with a swift motion. "Who dares?" one of the pirates exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. Robin remained unflustered, promptly locking her grip around the pirate's neck. With a sickening crack, his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. "Which of you is responsible?" another pirate roared. His fury mingled with confusion. Robin continued to stand resolutely, her attention fixed on her book, seemingly indifferent to their outrage. Ellie, silent and anxious, Could only hope that these rogues would soon depart. Which of you would commit such a brutal act against my brother? The remaining pirates grew restless, their weapons clashing ominously. The atmosphere remained tense, silence enveloping the room. Humph. It seems you fools have underestimated me. The irate pirate, feeling the weight of their disregard, sliced the table in two with a single blow. The townsfolk, paralyzed by fear, dared not speak. Choose silence, and you shall have the captain come to entertain you. With that proclamation, the audacious pirate turned to beckon someone behind him. A piercing laugh echoed through the air as Limo, the captain of the ghost pirate crew, finally made his entrance. The townspeople, familiar with his reputation, were gripped by terror, uncertain how to confront him. Fools, do you believe that your silence will absolve you of responsibility? Limo's gaze locked onto Robin, and in a flash, he approached her, raising his machete threateningly above her head. Such a lovely woman, I doubt you wish to see her perish here. The townsfolk huddled together, murmuring among themselves. She is not one of us. Even if she dies, it's of no concern to us. We cannot defy Limo. The callous remarks caught Robin off guard. But she quickly regained her composure. She had long since lost faith in anyone, especially those townspeople she had seen before. Is it truly appropriate to treat a lady so crudely? Robin inquired, her brow furrowed with disapproval. Limo smirked, drawing closer to her. Are you not afraid? I am the captain of the ghost pirate crew. Should I desire your demise, none here would dare intervene. Robin recognized the truth in his words. For the townspeople showed no inclination to aid her. She had never placed her trust in others. I believe you, but tell me. If I confess that I was the one who dealt with the body lying on the ground, how would you react? Limo was taken aback. For years he had dominated this town, and no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Robin had not only spoken boldly, but had also ruthlessly eliminated one of his own. Naive woman, you have no idea what you're uttering. Very well. Prepare to pay for your foolishness. Limo seemed unfazed, dispatching his men to encircle the already small bar. The townsfolk, desperate to flee, faced the imminent threat of the pirate crew's wrath. Your reckless actions have ensnared these innocent bystanders in peril. My mood is foul, and their lives shall be the price for your folly. Limo brandished a firearm, aiming it directly at the bar owner's chest. Bang! The bullet pierced through the owner's heart, leaving him crumpled on the floor without a moment's warning. Such merciless brutality elicited gasps of horror from the crew. Well done, Captain. Limo reveled in the chaos he had sown, turning his attention back to Robin. Did you witness that? I can extinguish the lives of these wretches at my whim, just as you so carelessly did to my subordinate. In the face of such circumstances, Robin maintained a calm demeanor. She harbored no sympathy for these individuals. A triumphant smile graced her alluring face as she continued. If you wish, just shoot them all dead. Ellie, standing nearby, widened her eyes in shock, rendered speechless. Although she had once been a princess of the celestial dragons and held no compassion for these so-called lower beings, she could never utter such words. Limo seemed to grasp the situation. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly aimed his shotgun at Ellie's forehead. I understand now. Those people are of no consequence to you, so their lives hold no significance. In that case, I shall compare with a woman who is connected to you. He had already pulled the trigger. If he continued to press his finger, the bullet would pierce through Ellie's body, ending her life on the spot. Robin was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. Previously, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to sell Ellie out. However, Ling had specifically instructed her to stay behind and look after Ellie. Speak. Only one of you can survive. Will you cling to life, or choose to uphold righteousness? Ha! The members of the Phantom Pirates appeared to revel in such scenarios, their excitement palpable. Robin glanced expressionlessly at Ellie, and then let out a slight scoff. Go ahead and kill me. Ellie, who had thought her fate was sealed, was taken aback to discover that this woman was willing to sacrifice herself for her. Behind them, the residents wore expressions of guilt, regretting the words they had spoken earlier. What a woman of righteousness, in that case. Let your head serve as a tribute for my subordinates. A hint of amusement crept onto Limo's otherwise indifferent face as he unceremoniously raised a shotgun and fired at Robin's head. Bang! Once again, a deafening gunshot echoed. Yet, amidst the crowd, a shadowy figure swiftly appeared before Robin, whisking her away. This meant that Limo had missed his target. When Limo regained his senses, he realized that Robin had already been taken by another. The previous shot had merely been a ruse employed amid the chaos. Ling and Hancock arrived just in time, leaving Robin behind in advance. You are the captain of the Phantom Pirate crew, Limo. Ling gently pushed Robin aside, casting a look of pride towards Limo. Humph. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive, you little rascal. Since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand the dire consequences of meddling in my affairs. Ling had long grown accustomed to such threats. With a light snort, she began to stretch her limbs. Initially, she intended to search for something, but she had not anticipated encountering you so swiftly. At that moment, Hancock recalled the events that had transpired atop the castle, and her youthful visage transformed once more into a mask of fury. You are the villains from the castle. Limo felt no need for explanation. The castle? It seems you have visited that old hag. One can only say you were fortunate not to have crossed paths with Moreau. Otherwise, you would have had no chance of returning. Limo was well aware of his subordinates. Moreau was among the most exceptional, serving as the vice-captain of the Phantom Pirate crew. Are you referring to that self-important fool? Qiling's thoughts drifted back to the castle, and upon remembering, a confident smile graced her face. I encountered him and successfully defeated him. What? Limo could scarcely believe his ears. He had assumed this brat was merely being modest, yet he had directly admitted his victory. Speaking of which, that foolish fellow does not seem particularly formidable. Hancock had effortlessly dispatched him with just a glance. Qiling spoke with a calm demeanor, appearing entirely unamused by the situation. Before her, Limo already sensed a looming threat, unable to believe that this insufferable girl could defeat his most prized subordinate, Moreau. Yet, Qiling remained unfazed, casting a casual glance towards Limo beside him. In that moment, Qiling seemed to notice that this fellow was somewhat different from before. The pattern on your arm bears a striking resemblance. I have encountered a similar design in the distant cabin of a ship. At this juncture, Limo's previously tense expression morphed into one of sheer panic. As the captain of the Phantom Pirate crew, he had kept that matter a secret known only to the members aboard the vessel. Indeed, the pattern is identical. Aily also took note, leaning in to scrutinize closely. Silence. You insolent fools, he bellowed. This was a secret that no one should have known. Since you have discovered it stealthily, prepare to meet your demise. With this declaration, Limo, his voice tinged with a hint of fury, commanded all his pirates to charge forward. When Qiling arrived at this moment, he felt nothing in particular. He merely smiled gently, exuding an air of calmness. This utterly defeated Moreau, and we must avenge him. This scoundrel is fully aware of his actions. Upon finishing his words, all the pirates around him raised their swords and began to cheer exuberantly in place. Qiling smiled calmly, subsequently pushing away the women beside her. Robin, Hancock's current condition is still not optimal. Please take care of her for me. Robin, standing nearby, nodded and promptly cradled Hancock in her arms. At that moment, Qiling gradually approached Limo and his companions. After a fierce roar from the pirates around Limo, one of them quickly brandished his cleaver, advancing menacingly towards Qiling's chest. In the next instant, Qiling effortlessly evaded their assault, clenched her fists, and sent them all crashing to the ground. The emergence of her haki rendered these pirates completely incapacitated, causing them to kneel without warning, utterly losing consciousness. Is that all? Qiling flexed his muscles, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Limo. Noticing that all his subordinates had been incapacitated, a hint of anxiety crept onto Limo's otherwise self-assured face. Before him, Qiling resembled a veritable monster. How infuriating to have my companions brought low. Before Limo could articulate his thoughts, Qiling delivered another powerful punch. Limo's body lay rigidly on the ground, as if consciousness had abandoned him. The faces of the surrounding residents were etched with terror, unable to articulate the overwhelming sensation. Captain Limo has been defeated. Qiling's expression remained stern. And although the previous encounter had been swift, it was evident that no substantial harm had been inflicted upon the opponent. Indeed, mere seconds later, that fellow rose once more. The pain from the wounds on his cheek was excruciating, and his gaze radiated a fierce intent to kill. The Phantom Pirate crew was a notorious presence in the town, instilling fear in the hearts of many, yet now, they found themselves humiliated by this unknown brat. I warn you, you've succeeded in provoking me. Therefore, prepare yourself for inevitable demise. Limo snorted disdainfully before erupting in a roar. At that moment, his once imposing figure became even more rigid, and he appeared to have undergone a qualitative transformation. In that instant, Limo resembled a frenzied beast. I possess the formidable powers of a devil fruit. My body is unyielding as iron. That devil fruit in the cabin was meant for me. Alas, it has become irrelevant now. Indeed, the sweet fruit was destined for Hancock. For a reckless individual like him was unworthy of such power. You look utterly repulsive, Qiling remarked scornfully. Her words struck Limo like a dagger, nearly piercing him to the core. Moments later, he began to flex his limbs, his twisted visage becoming even more terrifying. Foolish one, watch me as I end your life. Limo, believing himself invincible, swung his fist towards Qiling without hesitation. The sound of their clash echoed, leaving all bystanders in stunned disbelief. With effortless grace, Qiling intercepted Captain Limo's assault with a single palm. The surrounding air quickened, seemingly eager to alleviate Limo's embarrassment. So, this is the extent of your devil fruit's power. Hardly impressive. Ling chuckled, employing his observation haki to swiftly appear behind his opponent, then delivered a fierce blow to the back of Limo's neck. With the advantage of haki, Ling found it child's play to contend with a devil fruit user. Limo emitted a pained scream, collapsing to the ground in anguish. At that moment, his body had become utterly rigid, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Ling forcefully stamped on the adversary beneath him, taunting the previously arrogant individual once more. So, this is what they call the Phantom Pirate crew. Today, they have been bested by just one person. Is that not rather humiliating? Although Limo possesses a tempestuous nature, he can still be regarded as a man of flesh and blood. Since I have been defeated by you today, it merely attests to my own inadequacy. Even if the Phantom Pirate crew faces total annihilation today, there will undoubtedly be those who will heed my will and carry it forth in the future. Carry forth? Ling, filled with anger at this individual, wasted no time in delivering a powerful blow to his face. Limo, battered and bruised, finally began to plead for mercy after 2 rounds of punishment. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. After confirming that the other party was indeed feeling fear, Ling finally ceased his actions and continued to smile. Fortunately, your reaction was swift. Otherwise, you would have had to experience even more terrifying techniques. Of course, dealing with such a character did not necessitate the use of Payne's abilities. At this moment, Limo had already become a captive. And apart from pressing his rather embarrassed face against the doorway, there was little else he could do. The ghost pirate crew? The absence of a doctor in the town must be closely related to you. Wouldn't you agree? Limo curled his body, unwilling to admit it. However, as the captain of the ghost pirate crew, it seems you have a bounty of 80 million berries. If this sum were to be handed over to the world government, it would certainly be a lucrative endeavor. Knowing that the other party was reluctant to speak, Ling resorted to another tactic. As a pirate, one would rather die fighting here than become a captive of the Navy or the world government. The implications of such a fate were all too clear. What a joke. Even if you were to kill me today, I wouldn't mind, but I will never go meet the representatives of the world government with you. Ling maintained a calm smile, asserting that the matter was beyond his control. He understood that Limo, standing before him, was not one to jest. If he continued to conceal the truth, he risked being taken away for good. What do you wish to know? Limo's eyes betrayed his fear, and his speech became fragmented. It is quite simple. In the castle atop the mountain, that old woman claimed you were relentlessly pursuing her for a treasure. Pray tell, what is this treasure? And what is your true intention behind this pursuit? Fear gripped Limo. He realized that remaining silent could condemn him to a fate of eternal servitude to the world government. It is a deep blue gem, the very essence of our town's spirit. I cannot fathom why that old woman clings to it so tenaciously. But I suspect it could fetch a handsome price if sold. Though captured, Limo's eyes shimmered with an insatiable greed that he could not conceal. A deep blue gem? How ludicrous. As a pirate, you ought to be seeking treasure rather than scheming against others here. Is that not utterly absurd? Ling's voice dripped with anger as he continued. Yet, Limo remained oblivious to his missteps, exclaiming, "Ha! What folly! This entire sea is my dominion. Why would I squander an opportunity here?" Ling had never anticipated that this individual would prove to be even more obstinate than she had imagined. Fueled by resentment, Ling could no longer contain herself and delivered a resounding slap across Captain Limo's face. The sharp crack of the impact drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity. From this moment forth, you are unworthy to govern these waters. Should you refuse to accept this truth, I shall end your existence right now. Limo was taken aback. His ambitions laid bare before the enemy, revealing his vulnerability. Ling initially intended to take further action, but Robin unexpectedly stepped forward, slowly approaching the individual before him. If my conjecture is correct, what you seek must be this, Robin declared as he opened the tome he carried. Upon fixing his gaze upon the contents of the book, Limo nodded in immediate recognition. He realized that his recent utterance, which was ill-advised, had rendered him devoid of value, thus placing him in grave danger of being eliminated in the near future. You may leave, but from this moment forth, you are absolutely forbidden from returning here. To everyone's astonishment, Ling released Limo, a decision that appeared reckless, as it seemed akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. Humph, what a foolish individual. Although I am not your match at present, your willingness to grant me freedom only serves to provoke my prowess. Rest assured, once I regain my strength, you shall regret this decision, Limo retorted before swiftly departing. Aily was perplexed. Lord Ling, why did we not retain that foolish fellow as a slave to command, instead of allowing him to leave unimpeded? Ling remained silent, for he had his own plans regarding the matter at hand. Meanwhile, outside the bar's window, a nimble figure swiftly departed the scene. At this point, Ling had nearly grasped all the developments, which meant that all that remained was to return to the castle and confront the old woman. The issue would soon be resolved. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 120 points of anger value. The system's notification echoed in his mind, filling Ling with a warm sensation. Simultaneously, in another maritime area near the political district, a woman with golden hair hurried through the throngs of people. Inside the cabin of a ship stood a fearsome-looking merman. So, have you gathered the intelligence about this place? The menacing figure inquired, sipping from a fruit puree, as he turned to face the adorably charming woman before him. The woman, displaying a hint of anxiety, nodded intermittently. Excellent, Nami. This is one of your rare opportunities. If you can successfully steal the treasure from that old woman, our grievances will be resolved. A flicker of hope reignited on Nami's face, which had previously been marked by despair. She cradled her injured arm and nodded resolutely. Give me sufficient time, and I will deliver the item to you. However, before that, you must agree to my condition. Absolutely no harm shall come to anyone. The merman within the cabin suddenly wore a bitter smile, swiftly appearing before Nami. Nami, you are in no position to negotiate terms with me. As Ling and the others embarked on their journey once more towards the summit, Aily, due to her unique status, found herself swept off balance by the fierce winds after taking merely a few steps. In a bid to ensure the safety of this woman, Ling chose to carry Aily on his back. Their journey, albeit challenging, had been relatively smooth for the group. However, as they passed the halfway point up the mountainside, a frail figure unexpectedly appeared before them. It was inconceivable. Could there truly be pirates in this vicinity at such a time? A look of confusion crossed Robin's face as she could not help but voice her thoughts. As Ling gazed at the figure from a distance, a sense of familiarity washed over him. To further ascertain the identity of the individual, they quickened their pace and approached directly. At that moment, Nami, wrapped in her cotton coat, was trembling incessantly. The frigid temperature had nearly turned her into a block of ice. Upon noticing the pitiable visage of Miss Nami, Ling could not help but speak up. Suddenly, Nami turned to face this entirely unfamiliar man. "Who are you?" she inquired, clearly devoid of any recollection of him. At that moment, she was still quite young, exuding an undeniable youthful charm. However, her heart was overwhelmed with panic. If anyone were to uncover her true identity, it would likely lead to adversaries. Over the past few years, Nami, as a thief, had pilfered from countless pirate crews. Due to her unscrupulous actions and her remarkable ability to evade capture, she had earned the moniker Little Wildcat in the outside world. To conceal her identity, Nami had adopted a multitude of disguises to swindle others. Little did she expect that, in this instance, her true self would be revealed. Perhaps the peculiar nature of the situation left her no time to react otherwise, compelling her to unveil her most authentic self. Ling also noticed the woman's near-frozen state. After taking a deep breath, he removed his coat and draped it over Nami. The sudden warmth enveloping her left Nami momentarily astonished. She could hardly fathom that a complete stranger would show her such tenderness. It is often this very kindness that harbors deceit. Feeling a wave of anxiety, Nami pushed Ling away from her. They were situated halfway up a steep mountainside, and Ling nearly lost his balance, almost tumbling down. "Foolish woman, do you even comprehend what you're doing?" Aily exclaimed, unable to restrain her scorn towards Nami. Nami's alluring face transformed into an expression of innocence, seemingly attempting to downplay the incident. However, Aily was acutely aware of Nami's pretentious demeanor. Just as she was about to unleash another tirade, Ling intervened. "Since we have all gathered here against the odds, let us proceed upwards." In such precarious conditions, an avalanche could very well occur. Despite each harboring a sense of disdain for one another, they hastened their steps towards the castle, prioritizing safety over their grievances. Ling was not a stranger to this place. Thus she was well aware of the personalities of the old woman and Chopper. Indeed, at that moment, the castle's grand doors swung open to reveal the duo, standing at the entrance. So this is what they refer to as companions. What initially appeared to be a mere trio had unexpectedly multiplied in numbers. Chopper's face was alight with surprise, adorned with a hint of a smile. And he couldn't help but chuckle at Nami beside him. Nami's intentions were crystal clear. Her purpose for venturing into the castle was to acquire that coveted treasure. "Old lady, captain of the ghost pirate crew, I have dealt with your predicament. You cannot remain in such conditions indefinitely. The villagers within are undoubtedly yearning for your return." Ling had initially believed that all her actions were justified, yet she was taken aback when the elderly woman before her burst into tears and laughter. "There is no need," the woman said. "Even though Limo has been defeated, I still have no reason to remain in the town." Viewed from this perspective, Ling's inexplicable conflict with the members of the ghost pirate crew seemed utterly futile. The primary concern was not the captain of the pirate crew, but rather the townspeople's disdainful attitude towards her. There was a time when the entire political landscape regarded her as a witch. It was precisely because she endured such profound suffering that she came to understand what her purpose should be. The past experiences were indelible scars on the elderly woman's heart. Consequently, she had resolutely decided never to engage with any resident of the town again. Indifference can evoke fear at that moment. The elderly woman only wished to remain with Chopper in the confines of the castle. Aside from those with exceptional abilities, no one else could possibly enter the castle. This leisurely existence was, in fact, a fortunate circumstance for her. As she spoke, the elderly woman suddenly produced a magnificent crystal ball from her pocket, radiating a deep blue hue. When Ling first laid eyes on this treasure, a surge of excitement coursed through her. Who could possibly resist such a gem? Initially, she had intended to hand it over to you, provided you could resolve this matter for me. However, at this moment, the treasure holds no significance for me. Perhaps I should relinquish it to you after all. Nami's eyes widened in astonishment, her throat dry as she swallowed nervously, yet she found herself at a loss. As a frail woman, seizing this opportunity to snatch the treasure from Ling's grasp would require her to devise the swiftest means of escape. Yet, the surrounding environment was perilous, and they were perched atop a hill. Even if she managed to acquire the treasure, her chances of fleeing would be slim, risking her efforts to be in vain. If direct force was not an option, she would have to resort to alternative strategies. At that moment, Nami began to formulate her next move. Intent on seizing the treasure while these individuals were still caught off guard. The little wildcat had never failed in such endeavors, and Nami resolutely vowed to make no mistakes this time. How envious she felt of those who had so many companions by their side. While her time with her grandmother had been joyous, a tinge of envy lingered. Chopper's expression revealed a flicker of contemplation, which Ling observed keenly. Now, having acquired what they desperately needed, Ling and her companions prepared to depart. The descent was fraught with complexity, with Ling leading the way. Nami followed closely, her adorable visage betraying a hint of anxiety as her gaze remained fixed on Ling, hoping to glean something useful from this man. Half an hour later, they finally reached the town. After dispersing the remnants of the ghost pirate crew, the atmosphere within the town appeared significantly more harmonious. The residents gathered in increasing numbers, soon crowding the entire square. Ling and the others remained perplexed by the situation at hand. Please wait here for a moment. I shall go ahead to investigate, Ling remarked, turning to the group. After a prolonged silence, he proceeded forward. Before him lay an astonishingly large wanted poster. Ling's gaze lingered on the wanted poster, and only then did he notice that his own photograph had been affixed upon it. Indeed, these individuals were far from virtuous, with a bounty of 100 million. They must be ruthless marauders, detestable pirates who engage in arson and pillage. The opinions of nearly all the townsfolk towards them remained unwavering. At this moment, a hint of anxiety flickered in Ling's gaze. You had not anticipated that the wanted notice would arrive at the political arena so swiftly. Moments later, all the residents turned their attention towards Ling. It was them, these detestable pirates. If we were to report them to the world government now, we would undoubtedly reap a handsome bounty. Confronted by Ling, the townsfolk displayed little understanding. Instead, they intensified their tone, growing increasingly tense. At this moment, Ling began to comprehend the true intentions of these individuals. With a cold snort, he prepared to turn away. The residents had already started to draw their weapons, ready to launch an assault. Behind him, Robin took note of this development. What a farce. If it weren't for us, the Phantom Pirate crew would have undoubtedly slaughtered these foolish beings. Aily derisively hurled insults at them. Nevertheless, the residents remained fixated on Ling and his companions. A few audacious souls attempted to seize the opportunity to attack, but the instant Ling cast his gaze upon them, their faces were instantly overtaken by fear. Ling found the situation somewhat amusing and seemed to comprehend why the old woman preferred to confine herself within the castle rather than remain here. Contacting the world government now seemed futile. Before their military arrives, we must devise a way to keep them at bay. Uncertain of who initiated it, more and more residents began to cheer. At that moment, Ling appeared to grasp something profound, standing silently before abruptly turning away. Her gaze instilled a palpable fear among the residents, who remained frozen in the garden, unsure of how to proceed. Seize them, if you believe you can, Ling remarked. Unable to suppress a soft scoff, she continued speaking as the residents began to panic, lost in their uncertainty. Individuals like you are hardly worthy of sympathy. A hint of murderous intent emanated from the shrine, causing an increasing number of residents to hesitate. Robin and a few others had approached and continued. Since our identities have been fully exposed, it would be prudent to leave this place post-haste. Ling found great merit in Robin's words. The residents' attitude towards the entire situation had long since left her feeling disheartened. Thus, she concluded that there was no longer any necessity to remain. Just as she prepared to take her first step forward, those same residents suddenly brandished their weapons, pointing them at Ling. You shall not pass. At this moment, Ling, who had previously maintained her composure, now appeared somewhat exasperated. So, you still wish to obstruct my path? Ling continued to snort disdainfully, her expression distinctly displeased. The residents around her were unable to relinquish their hopes. They understood that missing this opportunity would signify an insurmountable hindrance to their future progress. Indeed, I am a pirate sought after by the world government. Should you possess the audacity to capture me and present me to them, a bounty of 100 million awaits you. However, should I become displeased, I shall annihilate this entire island in an instant. The residents' trembling hands remained tightly clenched, clearly aware that Ling was not jesting in the slightest. The ability to defeat Limo attested to their formidable strength. A direct confrontation might indeed validate her claims. After observing the residents for a while, Ling finally ascertained that they no longer dared to confront him. Thus, he boarded the ship. On the shore, Nami watched Ling and the others with eager anticipation, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. Fearing that the situation might worsen if she were not included, he decided to bring Nami along. Robin also suggested the same. After receiving affirmation from several others, they ultimately chose to have Nami join them aboard the vessel. The pirate ship set sail once more. Meanwhile, on the coastline of another boundary, the fisherman Arlong surveyed the surroundings with a greedy gaze. Boss, it can be confirmed that Nami has boarded their ship. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we can position ourselves directly ahead to intercept them. Upon hearing this, Arlong calmly smiled. Quickly. This is an opportunity created by that woman Nami. If we fail to seize it, we would be utterly remiss. Following this declaration, a growing chorus of smug laughter erupted from those around him. For Arlong, nothing is more enticing than genuine wealth, and thus, they must take advantage of this opportunity to plunder the pirate vessel across from them. Simultaneously, Ling and his companion's ship continued to drift upon the waves, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Nami, let us first take you home. Ling, as captain, naturally held the authority to make that choice. The other women expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement. With their affirmation, Nami finally exhaled in relief and pointed toward the horizon. The Cutwater Sea is my homeland, not too far from here. If you were truly willing, I would be immensely grateful. As Ling gazed upon the woman's smile, a sense of relaxation washed over her. The distance ahead seemed minimal, and at that moment, Ling and her companions had accelerated their pace. The ship moved with increasing frequency, while the women remaining in the cabin continued to tend to their respective tasks. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Nami stealthily approached Ling, her eyes fixed intently upon her. "You are truly remarkable," Nami remarked, her youthful voice tinged with a hint of admiration, as her tone transformed into something distinctly different. After hearing these words, Ling felt rather indifferent and shook her head in response. It was not a matter of strength or prowess, no matter how formidable one's abilities might be. They could never rescue those burdened by foolish hearts. Nami was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of what Ling meant at that moment. Everyone harbors their own grievances. Much like those individuals engaging in their actions, they too must have their own issues that they are unable to resolve. As Ling turned around, she found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was true that, in the grand scheme of things, none of this truly concerned her. After all, no one acts without regard for their own interests. The outcome lay before them, a reality shared by all. Contemplating this, Ling began to feel a tinge of regret. Nami remained silent, yet she discerned a rare glimmer of kindness within the man before her. It was perhaps Ling's demeanor that stirred a flicker of guilt in Nami's heart. As a thief, Nami had committed countless misdeeds over the years, and many pirates had come to harbor a deep-seated fear of her. Ling is unlike any other. This man exudes a unique allure that subtly captivates Nami. Perhaps Nami, despite her youth, possesses an unwavering determination to embark on adventures alongside this man. It is possible that she sees a reflection of herself within him, just as Nami becomes lost in a reverie. Their pirate crew is suddenly struck by a formidable force from behind. With a resounding crash, Ling turns to see a pirate ship looming behind them. Nami is taken aback the most. This was not part of the plan. Why have those detestable celestial dragons appeared at this moment? What a farce. It is evident that such a massive vessel could not have collided with them by mere chance. At that moment, Aily abruptly rises, her gaze fixed intently on the pirate ship behind them. In the next instant, several agile figures leap onto the deck from the opposing ship, their expressions brimming with arrogance as they twist and contort their bodies with dexterity. These are the fishmen, though it was not her first encounter. Ling was astonished that these fishmen had managed to catch up with her so swiftly. "I am truly grateful to you, Miss Nami. If it weren't for your successful maneuver to lead them into this particular sea, we would have had no opportunity to act," one of the fishmen addressed Nami. At that moment, Nami's face was etched with panic. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. If Ling and the others were to discover that her actions were deliberate, it would be impossible for her to remain aboard the pirate ship. Furthermore, those insufferable fools would certainly cast her aside, as she had lost all value to them. Nami was increasingly anxious, unsure of how to navigate the unfolding chaos. As a princess of the celestial dragons, Aily quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Nami, could it be that you orchestrated all of this? Why did we place our trust in you, only for you to repay us in such a manner?" After receiving accusations from others, Nami found herself at a loss. The events had already transpired, and it was indeed regrettable that these individuals still considered her a comrade. Had they known that the entire scheme was solely her design, despair would surely ensue among them. At that moment, the fishman leader, Arlong, wore a smug smile, his tone dripping with arrogance. Nami was rendered speechless, her complexion pale as she stood helplessly between the two factions. Indeed, one cannot trust fleeting friendships. Although Aily was furious, she found herself equally powerless in the face of the situation. Moments later, an ever-growing number of pirates completely blocked the ship. "You foolish wretch. I know that treasure is in your possession. Since we have reached this juncture, it is best that you hand it over willingly," Arlong declared without hesitation, extending his hand. In contrast, Ling's expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the threat. "Why should I surrender what the old woman entrusted to me? Do you presume to have other intentions for it? Haha, naive little brat. Do you truly believe you have grounds to refuse at this moment? If you wish to spare your companions from demise, you would do well to comply," Arlong retorted, his demeanor shifting to one of impatience. Currently, Ling's options were limited, either to incapacitate this brash adversary or to relinquish the precious item in his possession. "Very well, if you believe yourself capable, then come and take it," Ling challenged, placing the treasure down on the edge of the deck. Arlong was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent's stance. "I care not who you are, but your audacity in this moment proves you are indeed formidable. However, I see no reason to linger here any longer," Arlong boasted, his face brimming with self-satisfaction as he regarded Ling. Ling could indeed sense that the personal abilities of the fishmen were entirely distinct from those of others, which necessitated his cautious approach. At that moment, Nami suddenly stepped forward, her voice laced with an air of helplessness as she repeated, "Is all of this my fault? If I relinquish this choice, will you spare them?" This choice represented a shadow that Nami would carry for a lifetime, as it signified her abandonment of her homeland, condemning it to forever belong to the fishman Arlong. It was a transaction between Nami and Arlong. If she could amass 100 million berries within the stipulated time, Arlong would agree to return her territory. "I'm sorry, but that is not possible." Arlong's blunt declaration shattered any remaining vestiges of her confidence in an instant. With a vacant gaze directed at him, she found herself at a loss for what to do. "Nami, do you still not comprehend the situation at hand? Although we had an agreement that if you could earn me 100 million berries, I would return your homeland. This is not the time for negotiations. At that moment, Nami realized that she had been deceived by this man from the very beginning. Arlong had never intended to cooperate with her. Even if she were to acquire the 100 million berries in the future, he would simply find another means to deny her. Thus, everything had been a ruse from the outset. The last remnants of Nami's frailty erupted within her, leading her to kneel helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Yet to Arlong, these were merely the cries of the weak, evoking no sense of guilt, instead fueling his arrogance with mocking laughter. Is that enough? Ling cast an indignant glare towards Arlong beside him. What are you angry about? If it weren't for that foolish woman, how could you all have ended up in this predicament? Ultimately, it is merely a futile rage. Indeed, before the fishman Arlong, these matters held no significance whatsoever. Yet Ling refused to accept this, believing that there ought to be other opportunities. Why does a loathsome creature like you find yourself in such a place? Callously exploiting others and belittling them so mercilessly? Arlong felt an inexplicable annoyance towards this individual. After a brief moment, he swiftly seized the weapon in his hand, advancing menacingly towards Ling. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the ship began to sway, and Ling sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, Arlong had closed in on him. Yet Ling showed no signs of trepidation. Instead, he effortlessly dodged the impending attack and countered with a swift grab. However, the agility of the fishman allowed him to deftly maneuver past Ling. As the round concluded, neither combatant found themselves with any discernible advantage. Clearly, he was no ordinary foe. I now understand why that political matron entrusted this treasure to you. Ling had no intention of engaging in trivial conversation with his opponent. Instead, he pressed forward, advancing into the space before him. Given that the fishman excelled in swift offensive maneuvers, Ling encouraged the use of the same strategy to catch his adversary off guard. Indeed, Alone was unprepared for such a turn of events, and before he could evade, Ling delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing against the side of the ship. This move astonished the surrounding fishmen, who could hardly believe that their captain, Alone, had been injured by this audacious young man. What a jest! How could our formidable fishmen ever be bested by such inept fools? At this moment, Alone began to regain his composure, preparing to launch another assault. The sounds emanating from around the cabin hinted at impending chaos. If the current situation persisted, it could very well lead to significant peril. Ling inhaled sharply, sensing an air of palpable tension enveloping the surroundings. Boss, this individual appears to be quite formidable. Let us join forces, he suggested. The others, already brimming with eagerness, prepared to spring into action. However, Along raised his hand, asserting, "No, this is a duel between him and me. If I cannot defeat this man, then I am unworthy of leading the fishmen." Ling found this fellow rather intriguing. She wondered what kind of confidence allowed him to act with such reckless abandon. Moments later, Alone leapt once more, brandishing his weapon menacingly before Ling. The knife and fork he wielded were, in his mind, his most fearsome instruments. Ling surprisingly dodged the attack just in time, yet unexpectedly, a violent explosion erupted nearby. Boom. The already fragile cabin was struck, creating a gaping hole. At this moment, Ling and the others could distinctly feel the water encroaching within. How foolish. I initially thought you would willingly confront this onslaught. Now that the cabin has begun to seep with droplets, do you truly believe you still have a chance to prevail against me? Ling had truly not anticipated that this individual would resort to such despicable tactics. Upon contact with water, the merman's strength would surge exponentially, necessitating the swift resolution of this conflict. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared in an increasingly precarious predicament. The naive fool, relying on such a feeble devil fruit, was destined to become a mere slave to the merman. Indeed, typically, a devil fruit user's powers vanish upon contact with water. However, Ling was different. He possessed a unique ability bestowed by the system, which remained unaffected by the presence of water. It was precisely this assurance that instilled in him the confidence to defeat his opponent. At that moment, Arlong's legs made contact with the water's surface, initiating a rapid offensive maneuver. He believed that as long as he moved quickly enough, he could find a way to vanquish Ling. How foolish. For the fault lay in his own naivety. Arlong's speed intensified, and just as he was about to close the distance to Ling, Amaterasu, a powerful flame erupted beside him. Initially unfazed, Arlong dismissed this as mere trickery. How naive to think flames could restrain me underwater. However, the flames surrounding Tenzo began to spread uncontrollably, intensifying without any means of abatement. Even upon contact with water, the flames persisted. Arlong's body became engulfed in flames, and he was soon racked with agony. This is impossible. We are at sea. The flames mercilessly seared Arlong's flesh, consuming him with each passing moment, yet Ling remained indifferent, as long as Arlong fell before him. This was a sight Nami longed to witness but also found utterly unbelievable. The flames gradually spread, preventing the nearby mermen from approaching. Minutes passed, and silence descended. Arlong's body grew cold as he convulsed twice before crashing heavily to the ground. The sound of Arlong's corpse striking the deck instilled an unprecedented fear in the mermen behind him. In that instant, they began to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Has Brother Arlong been defeated? Increasingly, the celestial dragons succumbed to panic, unable to grasp the reality unfolding before them. The fact remained, Arlong had been vanquished, and the remaining mermen possessed no competitive edge. Despair washed over Nami as she witnessed the scene before her. Even after considerable time had passed, she finally grasped that the merman who had dominated her had been defeated. However, the ship was now thoroughly permeated by the surrounding seawater, and if this state persisted, it could very well sink entirely. At that point, circumstances would only worsen, particularly for those like Robin and Hancock, who possessed devil fruits. The ship over there appears to be unscathed. We can make our way over, Aily declared loudly, no longer hesitating. Ling swiftly gathered Hancock in his arms and leapt onto the adjacent vessel. Though Robin yearned to move, her body had already made contact with the seawater. Due to the limitations of her powers, she felt an overwhelming weakness, rendering her unable to stir. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling returned to the original ship, cradling Robin in his arms. At that moment, a hint of shyness graced Robin's face as she struggled to believe that she was being embraced by the man before her. Among the group, apart from Aily, Robin was of a similar age to Ling. Thus, as Ling made contact with her body, he experienced an unexpected, peculiar reaction. Fortunately, this strange sensation was fleeting, and he successfully returned Robin to the other vessel. Nami lay quietly on the ground, having surrendered her resistance, having betrayed Ling and the others. And with the defeat of the fishmen, she felt there was nothing left for her to cling to. Thus, allowing her body to sink completely into the depths seemed almost like a blessing. So be it. Nami shut her eyes tightly, suddenly recalling everything that had transpired. Perhaps this entire ordeal had been a mistake from the very beginning. At that moment, a pair of hands firmly grasped her, pulling her back. In a state of near despair, she lifted her head and was taken aback to discover it was Ling beside her. Upon seeing this man, tears she could no longer contain welled in Nami's eyes. Although she was oblivious to the true nature of the situation, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Moments later, everyone aboard the ship had been saved. Nami still found it hard to comprehend the events that had unfolded, her gaze fixed intently on the others. I am so sorry for what has happened to you. If it weren't for me, you would not have encountered the fishmen, and our ship would not have been destroyed. Aily, though filled with anger, refrained from reproaching Nami upon seeing her. Perhaps the past had been filled with suffering, yet Aily recognized a reflection of herself in Nami. The events of the past were unavoidable. Knowing that everything had come to an end, there was no need for guilt at this moment. Ling continued speaking in a gentle tone. Nami, choked with emotion, found herself at a loss for words. Ever since she agreed to collaborate with Arlong, she had become the subject of scorn and anger in the eyes of others, perceived as a villain. However, Ling's presence transformed everything. Nami could hardly believe that the situation she had long yearned for was now unfolding before her eyes. With the turmoil settling, there was nothing left to fear. Nami, I understand the burdens that weigh heavily on your heart. This time, consider this a gift, Ling said, unexpectedly offering Nami a precious item left by an elderly woman. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have dared to believe the reality of the moment. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, Nami felt unsure of how to respond, her expression fraught with tension. At that moment, Ling smiled, appearing utterly unconcerned. The nation, once ravaged by the fishmen, must surely be in a state of despair. If this item were sold, it could fetch a considerable sum. Nami, however, felt completely at a loss for words. Her expression tinged with sorrow. It was already unexpected that Ling could forgive her. She never imagined he would go so far as to hand over the cherished item. Overcome with emotion, she finally broke down in tears, her face revealing a mix of helplessness and grievance. Now, they were en route to Nami's homeland. A rare opportunity not to be squandered. Could Nami contain her inner turmoil? Tears welled up as her demeanor shifted. Although they borrowed another vessel, the situation was not overly dire. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached their destination, known as Nami's hometown. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Without you, I might never have had the chance to return home, she expressed. Surrounding the island, the villagers gazed at the approaching ship with trepidation. In their minds, these vessels signified the return of the fishmen. Would these despicable creatures return to torment them? When would this cruel reality come to an end? As more villagers became entangled in their worries, some began to harbor doubts, for they noticed that the occupants of the ship were none other than Nami herself. Wait, I just realized Nami is aboard that ship. Upon closer inspection, the villagers were surprised to see that the individuals accompanying Nami were not the vile fishmen, but rather a few amiable-looking crew members. Am I mistaken? Why are there no fishmen aboard? Who are these people? As the ship drew nearer, an increasing number of villagers sensed something was amiss. Wait, they truly aren't fishmen. When Nami joyfully appeared before the villagers, their expressions finally relaxed. Nami, is that not a fishman's ship? Why are you on it? What has become of those wretched fishmen? The townsfolk could not help but inquire. Nami, with an excited tone, repeated herself, because the fishmen have been defeated. Defeated? The villagers could scarcely believe their ears. The fishmen, who had occupied their land for so long, had been vanquished. It was simply unbelievable. After the initial excitement, the townspeople gradually came to accept this astonishing truth, especially since no other individuals were seen on the ship.
This meant that whatever the future held, the implications were bound to be profound. Who are they? The remaining villagers asked, pointing at Ling and his companions. There are benefactors. It is because of their arrival that the fishmen were defeated. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk were incredulous. How could such seemingly ordinary individuals have managed to overcome the so-called fishmen? It was absurd. Nami, is it truly possible? They do not appear particularly formidable, they murmured. Could this be a ruse? Perhaps those vile fishmen are attempting to manipulate us in this manner. Faced with a barrage of skepticism, Nami remained remarkably composed, reiterating in a resolute tone, "Everyone, there is no need to worry. It was Ling who led us to success in defeating the fishmen." In light of this, it seemed that the situation was far more complex than it initially appeared. An increasing number of villagers began to accept this new reality. Though they felt joy, it was inevitably short-lived. Nami, while they have successfully defeated those wretched fishmen, the matter is far from over. Nami's once confident countenance now bore traces of uncertainty. She could not fathom why the townspeople remained so fearful. The fishmen could linger indefinitely, for the town had become their territory. We are powerless. The fishmen's abilities are simply too formidable. At that moment, Ling turned his gaze toward the town's center, where he noticed an imposing structure looming. Nami's expression grew tense as she focused on the building. Yes, during her absence, the entire island had essentially fallen under the fishmen's dominion. Although Arlong had been defeated, remnants of his forces still occupied the area, intent on maintaining control over the island. As the villagers spoke of their plight, their faces were etched with despair. Nami was rendered speechless, her complexion pale, utterly unsure of how to address the situation. Robin closed her book and turned to Ling. Now that we have arrived, do you intend to resolve this matter for them? Ling nodded. For the matter concerning the mermen was one he had instigated himself. It would not bode well if the remaining mermen were to become aware of the entire situation. Thus, he felt compelled to resolve the issue at hand. Ding. The system is currently generating a random task. By sheer coincidence. 4 tasks of varying ranks suddenly flickered into existence for the virtuous Ling. He had now become adept at discerning the system's task assignments, which tended to manifest when he formulated a particular intention. Presently, his accumulated anger points were significantly high, and even if he were to undertake the most rudimentary D-rank task, the experience gained from his ensuing confrontation with the merman would allow him to elevate his level. However, to pursue such a conservative approach would mean squandering a rare opportunity. Ling was unwilling to let this chance slip away. Thus, he resolutely opted for the A-rank task. Ding. Confirming the host's selection of the A-rank task, generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host has unlocked 3 A-rank tasks, elevating the task level. This unexpected turn of events was indeed beyond Ling's anticipation, and it was not entirely surprising. Now, having accepted the A-rank task, he was eager to see how the system would challenge him this time. Task 1. Infiltrate the trap set by the merman while remaining single, and successfully escape. Goodness, this level of task was indeed formidable, presenting him with such a daunting challenge right from the outset. Though Ling felt an inner imbalance, he could only muster the courage to acquiesce. On the other hand, Aily remained utterly perplexed by Ling's intentions. Since this matter was initiated by us, I shall take full responsibility for it. Once he regained his composure, Ling unabashedly accepted the daunting task. The surrounding residents were left in stunned silence. Do you truly comprehend how terrifying those fishmen are? Even if you manage to defeat a few, it does not grant you the right to confront the rest. Such an action is exceedingly perilous. In response to the residents' trepidation, Ling chose not to elaborate further and instead turned to head straight ahead. Robin attempted to follow but was promptly halted by Ling. Allow me to go alone, to avert any potential interference from the women. Ling intended to embark on this endeavor solo. However, as more individuals around him grew anxious, they deemed Ling's actions utterly absurd. After hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered across Robin's otherwise serious countenance, and he continued, in that case, I shall remain here. Although Aily disapproved of Robin, she could not fathom why he dared to exhibit such extremity at this moment. With a smile, Ling realized that currently, only Robin truly understood him. Thus, he set forth resolutely, disregarding the pleas of the residents behind him. Nami remained quietly in place, fully aware that Ling would encounter various perils. Yet her heart brimmed with unwavering confidence in this man. Ling, he would undoubtedly succeed. Meanwhile, within the Fishman Palace, the station fishmen along the coastline had relayed the news to their leader, known as the Fishman Tyrant, Arlong. As Arlong's elder brother, he could hardly fathom that his sibling had been slain by a mere pirate. Is it confirmed? That wretched lad is indeed advancing towards us. In that case, let us allow him to experience the agony of death, ha ha ha. Faintly, a formidable aura began to permeate the vicinity. Ling ventured alone and, after approximately half an hour, finally arrived at the entrance. Everything here appeared rather ordinary, save for the enormous fishman emblem emblazoned upon the building's roof. Such a symbol was undeniably humiliating to anyone who beheld it. At this moment, Ling approached the edifice with remarkable speed. After a couple of soft huffs, he surged towards the wooden panel, striking it with great force. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous noise, the massive insignia shattered under the impact of Ling's fist. This cacophony not only startled all the fishmen within the building, but also instilled an unprecedented fear among the nearby residents. That young man. Has he truly smashed the plaque that symbolizes the fishmen? This is dreadful. Such an act will surely incite their wrath. One can only dread the consequences. In response to the growing tension among the surrounding residents, Robin appeared remarkably indifferent, continuing to quietly peruse the book in her hands. The fishmen were not meant to inhabit this place. They had traversed from the depths of the ocean through alternative means, their true intention being the subjugation of humanity. Does that not seem rather absurd? Aily, as the princess of the celestial dragons, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She had previously regarded these ordinary people with disdain, yet after witnessing the plight of the invaded, she began to empathize with their suffering. Regardless, Aily felt that her actions were indeed quite foolish. Meanwhile, within the building, none of the fishmen anticipated that this insolent boy would arrive so swiftly. The naive fool. Since he seeks his own demise, we shall gladly oblige. Ah spoke with indignation, slamming his hands on the table before turning to his subordinates. To prepare for Qi Ling's arrival, Ah had already instructed his men to establish defenses around the building. Fear not. We have set various traps near the entrance. Should he dare to make contact, he will meet his demise at their hands. Such an arrogant individual need not concern us directly. Ah was confident in his subordinates' capabilities. Slowly rising and observing his surroundings with a gleam of pride, I shall witness firsthand how this foolish boy meets his end. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Qi Ling had approached the entrance, scanning his surroundings intently. Is it you? Before him, Ah's face twisted with anger as he clenched his fists. His eyes fixated on Qi Ling unwaveringly. At this moment, Qi Ling's expression remained composed, exhibiting no signs of tension in the presence of these individuals. I am oblivious to the motives that compel you to oppose us, the fishmen. However, now that you have ventured this far, your demise is virtually assured. Allow me to witness the true extent of your abilities. Ha ha ha. Qi Ling is not a fool. How could he possibly be unaware that these individuals had set traps in advance? How amusing it is that you would threaten me with such bravado while surrounding me with your machinations. Do you truly consider me a simpleton? Qi Ling exerted his body and began to chuckle softly to himself. Away was taken aback, realizing that this individual was even more astute than he had anticipated. Humph. In truth, you are merely a cowardly fool consumed by your own insecurities. I am uncertain of the vile tactics you employed to defeat Along. But now you find yourself with no escape. Qi Ling was rather amusing. This fellow, even when employing a feigned act of self-harm, displayed such deliberate intent. Could it be that all you fishfolk are devoid of intellect? It truly baffles me what right creatures of your limited wit possess to invade the sanctity of another's abode. Though he scoffed, Qi Ling needed to fulfill his mission, which necessitated a reckless gamble. At that moment, he cautiously took a step forward. Not far away, a throwing knife was indeed launched, hurtling towards him with lethal intent. Away glared at his subordinate. Truly, the caliber of a leader is reflected in the quality of their followers. After all, a fool like you would hardly attract formidable companions. With this thought, Qi Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, despite the myriad dangers that loomed, he resolutely charged ahead, undeterred. With astonishing speed, the knives whizzing around him aimed to strike. But none succeeded in their deadly pursuit. The entire process for Qi Ling was remarkably brief, and none of his subordinates seemed capable of landing a blow on him. Just as Qi Ling was on the verge of graduating into the interior of the castle, he sensed that this mission could be effortlessly accomplished. However, at that moment, brimming with confidence, he suddenly felt the ominous approach of danger through his keen perception. Indeed, a merman who had refrained from striking until now had drawn forth a throwing knife from his grasp. Moments later, the knife descended directly before Qi Ling, poised to inflict harm upon him. In this dire situation, Qi Ling, determined to prevent any failure of the mission, had no choice but to retaliate forcefully. The last fool could not have anticipated his own miscalculation. As the most precise marksman among the mermen, he had expected an effortless victory. Yet the unfolding events defied his expectations. How infuriating it was to discover that your agility was so formidable. At that juncture, Away felt a considerable amount of pressure. However, he found himself devoid of any viable options. After all, succumbing to Qi Ling was indeed his blunder. And the fact that his opponent had bested long attested to his extraordinary prowess. It is not that I am exceptionally strong, but rather that you lot are exceedingly weak. If you lack any real skill, there is no need to put on airs at this moment. Qi Ling attempted to move his body, casting a scornful gaze at the self-important merman. Humph, these are merely trivial tricks. What follows will be the true nightmare that will make you feel genuine pain. Around him, an increasing number of mermen stood poised for action, observing their fully armed demeanor. Qi Ling felt a flicker of interest. I had been eagerly anticipating your moves. I initially thought it would take you a considerable amount of time, yet, given the current circumstances, it appears I was overly cautious. The clash between Qi Ling and the remaining adversaries seemed ready to ignite. Since you are so brimming with confidence, allow me to introduce you to the four most formidable masters by my side. For masters? Qi Ling was amused by this self-important individual, uncertain as to why he dared to utter such words. Upon reflection, however, she found the situation rather intriguing. Moments later, several menacing figures appeared before her, seemingly prepared to strike. It appeared that they were eager for a confrontation, thus, Ling resolved to grant them that opportunity. With a slight hum and an air of indifference, she made her stance clear. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the four mermen surged toward her with astonishing speed, a pace that would leave most unable to react. Yet, Ling had already discerned their weaknesses. The first to engage, a burly brute, believed he could inflict harm upon her, seizing what he thought was an advantageous moment. Die. You shall pay for your foolishness, he boasted, confident that this attack would surely wound her. However, before he could even make his move, Ling had already positioned herself behind him. He froze, intending to strike again, but Ling was not inclined to grant him any time for a response. With a single punch, the first merman was sent crashing to the ground, his body convulsing before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Noticing this, the remaining three mermen felt a palpable tension, realizing that recklessly attacking now would lead to perilous consequences. Is it that you dare not strike after just one exchange? Ling mused with a calm smile, continuing her mockery. In the presence of these mermen, humans appeared feeble and inept. Yet, Ling's emergence shattered that dismal perception. Insulted, the mermen roared once more, preparing to seize the opportunity to strike. Previously, one had attacked. This time, they opted for a simultaneous assault, aiming to deny Ling any chance of retaliation. At that moment, all three escape routes for Ling were completely blocked. Do not struggle. No matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the combined might of US three brothers. On the platform, Away's gaze remained fixed on the other three, acutely aware that their ability to defeat Ling indicated formidable strength. Although the three brothers had cornered Ling, the outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain. At this moment, Ling simply smiled calmly, seemingly devoid of any fear. The Shinra Tensei, this was the second time Ling had employed such a technique. The three individuals nearby, poised to rush forward, were instantaneously repelled by an overwhelming force. Moments later, all three lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions contorted in agony, unable to move their bodies. Ling remained utterly relaxed, seemingly untouched by any harm. A chime echoed, announcing the successful completion of the first task and the unlocking of the second. It became evident that the system's traps also included the so-called four masters of the fishmen. Amusingly, their abilities seemed to pale in comparison to even a fraction of Aaron's prowess. Was this truly the extent of the fishman's capabilities? To attempt to establish sufficient authority before humanity with such meager tactics was utterly ludicrous. Before her, Away could scarcely believe her eyes. She had anticipated an overwhelming victory from her fishman subordinates, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Away's fury was formidable, even terrifying. Arrogant scoundrel. If you were so unafraid of death, allow me to teach you a lesson. In that moment, Away descended the stairs without reservation. Her expression a mix of rage as her gaze, filled with murderous intent, locked onto Ling. Another chime resonated, announcing the unlocking of the second task, to defeat Away without utilizing Pain's abilities. Although this task seemed somewhat excessive, Ling was no fool. Employing only Haki alongside the Amaterasu ability would be more than sufficient to handle this opponent. At that moment, Away had approached Ling, her countenance brimming with indignation. Do not presume that defeating a mere two fishmen grants you the liberty to act as you please. Away indeed possessed a unique strength. She threw a punch, which Ling managed to catch, yet the sheer force nearly propelled him away. This fishman Away was evidently not to be underestimated. While she lacked the powers of a devil fruit, she emanated an astonishing explosive force. Despite having tasted this move, Ling showed no intention of surrendering. After all, while formidable, Away's advantage lay solely in close quarters. Thus, Ling only needed to avoid direct confrontation to secure victory. Why the sudden silence? Is this truly all your abilities encompass? Away roared, leaping into the air, her powerful form crashing down toward Ling. With a resounding thud, Ling was forced to retreat, finding himself in an unusually passive position during their initial encounter. After 2 rounds of stalemate, Ling sensed a hint of fatigue. If the battle continued in this manner, he might genuinely struggle against Away, for as a fishman, she was no ordinary foe. You little brat. Now you feel the weight of my power, but it is too late. Fools like you can only perish before me. Away, in a fit of rage, charged at Ling, intent on subduing him with her overwhelming strength. Fortunately, with the use of Kenbunchika Haki, Ling could evade her assault just in time. A thunderous impact from Away's punch created a vortex of energy, shattering the nearby wall. At this juncture, Ling had no choice but to take the matter seriously. Were he able to employ Pain's abilities, it would certainly ease his predicament. Yet, the system's task constraints limited him. Indeed, this level of task was proving to be far from simple. Meanwhile, Away brimmed with confidence, preparing for her next assault. Fool, pay the price for your foolishness. In an instant, Away surged forward, her formidable strength aimed directly at Ling's chest. Nevertheless, Ling swiftly dodged and attempted to grasp Away in return. The more he pressed, the more agile Away became, refusing to grant him any opportunity to strike back. For nearly a minute, the two remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to claim victory over the other. Ling did not employ any abilities, thus she did not perceive any decline in her condition. However, It was evident that Away was already feeling the significant depletion of his stamina. I believe it is unnecessary to continue this battle. You're on the verge of exhaustion. Ling remarked with a mocking expression, deliberately provoking Away beside her. Indeed, Ling's assessment was quite astute, and Away recognized that he could not sustain the fight any longer. With that realization, he resolved to defeat her in a single strike, intending to demonstrate the true extent of his power. It appeared that this time, the fishman Away was determined not to hesitate. Having adjusted his state, he prepared to seize the opportunity to strike. Ling calmly gazed at the unfolding scene before him, eager to discern what hidden cards this individual might ultimately possess. Moments later, Away surged toward Ling with remarkable speed. Despite his imposing physique, he exhibited a velocity that surpassed that of an average person, which was indeed a formidable feat consequently. Ling understood that he must exercise utmost caution in the face of such a formidable opponent. At this juncture, Away was convinced of his impending victory. Brimming with confidence as he brandished his hands, channeling a tremendous surge of power, Ling felt a twinge of anxiety, aware that failing to act decisively at this moment could lead to significant peril. Fortunately, given the current circumstances, the outcome did not appear exceedingly dire. After the previous 2 rounds, Ling seemed to have discerned the technique for this particular strike. In front of him, Away took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into the attack. At that moment, Away believed victory was assured, brimming with confidence. How Navi, you now have no escape. Prepare to face your demise. Ling's gaze was fixed intently on his opponent. The moment Away had stepped away, he swiftly retaliated, managing to seize Away's hands just in the nick of time. At that moment, Away's previously confident expression was suddenly replaced by an unprecedented tension. Impossible. How could this foolish individual possibly counter my move? Ling was not inclined to provide extensive explanations, as the rules had already been insidiously established. Ultimately, it was evident that one had been overly confident. When Ling spoke with a calm demeanor, he exhibited no signs of anxiety. In this light, the outcome appeared to be something the fishman had never anticipated. Away attempted to move his body, but found himself utterly rigid, unable to stir. There was no need to struggle. Once I seize the opportunity, your movements will be entirely hindered, Ling thought, his face radiating triumph. At that moment, Away endeavored to utilize his martial arts skills to escape Ling's grasp, yet after a few attempts, he realized it was futile. In truth, Ling had already employed his conqueror's haki to restrain Away's abilities from the very beginning. Impossible. No one can completely restrict my powers as you have done. It is utterly inconceivable. Away protested, clearly unwilling to relinquish his chance. How could foolish humans like you possibly contend with me? Away strained to maneuver his body, seeking to exploit any opportunity to break free from his confinement. However, the task was far from simple. Ling had comprehensively stifled Away's strength, rendering him immobile. There is no need to continue struggling. Such efforts will only burden you further. Your own power is waning under the influence of haki. And I believe you are well aware of this, Ling asserted. Moments later, Away felt a flicker of despair wash over him. He understood that these circumstances were not merely a matter of idle talk, yet addressing them proved to be no simple task. Meanwhile, the fishmen around him began to rise slowly, seemingly intent on seizing the opportunity to strike. However, at that critical juncture, Ling unleashed a burst of Amaterasu, engulfing the fishmen in a fierce inferno, rendering them unable to move. Do not struggle. You cannot extinguish this flame. Even if you persist in your current state, it will yield you no advantage. Upon hearing this, Ling's subordinates were engulfed by an unprecedented fear. Some fishmen even leapt towards the water's surface, only to discover that the flames remained unquenchable. What a terrifying power. Why is this happening? Are we, the fishmen, destined to perish here? Panic began to spread among the ranks, and Away sought to stabilize the group, yet his efforts proved ineffective. Indeed, the flames of Amaterasu were raging incessantly, their intensity increasing, and conventional methods were utterly incapable of withstanding them. Ling, however, remained composed as she surveyed her surroundings. After a brief silence, she continued, "This place does not belong to you. Leaving is your only option." The mermen nearby were engulfed in an unprecedented sense of panic, uncertain of how to confront the unfolding situation. Failing to comply with the demands could lead them to unimaginable suffering. It was precisely this possibility that rendered any change in circumstances futile. At last, Away found himself unable to endure any longer, his anguished expression resigned to this grim reality. Foolish beings, he thought, the mermen will never easily acquiesce. This victory is merely a stroke of luck for you. Ling found it utterly amusing that these individuals, despite having already been thoroughly defeated, dared to utter such arrogant words. It seemed that this self-righteous person had never truly encountered the harsh realities of society. Otherwise, Ling would have relished the opportunity to give this scoundrel a proper beating. Without further ado, having successfully sent you flying, I insist that you leave this place at once and never return. Ling's expression brimmed with fury, seemingly intolerant of even a moment's negligence. Before him, Away trembled in fear, awkwardly retreating step by step from his own territory. The fishman Away was about to vacate this place. The era of the fishmen had come to an end. Along the coast, an increasing number of residents shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices filled with anticipation for this day. They could scarcely imagine that the one who had successfully vanquished the fishmen was an inconspicuous young boy, eager with delight. Aily rushed forward and enveloped Ling in her embrace. "You were the best, Ling." At that moment, Ling felt as though he were nearly suffocating. Crushed by the weight of her ample bosom, it must be said, the softness of her touch was undeniably satisfying, yet perilous. After a brief moment, Ling finally extricated himself from Aily's grasp. The detestable fishmen would no longer haunt this place, and from now on, all of you residents can live in peace. Ling addressed Nami and the others. "Wonderful. We can finally restore the tranquility we once knew." Nami, along with the remaining residents, could not contain their cheers, their admiration for Ling deepening. "Now that the matter has been resolved, we need not linger here any longer," Ling said, glancing back at Nami and gently stroking the girl's forehead. At that moment, Nami appeared exceptionally adorable, evoking an indescribable feeling within Ling. "Brother, I wish to accompany you." Nami's delicate voice echoed, her tone resolute. Together? Though he yearned for it, Nami was truly quite young. Embarking on adventures with her would only heighten the dangers. Nami was a brave girl, yet for now, she must not accompany her brother on such perils. "You are too young. It is most important for you to remain here and learn sufficient skills." Tears welled in the corners of Nami's eyes, sorrow etched upon her heart. Yet, being a strong girl, she understood that joining them would only increase the risks for Ling and his companions. "Brother, I will surely become a great navigator like you." The promise she made painted Nami as an impressive young woman. Before her, Ling affectionately caressed her cheek. "You will undoubtedly achieve that." Yes, Nami will surely succeed. However, at this moment, she should not follow him, but rather the young man who would one day set out with her. Nami nodded, her determined smile rendering her more endearing than ever. "Captain, we should board the ship," Robin remarked, glancing back at the vessel seized from the fishman pirates. Ling nodded, carrying a hint of reluctance as she made her way towards the ship. The vessel began to glide slowly, gradually advancing forward. Nami and the others' gazes grew increasingly blurred. And before long, they had completely vanished from sight. At that moment, the sky darkened, casting a crimson hue across the entire sea surface. Robin, meanwhile, continued to lean against the deck, perusing the book in her hands as she spoke. "If you find it difficult to part with Nami, why not take her along on your journey? I believe with your strength, you should be able to protect her." With a bitter smile, Ling offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime expanse directly ahead, a pirate clad in a jester's attire was peering through a telescope, repeatedly confirming the presence of a naval vessel in front of him. "Captain Buggy," he murmured, having ascertained that the naval forces loomed directly ahead. If captured, it would spell doom for us. On the deck, an increasing number of pirates began to exhibit signs of anxiety. At that moment, Buggy set aside his telescope, inhaling sharply in dread. "This is disastrous. If this band of pirates were to apprehend us, how could I, Captain Buggy, ever aspire to be the great pirate king?" As he lamented, the foolish crew erupted into cheers once more. "Captain Buggy is the pirate king. Captain Buggy is the pirate king." At this juncture, Buggy felt on the brink of collapse. "Why must I endure the company of these imbeciles?" Though he merely muttered to himself. It seemed his men had unwittingly attracted the attention of the naval forces above. Above, on the naval ship's deck, a scarred-faced lieutenant had almost confirmed that the vessel behind them belonged to Buggy's pirate crew. A smirk crept onto his lips, a mix of excitement and anticipation. Though mere coincidence, Buggy's foolishness had earned him a bounty of 50 million berries. Capturing him would be quite the accomplishment. Indeed, upon receiving the news, all naval personnel promptly altered their course, directing their cannons toward Buggy's ship. Naturally, Buggy had already discerned this alarming development through his telescope. What a farce. If we are struck by their cannon fire, we shall truly have no escape. Buggy's face was etched with frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless, as the Navy had concentrated all their firepower upon him. To refrain from retaliating would surely lead to annihilation, but confronting the Navy head-on could incite further chaos. For Buggy, a bounty of 50 million berries was an exorbitant price. Should this skirmish elevate his bounty, he would attract ever more hunters eager to claim his life. Buggy harbored no desire to become the so-called pirate king. He merely wished to establish a semblance of authority among his subordinates. Yet now, he found himself cornered, driving himself towards a path of ruin. "Captain Buggy, shall we confront the Navy directly?" one of the crew members suggested. "Captain is formidable. He would surely not let us down. If we follow his orders, we shall prevail." The incessant clamor from these foolish subordinates was utterly vexing, only serving to heighten his burdens. How infuriating. Am I truly destined to perish here? At that moment, Buggy began to mobilize his body, contemplating a flawless strategy. Just then, he became aware of an approaching vessel behind him, one that belonged to Ling and her companions. At that instant, Ling and the others gazed ahead with expressions of confusion. The presence of a Navy ship in such a location could only signify ill intentions. "If I am not mistaken, their true aim must be to hunt us down," Robin remarked as she focused on the naval ship. Aily, having hoped for a moment of respite, was dismayed to encounter such trouble so soon, her spirits dampened. Hey, you foolish lot, you'd best make way, or you'll regret it. Aily bellowed towards the pirate ship ahead without a second thought. Buggy, observing the ship behind him and noting that only a handful of women occupied its hold, suddenly burst into laughter. Initially fearing he might be trapped, he now perceived an unexpected opportunity. Captain Buggy, it seems the individuals on that ship are provoking us. One of his crew members noted. Should we assert our dominance and demonstrate the folly of their actions? Indeed, these Navii subordinates could only utter such impractical suggestions. Yet upon further contemplation, Buggy considered seizing this opportunity. Humph, this is the glory of the Buggy pirates. Let these foolish souls meet their demise. Ling has anchored his ship before the Buggy pirates. The foolish individuals have indeed arrived here. Do you still wish to depart? Buggy's tone was arrogant, and he appeared to be in no mood for jest. Ling was rather familiar with this individual. After casting a glance at him, he maintained a relatively calm tone and continued to repeat, if you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you step aside promptly. Although Baki was timid and averse to conflict, he would never tolerate such an affront, especially from this insolent brat whom he had never encountered before. The boy appeared utterly mundane and posed no threat whatsoever. You insolent fool, do you comprehend the words that escape your lips? I, the illustrious Captain Baki, would never yield to a simpleton like you. Ling, however, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with him. The pirate crew before her appeared rather formidable. Suddenly, a notification shined, indicating that the system was generating a new task for her. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the system assigned her a mission. Although this development seemed rather abrupt, there was no course of action available to her. Moments later, she was presented with the same 4 task options. Yet this time the level of the tasks exhibited a notable distinction. The previously highest tier, A, had now ascended to A. This alteration suggested that certain circumstances were indeed rather complex. With this in mind, Ling surveyed the options before her repeatedly, uncertain about how to proceed. Given her current state, she had undoubtedly fulfilled the system's requirements for an upgrade. Accepting the A-level task would entail bearing the corresponding penalties. Conversely, declining the task could result in missing out on something significantly important, and the rewards for this level of task appeared to be considerably more generous than those previously offered. Contemplating this, Ling ultimately found herself unable to resist the allure of such enticing rewards. The notification confirmed her selection of the A-level task. Task generation initiated. Task 1. Successfully defeat the Navy Colonel. Compared to tasks of lower tiers, this one seemed relatively straightforward. However, it was still a Navy Colonel. Ling gazed straight ahead and was taken aback to discover that a naval vessel was still anchored in the vicinity. After casting a cursory glance at the pirate buggy before him, Ling quickly deduced the reason for this individual's presence. What is the matter? Have you been so intimidated by our Captain Buggy's formidable presence that you've lost your voice? The pirates below echoed each word in unison. It was evident that Buggy was a cowardly bully, and all he needed to do was eliminate these ordinary individuals to establish a semblance of authority among his subordinates. Once that was accomplished, the situation would be manageable. Humph, I advise you to surrender promptly. If you obediently submit to me, Lord Buggy, you shall be spared from immense suffering. Ha! At this moment, a sinister grin adorned Buggy's face, as he had already devised a plan for his escape. At that moment, Ling was not particularly interested in indulging Buggy's whims, thus she readily agreed. Certainly, this declaration left everyone around her utterly astonished. Hancock and Aily could scarcely believe that the formidable Ling would acquiesce so effortlessly to Buggy's terms. Does this mean that if I consent to your conditions, you will refrain from troubling us? Ling seemed intent on seizing the opportunity to reiterate her point before leisurely boarding Buggy's ship. Buggy's plans were now in disarray. His expression frozen in an awkward stupor, uncertain of how to proceed. Do you not intend to resist? As a pirate, you lack even this modicum of resolve. Ling nonchalantly nodded and continued to smile, saying, Indeed, I am someone devoid of strong opinions. Beside him, those subordinates once again expressed their admiration for Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy is undoubtedly charismatic. These sycophantic individuals, while causing Buggy distress, found themselves helpless in the face of it all. If Buggy were to reject all of this now, perhaps the situation would improve somewhat. However, in the end, the circumstances would remain unchanged. Ling had long been aware of the subtle changes in Buggy's expression, and with his prior knowledge of this individual, he could essentially ascertain what was on his mind. Initially, Buggy intended to utilize the naval forces behind him to divert their attention, thereby provoking a confrontation with his own vessel. In such chaos, Buggy believed he could swiftly make his escape. One must admit, this strategy was rather clever, however. Ling had an in-depth understanding of Buggy. No, under no circumstances would a cad like you be permitted to serve under me. Buggy spoke in fragmented sentences, attempting to push Ling away. Meanwhile, on another ship, Aily could no longer contain her outrage. Look at you, a fool in a clown's guise. It is evident you are nothing but a lowly trickster. How could a man as exceptional as Lord Ling ever consider becoming your subordinate? Buggy smirked, realizing that Aily was indeed the true weak point. He then placed his hands on his hips, brimming with pride, and declared, What a pity it is that this man's prowess can merely qualify him as one of my subordinates. He is irresistibly drawn to my formidable abilities. and thus he will willingly submit to me, ha ha ha. Ellie was poised to retaliate but was abruptly restrained by Robin. Robin was acutely aware that someone like Ling would never acknowledge Bucky as his superior. At that moment, unbeknownst to everyone, artillery had been set up behind them. Lieutenant Colonel, we have locked onto 2 pirate ships ahead. Should we commence the attack now? The Lieutenant Colonel surveyed the scene through his glasses and finally noticed Ling and the others. Humph, it seems that divine providence is on my side. That individual, if I am not mistaken, is the one with a bounty of 100 million berries. Ling. If I can capture both of them in one fell swoop, I shall surely bid farewell to my current position. Ah ha ha. The naval soldiers beside him were already brimming with anticipation. Let the bombardment commence. If we can capsize their ship, they will be rendered powerless without their devil fruit abilities. At that point, we will launch a full-scale assault and bring them back to the government. After hearing this news, the remaining sailors immediately ignited the cannons aboard their ship. On the other side, Ling had already noticed their preparations for assault, but in order to stall Bucky, he continued to feign chaos. Come now, submit to my side. And allow Captain Bucky to lead you to victory. The oblivious Bucky continued to laugh arrogantly. Just then, a massive missile soared toward their vessel. Ling smirked as she suddenly appeared before the cannonball, raising her hand and effortlessly deflecting it away. Bang! The cannonball did not strike the ship. Instead, it landed on the adjacent water surface, erupting into a fierce spray of sparks. At this moment, Bucky finally grasped the situation. His adversary, the naval vessel, had taken advantage of the distraction to launch a surprise attack. How despicable, to strike while I was preoccupied. Buggy's gaze fixated on the enemy ship, his body trembling with rage. Moments later, the Navy commenced a second, more vigorous barrage. Unlike before, the frequency of the cannon fire had drastically changed. Yet now, with Ling firmly positioned ahead, none of the cannonballs could inflict any damage on the ship in front. What was happening? Despite the cannonballs being aimed directly ahead, why were they all being repelled? The lieutenant colonel clenched his teeth, seething with fury. However, at that moment, Ling had already made her decisive move, delivering a heavy kick towards the naval ship. The lieutenant colonel was utterly unprepared for the force of the blow and collapsed to the ground in agony. Only you would resort to such underhanded tactics while others are engaged in conversation. Ling inhaled sharply, her expression a mask of indignation. Of course, were it not for the demands of her mission, she would have scoffed at the idea of battling such a fool, opting instead to return their cannonballs in kind. The lieutenant colonel, clutching his injured cheek and wielding a knife, understood that this bounty of 100 million berries was not something any ordinary person could handle. To engage now would be nothing short of a death sentence. Realize your fate. Daring to oppose the Navy only leads to ruin. Determined to uphold his own standards, the lieutenant colonel unsheathed his knife and advanced menacingly towards Ling. Were he facing a typical opponent, Ling would undoubtedly engage in a fair contest. Yet against this vile character, she had no desire to waste any time. Boom. Ling swiftly appeared behind her opponent and struck her down with a single blow. The lieutenant colonel coughed violently twice, then closed her eyes, losing consciousness entirely. The lieutenant colonel had been defeated. Urgently contact the world government to request additional reinforcements. With merely a glance, Ling instilled fear in the remaining Navy personnel, for his formidable hockey was beyond their comprehension. Moments later, he swiftly materialized within the Navy's quarters, seizing the telephone before pivoting back toward the previous Bucky pirate ship. Meanwhile, Bucky was left utterly dumbfounded by the events that had just transpired. Regardless of the strength of a mere commander, the fact that this individual had annihilated all the Navy forces with a single move was astonishing. What manner of creature is this? Bucky swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, utterly at a loss for how to respond. It appeared that the situation had been largely resolved. Ling cast a penetrating gaze at Bucky before swiftly approaching him. At that moment, Bucky felt as though his doom was imminent. Confronted by this formidable opponent, he realized he possessed no means of resistance. A direct confrontation would only lead to certain demise. Who are you? Bucky retreated a couple of steps, his expression a portrait of panic, yet he remained unwilling to concede. After all, losing face before his subordinates would strip Bucky of any authority to maintain his pirate crew. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 1. Unlocking Task 2. Successfully recruit Bucky as a subordinate. This task, in comparison to its predecessor, was remarkably simpler. Ling had essentially begun to sense Bucky's trepidation. Thus, facing this task did not burden him with excessive pressure. You cannot defeat me. I offer a bounty of 100 million berries. Ling unabashedly proclaimed his name. 100 million. It is important to note that Bucky, as a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million, had no rivals in this region. Now, to learn that his opponent's bounty is double his own, Bucky realized that he stood no chance against Ling. I know you well. If you insist on a confrontation, I am not opposed. At this moment, Ling began to limber up, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Bucky shrank back, recognizing the necessity of retreat. Otherwise, he might face a brutal demise. I, Bucky, merely stumbled upon you. Since we are all pirates, there is no need for unnecessary conflict, is there? Bucky appeared to flee, but was swiftly grasped by Ling. I did not say you could leave, Ling scoffed. Bucky trembled, utterly at a loss on how to respond. Call me Big Brother, and I might consider sparing you, provided you become my subordinate. In the future, I shall be the first to assist you in times of trouble. Buggy, filled with fear, understood the consequences of defying Cheeling's wishes. Thus, he relinquished his thoughts and knelt upon the plank. Be Big Brother. All of his subordinates were taken aback, seemingly astonished by this outcome. Moments later, those who had initially been surprised erupted into cheers. Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy. Buggy could hardly fathom how events had unfolded. He had thought his crew would never believe him. Indeed, Captain Buggy had managed to scare off those foolish Navy men with his charisma. Captain Buggy is the best. His crew continued to shout exuberantly. Buggy, who had been grappling with how to explain the situation, found himself free from worry. Soon, Buggy could no longer contain himself and turned to Cheeling. Since it has come to this, I shall reluctantly accept you as my big brother. However, once this matter concludes, I shall continue to seek adventure in these waters. And one day, I will become the pirate king. This fellow's confidence intrigued Cheeling, in a sense. He had acknowledged Cheeling as his elder brother. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the second task. Indeed, the system merely alerted him to the completion of the second task, without granting Cheeling any anger points as a reward for success. At this level, if he was not mistaken, the forthcoming task would likely present the greatest challenge yet. Ding. Unlocking the third task, find the entertainment center before nightfall. Given the current circumstances, they were entirely unaware of the location of this entertainment center, leaving them puzzled as to why such a peculiar task had been assigned. After all, tasks were categorized by difficulty, and being classified at an A level indicated that achieving this task would certainly not be straightforward. Although Cheeling was filled with perplexity, she found herself devoid of any means to address her predicament. Considering the circumstances, it was evident that she could not afford to squander her time here. Nevertheless, while Cheeling might be oblivious to the location of the entertainment complex, it did not imply that Baki was equally uninformed. At that moment, a hint of caution flickered in Cheeling's gaze as she turned to Baki beside her. Pray tell, is there an entertainment complex nearby? Baki, whose countenance had previously radiated confidence, now displayed a hint of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly replied, I'm not certain about any entertainment complex. It was clear that the situation was indeed far more intricate than it appeared. Although Cheeling was not particularly elated at this moment, he found himself without any recourse. For the fellow before him was indeed rather perplexing. At this juncture, Cheeling could hardly afford to squander time. Thus, he promptly disembarked from Buggy's vessel and cast his gaze towards the entrance. Just then, Nico Robin, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly set aside the book she had been holding and spoke with a hint of intrigue, reiterating her thoughts. If one wishes to locate this, it is not a daunting task. There indeed exists a casino in these waters. What? According to my investigation, this establishment is operated by a pirate named Harry, whose primary objective is to provide a respite for wandering pirates. Robin continued to peruse the pages of her book, maintaining a tone of utmost seriousness as she reiterated her findings. Cheeling nodded and promptly inquired, how shall we proceed to our destination? At that moment, Robin continued to peruse the pages of the book before him. After flipping through a few more pages, he spoke, fortunately, it is not too far from here. If we maintain our current pace, we should arrive before nightfall. If that is indeed the case, then this subsystem has assigned me an exceedingly simple task. Cheeling felt that everything was not as simple as it seemed, especially considering the previous upgrade of the mission system, which had already indicated much. Nevertheless, she decided to take things one step at a time. After bidding farewell to Bucky and the others, Cheeling set off towards the location of the entertainment city. At that moment, Hancock suddenly felt a heaviness in her chest, an indescribable sensation that puzzled her. What's wrong? The observant Robin noticed the girl's discomfort and could not help but inquire. It's nothing. Hancock's innocent face did not seem to exhibit any signs of fear. Instead, she smiled and shook her head. Robin, feeling it inappropriate to press further, nodded in understanding and returned to her previous position, engrossed in her book. Time passed swiftly, and soon Cheeling realized they had unwittingly arrived near the entertainment city. The sky had darkened, and the vibrant, bustling environment around them offered ample allure. It seems our assumptions were indeed correct. Robin closed her book and pointed straight ahead. The surroundings grew increasingly enchanting, accompanied by a rising chorus of cheers. Ling let out a sigh of relief, fortunate that at this critical moment, she had reached her destination. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing all tasks and earning 150 points of anger value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up and acquiring a new ability. With these experiences, it was indeed possible to advance, and Ling was not surprised by this outcome. As her level increased, she would randomly receive 3 attributes. The only thing she could do was to choose one from these 3 attributes. Ding. Level up in progress. Acquiring a new ability for the host. Following the system's announcement, a wave of unexpected delight began to swell within Ling. Ability 1. Transform into a little white sheep. Ability 2. Enhance the diffusion range of Amaterasu and reduce stamina consumption. Ability 3. Invincible 1000-year kill. Ling could hardly believe the 3 abilities presented before him. Aside from the second ability, which would provide him with some modest assistance, the others were utterly devoid of any utility. To be precise, this was a deliberate constraint imposed by the system, compelling him to select the second option. Reluctantly, Ling accepted the necessity of choosing this ability as his forthcoming upgrade requirement. Ding. The enhancement of the Amaterasu ability has been acquired. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. In essence, this ability not only failed to serve any purpose, but also resulted in a significant waste of his time. Nevertheless, once Ling had obtained this power, he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. At that moment, Hancock and the others were filled with excitement, their eyes fixated on the dazzling entertainment complex ahead. Finally, they had arrived. It was truly splendid. Hancock's face radiated with exhilaration as she gradually made her way forward. Who would have thought that these foolish beings could be so entertaining? I am eager to see what these inferior individuals can concoct. Despite her words, Ellie's pride remained unyielding. Welcome, everyone, to the entertainment complex. With a chorus of enthusiastic screams, fireworks erupted around the coastline, illuminating the sky with vibrant hues. At this sight, Ling and his companions were equally awestruck. It's so beautiful, Robin exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Although it was their first visit to such a place, an inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through them. Moments later, Ling and his companions stepped into the lounge of the entertainment venue. Just as they were about to enter, two women clad in bunny costumes suddenly blocked their path. I'm sorry, but without an entrance ticket, you are not permitted to enter. Ling and her companions arrived in haste, thus oblivious to the nature of the so-called admission tickets, leaving them awkwardly standing in place. What a jest! Could it be that someone of my standing is denied entry? This was merely a pastime for the impoverished, not only lacking in sophistication, but also devoid of any intrinsic value or meaning. Aily continued to exhibit her assertive demeanor, attempting to persuade the attendants to grant her passage. However, the two women clad in bunny costumes shook their heads resolutely. We sincerely apologize, but this is a firmly established rule. Without an admission ticket, entry is simply not permitted. Ling, in truth, did not regard this as a particularly significant battle, for his mission had already been accomplished. Whether he could gain entry was of little consequence. Hancock's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiating enthusiasm. However, in the face of the situation, she appeared quite helpless. Perhaps the girl genuinely wished to enter and take a glimpse, yet circumstances rendered it impossible. Oh dear Lilia, how can you so casually deny our guests? Despite their lack of admission tickets, it does not imply they should be barred from the gathering. Today marks a grand soiree, and should they miss it, they would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. At that moment, an exceedingly corpulent individual unexpectedly emerged. His countenance was remarkably composed, a hint of amusement gracing his expression, and his tone was markedly different from that of the two women accompanying him. Ling and the others turned around to gaze at the man, yet they remained perplexed about his true identity. I sincerely apologize. I am Harry, the proprietor of the Jujong Entertainment Club. Since you all have made the effort to be here, it must be fate. Today happens to be the day of the banquet, making it even more impossible to miss. Ling remained silent, yet the demeanor of this individual hinted at the complexity of the situation. Harry, despite being the proprietor of an entertainment establishment, perpetually exuded an air of furtiveness. Lilia, swiftly prepare the entrance tickets for them. They shall partake in the entirety of the upcoming entertainment facilities. With that brief remark, Harry executed a graceful sidestep and departed from the scene. The exhilaration among Aily and the others was palpable. Ling was perplexed by the sudden enthusiasm displayed by the other party. Yet he deemed the matter inconsequential and chose to disregard it. Moments later, Lilia indeed returned with the entrance tickets, casting a couple of glances at Ling and his companions before handing over the tickets. At that moment, Ling sensed an intense aura permeating the surroundings. Yet he found himself at a loss to articulate this feeling. Finally, they were able to enter and take a look around. Aily followed Hancock, making her way inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, atop a building, Harry scrutinized Ling and his companions through his binoculars. Lord Harry, why allow them entry? One of his subordinates suddenly inquired. Our objective this time is merely to abduct wealthy pirates. They hardly appear to be affluent. Upon hearing this, Harry could not suppress a chuckle. While they indeed did not bear the semblance of wealth, this audacious young man was none other than Ling, the infamous pirate with a bounty of 100 million, known for causing chaos among the celestial dragons, and now a target of the world government. His subordinate stood in astonishment. Jaw agape. How many times must I remind you not to be so shocked as to drop your jaw? Harry frowned, acknowledging that this young man was not as easily dealt with as he might have presumed. However, once he entered this establishment, escape would be impossible. Capturing him would merely be a matter of time. Haha. With a sharp burst of laughter, the grand soiree of the entertainment complex commenced. Upon entering, Ling and others soon discovered that everything here was even more intriguing than they had imagined, with a continuous stream of pirates and a myriad of entertainment facilities. My goodness, this is an experience unlike any I have ever had. At this moment, Ellie, following Hancock, had already boarded a small boat, creating a lively commotion around her. However, Robin remained seated quietly beside them, engrossed in her book. In such an entertaining place, do you not wish to partake? Ling inquired, glancing back at Robin. Unable to contain her curiosity. I harbor no interest in these amusements, I merely seek a place to rest. The map indicated that aside from this entertainment district, there were no other facilities nearby where one could find refuge. Ling remained silent. In fact, there was another matter that stirred a sense of tension. Would you care to listen? At that moment, Robin abruptly turned around, his gaze directed towards Ling, before continuing to inquire. Ling found herself somewhat intrigued and nodded in agreement. According to my investigation, while this entertainment establishment is quite renowned, it has also been the site of numerous discordant events. Among these, the most notable incidents involve the mysterious disappearances of pirates. The notion of pirates vanishing is indeed quite extraordinary, particularly to Ling, who found it somewhat incredible. Indeed, such occurrences are not isolated. However, given the circumstances at that time, it was impossible to ascertain the precise nature of the pirates' disappearances, rendering the entire affair unrelated to Harry. After Robin finished her statement, she closed the book in her hands and turned to glance towards the area where Hanku and the others were situated. Ling seemed to sense a hint of something amiss. Perhaps this place was not as tranquil as it appeared. It might harbor various latent dangers. Robin spoke a few words with a hint of sarcasm before shaking his head. Ling remained silent as well. While leisurely activities certainly offer a sense of comfort, they can easily become monotonous. After spending a considerable amount of time on the surface of the sea, an increasing number of pirates began to feel a sense of ennui. Wasn't this supposed to be the most renowned location? Why, after such a duration of enjoyment, did it start to feel somewhat tiresome? At this moment, the pirates could hardly contain themselves, eager to introduce some new forms of entertainment. Dear friends, I trust you have all enjoyed a rather splendid voyage, Harry exclaimed. Suddenly emerging at the center of the entertainment venue, his voice brimming with excitement. More and more pirates were drawn to him, curious to discover what other amusements he had in store. Fear not, the true celebration is about to commence. However, before we proceed, we shall engage in a most intriguing game. The victor of this contest will be rewarded with the legendary and irresistibly alluring blue gem. At this juncture, Lilia approached alongside another woman, presenting the treasure. Before the eyes of all the pirates lay a shimmering box. Though they could not ascertain the contents within, the allure of the box itself was undeniable. How intriguing. It seemed the treasure inside must be of considerable value. An increasing number of pirates began to gather around, eager to learn more about this unfolding spectacle. Now, allow me to unveil the spoils of this occasion for your astonishment. With that, Lilia opened the crystal box. Instantly, a brilliant light radiated forth, captivating nearly all the pirates in attendance. After a brief moment, they composed themselves, gazing at the deep blue crystal before them. Indeed, it was no trifling matter. It appeared that this individual had spared no expense to ensure the game's entertainment value. Robin could not help but express her admiration. Yet, Ling could not shake the feeling that this matter was far from straightforward. After all, to present such a treasure without cause, merely for a situation that would yield no tangible benefits, seemed utterly implausible upon closer reflection. However, the pirates around him were too consumed by their own impulses to ponder such complexities. Their voices dripped with smug satisfaction. Humph. It appears that Harry is not as astute as he fancies himself, to become so embroiled in such peculiar affairs without reason. The value of this treasure must indeed be considerable. Yet, regardless of the murmurs surrounding him, Harry maintained his inscrutable demeanor, displaying no signs of anxiety regarding the situation. Having gained a clear understanding, there was no need to dwell further on the matter of the gemstone. It was time to establish the rules of the game. The rules were quite simple. All participants would form their own groups, and I would randomly conceal the treasure in a rather unique location, inviting each of you to seek it out. After a span of 2 hours, whoever could return the treasure to its original position would be recognized as its rightful owner. Of course, should no one succeed within that time frame, the treasure would revert to my possession. Upon concluding his statement, Harry's expression brimmed with pride, his demeanor strikingly peculiar. Although Ling attentively listened to the rules of the game and found them perfectly reasonable, the situation was far from easily resolvable. Robin, not being foolish, was well aware of how matters would unfold. Ostensibly, it was a contest, yet the underlying motive was to seize this opportunity to eliminate certain pirates. Robin had already discerned the inherent issues, yet he chose to remain non-committal. Hancock and Aily, however, seemed captivated by the treasure before them, their minds seemingly brimming with alternative thoughts. There was an insistent feeling that possessing this treasure would lead to unexpected delights. Such audacious claims. If matters were truly so facile, they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament at this juncture. With a command issued, the round of the competition finally commenced. Although Ling and others were quite reluctant to acknowledge the situation, they found themselves with no alternative but to bravely press on. Gradually, the pirates on both sides began to disperse, seemingly eager to locate the treasure with utmost haste. Nevertheless, this endeavor proved to be rather troublesome in its unfolding. From the very beginning, Ling had sensed that something was amiss, yet he refrained from expressing his concerns directly. Instead, he quietly observed his surroundings, eager to witness how the situation would unfold from various perspectives. Do you not desire that treasure, my friends? Why, after all this time, Do you still hesitate to take action? At that moment, Harry suddenly appeared before Ling and the others, his gaze filled with anticipation. As for us, we hold no interest in the treasure, so consider this a voluntary withdrawal, Ling replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Harry burst into laughter. Is that truly the case? Then why is it that your companion is already preparing to set off? At this moment, Ling could not help but glance back, only to discover that Hancock had joined Aily on one of the boats. This meant that if they embarked at this moment, they would inevitably be involved in this mission, albeit under somewhat unexpected circumstances. However, Ling and his companions found themselves with no alternative to safeguard the two women from potential peril. Ling steeled himself and accompanied Robin onto another vessel, hoping to play a pivotal role when the time called for it. Harry's gaze was tinged with a hint of arrogance. He was acutely aware that resolving the situation entirely was far from simple. It appeared that everything remained unaffected. Since they had reached this point, there was no need for concern. Harry then turned to observe his subordinates beside him. Suddenly, several figures clad in black emerged. What is your objective? I trust you are aware, he inquired. The cloaked individuals nodded before swiftly departing, their bodies transforming into shadows. None were privy to the true nature of the events unfolding, while in reality, Harry was orchestrating a scheme of his own design. Though reluctantly, Ling found herself compelled to partake in this competition. We must secure that treasure at all costs. At this moment, Hancock spoke with fervor, charging forward with determination. Before them stood a group of detestable pirates, who taunted Hancock with their brazen words. How absurd that two foolish women would dare to surpass us. Suddenly, two pirates ahead spun around and vanished into an unknown direction. Both Aily and Hancock realized they had been left behind, and although their hearts brimmed with indignation, there was nothing they could do. How infuriating. Yet, there was no need to dwell on such matters. The most pressing concern was to locate the treasure swiftly. Aily murmured a few words before turning to look back at Ling and Robin. At that moment, the rest of the group had caught up, finally regrouping. Participating in this endeavor held no genuine benefit. It was merely a trap laid out by that foolish fellow Harry. Robin wished to clarify this point. Yet Hancock and the others were indifferent to the outcome. The true delight of their presence here lay in engaging in this game. Ling glanced around, only to discover that the surroundings appeared somewhat altered. The atmosphere was tranquil. Apart from the four of them, there was not a single soul in sight. The pirates who had vanished moments ago were nowhere to be found, and even if a few remained, it was inconceivable that not a single figure could be seen. Something felt amiss. It seemed as though that individual had deliberately scattered them, aiming to eliminate them one by one. At this moment, Robin began to analyze the situation. Her brow furrowed, and her expression betraying an unusual tension. Ling found the reasoning somewhat compelling. However, at that moment, there were no other options available. Thus, he could only observe back and forth, hoping to uncover some useful clues amidst the chaos. After much toiling, he still failed to discover anything substantial. Just as Ling hesitated on how to handle the situation, several shadowy figures suddenly emerged around them. These figures moved with remarkable speed, as if they had long since locked onto their targets. How intriguing. After all this time, you finally reveal yourselves. With a calm demeanor, Ling spoke, his expression appearing rather complex. The figures clad in black, however, said little, their gazes still imbued with a sense of vigilance. The era of foolish beings such as yourselves has come to an end, so prepare to meet your demise. The black-clad figures surged forward with alarming speed, closing in on Ling and his companions, just as they believed victory was at hand. Ling seized one of them with a firm grip and hurled him violently to the ground. The remaining figures, unwilling to yield, attempted to capitalize on this moment, only to realize they could not approach Ling at all. Truly ignorant of your own mortality, are you? Very well, allow me to demonstrate the true meaning of cruelty. Ling inhaled sharply and delivered a powerful kick to one of the assailants. Under the force of his armament, the black-clad figures were rendered powerless, stumbling back 2 steps before feeling themselves ensnared by an overwhelming force. Naturally, Ling offered them no opportunity for reprieve. He swiftly seized one by the throat. Tell me, has someone sent you here? He demanded with a serious tone. The black-clad figures struggled, only to find themselves utterly immobilized, their bodies succumbing to a state of control. Robin, too, employed her abilities to fully subdue these individuals. If you refuse to speak, your only fate awaits you. A path leading to death, Robin interjected, her expression tinged with anger. After all, no individual could tolerate such a despicable manner of operation. As for that scoundrel Harry, on the surface, he intended to exploit the current gaming establishment, leaving behind pirates. However, his true goal was to fulfill his own ambitions. Since you have fallen into our hands, it merely signifies your inadequacy, the black-clad figure retorted resolutely, still unwilling to divulge any information. Although Ling was filled with indignation, he harbored no intention of taking action against these individuals. Instead, he raised his hand and swiftly incapacitated them, rendering them unconscious on the ground. Robin, however, found herself perplexed by this man's reluctance to engage. It was evident that Harry's true intentions were far from simple. Sparing these entertainers only served to complicate matters for himself. Yet, Ling remained unconcerned with such trivialities, as his foremost priority was to deal with Harry. However, The current location was starkly different from where they had just arrived, and with so many winding paths surrounding them. Retracing their steps would not be a simple task. Hancock's words suddenly illuminated their predicament. Indeed, they had initially focused solely on Harry's objectives, neglecting the environment they found themselves in. If Harry sought to disperse them, it signified that they were ensnared within a genuine labyrinth. Escaping would undoubtedly not be an effortless endeavor. What to do? If they could not find a way out, they risked being trapped here indefinitely. Ellie began to feel the weight of anxiety, her previously haughty demeanor dissipating in the face of imminent danger. Although she was a princess of the celestial dragons, the prospect of overwhelming peril instilled fear within her. Robin cast her gaze around, seemingly searching for a path that might lead them to safety. Alas, every intersection appeared identical, leaving them to rely solely on instinct to navigate their way out. Shaking her head, Robin recognized the gravity of their situation. The most pressing concern was the uncertainty of the dangers that lay ahead. Advancing blindly could certainly lead to an ambush, yet remaining stagnant was equally perilous. Ling possesses the remarkable ability to sense nearby dangers through her observation hockey, allowing her to confidently stride ahead. There is no need for concern. We shall act according to our instincts. Naturally, Ellie and the others expressed no dissent, nodding in resolute agreement to follow Ling. The remaining companions similarly voiced no objections, choosing to accompany her. Meanwhile, the game continued unabated, with the scattered pirates oblivious to the gravity of their predicament. The black-clad individuals dispatched by Harry had successfully captured an increasing number of pirates. What could this scoundrel possibly be plotting? It appears that this entertainment venue is indeed rife with peril. The few pirates trapped before them could no longer contain their rage, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Before them, Harry wore a smug expression, his heart brimming with an indescribable thrill. Truly, these fools are laughably ignorant. Do they not yet comprehend my true intentions? The entertainment venue was merely a ruse to lure you in. Now that you have become my prey, surrender obediently. The pirates found themselves ensnared by a specially crafted cage, rendering even those endowed with devil fruit powers incapable of escape. Ladies and gentlemen, I have long been collaborating covertly with the world government. Should I succeed in capturing you pirates, I shall share the bounty placed upon your heads equally with my associates in the world government. At this point, Harry no longer concealed his motives, revealing the genuine thoughts behind his elaborate scheme. The pirates, incensed, howled in defiance and struggled furiously, yet their efforts proved futile. The cage before them extinguished their resolve to resist, and after several rounds of futile attempts, they ultimately surrendered. An ever-growing number of pirates had been apprehended, and the game had persisted for over an hour. It seemed that, apart from Ling, nearly all the pirates had become my quarry. However, if this round of the game were to continue in earnest, I must devise a means to ensnare this final prey as well. Ha ha. Harry's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the entertainment venue. At this moment, Ling and her companions continued to navigate the seemingly intricate labyrinth, mirroring their surroundings. The group struggled to discern a suitable exit through their individual judgments. Ding. The system is generating an A-level task for the host. An inexplicable system task has arisen, and it is of a rank. Ling never anticipated that circumstances would unfold in such a manner. Wait, wasn't there a selection of 4 levels available prior to the division of the tasks? Why was I abruptly assigned to an A-level task at this moment? Ling's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and he couldn't help but inquire further. Ding. The system is addressing the host's current confusion. Upon the completion of an A-level task, the next assignment will forcibly designate the host to undertake another A-level task. What? Such a phenomenon exists? Why has there been no clarification for such an extended period, only to leave Ling bewildered at this critical juncture? Though the situation was undeniably exasperating, there was no recourse available at this moment. Even with 100 reservations swirling in his mind, Ling had no option but to bravely accept the task at hand. Task 1. Defeat Harry within 10 rounds. The difficulty of this task was currently indeterminate, as Ling was not particularly well acquainted with Harry's personal prowess. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this task was one that he must fulfill, and thus, under the imperative of preserving his level, he had to execute this assignment with finesse. Wait. The path ahead seems somewhat different from the one we traversed before. It feels as if the exit is not far from us, Robin suddenly remarked. As Ling gazed in that direction, he indeed noticed something amiss. At that moment, the group seemed to have found their opportunity and, without hesitation, swiftly made their way forward. At last, they had managed to escape the frustrating maze. How wonderful it was to finally emerge. With this, they would be able to retrieve the gem. However, Ellie remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, her mind fixated on the gem they had sought earlier. Just as they stepped out of the exit, they spotted a figure waiting for them ahead. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Lilia. This charming little girl exuded an aura of warmth. Yet her expression at that moment was decidedly unsettling. As an underling of Harry, her presence here indicated that her intentions were far from simple. Robin spoke up. Indeed. The ever-adorable Lilia suddenly leaped into action, brandishing a massive hammer and striking fiercely at the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth beneath them shattered. In that instant, Ling and his companions were completely severed from Robin. Robin furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face. The master had commanded that all of you must be brought back, so I cannot allow you to pass. If you wish to leave, you must tread upon Lilia's corpse. The almost deranged tone of her voice, coupled with the enormous hammer in her grasp, underscored the gravity of the situation. A moment later, Ling could distinctly feel the invisible pressure bearing down on them and turned to Robin, caution evident in his voice as he urged, "Robin, come here quickly." Staying there could lead to danger. Yet, upon hearing this, Robin merely smiled calmly before responding, "You all should leave this place at once. I will join you shortly." Ling was momentarily taken aback. Robin's awareness was unexpected. "Rest assured, I am not one to be easily defeated by this girl before me. I simply wish to prevent any further delays." At this moment, Ling began to comprehend something vital. If he had no trust in Robin at all, he would not have chosen to make her his companion. "Very well, but do exercise caution. This woman is not so easily dealt with," Ling cautioned. Robin merely chuckled lightly. Before Aily and Hancock could react, they were swiftly taken away by Ling. The pressing matter at hand was not to squander time, but to devise a means to defeat that scoundrel Harry. Harry's intentions had become exceedingly clear. He sought to capture all pirates in the vicinity and contact the world government. Should the world government arrive, the situation would spiral out of control. Therefore, it was imperative to disengage at this critical juncture and make a successful escape. Meanwhile, Robin's gaze was fixed on Lilia before her. Such an endearing girl, yet unexpectedly harboring a sinister side. It was indeed a pity. Robin closed the book in her hands and turned her attention to Lilia. However, Lilia appeared disinclined to engage in idle chatter, instead brandishing her hammer and advancing swiftly towards Robin. In that instant, Lilia's hammer struck Robin's head. Bang! Accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke, Lilia's demeanor swelled with arrogance. She had presumed that this woman would be formidable, yet she was vanquished so easily. Just as Lilia believed victory was assured, Robin's figure suddenly materialized behind her. "Little girl, you are overly confident in your abilities." Robin then unleashed the power of her devil fruit, summoning two hands from beneath Lilia's feet. Completely immobilized, Lilia could only watch helplessly as Robin approached her step by step. "Since I consider you a rival, it will not be so simple for you to capture me. In truth, you have merely scratched the surface of my capabilities while basking in your self-importance." Robin drew nearer to Lilia. Clearly, after experiencing the brutality of prior battles, Robin could not afford to be complacent. She prepared to strike decisively. She believed victory was within her grasp, yet unbeknownst to her, Lilia had concealed a machine gun within her body. Hee. With a burst of arrogant laughter, Lilia unleashed a merciless barrage towards Robin's direction. No matter how swift Robin's reflexes, evading the onslaught of bullets proved impossible, resulting in several painful grazes. As Lilia unleashed another round of gunfire, chaos erupted around them. Robin pressed her hand against her wound, her expression one of anguish. She had not anticipated such a setback. "Robin, you are recognized by the world government as a witch. How could I possibly underestimate someone of your stature? I would never act without preparation." Lilia moved her body, resembling a deranged figure indiscriminately spraying bullets with her machine gun. Robin realized that she was now alone, and that if she wished to resolve this matter, she would have to shoulder the burden herself. "It seems I have been the one complacent all along." As she reflected on this, Robin's expression grew more complex, tinged with anxiety. Lilia suddenly let out two mocking laughs, her demeanor growing even more arrogant. "Even now, realizing your predicament is too late, only a dead end awaits you." With a burst of haughty laughter, Lilia leaped into the air, aiming to strike Robin in that fleeting moment. However, Robin seized the opportunity, conjuring numerous arms around her to shield against the incoming bullets. Lilia, taken aback by the turn of events, felt her confidence wane. In that instant, Robin confronted Lilia and delivered a powerful blow to her face. Slap. Lilia, overwhelmed by pain, fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Robin regained her composure, her expression serious as she regarded Lilia. "Your current strength remains inadequate to contend with me. This is your greatest flaw." Taking a deep breath, Robin then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Ling and the others hastened towards Harry's location with increasing urgency. Will Sister Robin truly be all right? Hancock's expression was a complex mix of emotions, unable to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Ling nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Robin's prowess is formidable. She should be able to withstand that girl-ass assault. At this moment, Ling sensed the murderous intent surrounding her through her observation hockey. Indeed, from a nearby corner, two individuals wielding machetes suddenly emerged. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have been cleaved in two by their blades. Ling inhaled sharply, her gaze fixated on the two figures that had materialized before her. Although she felt no genuine fear, an undeniable tension enveloped her in the presence of these individuals. "Lord Harry's command is clear. We are to eliminate you." The black-clad figures who had appeared earlier seemed to have learned their lesson, yet here they were once more, unexpectedly resurfacing. Ling clearly did not wish to squander time at that moment, eager to ascertain the extent to which her innate abilities had been elevated. Thus, in an instant, she confronted the two individuals wielding machetes, fully aware of her own potential. "Amaterasu, As Ling employed this technique, she could distinctly sense a formidable power emanating from her pupils. Perhaps, in this state, her ability to wield celestial forces had indeed enhanced, along with her capacity for exertion. The two individuals wielding machetes found themselves engulfed in a fierce blaze, unable to resist the searing flames. Master Ling, you are simply remarkable. At this moment, Aily could not suppress her infatuation, expressing her admiration for Ling. However, Ling had no desire to squander time or expend energy entangled with these two women. After all, if the situation were not resolved swiftly, not only would she face punitive measures from the system, but she would also attract an increasing number of naval forces. In such a scenario, even her attempts to escape would likely demand an all-out effort, reminiscent of her previous ordeal. Thus, Ling quickened her pace, running with determination. After an indeterminate duration, she finally arrived at the end of the club. There, numerous iron cages were visible, housing the pirates who had participated in the competition. These cages, constructed from a unique material, rendered the imprisoned pirates utterly incapable of escape. Deprived of their devil fruit powers, they were akin to ordinary humans. Among them, at the center, stood the chief instigator, Harry. Ling, I did not anticipate your arrival. It seems your performance has not disappointed me. Ling halted her steps, casting a somewhat displeased glance at Harry. Is it merely for the sake of a shopping festival that you choose to attract the attention of pirates in such a manner? The world government treats us as mere prey, capturing us at their whim. Upon hearing this, Harry only laughed more arrogantly. Foolish individual, this world is governed by self-interest. There can only ever be one true pirate king, even if that was Gold. Roger. All I require is to serve the world government and receive commensurate rewards in return. Ling held a profound disdain for such individuals. Once one embraces the life of a pirate, a certain level of awareness is expected, whether or not the ultimate ambition is to ascend as the pirate king. The treachery of colluding with the Navy is something only a few, like Chi and Wu Hai, could achieve. Harry, however, was a wretched soul harboring such repugnant thoughts. I am truly tempted to send you flying out of this club, Ling expressed with evident irritation while fiddling with his own arm. Once more, a grin crept across Harry's comical visage. Foolish creature, though you once wielded influence over the entirety of Mariawa, in my presence, you stand no chance of escaping. Ling held a differing opinion. She could never quite discern the true strength of this individual. It seemed he merely relied on his silver tongue, employing rather despicable tactics. Nevertheless, Ling recalled the task assigned to her by the system. Should she fail to accomplish it in a timely manner, her level would inevitably diminish. Although the abilities she gained this time offered little assistance, she felt a certain satisfaction in avoiding a setback in her level. If her objective was simply to vanquish this foe within 10 rounds, the system demonstrated a degree of humanity. No more hesitation. She must act swiftly. Didn't her body feel particularly uncomfortable? Harry suddenly grew arrogant, continuing his taunts. Uncomfortable? On the contrary, Ling felt quite at ease. For she was eager to deliver a sound thrashing to him. She began to stretch her body, continuing her remarks. Harry, however, remained unfazed. For he had long since placed sea prism stone beneath him, a substance capable of entirely nullifying the powers of devil fruits. Thus, Ling was essentially reduced to the status of an ordinary human, at least in Harry's eyes. Cease your bravado. You are virtually indistinguishable from a commoner now. The stone beneath my feet is crafted from sea prism stone, and with your devil fruit powers completely sealed, how could you possibly stand as my equal? Harry laughed arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Ling understood precisely why he was so pleased with himself. It seemed he had truly underestimated her. Ling, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, swiftly approached Harry. Harry's jaw dropped in shock. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck down to the ground with a single punch. Thud. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, his expression contorted in pain. After staggering for a moment, he finally managed to rise. It appears your abilities are limited to this. Rather disappointing, indeed. With that, Ling couldn't help but shake his head, his expression tinged with exasperation. After several moments of struggle, Harry finally gathered himself and quickly retrieved a handgun from his pocket. I had expected your strength to be formidable, only to discover you rely on such futile devices. Ling found himself stifling a laugh at the sight of this fellow. Even when confronting fishmen or crocodile, he had never felt this at ease. No, it can't be. How could such a terrifying individual lack the power of a devil fruit? Yet, astonishingly, it was true. My apologies, but I truly do not possess such a gift. Ling delivered another punch, catching Harry off guard. His body convulsed a couple of times before he collapsed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the first task. The entire ordeal was exceedingly simple. Ling felt almost amused by the ease with which he dealt with this adversary. However, the situation before him was still bothersome, particularly given the unexpected nature of it all. Brother, he has not yet been defeated. Hancock suddenly pointed towards Harry. At this moment, Ling suddenly realized and turned to look in the direction behind him, only to discover that Harry was holding a remote control. Humph. Even if you manage to defeat me, what of it? As long as I press this remote, the government will immediately dispatch a substantial portion of the military. No matter how formidable your abilities may be, escaping from such a vast naval force is utterly impossible. With the last vestiges of his strength, Harry pressed the button in his hand. A sharp, piercing sound erupted as the alarm was finally triggered. Robin arrived shortly thereafter, his expression fraught with tension as he gazed at Ling. The presence of the signal marker in Harry's possession indicated that a considerable naval presence was undoubtedly nearby. If they were to leave at this very moment, there might still be a chance. Ling indeed had no reason to hesitate, thus he prepared to leave the classroom immediately. However, upon seeing the pirates locked within their cages, a wave of contemplation suddenly washed over him. Never mind, these pirates held no connection to him. There was no necessity to squander time on this matter. Ding. The second task is being generated. Rescue all the pirates. Damn. Ling was on the brink of madness due to the relentless system. Just as she was grappling with her choices, the system presented her with the most arduous option. At this juncture, the most conservative approach was to relinquish her rank and abandon the task. However, such an action would strip away the allure of the mission. With only 10 minutes remaining, the system reaffirmed the deadline, leaving Ling with no means of escape. Having reached this critical point, failure to devise a solution would only exacerbate her predicament. The dilemma of preserving the system's rank or safeguarding her own life weighed heavily on her. What are you hesitating for? Are you truly concerned about the lives of these pirates? At that moment, Robin appeared utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the man before her would dare to make such a sacrifice. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, Kizaru, one of the three admirals, surveyed his surroundings with an expression of bewilderment. Indeed, it seemed that Harry had brought us considerable surprises this time. If I were to apprehend all those pirates and bring them in, perhaps I would earn significant merit. Kizaru, unable to contain his excitement, expressed his thoughts aloud. His subordinates said little, aware that they could not guarantee any outcomes in this matter. Admiral, as we approach, should we capture every pirate involved? One subordinate suddenly inquired. Kizaru fixed his gaze on the officer for a moment before decisively delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Is it not clear? The situation has escalated to this extent. There is no room for hesitation. The fallen officer dared not utter another word, merely nodding in agreement. At this point, Ling found herself with no alternatives, compelled to employ her abilities to rescue the pirates before her. Yet, her unnecessary actions had now stripped them of any chance to retreat. Why, despite having no connection to these pirates, would you choose to assist them? The expression on Robin's face was one of complexity, as she struggled to understand how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. Ling was compelled to reveal that this was due to the system's mandate, a matter that must remain undisclosed. Thank you, young man, since you have saved us. We certainly cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself in vain. Indeed, although we find ourselves encircled by the Navy, we still possess means of escape. Given the circumstances, surrounded entirely by naval warships, is it conceivable that we could still take flight? To soar. At this moment, Ling suddenly had a revelation. Indeed, we can harness the ocean currents to propel ourselves outward. Although it is merely a legend, it is said that with sufficient force, one can embark towards the Sky Island. The Sky Island? Such notions are merely relics of historical accounts, akin to myths. Could it be that these pirates hold such beliefs with unwavering conviction? Robin was initially taken aback, although she had once firmly believed in the existence of the Sky Island. The lack of progress over the years had led her to relinquish that hope. Yet, before her, the Navy spoke of such matters with an unsettling nonchalance. The Sky Island is a wondrous realm, and to reach it, one must harness a formidable impact. Fear not, for we are capable of this. At that very moment, the surrounding naval vessels were inexorably advancing towards the entertainment district. The children, utterly ensnared, found themselves devoid of options. Their only recourse was to place their faith in this legend. Brace yourselves, this is the sole means of escaping this predicament. A rather corpulent pirate, at that moment, summoned the powers of his devil fruit, conjuring a powerful whirlpool at the ocean's surface. It was precisely due to the emergence of these vortices that the nearby Navy found themselves unable to approach. Ready for departure. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The formidable current erupted from the ocean depths, generating an immense thrust. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense for Ling and his companions, as an overwhelming force propelled their vessel forcefully upward. With the surge of energy continuously flowing, Ling felt a surge of exhilaration. A notification chimed, congratulating him on completing all tasks and awarding him 150 points of anger. It further announced the unlocking of the Sky Island. However, this bizarre prompt from the system added considerable pressure on Ling. Under this powerful thrust, their ship soared into the sky. Kizaru, with his eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene, could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. Why was it that Ling consistently accomplished feats beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals? Despite the Navy surrounding the area, all the pirates had already been launched skyward. Meanwhile, within the world government, an elderly man in an office reacted with incredulity upon receiving Kizaru's report. What? You say Ling has ascended into the air? He nearly lost his composure. Though the situation seemed unreal, Kizaru was certainly not one to fabricate tales. Given the circumstances, it appeared there was no recourse left. Their outcomes could only be twofold. either transported to an unknown realm or met with demise. Beside the elder stood a mysterious figure clad in black. "This is absurd," he remarked. "Ling possesses qualifications that could elevate him to the highest echelons of the world government, yet he not only rejected their goodwill but also instigated events deemed impossible." The elder, consumed by anger at this thought, felt powerless, forced to suppress the situation underfoot. Unfazed, he pondered that if the young man truly vanished, it might be a blessing in disguise, significantly diminishing the world government's threats. As this realization dawned, the elder's fury seemed to dissipate. Presently, his foremost concern was the vacancy left by Crocodile and the Warlords of the Sea. At this juncture, the man in black revealed two cards. One depicted Fire Fist Ace and the other, a figure known as Blackbeard. Evaluating their individual strengths, it was clear one could serve as a representative for the Warlords of the Sea under the world government. The elder, upon hearing this, refrained from further commentary. This unprovoked rivalry would ultimately come down to individual prowess. Should Blackbeard uncover a method to defeat Fire Fist Ace, he would inevitably become the new candidate for the position. And what of the other? Inquired the man in black. The identity of the vanquished would remain that of a pirate, leading to a predictable outcome. Furthermore, to stabilize the current turmoil, any losing party would face a ceremonious form of punishment. The man in black displayed a hint of skepticism. In simpler terms, it would entail public execution. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily as the elder and the man in black exchanged glances, though silence enveloped them. An intricate tapestry of emotions was palpably woven between them. In the realm of Ling, propelled by an immense force, their vessel surged rapidly towards the fabled Sky Island. This elusive land, spoken of only in legends, seemed shrouded in mystery, with no soul aware of the events that had transpired there. As the overwhelming impact subsided, Ling and his companions fell into a deep unconsciousness, only to awaken upon a peculiar island. With a thunderous crash, a cacophony erupted, sending the local inhabitants into a frenzy. What transpired? Just moments ago, the monument seemed to reverberate with an explosive sound. Had a meteorite fallen? An increasing number of enigmatic residents turned their gazes towards the source of the disturbance. At that moment, Ling barely regained his consciousness, feeling an excruciating pain throbbing in his head. After writhing on the ground for what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to rise. Remarkably, their ship had emerged unscathed. Aside from himself, the remaining women were merely in a state of unconsciousness. How peculiar, he mused. Why did one of the beings nearby lack ears? Was it male? The surrounding hubbub caught Ling's attention, and as he turned to observe the commotion, the residents seemed to recoil in terror, as if frightened by his presence. These individuals appeared quite formidable. I have always found it perplexing to comprehend the nature of the threat I seemingly pose. One that instills such profound fear in the inhabitants behind me. Yet, judging by their appearance, they are indeed strikingly different from ordinary people, most astonishingly. They sport two large antennae atop their heads. Previously, I had unleashed a powerful shockwave directed skyward, but the true essence of this place remains elusive to me. After a prolonged silence, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over me. Could it be that this is indeed the fabled Sky Island? While the knowledge of such a realm exists only in legends, witnessing it firsthand would undoubtedly take me by surprise. Is this truly the Sky Island? Are you not the denizens of this ethereal realm? It seems those antennae beings around me have inadvertently revealed their true identities. Ling's speculation proved accurate. They had indeed arrived at the Sky Island. The environment appeared remarkably pleasant, devoid of the clamor of the Navy and the presence of unknown pirates. As for the pirates who had rescued them, Ling was unaware of their whereabouts and was not inclined to ponder the matter further. Their group had inadvertently stumbled into this enigmatic realm. However, having ascended to such a lofty altitude, devising a means of departure became a significant challenge. After all, being thrust into such a place was not his desire. It was merely a desperate attempt to evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy. At this juncture, Robin gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback to find herself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. The only individual she could rely on was the insufferable brat before her, prompting her to speak directly. As Robin slowly returned to full awareness, Ling took the opportunity to recount the circumstances they had encountered. "Are you serious? This really is the Sky Island?" Robin exclaimed, her face a mask of anxiety, tinged with surprise. Yet, since their party had arrived in this extraordinary location, they were compelled to confront the reality of their situation. Never mind, this is inconsequential. It is 100 times better than being captured by those detestable Navy officers. With that, Robin began to compose herself and gradually approached the residents of the Sky Island. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, yet their most prominent feature was the pair of horns adorning their heads. The lifestyle of the inhabitants of the Sky Island was truly unique, and even their appearance diverged significantly from that of typical people. At this moment, Robin shed her previous politeness and, without hesitation, reached out to touch one of the residents' horns. The bashful inhabitant could not contain a sudden scream in response. The individuals from Ling had yet to comprehend the situation when, all of a sudden, a formidable battalion emerged, directing their weapons squarely at them. "Who are you?" Despite their faces contorted with rage, the armed figures exhibited distinct characteristics, suggesting that the long-term inhabitants of such an environment had adapted by developing a pair of horns. Ladies and gentlemen, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely stumbled here inadvertently through a shockwave, Robin calmly elucidated, striving to pacify the agitated residents. However, upon hearing this, the locals showed no inclination to trust the newcomers, maintaining their weapons aimed at them. At that moment, both Ellie and Hancock had fully regained consciousness. Regardless of your motives for arriving here, you will be treated as outsiders. You must now be taken to Lord Inel. Inel? A wave of unease washed over the selfish countenance of Cheeling as he unexpectedly encountered that detestable individual in this place. Despite his profound reluctance, he found himself powerless against the relentless advance of the soldiers, who gradually confined him within the palace situated on the Sky Island. Previously, a misunderstanding had arisen in Alabasta. And now, upon arriving at the Sky Island, he found himself ensnared in an eerily similar predicament. Although Cheeling felt immensely displeased, she refrained from resistance out of respect for the residents. "Release me, you peculiar beings with horns upon your heads," Ellie continued to roar, unable to alter her haughty nature. Just then, a powerful surge of lightning suddenly erupted beneath Ellie's feet. Crack! The lightning struck the ground, nearly claiming Ellie's life. In that moment, however, Ellie inexplicably succumbed to fear, her eyes fixated on the gaping hole in the ground. Fear was indeed palpable, and it was truly bothersome. At that moment, a familiar figure swiftly appeared before Cheeling and the others at the palace entrance. "I was awakened by your ruckus early this morning, and yet it appears to be nothing of consequence. Although I am unaware of how you arrived here, as outsiders, you must adhere to our rules." With that, Inel raised his hand, summoning a tremendous force that conjured a massive iron chain before Cheeling and her companions. "Take them to the prison," Inel stated calmly before promptly turning and departing. Upon receiving Inel's command, his subordinates dared not exhibit any negligence. Thus, they escorted Cheeling and her companions towards the prison. Once incarcerated, Cheeling felt as if she were on the brink of collapse, though such circumstances were not unprecedented. She could not fathom why her presence was met with such disdain. To be imprisoned upon entering a new environment was utterly unexpected. Noticing this, Robin couldn't help but offer a wry smile. As a witch, Robin had been captured by the Navy countless times, yet she always found a way to escape. Having fully adapted to the life within the prison, Robin displayed not fear, but a familiar indifference. Cheeling quietly observed the woman before her. Sensing that this matter was far from straightforward, the prison on the Sky Island was unlike any other, surrounded by a formidable barrier of air. Of course, dismantling this barrier would be a trivial task for Cheeling, yet he refrained from doing so, as leaving a negative impression on the inhabitants of the Sky Island upon his arrival was not his intention. However, Ellie could hardly believe that this was indeed the Sky Island. What a joke. When I first regained consciousness, these foolish individuals had weapons aimed at my head. Did they not recognize my status? The more Ellie contemplated, the angrier she became. As a celestial dragon, she was accustomed to ruthlessly trampling on the slaves around her. Yet she never imagined that there would come a day when someone would point a weapon at her. Despite the fact that Ling merely found Ellie somewhat intriguing, it is evident that she harbors immense inner turmoil. After all, this woman has witnessed the harrowing sight of her father's death before her very eyes. Such an ordeal would be an insurmountable blow for any ordinary individual. Yet, even after the passage of considerable time, Ellie remains remarkably composed. Achieving such a demeanor is undoubtedly no simple feat at that moment. A sudden sound of footsteps interrupted their thoughts, and before them appeared a towering giant of formidable stature. I initially believed this encounter would be rather dull, but it seems the boss has captured a wealth of prey. Prey? Upon hearing this, Ling sensed that the situation was far from simple. "Fool, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Ellie, still wearing an expression of displeasure, unleashed a torrent of insults towards the hulking figure before her. The gigantic creature stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly slammed its foot onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Boom. As the reverberation subsided, Ellie, now subdued, perhaps paralyzed by fear akin to their previous encounter, fell into silence. This is your chance for redemption. Should you not cherish it? It was rather amusing that someone would employ such a method to persuade them, yet it felt utterly repulsive. Nevertheless, Robin remained unconvinced that matters were so straightforward and began to stride slowly towards the prison's entrance, gazing through the iron bars at the colossal entity before her. "Speak. What is your true purpose?" The behemoth struck its chest twice, then boasted in a condescending tone, "Since you intruded from the outside, you must be cast into the Tower of Death." The Tower of Death? It may sound incredulous, yet this was a game birthed from the prolonged deliberations of Lord Inel. Every year on this day, a unique ceremony known as the Tower of Death is held. What exactly is that? Why have I never heard of it before? It might pique your interest to learn that those who partake in this deadly game are often the pirates who inadvertently stumble into this realm. What? Robin paused, seemingly awakening to the reason no one knew the legends surrounding this place. It turned out that those unwitting pirates had been ensnared as prey and transported into the Tower of Death. Within that tower, only those who successfully reach the pinnacle may emerge alive. And often, stationed at the summit is none other than our formidable Lord Inel. A power beyond what you can currently fathom. The large creature began pounding its chest once more, a grotesque display of its exhilaration. Such a morbid expression of joy must strike most as somewhat ludicrous. After hearing these words, Robin's brow furrowed deeply, her expression a complex tapestry of disbelief and fury. I have never heard of such a bizarre game. I had thought the Sky Island was a splendid environment, a place worthy of prolonged residence. Little did I expect it harbored such repugnant aspects. Robin voiced her thoughts without reservation, anger etched upon her face. After Ling, she felt that this matter was of little consequence, for they had anticipated such an outcome upon their arrival. Lord Inal's decisions have always been impeccable. Individuals like you, devoid of any utility, are merely destined to serve as our playthings. Upon hearing this term, Ellie's previously composed expression transformed once more into one of fury. The suffering that Ellie endured was not something that an ordinary person could ever comprehend. Although Ling felt an immense sorrow for the woman before him, he found himself utterly powerless, as the current circumstances suggested that a flawless resolution seemed beyond reach. There is no need for haste. In due time, you shall be automatically transported into the tower. Once that occurs, even if you wish to extricate yourselves, it will be utterly impossible. The only course of action left is to harness your feeble strength and strive to prolong your survival for as long as possible. Ling had not anticipated that these individuals could be so brazen. Yet, in a certain sense, this also attests to the multifaceted nature of the situation. From this perspective, it appears that you believe your fate is already sealed. It is rather presumptuous to assert such certainty before genuinely engaging in practice. The imposing figure before him wore a complex expression, taken aback that anyone would dare utter such audacious words. Foolish individual, you shall pay dearly for your actions. The large man struck his chest with force. After delivering this statement, he seemed to sense that the thrill had dissipated, prompting him to turn and leave without further ado. The remaining individuals retained a palpable tension, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. If matters were to unfold in such a manner, it would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge for us. At this juncture, Robin continued to speak in a relatively measured tone, his expression revealing a hint of anxiety. At this moment, Ling appeared remarkably composed, for he understood that such occurrences were always a possibility, and thus, even in the face of unforeseen events, there was little that could be done to avert them. Aily, a proponent of violence, would undoubtedly not let the matter rest easily. Rather than fretting over his potential actions, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to confront this situation. After careful consideration, Robin found this reasoning to be quite sound and nodded in agreement. However, they were still unable to ascertain the true nature of the opponent's strategy, necessitating a cautious approach. Just as they were deliberating on how to proceed, an inexplicably peculiar force suddenly enveloped them, its unexpected emergence exerting such a powerful influence that they found themselves utterly immobilized. Ling thus clearly realized that this place was not a prison in the conventional sense, it was merely a term employed by these individuals. If she were not mistaken, this was indeed the so-called Tower of Death. From the very beginning, they had not been taken away but had arrived at this location. Ling formed her own analysis. Robin was not particularly familiar with the surroundings, so she could not ascertain anything definitively. However, after a cursory glance, she seemed to concur with Ling's conjecture. You truly are quite clever. It appears that bringing you in as prey to the Tower of Death is indeed a splendid idea. Accompanied by a sharp, mocking laugh, Inal's figure suddenly materialized beside them. When Ellie locked eyes with this individual, a flicker of fear crossed her features, possibly a lingering effect of the previous electric shock. We inadvertently entered Sky Island, and yet you treat us as mere playthings. Is this truly acceptable? Robin spoke with evident displeasure, her expression revealing her discomfort and irritation. Yet, at that moment, Inal exhibited an air of fearlessness, even laughing with unrestrained joy. How things unfold is of no consequence to us. Since you find yourselves here as prisoners, you must abide by the rules of this occasion. Ling felt an overwhelming urge to land a punch on this individual's face. Yet, considering the circumstances at hand, he ultimately chose to relinquish that impulse. After all, it was imperative to navigate the situation with a steady demeanor to avoid any undue burdens. Fear not, this round of the competition has only just commenced. Within this tower reside a myriad of criminals. The environment allows for unrestricted combat. If one deems their companions superfluous, they may seize this opportunity to eliminate them. For in this round, only one will emerge victorious. Inal, too, would partake in this round of competition. Thus he was nearly certain that he would be the last one standing. Surely, there must be more than just adversaries participating in this contest. Is it truly beneficial to regard one's subordinates as mere prey to be disposed of at will? Ling's gaze remained fixed upon Inal. This individual. What merit does he possess to be referred to as the God of Thunder? Beyond his relatively formidable abilities, he is nothing short of a tyrant, executing criminals in such an outlandish manner that it is unlikely anyone else could replicate his actions. At that moment, Inal displayed an arrogant expression, chuckling triumphantly before swiftly closing the distance to Ling. I perceive confidence etched upon your visage. However, do not disappoint me in this Death Tower competition. I wish to see your silhouette among the few who survive, Inal proclaimed, after which his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the iron gate before them had been fully unlocked. The instant they regained their freedom, it became evident that the competition had indeed begun. Robin remarked, indeed. This round is steeped in bloodshed. Even if no one wishes to participate, there remains no alternative. As Ling grappled with how to handle the situation, a familiar throbbing pain surged through her head once more. Ding! The system was generating a task, bestowing levels upon the host. Aside from the 4 previously established levels, there remained no further alterations. After enduring countless life and death experiences, Ling finally ceased to hesitate and boldly chose the highest level task. Ding! The system has detected that the host has selected an A-level task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking a sufficient number of A-level tasks. Henceforth, S-level tasks will be randomly incorporated into the upcoming task system. Indeed, the remaining few slashes were intended to elevate the level of tasks. Although all of this was anticipated, confronting it would undoubtedly entail considerable pressure. Ling inhaled sharply, his mind now preoccupied with the precise requirements of the task at hand. The first objective was to reach the pinnacle of the Tower of Death, while eliminating 5 adversaries along the way. Although this task appeared deceptively simple, it carried an intricate complexity, as it necessitated the individual elimination of 5 foes. Given the current circumstances, vanquishing 5 enemies did not seem insurmountable. The Tower of Death comprised 10 levels, with a total of 100 participants. Excluding the 4 allies at their side, a total of 96 adversaries remained. However, throughout this round of competition, discerning which individuals harbored malicious intent remained an elusive challenge. Yet, as Inola had asserted, anyone would resort to ruthless violence to seize the opportunity for survival. Even in the absence of overt hostility, the instinct for self-preservation would undoubtedly preclude trust in others. Thus, maintaining a vigilant and combative stance appeared to be the most prudent course of action, as it would ensure the likelihood of survival and the successful completion of the mission. Fellow participants, there is no path of retreat, let us charge forth. And so, a thrilling and perilous competition commenced. Ling was uncertain of their position as the latest contender to enter the Tower of Death, yet after nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, they remained on the first floor, having made no decision to ascend. If we were to assume a reasonably even distribution, there should be at least 10 individuals on each level. As Robin surveyed the surroundings, he began to articulate his observations. The expanse of the tower was not particularly vast. Thus, if a confrontation were to occur on the first floor, it was highly likely they would hear the commotion or encounter the remains left behind by the vanquished. As Ling and the others roamed around, observing their surroundings, they found nothing that piqued their interest. It was at this moment that Robin suddenly halted her steps, her expression tinged with tension. The truth was not that they were incapable of finding anything, but rather that those who had lingered on this level had essentially become prey for that individual. At this juncture, Ling followed suit and discovered, to his dismay, several pirates sprawled before them, devoid of any signs of life. These pirates had inadvertently arrived at Skypea, only to be ensnared as prey, drawn into this grim competition. The most chilling sight was the figure of a ruthless killer standing ahead, brandishing a knife with an air of triumph. He chuckled to himself, initially anticipating a confrontation with formidable opponents, yet found that among the 4, 3 were women. The man before them grotesquely licked the blade of his knife, an utterly repugnant sight. It was the first time that Aily felt a shiver of fear in the presence of such a creature, yet there was nothing to be done. The events had already unfolded. Brother, that woman appears truly terrifying. Hancock could not help but voice her discontent. Ling was acutely aware that this matter required resolution, otherwise, the situation could only deteriorate further. Robin, the exit should be straight ahead. Take the 2 of them and leave this place first. As for this individual, I shall handle him, Ling stated. The reason for choosing to send the women away was twofold. On one hand, to ensure the successful completion of his mission, and on the other, to mitigate the risk of unforeseen complications. Although Ling possessed immense confidence in her abilities, she was acutely aware that unforeseen circumstances could arise. Thus, she had to take action only after ensuring that no safety hazards lurked nearby. Once Robin departed, the menacing figure finally fixed their gaze upon Ling. You little brat. I never expected you to possess such awareness. As a reward for your astuteness, I shall delight in inflicting wounds upon you, one slice at a time with my blade. Yet, Ling remained undaunted. After all, the woman before her, despite her fierce appearance and arrogant demeanor, seemed to lack any other formidable skills. Go ahead. Dealing with you is merely a task I must fulfill, Ling declared resolutely. At that moment, the arrogant woman ceased her hesitation, grasping her dual blades, and leapt toward Ling, aiming to strike swiftly. The blades moved with blinding speed, and just as they neared her, Ling deftly evaded the attack with her agility. However, while employing her heightened awareness, she sensed that she was not alone. There was someone behind her. Ling immediately sensed the impending danger and swiftly adjusted her position. At that moment, another individual charged forth. Yet the weapon in her grasp did not descend upon herself. It appears that your abilities are rather limited, daring to launch a surprise attack against me. Ling regarded the pair of twins with an expression imbued with calmness. The twins, once brimming with arrogance, began to see with anger upon realizing the presence of such a formidable adversary. Sister, there is no need to fear this insolent brat's capabilities, one of them declared. He merely seeks to intimidate us through this opportunity. As they spoke in unison, they commenced a rapid exchange, darting back and forth in the vicinity. To the untrained eye, it seemed as though an increasing number of shadows had emerged, yet in truth, there were only two true forms. Ling had anticipated that the two sisters would possess some remarkable skills, yet to her surprise, what emerged were merely these rudimentary techniques, akin to showing off in front of the masters. In the midst of such swift proceedings, it was utterly impossible to discern which two among the multitude were truly us. Ling, wishing to avoid exacerbating the awkwardness between the two women, decided not to dwell on their inquiries. With a calm demeanor, she harnessed her observation skills, seamlessly identifying the two genuine shadows among the multitude surrounding her. Indeed, at that moment, the sisters' bodies could hardly withstand such intense harm. With a resounding thud, they collapsed, their expressions contorted in agony, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Initially, they had believed themselves formidable, only to find their abilities rather limited in the end. With a mocking smile directed at the two women before her, Ling began to stretch her body. The sisters could feel an excruciating pain radiating throughout their forms. Despite their desperate attempts to resist, they found themselves utterly powerless. In light of this, it seemed only fitting to concede their defeat. Ling utilized a technique known as the all-encompassing attraction against the two women. With a chime, she successfully neutralized both, leaving three more to fulfill the task at hand. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of the two sisters sprawled on the ground, a complex array of emotions stirred within Ling. Had it not been for the brutal slaughters, how could these two women have descended into such a state of desolation? Nevertheless, her immediate priority was to reunite with Robin and the others. Having arrived on the second floor ahead of schedule, Robin and her companions immediately noticed the altered ambience of their surroundings. Those who had managed to escape from the first floor had undoubtedly proven themselves to be extraordinary individuals. The battleground on the second floor appeared significantly more chaotic than before, with numerous structures reduced to mere rubble, and the blood scattered around served as a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. Moments later, Robin sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. When she turned to investigate, she discovered a bashful young boy standing at the entrance. His face was etched with tension and a hint of fear, as though he were apprehensive of something. Upon noticing Robin, his anxiety intensified, and he trembled uncontrollably. Unable to utter a word, he appeared to be a boy who had endured considerable hardships. At this juncture, Ellie could not restrain herself from offering her observations. Gradually approaching the boy, it was evident that a child like him, confined within the Tower of Death, possessed no means of resistance. The boy's incessant shivering and the terror reflected in his countenance evoked a sense of compassion, despite the uncertainty surrounding the situation. Though Robin exuded gentleness, she was not one to be overly lax. Upon observing the fear on the boy's face, she inched closer, maintaining her gaze fixed upon him. In such a foreboding place, it was natural to feel fear, especially since it was not a domain to which he belonged. At that moment, Hancock and Ellie remained silent, merely standing by. However, it seemed that the immediate danger had passed. "It's all right now," Robin reassured the boy. While the current circumstances appeared relatively stable, Robin could not afford to be complacent. As her worries regarding the potential ramifications of the situation began to mount, the boy quaked in place, seemingly still in a state of shock. After all, they would eventually need to leave, so she resolved to take him along. Having an additional companion could only bode well. Robin spoke softly to herself, her expression imbued with a hint of warmth. Suddenly, the boy chuckled twice, as if the previous tension had dissipated. Being on the second floor, the situation may not be easily resolved, Ellie remarked, unable to suppress her complaints, despite her inner reluctance to confront the matter. Meanwhile, after dealing with the rather challenging twin adversaries on the first floor, Ling set her course toward the second floor. Although she could no longer approach Robin and the others, she harbored no fears for their safety. The environment on the second floor appeared significantly more chaotic than that of the first. With a total of 100 individuals within the tower, it was inevitable that the second floor would harbor various foes. And predicting when these adversaries would strike was exceedingly difficult given the current circumstances. Ling observed his surroundings back and forth several times, yet he remained unable to ascertain the impact of the entire situation. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps approached from behind him. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wondered who it might be, never anticipating we would meet so soon. I initially intended to seize this opportunity to linger a bit longer, but it appears the current circumstances are far more complicated than they seem. The speaker was none other than the burly individual he had encountered previously in prison. To my surprise, I encountered Ling so swiftly, a hint of confidence gracing my countenance. During my time in prison, I refrained from engaging with you, but the current circumstances appear to be markedly different. In response to Ling's words, the hulking figure before me exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, he laughed with increasing audacity. "You naive little brat, do you genuinely believe that you stand a chance against me now? If we were to clash head-on, you would undoubtedly meet a most gruesome fate." With that, the burly man began to limber up, seemingly intent on intimidating Ling. Given the unique demands of this mission, and in addition to the twins I had previously dealt with, I now had to confront 3 more adversaries involved in the competition. Ling found himself unable to refuse. And regarding the matter of Robin, he could only choose to set it aside for the time being. Observing the cowardice displayed before him, The outcome was already apparent. The foolishness of the martial world had led him to the conclusion that his journey could come to an end here. As the burly man spoke, he unexpectedly advanced swiftly towards Ling. Had it not been for the prior harsh words exchanged, Ling might not have regarded this fellow as particularly formidable. However, given the current circumstances, it was time to show these brutes a semblance of respect. You are indeed brimming with confidence. Do you truly believe you possess 100% certainty in this matter? As he spoke, Ling continued to stretch his limbs, his expression betraying an utter lack of fear regarding the situation. In front of him, the burly man remained undaunted, having survived several rounds of competition. How could he possibly doubt his own prowess in comparison to others? You insolent brat, this is not a time for mere words. At this, the burly man suddenly quickened his movements, closing in on Ling. Convinced of his imminent victory, he was taken aback when, at the moment of his approach, Ling evaded the attack with remarkable agility, seizing upon the burly man's momentary lapse in defense. Is this truly the extent of your strength? How disappointing. Faced with such provocation, the burly man's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, yet Ling felt no hint of fear in confronting this opponent. Rather, he appeared thoroughly amused. Although the burly man was quick, his capabilities seemed to reach their limits at this juncture. Had it not been for Ling's intention to conserve his strength for what lay ahead, defeating him would have taken but an instant. At that moment, a group of oblivious brutes hastened their offensive, brandishing a massive spiked club, intent on delivering a grievous blow to Ling. Such overwhelming brute force seemed insurmountable, prompting a warning. I advise you to abandon any notion of resistance. The self-assured burly man appeared convinced of his assured triumph. Ling had long since sensed this individual's abilities through his observation, thus he felt no need for tension. Instead, he calmly regarded everything before him. He had anticipated a surprise, yet was met with nothing more than these meager skills. Ling let out a soft grunt and accelerated her movements. At that moment, the burly man seemed to realize his strength was inadequate, facing the current situations. He appeared increasingly tense. How infuriating. I never anticipated you would evade this move. You truly are remarkable. The burly man intended to strike again, unaware that what awaited him was a heavy punch from Ling. Bang. The brute's body trembled violently, and he collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. What has happened? Just moments ago, he was brimming with arrogance. Why has he crumbled so easily now? Ling, maintaining her composure, looked at him with a hint of derision. The burly man, struggling, felt overwhelmed. After a few minutes of stalemate, he slowly managed to rise. Do not think that this will allow you to do as you please. The burly man appeared quite disheveled, and after a prolonged period of hesitation, he began to move his body, preparing for an attack. However, Ling was not inclined to grant these foolish individuals any opportunity, choosing instead to observe him quietly. Let me show you what true power entails. This is a strength beyond your current capability. At that moment, the burly man suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. The ground trembled violently around him, far more intense than before. Clearly, maintaining this state was no simple task. After a brief moment, Ling noticed the anguish etched on the burly man's face. With a soft grunt, she swiftly closed the distance, seizing him by the throat. The man struggled, desperately attempting to free himself, but found it utterly impossible. Ling, prepared to eliminate any chance of resistance, utilized her domineering aura to rebound the damage he had inflicted upon her. The burly man had no means of evasion and was forced to endure the repercussions of his own actions, accompanied by a wail of despair. He crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before succumbing to lifelessness. This is impossible. These were the last words uttered by the burly man just before he fell. At this moment, Ling exhaled softly, devoid of any tension regarding the fallen adversary, merely humming lightly to herself. Ding. Successfully defeated the third opponent. Only 2 remain until the task is complete. Thus, it seems that accomplishing this mission may not be as formidable a challenge as it initially appeared. At this moment, Ling was reluctant to linger in place for too long, as Robin had already become separated from them, necessitating a swift reunion. Meanwhile, Robin and the small boy they had encountered were progressing at a sluggish pace. This was partly to await Ling's arrival, and partly to ensure their own safety. Any adversary they might encounter within this tower could not be easily classified as good or evil, nor could their true intentions be discerned. Therefore, Robin had to navigate this area with utmost caution to guarantee their security. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air ahead of them. It seemed there was chaos unfolding in that direction. Had they stumbled into trouble? At that moment, Aily couldn't help but voice her concerns, her body trembling with unease. Before them lay a narrow, winding path. Although the specifics of the situation were unclear, it was evident that matters were far from simple. Robin, too, felt a sense of confusion creeping in, inhaling sharply before quickening his pace. If an emergency arose, they needed to be ready to act immediately. His tone was grave as he continued to speak, while the others remained silent, carefully observing the small boy who appeared to be visibly anxious. The situation was likely more complex than it seemed, and evading confrontation might prove challenging. Ellie's expression turned serious as she began to analyze the predicament. Indeed, if the situation was not addressed promptly, it could deteriorate further. Thus, they had to handle everything meticulously to avert any potential dangers. After a brief moment, Robin became resolute, fixating intently on the source of the scream. It was then that he spotted a menacing figure wielding twin daggers, grinning wickedly at the unfolding scene. Ha ha, I thought it would take longer, but here comes the prey. The figure's malicious expression was unnerving, although it was not Robin's first encounter with such a villain. A flicker of anger ignited within him. While some might be coerced into participating in these games, it was clear that this deranged individual relished the opportunity. The sinister figure suddenly halted his movements, turning to scowl at Robin. What a meddlesome woman. Do you really think you can refuse to partake in this round of the game? The situation was indeed troublesome, as no one anticipated it would culminate in such chaos. Do you truly believe that slaughter is a virtue? Only those of your depraved ilk would find such perversion appealing, Aily retorted scornfully, disregarding the man's current state. Let us see how you handle the situation, you sick individual. With that, the man accelerated his attack, drawing his daggers. Robin, having anticipated this, deftly evaded the assault and utilized the powers of the devil fruit, conjuring numerous spectral arms to ensnare the deranged assailant completely. The man struggled in vain, realizing he was utterly powerless. Surrender, your body is entirely under my control, Robin stated calmly as he tightened his grip around the man's neck. With a decisive exertion of force, the man's neck could be easily snapped, bringing a swift resolution to the conflict. The trapped man continued to writhe, but after several moments, his body began to grow rigid. Robin, there is no need for hesitation, just finish it, Aily urged with conviction, nodding confidently. Robin prepared to bring the encounter to a close. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Robin's back, and upon turning, she discovered the timid little boy brandishing a dagger aimed directly at her. Blood spilled from Robin's mouth as she staggered back, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. I'm sorry, sister, the boy said, a hint of triumph etched on his face, devoid of any remorse. It dawned on Robin that this child had been a deliberate ruse all along. I may not wish to be perceived as a useless child, but under these circumstances, it appears that everything is proceeding as planned, the boy declared, his expression gaining an air of superiority as he moved with newfound confidence. Both Aily and Hancock were taken aback, astonished that this child would dare to assault Robin. Why? Robin gasped, clutching her injured chest, unable to comprehend the betrayal. It's simple, I'm on his side. I intended to strike from the very beginning, the boy replied, a self-assured smile gracing his features, his demeanor entirely transformed. In truth, this boy was no mere child, but rather a cunning assassin masquerading as one to execute his scheme. How dare you exploit our compassion to commit such treachery? Don't you feel any shame? Aily shouted in outrage. Robin was utterly blindsided, unable to devise a response to the unfolding calamity. The man, previously ensnared, seemed to have shed all reservations, laughing maniacally, exhilarated by the chaos. Haha. Although I'm reluctant to engage, it appears you have no hope of escaping now. With that, both adversaries readied their sharp blades, poised to strike. Robin, having underestimated her foes, found herself bereft of the ability to fight back. Her gaze filled with despair as she beheld the impending threat. Aily is an intriguing character, possessing unique insights into every situation. Each death trap is a source of amusement, offering you unwitting intruders a taste of surprise, the man taunted. Surprise? This is merely the twisted amusement of depraved individuals, Robin thought bitterly, her body rendered immobile. Given the circumstances, a direct confrontation was futile. Yet, Ling remained unaware of the perilous situation unfolding. Aily, as a celestial dragon, was ostensibly just an ordinary woman beyond her peculiar status. In such dire circumstances, it is nearly impossible to possess any fighting capability. As for Hancock, she is merely an utterly powerless girl, yet she is endowed with the strength of a devil fruit. However, she could never find a way to strike back. Although it is not commendable to ruthlessly eliminate you wretched girls, the current situation leaves us with no other alternatives. At this moment, the tall man began to mobilize his body, his expression one of smug satisfaction. In an instant, he raised his knife, intending to resolve the matter with Robin and the others. Do not do this. Hancock suddenly appeared, her gaze fiercely fixed on the two assassins before her. Foolish girl. Do you believe this act holds any significance for us? Do not be hasty. Once I deal with this insufferable woman, you shall be next. Despite her resolute words, Hancock showed no intention of retreating, her demeanor remarkably composed. She had resolved to protect her two elder sisters at all costs. Having gained the power of the devil fruit, she was determined to unleash its full potential. For reasons unknown, the assassin before her suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him. As he observed Hancock's striking visage up close, he was taken aback by her extraordinary beauty. Her allure was formidable, especially the kind that Hancock possessed, which was utterly captivating. What an unexpectedly enchanting woman. Though your beauty is undeniably beguiling, do not presume you can sway me with such charm. Naturally, the two assassins were unwilling to squander their opportunity and hasten their movements. Stop, Hancock coldly interjected, and in the next heartbeat, the two arrogant men felt their bodies stiffen, rendering them nearly immobile. It was then that they realized their bodies had begun to petrify. What is this ability? The unfolding situation instilled a sense of dread within them. No matter how they struggled against the affliction, they found no way to restore their mobility. With a sense of despair, their bodies solidified into stone, rendered motionless. Robin could hardly believe her eyes. This seemingly frail girl possessed such terrifying power. The abilities of the devil fruits indeed manifest differently based on their attributes. Without proper mastery, even the mightiest of powers could merely serve as a decoration. Hancock, a girl who appeared so young, wielded such formidable strength that could intimidate even the might of the devil fruits. In essence, Hancock had reached a level unattainable by many, her capabilities far surpassing those of numerous others. At that moment, Hancock's gaze fixated on the two stone figures before her. After a brief pause, she unceremoniously extended her fist and struck down upon the statues with great force. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into countless fragments. Hancock's expression had shifted. She was no longer the shy girl who merely stood awkwardly in place. What worthless failures! Hancock murmured to herself, her face betraying a calmness that belied the tumultuous emotions within her. For Hancock, everything she was experiencing now was a stark departure from her previous reality, a scenario she had long wished to avoid. Robin and Ellie were at a loss for how to confront the situation, nevertheless. They were undeniably saved by this remarkable girl before them. Although the immediate threats had been quelled, Robin, gravely injured, could barely move. Blood flowed incessantly from a gaping wound, and they possessed no means to staunch the bleeding. In desperation, Ellie tore a piece from her own clothing to apply as a makeshift bandage for Robin. This situation was entirely unforeseen. We are unaware of what foes we may encounter next. Let us remain here for the time being, Robin whispered softly as she pressed against her wound. Indeed, given their current state, the outcome remained uncertain, and they had to endure. After a considerable time, Ling ventured forward. Sensing a strong metallic scent of blood, anxiety began to creep into his heart, and after a moment's hesitation, he proceeded cautiously. As he advanced, he soon discovered Robin lying on the ground, her expression contorted in pain, blood flowing from her body, a grim testament to the horrors that had transpired. In order to stabilize the current situation, Ling promptly followed suit and lifted Robin into his arms. What could possibly have transpired? Had something truly dreadful occurred during our time apart? Ling turned to the two women beside him and continued to inquire. Ellie nodded, confirming that they had indeed encountered some perilous circumstances, though Hancock had already dealt with those two adversaries for us. What? The unfolding of these events was indeed quite unexpected. One would hardly anticipate such a turn of affairs. After a brief moment, Ling seemed to grasp the situation and nodded in understanding. It was not particularly surprising that Hancock could vanquish these foes, given her formidable strength, which had simply gone unutilized. However, the success of individuals like Robin was indeed a commendable feat attributed to Hancock. Ling could finally breathe a sigh of relief, glad that he had not arrived too late. He proceeded to wrap the bandages he carried around Robin's wounds before hoisting her onto his back. Ellie felt a twinge of discomfort at this scene, but recognizing Robin's precarious condition, she chose not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of individuals was observing the unfolding events through a screen. Lord Inel, I believe this situation may yield unexpected surprises. That fellow named Ling appears to be quite intriguing, remarked a man with long hair. Inel's smile faded as he turned to the long-haired man. Your intuition is rather interesting. However, I currently harbor a strong disdain for this inexplicable intruder in Skypea. I wish for him to vanish at once. Vanish at once? Keep in mind, Ling has successfully extricated himself from two rather troublesome adversaries and defeated them. It would not be so simple to wish him away, one of them interjected. Lord Inel, this matter may not be as straightforward as it seems, another added. After contemplating the situation, Inel's expression appeared markedly more composed. He then spoke again. Whether he can indeed accomplish that depends on you. We have come this far. Is there any reluctance to engage in this round of competition? Before him, his subordinates dared not voice their opinions, remaining silent in their places. Enough. We have reached this point. There is no need for further deliberation. Enel coldly scoffed, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Moments later, his men seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. To avoid defying Lord Enel's wishes, they swiftly turned to enter the Tower of Death. I hope you will bring me the results as swiftly as possible. Due to the burden of carrying Robin, Ling found it challenging to move swiftly. Moreover, it appeared that this particular mission did not impose a strict time constraint, thus, as long as the task could be accomplished, the duration of their endeavor was of little consequence. They should have reached the third level by now, Robin inquired in a somewhat weakened tone. In response, Ling was uncertain of their exact location, merely sensing that since their reunion, they had not ascended. Given the current circumstances, it was impossible to ascertain the outcome of their predicament. For the moment, it seemed prudent to remain calm and assess the situation. Ling continued to speak in a relatively composed manner while scanning their surroundings. However, Robin remained unresponsive. As time passed incrementally, the group remained oblivious to their whereabouts. At that moment, the surrounding emptiness felt distinctly different from before. Ling seems to possess an uncanny ability to discern the presence of others through the colors surrounding her. However, the current circumstances remain elusive, as the adversary has yet to reveal themselves. Caution is imperative. It is highly probable that individuals lurk nearby, and their intentions may very well be directed towards me. Though Ling is reluctant to acknowledge this reality, the prevailing situation suggests that this likelihood is indeed the most substantial. After a brief moment, Robin and the others began to share her apprehension, particularly as Robin's current condition leaves much to be desired, rendering them incapable of swift action should danger arise. At that juncture, an enemy materialized behind them. A scarred visage marked the foe, who appeared rather pleased upon noticing Ling and her companions. Moments later, he advanced towards them with deliberate steps, an indescribable fury etched across his face. It seems you are facing a bit of trouble. If I am not mistaken, this fellow intends to engage us in a confrontation. Ling's gaze remained fixated on the realm of this martial world. Although he did not hastily take action, his heart had long been prepared to strike at a moment's notice. As much as he wished to witness the unfolding events, the current circumstances left no room for delay. I apologize. It is not my intention to eliminate you, but rather that of Lord Inaru. Inaru, indeed, is yet another insufferable individual, is he not? Although Ling had long anticipated a confrontation with him, she never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Aily, I must trouble you to look after Robin for me, she said, gently placing Robin down beside her. Her gaze was fixed intently upon her adversary before her, while the true nature of this encounter remained shrouded in mystery. The demeanor of her opponent suggested he was no ordinary individual. He remained silent, yet his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety, as if he were eager to strike at that very moment. What a presumptuous individual, believing he could act with impunity. A tinge of seriousness crossed his face, prompting him to speak at last. Though Ling found no necessity to continue exerting herself against him, she took a deep breath and began to mobilize her body, gradually advancing towards this individual. At that moment, the opponent seemed to sense an underlying tension, for the formidable power emanating from Ling was indeed overwhelming. This adversary might prove to be more challenging than anticipated. Robin, clutching his injured chest, murmured softly to himself. Ling was acutely aware of this fact, however. Having reached this juncture, she had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Meanwhile, the opponent's expression also bore a hint of unease. After a brief, disdainful snort, he began to approach Ling's direction. Let me witness the extent of your power, he declared, a smug expression gracing his features as a dense fog began to envelop him. Although the origins of this individual remained a mystery, Ling was resolute in her determination not to be easily subdued at this moment. As time passed, Ling remained steadfast in her position, refraining from striking. It was not out of fear, but rather a matter of seizing the right opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, the figure shrouded in smoke suddenly vanished from sight, leaving behind an unsettling mystery. How peculiar. Ling inhaled sharply, feeling a flicker of anxiety stir within. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, that individual had already materialized before her. Be cautious. At that moment, Robin's tone intensified as he directed his gaze towards that very direction. Ling has come to realize that she is in imminent danger. Time is of the essence. Foolish one. Before her, the man's smug expression has morphed into one of malicious intent as he reaches out with a swift, forceful grip towards Ling. To the untrained eye, his movements appear alarmingly rapid, as if poised to inflict harm upon her in an instant. Had she not reacted with such alacrity, she might have already fallen prey to this wretch's assault. A sense of pain indeed lingers, as Ling feels a disquieting turbulence within her. Yet she finds herself rendered helpless in this moment. Your abilities seem rather limited. The man scoffs, a smile creeping across his face as he begins to limber up, suggesting that the situation may not be easily resolved. Ling gasps, contemplating whether she should take action. Robin, perplexed, cannot fathom why this man, after much deliberation, still hesitates to strike. Does he possess a unique comprehension of the circumstances at hand? Lady Ling, do not hesitate any longer. If this continues, we shall find ourselves in greater peril, Aily interjects, her anxiety palpable. Should the situation persist in its current trajectory, it may indeed spiral into something dire. Thus, if a solution is not swiftly sought, resolution seems utterly unattainable. At this moment, Ling finally ceased to hesitate, employing the power of his haki to deliver a powerful blow to the face of his opponent. With an overwhelming force, the adversary was compelled to retreat several steps, his body convulsing momentarily before he managed to regain his composure. It seems your abilities are rather lacking, Ling remarked with a hint of pride in his gaze, fixating his attention intently on the individual before him. The opponent, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, gritted his teeth and prepared for another round of assault. However, having already exposed his vulnerabilities, he stood no chance against Ling. Moreover, without any haki to bolster his defenses, confronting Ling was akin to walking a path towards certain demise. Foolish wretch, you shall pay dearly for your reckless actions. With that, the individual before him suddenly erupted into a furious roar, leaping forward with determination to confront Ling. Ling swiftly evaded the opponent's attacks, as if clearing the air with remarkable speed. Perhaps this individual never anticipated that their confident approach would be effortlessly sidestepped by Ling. After a few moments of exertion, Ling calmly regarded these adversaries and continued to smile. One must admit that their skills were commendable, yet your prowess pales in comparison to mine. At this juncture, the opponent began to feel an unprecedented pressure, attempting to struggle but realizing it was far too late. The situation before them could only worsen under the current circumstances. Moments later, Ling gradually closed the distance between them. Navi, you fool. Even if you were to defeat me, it would not signify. Ling was utterly disinterested in his ramblings and delivered a swift and decisive blow to his face, accompanied by a painful cry. The man's body twitched twice before collapsing to the ground, motionless. With a chime, the message indicated that only one target remained. Given the current state of affairs, it was evident that the next target could not possibly be left for Aily. However, the situation was not yet entirely clear, necessitating a thorough understanding to ensure appropriate measures could be taken. After a brief moment, Ling turned back, hoisting Robin onto her back, and continued her aimless advance toward the ominous death tower. For anyone, this place was fraught with peril. The exact nature of the dangers remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Aily wore a complex expression. He had anticipated that this round of the game would be more engaging than he had initially imagined. Yet he found himself confronted with an unexpected turn of events. Lord Aily, it seems this fellow is even more formidable than we had anticipated. Two individuals appeared beside him, their demeanor strikingly serious as they reiterated their observations. Before them, Aily could not suppress a couple of disdainful snorts. It appeared that this adversary exceeded his expectations. Recognizing the opportunity presented, he resolved not to let it slip away. As time passed, the anger etched on Aily's face gradually faded, replaced by an increasing sense of triumph. Ling and others have now entered the third layer. Although they are unaware of the true nature of this place, the atmosphere here is markedly quieter compared to the previous two layers. The number of individuals present has significantly diminished, yet an unsettling sense of danger lingers in the air. Robin, surveying the surroundings, adopts a more serious tone as he speaks. Meanwhile, the others share a growing sense of apprehension, choosing to remain silently by his side. Hesitant to voice their thoughts, Ling nodded, recognizing that only one objective remained in her current mission. Therefore, during this period, she should make every effort to avoid combat. Naturally, it is advantageous to decline the entreaties of others. However, an unsettling sense of foreboding crept in as faint cries of anguish seemed to emanate from ahead. It was perplexing, yet she could not shake the feeling of unease. Perhaps retreating would be wise. The situation might be worse than they anticipated. Just then, Robin's tone became more serious, and his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Indeed, without a clear set of guidelines, the unfolding events could spiral beyond their control. Contemplating this, Ling found herself hesitating. If they were to bypass this position, locating the next exit might not be as straightforward. Confrontation is inevitable, and with someone as formidable as Lord Ling by their side, why should they fear? At that moment, Aily calmly patted her chest, seemingly unfazed by the potential consequences of the situation. After a period of hesitation, Ling ultimately acquiesced to Aily's suggestion. Should they forfeit this opportunity, they could be oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. At this juncture, Robin's wounds had nearly healed, and upon witnessing this state, he refrained from further comments. Before them, Ling and his companions exercised utmost caution, deeply concerned about the ramifications of their actions. Unbeknownst to them, they had followed the pungent scent of blood to their destination. Upon arriving at the end point, they collectively exhaled in relief, for it appeared that nothing particularly dreadful awaited them. Rather, it seemed rather mundane. It was evident that the surrounding disarray had persisted for some time. Otherwise, the current state would not have remained so desolate. With no one in sight, Robin, adopting a relatively serious tone, reiterated his thoughts a couple of times, visibly relaxing as he did so, no longer as tense as before. This was undoubtedly a positive development, as it meant that the extremities of the situation would not spiral into unnecessary complexity. Confirming their safety, Robin suggested they leave the area. However, just as they prepared to depart, Ling abruptly halted, sensing the gravity of their situation. It seemed that escaping would not prove as simple as they had initially hoped. In that moment, Ling spoke with a grave demeanor, his expression taut. The others also recognized the gravity of the situation, yet felt uncertain about how to proceed. Moments later, Robin too came to an abrupt stop, a hint of tension evident on his face. He could not fathom why matters had escalated to this point, sensing that everything was far more intricate than anticipated. We are embroiled in war. Under any circumstances, dangers may arise, Ling reiterated, his demeanor markedly transformed from before. Thus, in the absence of any mitigating circumstances, the occurrence of these events was entirely unavoidable. Indeed, at that moment, a shadow of an unknown figure suddenly materialized behind them. Initially, I thought you would remain oblivious, but it seems I underestimated the situation. The adversary spoke, his expression laced with an odd tone. If all went as expected, this individual would undoubtedly be the foe they were destined to confront. At this moment, Ling and the others maintained a solemn expression, seemingly contemplating the ramifications of the situation. After a prolonged silence, they finally resumed speaking. Fortunately, preparations had been made in advance. Otherwise, this matter would likely prove more challenging than anticipated. Upon hearing these words, the other party could not help but let out a couple of bitter chuckles. It appears that you possess a certain level of confidence regarding this issue, and if that is the case, there is no need to dwell on it any further. Ling remained unmoved, yet she did not anticipate the swift arrival of these individuals. The reason behind all this preparation stemmed from Lord Inel's will. He mandated that we must eliminate you here, for otherwise, this round of the game would hold no significance whatsoever. Viewed in this light, it is evident that the director's intentions possess a certain sinister amusement. After listening, Ling merely chuckled twice, seemingly devoid of further thoughts on the matter. Instead, displaying an increasingly composed demeanor. That individual truly possessed an inexplicable penchant for malice, attempting to derive amusement through such means. Was this not rather casual? The opponent, in the face of Ling, maintained a demeanor of calm and proceeded to speak. Do not presume that resolving a few minor characters grants you the liberty to act as you wish. Viewed from this perspective, they indeed harbored a degree of confidence. Yet Ling was perplexed as to why, in such a state, they dared utter such words. Foolish wretch, let me see what capabilities you truly possess. How dare you act so arrogantly at this moment? The adversary spoke, a sinister expression crossing his face, before swiftly charging towards Ling. It must be said that his assault, compared to previous opponents, exhibited a distinct variance. However, Ling had already discerned the nuances of his abilities through observation and deftly evaded the attack, subsequently employing Amaterasu in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Believing the matter to be reasonably concluded at this juncture, he was taken aback when the opponent successfully dodged the strike, instead regarding him with a remarkably calm gaze. Though your skills are commendable, under the current circumstances, your abilities seem rather limited. Before him, Ling wore a triumphant expression, as though convinced of his assured victory. After failing consecutively twice, the opponent indeed experienced a flicker of anxiety, not anticipating that Ling would prove more formidable than he had envisioned. Nevertheless, regardless of how tenacious this adversary might be, they were compelled to devise a means of resolution. Ainul's objective was to defeat Ling and his companions within the Death Tower, which was why he continually dispatched one subordinate after another to threaten them. You will not enjoy such good fortune for much longer. At this point, the adversary lunged forward, unceremoniously raising his blade to strike at Ling. The descending blade generated a fierce whirlwind, nearly cleaving Ling in two. Unlike previous opponents, this individual was not only cautious in his approach, but also possessed formidable strength, making it arduous to discern any openings in his strikes. Even with the advantage of observation, Ling found it challenging to ascertain the direction and force behind the opponent's attack with absolute certainty. Thus, in the absence of extensive combat experience, Ling might not necessarily hold the upper hand. Nearby, Robin furrowed her brow, seemingly aware of Ling's current predicament. This is dire. If this state persists, Ling will undoubtedly fall to this man. What? How could Lord Ling, with such immense power, possibly be defeated by this individual? Aily remained incredulous at the unfolding events. In the next moment, the man pressed relentlessly forward, leaving Ling entirely in a passive position, with little opportunity to retaliate. The previous adversaries had been vanquished solely through sheer strength, yet this one proved significantly more troublesome. It was perplexing how such a foolish individual could have triumphed over those before. What a misfortune for their lineage to be so easily bullied by him. The opponent continued to laugh arrogantly, then deftly deflected Ling with dual blades. At this juncture, Ling found himself in a state of complete vulnerability. Even defense was unattainable. What a pity, it seems this round of the contest is drawing to a close. With that, the adversary's blade swiftly sliced through Ling's form. Ling's entire body convulsed before he collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Clearly, this individual possessed formidable strength. If I were to confront him as I did with those previous foes, I would undoubtedly find myself at a disadvantage. Yet, there remains one perplexing aspect. How is it that you consistently anticipate the direction of my attacks? Although Lord Inel had previously mentioned blood to me, my curiosity about such a potent force has remained insatiable. The man once again grasped his twin blades and slowly approached Ling. At that moment, Aily and the others grew anxious, eager to intervene, yet feeling utterly powerless. Hancock, beneath them, was seething with anger. Yet she recognized that any direct confrontation would yield no advantage. Do not fret, he is Ling, and he will surely devise a way to navigate this crisis. Robin continued to reiterate. As Ling lay on the ground, he suddenly chuckled softly, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What a bewildering character. Even in such dire circumstances, he could still find amusement. The man before him glared furiously at this moment. Naturally, he had no intention of wasting time here and needed to resolve this matter with utmost expediency. Swish. The adversary's blade once again sliced through Ling's form, yet this time, something felt amiss. Indeed, Ling had long since vacated this spot. The attack had merely struck a mere clone. You truly are impressive. In a direct confrontation, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Behind the man, Ling reappeared, his expression now grave. Aily and the others finally exhaled in relief, astonished by Ling's formidable capabilities. Realizing he would not be easily vanquished by these opponents. You insufferable fool, are you jesting with me? The opponent's frustration escalated, and he began to slash wildly around him. Yet, even as Ling endured a barrage of over a dozen strikes, he remained impervious to harm, for he continued to employ his clones. You scoundrel! The nearly enraged man leaped into the air, aiming to strike down the final Ling figure. Just as he believed victory was assured, and that he could dispatch Ling with a single blow, Shinra Tensei. A formidable force erupted around him, sending him crashing to the ground. The might of Shinra Tensei was not something that mere weaponry could contend with. Thus, no matter how powerful the blade or swift the motion, he could never inflict even a scratch upon Ling. What a pity. Although your skills are commendable, they hold no significance before me. Ling addressed the man with a tranquil gaze. Due to the immense power of Shinra Tensei, the man wielding the twin blades could no longer move. Lying motionless on the ground, devoid of consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the mission. The system's prompt informed Ling that he had successfully concluded the initial round of his task. At that moment, a flicker of anger crossed Enel's eyes. He had anticipated this round of the game to proceed with great intensity, yet he had not expected this individual to vanquish all his subordinates. Foolish one. It seems your presence has indeed unsettled me. If that is the case, I shall ensure you comprehend what true cruelty entails. Ling remained oblivious to the lurking dangers that surrounded her. At this moment, Aily was certainly not inclined to spare her, particularly after having dealt with so many of his subordinates. The Death Tower continued unabated, yet Ling was increasingly preoccupied with Robin's affliction. There was no reason to squander time here. Let us endeavor to navigate the Death Tower with utmost haste. Ling turned to Robin and the others beside her, then hastened her preparations, seizing the opportunity to depart from this place. As their pace quickened, they drew ever closer to the pinnacle of the Death Tower. The number of participants in the game was steadily dwindling, while Enel, in a near-manic frenzy, eliminated every individual he encountered within the tower. His purpose was singular, to await Ling at the summit of the Death Tower. At that moment, Robin and her companions sensed an unusual tension in the air. Strangely, after dispatching the last adversary, they had encountered no further foes. Could it be that all the enemies engaged in the game within the Death Tower had been vanquished? Robin found herself compelled to analyze the situation. However, Ling sensed that the entire situation was far from simple. It was evident that someone had deliberately orchestrated the elimination of these individuals. If my conjecture is correct, it must be that scoundrel Enel. His true intention appears to be to await our encounter at the pinnacle of the Death Tower. Although Ling is reluctant to acknowledge this fact, given the current circumstances, she has no choice but to confront Aily. Ding. The second mission is unlocked. Defeat Aily. Indeed, the task assigned by the system is as such. While this mission may not be as straightforward as it appears, it is nonetheless an obligation that must be faced. As Ling contemplated the situation, she quickened her pace, carrying Robin on her back, each step leading them closer to the summit of the Tower of Death. Hancock and Aily trailed closely behind, their hearts brimming with grievances. Yet they chose silence over complaint. Robin's wounds had begun to worsen, and without timely treatment, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Ling's urgency to depart the tower was not without justification. Unbeknownst to them, they had indeed reached the apex of the Tower of Death, which revealed an expansive terrace. Dominating this space was a massive stone tablet, the inscriptions of which Ling could not decipher, yet Robin seemed inexplicably drawn to it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Robin's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she cautiously approached the tablet to examine it closely. Moments later, disbelief washed over Robin as she absorbed the revelations before her. The rumors regarding the Sky Island were largely fabrications. Enel, far from being a deity, was merely the instigator of the discord between the island's factions. To be precise, those who revered Enel as a god were entirely brainwashed. This unexpected discovery bore significant weight for Robin. She was determined to unveil the truth to the world. History cannot be tarnished, and it was absurd for such a foolish individual to attempt to obscure the facts in this manner. Despite the severity of her injuries, Robin's fury surged. What difference does it make if you are aware of the truth? Just then, footsteps echoed behind them. Enel appeared before them. A smug expression plastered across his face as he addressed Robin. At that moment, Robin's disdain for him deepened. How repugnant it is for someone like you to maliciously alter historical truths and still aspire to be regarded as a deity, she asserted, her voice laced with intensity. Upon hearing her words, Enel felt no remorse. Instead, he laughed triumphantly. What does it matter if you know the truth? Here on Sky Island, I am the embodiment of power. I am the god who reigns over this domain. Ling felt a sense of revulsion, taken aback by the audacity of this individual. Given the circumstances, he was determined to witness what abilities this so-called deity possessed to claim dominion over the entire Sky Island. After all, it was merely a task assigned by the system. Since you find him equally distasteful, let us deliver him a well-deserved thrashing. Such a Navi character. Albeit I must concede that defeating a few of my subordinates is indeed no trivial feat, yet in my presence, he is utterly inconsequential. Enel's arrogant demeanor also irked Aily, whose bloodline rendered her incapable of harboring any interest in such a person. Lord Ling, you must make this ungrateful wretch experience what true power entails, ensuring he departs from here forever shrouded in infamy. Ling was fully prepared. He understood that this adversary was formidable, yet it was certainly not a moment for fear. 100,000 volts. Enel uttered with minimal preamble, pointing his hands as a tremendous surge of lightning surged ominously toward Ling. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, that bolt of lightning might have pierced through his very being. Such skill is indeed impressive, but it is time for this to come to a close. Enel clearly had no intention of wasting excessive time at this juncture, and thus began to wave his hands, conjuring a multitude of powerful lightning strikes that encroached upon Ling. In this state, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to evade. Ling indeed exhibited signs of impatience, yet this was certainly not a moment of capitulation. I harbor no fondness for gaming, particularly when confronted with individuals I detest. So I implore you to depart swiftly from this realm. At this juncture, Enelu began to extend his hand, and all the surrounding lightning once again descended upon Ling's position. The ground was pounded into a substantial crater, and the relentless barrage of lightning left Ling with scant options for evasion. He retreated several paces, his expression fraught with tension. Although the situation remained perilous, he managed to evade the onslaught this time. Having reached such a critical juncture, Ling could not allow this adversary to continue unchallenged. Harnessing the power of armament hockey, he surged toward Enelu, delivering a fierce blow aimed at his face. Yet, at that moment, Enelu merely smirked and, with a casual gesture, effortlessly blocked the impending strike. At this moment, Ling finally realized that Enel was also adept in the art of Kenbunchika hockey. The existence of Busashoka hockey could negate the powers of devil fruits, while Kenbunchika hockey enabled Enel to successfully anticipate the direction of his own strikes. From this perspective, engaging in a direct confrontation might not necessarily guarantee an unequivocal advantage. You truly are unlike anyone else. However, it seems we can bring this to a close. Suddenly, Enel brandished the weapon in his hand, channeling a surge of lightning through the iron staff, hurling it towards Ling with immense force. Crack! The intense lightning pierced through the air. Amaru no Tenshi. At this critical moment, Ling resorted to the Shinra Tensei of pain, successfully thwarting the onslaught of lightning. However, this act incurred a significant toll on his own energy. Previously, when confronting adversaries, he had already employed Shinra Tensei to deflect attacks. If he were to deploy it once more in a similar state, it would impose considerable strain on his body. It is indeed a peculiar power, capable of withstanding a lightning assault. Yet, it appears that his current condition renders him incapable of further utilization. Enel, having discerned Ling's mental state, extended his hand once more. Should Enel unleash his lightning again, Ling would undoubtedly find himself unable to evade the impending strike. With gritted teeth, Ling fixed a fierce gaze upon Enelu, seemingly unwilling to concede. In this, foolish man. In the very moment Enelu reached out, lightning surged through Ling's body. Amidst a cacophony of anguished screams, Ling's form disintegrated into ash. Ha ha! I have made it abundantly clear. No one shall defy my commands. On this island, I am a god. Everything I utter is beyond dispute. Enelu's demeanor was brimming with arrogance, bordering on madness, his tone markedly altered. Aily and her companions could scarcely fathom the scene before them. Such a formidable figure as Ling had been vanquished by this wretch. No, it cannot be, Aily despaired, collapsing to the ground, her mind unraveling. This is truly impossible. If he fell so easily, my own reputation would be utterly tarnished. At that moment, Ling re-emerged. To Enelu's astonishment, another identical figure stood behind Ling, administering healing. Though I am loath to accept this reality, I wield the power of pain. This means that, aside from my ability to clone myself, each duplicate possesses distinct abilities. Before him, Ling was no longer intimidated by Enelu's lightning. You insufferable guardian. It appears you are more formidable than I anticipated. Very well, I shall grant you the privilege of ending your own life. Enelu, now consumed by rage, let out a couple of roars before swiftly closing the distance to Ling. He still sought to defeat Ling with lightning. Yet Ling had already anticipated this wretch's actions. Allow me to introduce you to the force of an enraged fist. Ling deftly evaded the attacks surrounding Enel, swiftly materializing behind him to deliver a powerful punch. Enel was utterly unprepared, stumbling back 2 steps. He hoped to seize this opportunity to recover. But little did he know that Ling had no intention of granting him even a moment's respite. The rapid-fire assault echoed like the relentless barrage of a machine gun, and Enel felt as though his very being was on the verge of being torn asunder. Moments later, Ling unleashed the final manifestation of the universal attraction, completely expelling Enel from the battlefield. With a resounding thud, a tremendous force surged forth, leaving Enel motionless and rigid upon the ground. Robin and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the suddenness of this victory. They had triumphed. Indeed, Master Ling was unparalleled. At that moment, Ellie finally regained her composure, her eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before her. Ling indeed sensed that her physical condition was somewhat lacking. However, fortunately, she had already dealt with Enel before her, alleviating any immediate concerns. What struck her as peculiar, though, was that after vanquishing this foe, the system did not provide any indication that she had fully achieved victory in her mission. If that were the case, it would imply Ling appeared to comprehend something profound, raising his gaze to the heavens. Indeed, the unfolding events surpassed his wildest expectations. To his astonishment, Enel, who had previously been utterly defeated, had risen once more, his form levitating in midair. Though his countenance bore the marks of distress, he could not suppress a triumphant laugh. What did it matter, after all? Even if you vanquish me, it remains utterly inconsequential. At that moment, Enel wore an expression of sheer arrogance, displaying no hint of jest. If this is how you choose to treat me, then I shall be compelled to obliterate everything here, including the monument that stands above. Robin stood frozen, utterly aghast that such a villainous act could be contemplated in this world. Should the inscriptions upon the monument be destroyed, it would signify that the historical truths left here would remain forever shrouded in obscurity. Robin would not allow such a calamity to transpire. What a farce. To proceed in such a manner would mean we have forsaken everything. In a voice laced with despair, Robin shouted vehemently, struggling to accept the reality unfolding before her. Foolish beings, do not presume that you can act with impunity in this manner. What significance does your current strength hold? As a deity, it would be a trivial endeavor for me to annihilate the entire Sky Island. At this moment, the skies began to darken ominously. Perhaps he had orchestrated this scheme long before, and now, in this pivotal moment, he was prepared to unveil his ultimate trump card. Seeking to instill fear and respect among all present, Ling could scarcely believe the spectacle before her. She had anticipated a smooth resolution to the situation at hand. If that were the case, there was little left to ponder. Clenching her teeth, Ling shot a glare at the individual nearby and prepared to leap into action. Ellie and the others found the scene rather astonishing. After all, Eniru was currently suspended in midair, making it nearly impossible for anyone to approach him. Ling, do you not think this is an excessively perilous course of action? If misfortune befalls you, the likelihood of being struck by lightning is exceedingly high. And you may find yourself facing certain doom, Robin remarked, her expression betraying her anxiety. Ling has long been unafraid. It matters not. A self-righteous individual like him can never succeed in his schemes. The inhabitants of the entire Sky Island appear innocent. And for him to jeopardize this place for his own desires shall only bring him a taste of suffering. At the moment when Ling made his resolute decision, there was no one capable of thwarting him. The expressions of those around him remained tense, as they were at a loss for how to persuade him. After all, the situation had escalated to this point, and without a means to address it, matters would only deteriorate further. At this juncture, Ling began to draw in a couple of sharp breaths, then proceeded to stretch his limbs. In an instant, he leaped forth, approaching Aily with an extraordinary swiftness that surpassed ordinary limits. Aily, however, was utterly unprepared for this man to close the distance so rapidly. Foolish creature. Do you truly believe this will stop me? Aily declared as he harnessed the forces surrounding him, causing the air currents to intensify. Soon, with a mere flick of his hand, the ground would be rent asunder by powerful bolts of lightning, leaving no chance for survival for anyone present. Whether or not I can prevent this calamity is of little consequence to me. My sole focus now is to vanquish you decisively. Ling gritted his teeth, casting a fierce gaze at the frenzied Enola before him. After suffering earlier setbacks, Enola seemed to harbor a hint of caution towards this man. What a naive fellow. What purpose does this serve? Do you truly find amusement in all of this? Before Enola could utter another word, Ling unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. With a surge of intense pain, Enola's body began to convulse, and he clumsily collapsed to the ground. The sheer force behind that punch rendered him utterly incapable of maintaining any semblance of consciousness. After Ling confirmed that this individual would not awaken, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beware, lightning is about to strike. Robin and her companions shouted from below. In such a state, should the lightning descend directly, it could potentially cleave through the entire Sky Island. At that moment, it seemed all would remain unchanged, and there would be no way to thwart Enel's insidious plans. At this moment, Ling appeared to have made a resolute decision. Although the risks associated with this course of action could be exceedingly formidable, there seemed to be no alternative. After casting a glance at the few women beneath her feet, Ling finally steeled her resolve, clenching her teeth. Crackle! Lightning began to surge and spread around her, while history threatened to strike down with overwhelming force. This was Ling's third invocation of the divine Raijin, and it demanded the utmost of her energy. Indeed, at that very instant, a tremendous bolt of lightning descended fiercely upon her location. Fortunately, with the support of Ling's divine Raijin, the lightning could not reach the ground. However, withstanding such immense power was undeniably a daunting challenge. Ling gritted his teeth, his body on the brink of collapse under immense pressure. His face contorted in agony, he felt as though his very being was about to be torn asunder. In that fleeting moment, he contemplated closing his eyes and succumbing to the urge to lie down and rest. However, such an act would signify that the woman beside him, along with the entirety of Sky Island and its inhabitants, would be reduced to ashes in an instant. No, this was Ling's unwavering conviction. He could not surrender. The fervent desire to survive compelled him to open his eyes once more, roaring defiantly against the onslaught of lightning. After half a minute, the devastating damage wrought by the tempestuous bolts had been entirely absorbed by the divine halo surrounding him. At last, as the tempest receded, a resplendent rainbow emerged in its wake. With an expression bordering on despair, Ling gazed at the tranquil and serene floating island before him, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Yet, in that moment, his body felt nearly immobile, succumbing to inertia as he plummeted towards the ground. Perhaps it was time for him to rest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden bond mission. Save the floating island. Ding. Congratulations, host, on leveling up, granting you an opportunity to enhance your abilities and unlocking romantic fortune. Ding. Host stamina has been reinforced, increasing the probability and frequency of beast transformation. A series of system notifications echoed mysteriously. When Ling opened his eyes, he found himself alone on a bed. "You are awake," said a gentle voice beside him. Belonging to Aily. Throughout their time together, Aily had seemingly cast aside her identity as a celestial dragon princess, gradually transforming into a woman devoted to Ling. "This is?" Ling inquired softly. "This is the home of the residents. Now, everyone on the floating island is aware of Inal's true nature. And the residents have chosen to forgive us and provide treatment for you and Robin." Ling let out a sigh of relief, as the greatest burden on his heart had finally been eased. "That's wonderful," Ling remarked in a feeble tone, uttering just a few simple words. It was Ling, the true hero who had made the greatest sacrifice, choosing to use his own body as a shield to prevent lightning from striking the Sky Island. Upon reaching this point in her narrative, Aily could not help but shed tears. Ling inexplicably began to feel a pang of sympathy for the woman. Drawing her into his embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, a shy blush crept across Aily's face, yet she offered no resistance. "Lord Ling is simply the best, thus you cannot possess only me," Aily remarked suddenly in an odd tone. "What nonsense is this? Lord Ling ought to have a harem." While Ling struggled to comprehend the thoughts swirling in her mind, he could ascertain from her words that this was undoubtedly a man's dream. Though every man might fantasize about having his own harem, certain circumstances render such desires immutable. Moreover, at that moment, Ling realized that having even one woman by his side was rather delightful. A harem? Perhaps not. Ling shook his head, but as he gazed at Aily's serious demeanor, he felt an unexpected tension rise within him. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. The door swung open, revealing none other than the solemn-faced Robin. However, upon noticing that Ling's condition was not as dire as feared, a hint of relaxation appeared on Robin's face as he continued to speak. "Ling, it is truly remarkable. Resolving this incident was no easy feat, and I sense that you feel utterly drained. Robin, what is with that serious expression? Are you truly going to act this way just as Lord Ling has begun to recover?" Aily interjected, her voice tinged with a sudden petulance and an indescribable anger. Ling was at a loss, simply staring wide-eyed at the two women before her. "Aily, I am well aware of how to handle this matter," she asserted with confidence. After hearing this, Aily still appeared somewhat anxious, though significantly more composed than before. "My lady Ling, if this woman attempts to compel you into actions against your will, you must inform me at once." With that, Aily stormed away in a huff. At this moment, Ling felt an even deeper sense of confusion. With Inal already defeated and the crisis on Sky Island seemingly averted, what further calamities could arise? "Ling, I fear we cannot depart from here just yet," Robin stated with a tone of gravity, clearly devoid of jest. "Why? Have we encountered some new predicament?" Ling could not help but inquire. Robin nodded. "Our vessel has sustained severe damage, rendering it temporarily incapable of sailing." Severe damage? While this outcome did not entirely surprise Ling, the revelation of the circumstances still left her on edge. Moreover, there was another pressing issue that required attention. Despite having vanquished the formidable Inal, the threat from Sky Island had not been fully resolved. "What do you mean? Are there other formidable adversaries lurking within the entirety of Sky Island besides Inal?" As a deity, Inal had established a certain level of authority over Sky Island. If a being of even greater power were to manifest here, it would imply that Inal's ambitions could not have persisted unchallenged until now. Within the depths of her heart, Ling still rejected this outcome. Thus, she spoke to Robin with a tone of meticulous seriousness, urging her to disclose precisely what had transpired. Aware that this matter could not remain concealed indefinitely, Robin nodded in agreement and subsequently produced a scroll from her possession. This artifact contained the historical records of the entire Sky Island. Before Inal's reign, there had existed a remarkably enigmatic figure within the Sky Island, yet there were no detailed accounts regarding this individual. However, given the gravity of the situation, Robin pondered the significance of her forthcoming revelations. At this moment, Ling's expression was one of complexity, seemingly still unable to fully grasp the reality of the situation. Yet, these were merely figures etched in the annals of history, having elapsed so long ago. Why should one dwell upon the matter itself? Ling could not help but voice this inquiry. Before her, Robin interjected, stating, "No, this matter has always been the greatest enigma within the Sky Island. Although I am aware that it may seem somewhat forced, my heart insists that I must comprehend the entirety of this affair. Otherwise, I fear I may never find solace." Ling was taken aback. She had anticipated that this matter could be resolved, yet Robin's sudden appearance plunged the situation into an entirely different extreme. To refuse would not bear dire consequences, but it would undoubtedly inflict great anguish upon Robin. Conversely, acquiescing to this proposition entailed dangers that were unfathomable, especially considering the enigmatic nature of an individual whose history remains largely unrecorded. Even after all these years, it seemed implausible that this person could be found. Ling voiced her inner doubts, her expression tense. Upon hearing this, Robin shook her head. "After you defeated Inal, I brought the barely alive Inal into the dungeon and inquired about the truth of this matter." "What?" Inil is not dead. Ling truly finds Robin's behavior utterly absurd. After all, it is entirely uncertain what all of this might evolve into. The average person would have no way of knowing. There is no need for concern, as Inaru has already exhausted all of his powers during their last confrontation, rendering him effectively an ordinary individual now. Ling remained silent. Although she could accept the reality before her, Robin's actions were undeniably reckless. Given the circumstances, one would expect a semblance of improvement, or at the very least, a departure from the current state of affairs. Ling spoke again, but upon hearing her, Robin merely shook her head. At that moment, she exuded a newfound confidence. Yet her expression remained somewhat inscrutable. The situation was indeed peculiar, yet it necessitated clarity. If you harbor any doubts, I invite you to accompany me in questioning that fellow. Inalu. What? How utterly foolish and absurd such behavior is. At this moment, Ling was rendered speechless with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Robin would confront everything in such a manner. In certain circumstances, the unfolding of events can indeed provoke confusion, especially during such a harrowing time. I am aware that you would not refuse, for you too are filled with curiosity regarding this matter. Robin intensified her tone, appearing entirely transformed. Given the gravity of the situation, Ling found himself with no alternative but to nod in agreement, subsequently adopting a demeanor that suggested he comprehended the woman as perspective. Understanding the necessity of the matter, he resolved to seek out Inil, believing that perhaps through him, the truth of the entire affair could be unveiled. Upon achieving her desired outcome, Robin exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression now considerably more composed. Outside, Aily clandestinely listened to the conversation within. Her astonishment at the outcome tempered only by a reluctant acceptance after careful contemplation. The fact that the foolish Inil still drew breath was utterly unforeseen. Although the implications were profoundly significant, Aily chose not to invest excessive thought into comprehending the situation. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Inil found himself in a wretched state, completely subdued. His visage bore the marks of agony, and his heart brimmed with despair. He could scarcely fathom how events had culminated in such a manner. Had it not been for the appearance of that individual, perhaps his ambitions could have flourished, and the circumstances need not have deteriorated to this extent. Even though the events had already transpired, particularly in the face of insurmountable challenges, he could only brace himself to endure the outcome. At the dungeon's entrance, Robin reappeared before Inil, her expression stern as she regarded him. I have divulged all that I know. Do you have any further inquiries? Inil's countenance reflected profound suffering, his voice trembling as he spoke. Yet Robin remained composed, taking a deep breath before continuing. My sole purpose in coming here was to ensure Ling comprehended the entirety of the events. Upon noticing Ling, Inil's expression retained an element of tension. After all, the shadows cast by their previous encounter loomed large, inevitably instilling a sense of fear. According to the historical text of Sky Island, there appeared to exist a figure shrouded in mystery, one whose existence had not been entirely chronicled. Who might that individual be? I believe you are well aware, Inil remarked, betraying a hint of anxiety as he hesitated for an extended period before continuing. Why are you so intrigued by the events of history? I am merely a deity of a few decades. Evidently, Inil was reluctant to elucidate the matter, yet his demeanor indicated otherwise. Robin began to exhibit signs of irritation. Inil, the information you so desperately sought to obliterate is far from simplistic. The history surrounding it surely harbors secrets yet untold, secrets you are unwilling to divulge. Upon hearing this, a flicker of a smile emerged on Inil's otherwise despondent visage, and he nonchalantly reiterated, since you already know the outcome of this affair, why waste my time here? The truth of the historical events remained shrouded in mystery, even after the passage of countless years. Although Ling found the remarks of this individual to be quite reasonable, he could always discern a hint of arrogance from the expression on their face. There is no need for you to refuse, for you have now become a worthless being. The words of Ling brought a hint of displeasure to Inilu's face. He had not anticipated that matters would culminate in such a manner. Yet, he could not deny that he had indeed been bested by Ling. My ambitions have been shattered by you all, thus there is no reason for me to linger here. Why must you come to disturb me at this juncture? I would rather spend the remainder of my life in tranquil solitude than divulge even a shred of information to you. Ling would not be surprised by this outcome, for the man before her indeed had his reasons for making such a choice. You cannot remain here in tranquility, as this situation will inevitably lead to painful decisions for you, Robin continued to threaten. Time and again, the increasingly dire circumstances were weighing heavily on Inilu. He felt the agony of being a failure, only to be met with further ridicule. At this juncture, do you still not wish to relent? The records concealed within history are not meant for public knowledge. Why must you persist in your quest for understanding? Have you not considered the terrifying ramifications that lie behind this pursuit? Inilu struggled to comprehend, his tone laced with indignation. If these events are indeed part of history, they deserve to be treated with due reverence. My desire to uncover the truth is not born of mere curiosity, but stems from a profound respect for history. Though Robin's expression remained remarkably composed, his stance was unequivocal. Were it not for his respect for the historical narrative, he would never exhibit such tension regarding this matter. The reason why Ling was willing to embark on this endeavor may well be attributed to the profound impact of this woman's unwavering determination. Inilu was taken aback. utterly astonished that the woman before him would utter such words. After a brief pause, he perhaps began to grasp the sheer absurdity of his actions. And in this moment of realization, he chose to speak. Since we have come this far, there is no need for me to shatter your confidence. Indeed. Within the entirety of the Sky Island, there exists a truly formidable figure, one whose exceptional abilities have led to his rejection by the island's history. Unlike myself, he embodies a genuine villain, one who will undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the Sky Island. Ling felt no surprise at this outcome, yet a slight discomfort lingered within. If this were indeed the case, then the entire matter might be far more complex than anticipated. Who was he, and why had history cast him aside, rendering him a figure of such dread? Robin pressed for answers. However, Aily seemed reluctant to delve too deeply into the subject at this moment. Aware that the ramifications of the situation were immense, confronting it would only lead to even graver consequences. Although I cannot fathom your motives for wanting to uncover this mystery, I can assure you that the truth behind it is far from what you envision, Aily stated. The most malevolent individual has now been completely sealed off from the entire island. Thus, you shall never lay eyes upon him, which may be a fortunate circumstance for you. As Aily spoke, a sudden frown marred his brow, leaving him to quietly dwell within his iron cage. Perhaps such a situation would be tormenting for others, an insurmountable predicament. If that is the case, then I believe we should know how to navigate this, Robin asserted confidently, her expression radiating an unprecedented assurance. Though the reasons behind her ease remained elusive, an unsettling sense suggested that the truth behind the events might not be as straightforward as it appeared. After Ling and the others came to comprehend the situation, they each opted to return to their respective rooms. The matter was now crystal clear. The most nefarious villain had long been sealed away. The true reason for the historical silence surrounding this event likely stemmed from the magnitude of the sins committed by this individual. Yet, before her, Robin found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. She sensed that the truth was not so straightforward. Upon hearing Robin's words, Ling also began to perceive the complexity of the situation, especially since this woman harbored such profound doubts regarding the entire affair. Given that the individual in question had been forsaken by history, there must inherently be a legitimate reason for his disappearance. Out of respect for all the inhabitants of Sky Island, we felt we lacked the authority to investigate this matter further. Ling did not wish to speak too bluntly at this juncture. Thus he allowed a look of considerable hesitation to cross his face. However, Robin maintained an expression of unwavering calm, resolutely refusing to relinquish her pursuit of answers. I recognized that this might be somewhat selfish. Yet if the individual had chosen to be sealed away, there must be a unique rationale behind that decision. Moreover, until I thoroughly investigated the reasons for his imprisonment, I was determined to seek him out personally. Ling found herself in a state of bewilderment, for the entire affair had unfolded with alarming abruptness. The potential outcomes of such a situation were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Ling was acutely aware that she possessed no authoritative choice in this matter, leaving her no option but to reluctantly acquiesce to the woman's request. Given this circumstance, she resolved to grant this final opportunity to uncover the truth behind the entire episode. The reason Ling consented to the woman's request was not due to a newfound understanding, but rather because his system had assigned him a task at that moment. A notification chimed, indicating the unlocking of a new mission. Although the system randomly distributes tasks each time, the occurrence at this particular moment seemed to carry a hint of serendipity. Upon accessing the task panel, Ling suddenly discovered something quite alarming. There existed a task of S rank within the original task system. This was entirely incomparable to any previous encounters, as he was facing a similar situation for the first time, inevitably causing a sense of unease. However, what was most intriguing was that this S-rank mission promised rewards that appeared to far exceed those of other levels. Moreover, upon completion of the task, it would grant him an additional chance to acquire a new ability. Given the circumstances, such a tempting reward seemed almost implausible, suggesting that it would entail considerable risks. Although Ling felt a tinge of concern, it was precisely because high returns were often intertwined with high risks that he found himself unable to reasonably refuse. I must admit, the emergence of this task caught me somewhat off guard. Given that the situation had escalated to this point, I found myself contemplating whether to acquiesce. Ling could not help but mutter to himself, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Robin, of course, was oblivious to the source of Ling's distress, yet sensed that this man might be grappling with some confusion regarding the matter at hand. Ling, I acknowledge that my actions may be somewhat excessive, but under the current circumstances, this appears to be the sole viable solution, Robin continued, his tone softening as he repeated his sentiments, his expression noticeably altered from before. Robin understood that Ling's willingness to acquiesce stemmed merely from a sense of defiance. Your body has only just begun to recover, so in such a precarious situation, the likelihood of encountering danger is heightened. Aily is correct. My primary responsibility is to ensure your safety at this moment. If I cannot guarantee your security, then all of this would be in vain. At this moment, Ling's thoughts were entirely focused on the current task system. He was uncertain about how to confront the demands set forth by the system, so he chose to observe quietly, contemplating the best course of action for the next step. After much reflection, he ultimately resolved to pursue the highest level task, for the potential rewards were simply too substantial to ignore. Furthermore, even in the event of failure, the worst outcome would merely entail a reduction in rank, a loss that paled in comparison to the benefits at stake. Ding. The system has detected that the host is about to initiate an S-level task. A friendly reminder, the difficulty coefficient of S-level tasks is exceedingly high, and without certain guarantees. Successful completion may prove elusive. Therefore, the system will reconfirm. Indeed, the challenge posed by this task is formidable. Otherwise, the system would not have issued the same requirements twice. However, Ling had long since made up his mind. At this juncture, no matter how many alternative methods presented themselves, he would categorically refuse to back down. Ding. The first task is being generated. Decipher the cryptic inscriptions in the basement. As anticipated, the difficulty level of this task has escalated to an entirely different echelon compared to the previous ones. Ling was momentarily taken aback, seemingly realizing that her approach to the task at hand had been rather casual. Firstly, locating the basement was no simple feat, and the elusive code that resided within remained a mystery. This meant that she was only adding unnecessary burdens upon herself. Are you still angry? Robin inquired, her voice tinged with concern. If that is indeed the case, perhaps we should take our leave from this place. Robin had begun to worry, fearing that her abrupt decision might lead to unforeseen consequences. At this moment, Ling calmly shook his head and continued speaking. There's no need for that. My previous words were not born out of anger, but rather an intention for you to proceed according to your own wishes. After all, I am quite curious about this matter. Robin, whose heart had been racing with tension, finally felt a sense of calm wash over her. She had not anticipated that the entire situation would unfold so smoothly. If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. As long as we can uncover the buried truths of history, it could very well become a cause for celebration for all the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Robin's tone was resolute, and she finally felt a sense of relaxation. Ling, however, remained uncertain about how to address the ensuing situation, sensing the profound impact it would have. Yet, in accordance with the requirements, the search for the entity that had been truly sealed could not solely rely on the direction of the basement. The gravity of the situation would undoubtedly affect us significantly, leaving me apprehensive about the possibility of a timely resolution. Before me, Ling began to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Robin casually nodded a couple of times before continuing with a smile, assuring, rest assured, although the book does not specifically record the name of that individual, we can still ascertain his whereabouts. Ling was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that circumstances would unfold in such a manner. However, if it were to indeed lead to some other unforeseen changes, it could be considered a rather clever approach. At this moment, Ling gradually approached Robin, casting a few glances at the book before him, yet she was unable to discern anything of value. The corpse of that individual was sealed within the depths of the underground palace. However, from my observations of the surroundings, there seemed to be no indication of where this so-called underground palace might be located on the entire floating island. Ling had not been here for long, and thus was unaware of what might transpire. She merely furrowed her brow in contemplation. Since we are unable to locate the underground palace, we must resort to alternative means to uncover the matter at hand. In the tavern, Ling and Robin were watching with eager anticipation as the inebriated man before them, awaiting the outcome he would reveal. The underground palace, after all, is an enigmatic place. Although I am uncertain of the true intentions of you outsiders wishing to venture there, I must caution you that the underground palace harbors a myriad of dangers, and you may encounter troubles beyond your capacity to handle. In summary, it is a realm ill-suited for anyone's exploration. Despite receiving such a warning, Robin remained undeterred, his excitement only intensifying. We have our own plans regarding this matter. What we wish to know now is how we might reach our destination. The drunken man's face bore a hint of confusion. He had not anticipated that these individuals would be so resolute in their quest. Very well, I have spoken my piece. Since you are unwilling to depart, I can only acquiesce to your desires. What does that mean? Ling sensed that the man's words were rather peculiar. However, at that moment, she found herself at a loss, merely waiting in silence to discern how to address the situation. The underground palace lay beneath their very feet, and she presumed that the true exit had not escaped their notice. After much contemplation, she still could not ascertain the most likely location of the underground palace. It was, indeed, beneath that stone tablet. After uttering this statement, the inebriated man twitched his body a couple of times before collapsing drunkenly onto the table, motionless. Now that they had achieved the outcome they desired, there was no reason to squander time any further. Robin cast a glance at Ling, seemingly awaiting the man's plan. Given that they had come this far, it was time to venture inside and investigate. Thus, Robin led Ling onward, ultimately arriving at the stone tablet at a crucial moment. The surroundings appeared somewhat altered, emanating an odd scent. In the past, Ling had vanquished Inala right here. Although that event now resides in the annals of history, Ling still sensed an unsettling atmosphere lingering in this place. Ling, are you afraid? Robin inquired. We have finally arrived at this location. If you feel the slightest discomfort, we can depart immediately. Robin was genuinely concerned about Ling's physical condition if this state of affairs continued. He might not possess the means to confront the impending dangers. At that moment, however, Ling merely forced a wry smile and continued, having come this far, how can we simply give up? Since we are already here, let us venture inside and explore. Robin began to worry that this man might encounter peril. Yet having reached this juncture, there was little point in overthinking. Consequently, Robin leaped ahead into the entrance. The opening appeared modest in size, yet it still instilled a sense of unease in Nana. Upon entering, Ling discovered an unsettling atmosphere surrounding the underground palace. The environment was eerie, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression, perhaps due to his overthinking. Yet, he sensed that matters were far from straightforward. At that moment, Ling's demeanor as an observer revealed a hint of tension. It was essential to note that this time, he had chosen a task of the highest rank, an S-level mission, assigned by the system. Such circumstances had never occurred before, compelling him to tread carefully with each step. Given the present situation, Ling's sole objective was to swiftly complete the first task. Caution was imperative. Without any prior context, the assurance of success was elusive. Robin could not help but interject a few comments. As the two delved deeper into the cave, everything appeared to transform in an uncanny manner. Moments later, Ling's attention was drawn to the peculiar symbols etched upon the stone walls of the underground palace. If his conjecture were correct, then the task arranged by the system required him to decipher all the inscriptions. Contemplating this, Ling felt a headache brewing, as the difficulty of the task exceeded his expectations. If the previous missions merely involved dealing with some troublesome entities, this task seemed utterly insurmountable. It was evident that these inscriptions had been inscribed over a considerable period. Although he was uncertain of his capabilities, he could still comprehend some aspects given the current circumstances. Robin chimed in beside him, suggesting that if this were indeed the case, perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. At that moment, Ling felt that if he could rely on Robin, the task could still be accomplished. No matter the risk, as long as they possessed enough confidence, they would surely find a solution. The intricate patterns on the stone wall overwhelmed Ling's mind. Understanding the content within those designs was proving to be no simple feat. Was he truly expected to abandon the task right after accepting it? What a ridiculous notion. What is wrong with you? Robin suddenly turned, his expression filled with confusion as he stared at Ling. With an awkward smile, Ling pointed at the patterns above and quietly expressed her curiosity about their true meaning. Robin, seemingly unfazed, furrowed his brow for a moment before gradually approaching the stone wall to begin his examination. The roughly inscribed text was somewhat comprehensible, however. It was highly likely that this inscription represented a form of incantation. An incantation? Ling was perplexed. Even if it were a spell, it could not possibly permeate the entire subterranean palace. I suspect that this place was once part of the Sky Island, perhaps transforming into its current state only after several decades, or even centuries. Consequently, it has come to be known as the so-called Underground Palace. At this juncture, Robin began to extend her hand to caress the so-called patterns above. Suddenly, she halted her movements, her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. There, upon the surface, was blood. What? Ling was taken aback, never anticipating that circumstances would unfold in such a manner. Robin's expression still bore traces of tension, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he continued speaking. It is certain that the pungent scent of blood is palpable to me. Although many years may have elapsed, it remains vividly etched in my memory. Ling merely remained quietly by the side, refraining from uttering a word. Could it be that the Sky Island truly harbors secrets yet to be unveiled? It is difficult to fathom the circumstances under which one would choose to construct these patterns from blood. Ling could even perceive an unprecedented anguish emanating from the patterns before him. This occurrence might become an indelible shadow that many would carry for a lifetime. Ling was beginning to feel anxious, contemplating the abandonment of this task. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I yearned to decipher all the patterns inscribed here. For only through such understanding could everything be elucidated. Robin's expression remained resolute, devoid of any trace of hesitation. Yet Ling distinctly sensed that the situation was far from simple. Abandoning the endeavor at this juncture was utterly inconceivable, especially since resolving this matter could greatly aid his own pursuits. If you intend to proceed, I shall undoubtedly support you, Ling reiterated, acknowledging that the message conveyed through blood must be steeped in despair. Although the specifics of past experiences remained shrouded in mystery, it was evident that we could not evade what lay ahead. After absorbing these revelations, Robin's determination solidified further. Pursuing this course of action could potentially yield unimaginable repercussions. If I am not mistaken, the incantation at play here likely pertains to awakening the figure ensconced within the annals of history. After listening, Ling still found it somewhat incredulous, yet there seemed to be no other recourse in this matter. Choosing to abandon it would likely lead to disappointment for both herself and Robin. Although this endeavor could potentially yield dire consequences, there was no alternative left. Reflecting on this, Ling began to draw in sharp breaths, inching closer to the intricate patterns before her. While she could not ascertain the content with absolute certainty, a significant portion was still decipherable. At that moment, Robin took a deep breath and hastened his reading. As his pace quickened, the text he perused began to transform before their eyes. Lines of incantations cascaded down, and the overall rhythm shifted dramatically from before. Moments later, all the spells had been recited by Robin. Indeed, the claims he had made were hardly worthy of trust. A chime resonated, announcing, "Congratulations, host, on completing Task 1. The system's prompt offered Ling a semblance of relief. It was surprising that matters had culminated in resolution at this juncture. After managing this, Robin's expression began to shift noticeably. After scanning their surroundings several times, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, the previously tranquil interior of the underground palace began to tremble slightly. Shortly thereafter, the ground collapsed abruptly, unleashing a tremendous force that threatened to propel all of them outward. Ling took 2 steps back, a hint of tension still lingering in her expression, as she had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Given the peculiar circumstances, the occurrence of such an unforeseen incident seemed almost preordained. At this moment, Robin's expression was complex, unable to restrain himself from continuing to speak. After a brief moment, the tension that enveloped everyone inevitably began to manifest. Amidst the once tranquil ground, an unmistakably different figure emerged. Lacking any means to discern the true nature of this individual, Ling and her companions could not help but feel apprehensive. It was truly unexpected that, after so many years, it would be the 2 of you who would awaken me. The elderly man before them spoke with an air of arrogance. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon Ling and her companions. Should this situation persist, who could predict how it would ultimately unfold? Ling's expression was one of unease, tinged with a sense of dissatisfaction. I was meant to be confined within the Sky Island as a criminal, yet it seems that with merely a few cunning maneuvers, you foolish individuals have all fallen into my trap. The arrogance in his voice was palpable, utterly devoid of any semblance of jest. Ling remained exceedingly anxious, her countenance still tinged with a trace of dissatisfaction. Do you now harbor regrets? Yet, I must convey to you that it is far too late for such sentiments. Before her stood that individual, his expression imbued with a measure of confidence, seemingly convinced that victory was already within his grasp. Ling indeed felt a subtle pressure. If this state of affairs were to persist, it seemed unlikely that any resolution could be found. The situation appeared rather precarious, and it was perhaps not a fortuitous sign. It seemed we had encountered a perilous predicament. Robin's gaze fixated intently on the entity before them, unable to restrain a remark. Ding. The system generated task 2, successfully defeat the awakened being before you. The dry, mechanical voice of the system always seemed so ill-timed. Although Ling had contemplated ways to avert such circumstances, given the current state, confronting the challenge head-on was undoubtedly impractical. After a brief moment, Ling regained composure, fixing a serious gaze upon the awakened entity. Though unaware of the events that had transpired prior, such occurrences were certainly unacceptable. Robin incessantly reiterated beside him, their expression seemingly betraying a hint of unease. In Ling's heart, she believed that this matter was not so easily resolved, for it was a foe appointed by the system for her to confront. Enough. I did not come here merely to listen to your meaningless prattle. Since the situation has escalated to this point, you ought to prepare yourselves. Indeed, a formidable force emanated from the Awakener's body, one that appeared markedly different from before. Moments later, the Awakener swiftly advanced towards Robin, a fierce countenance marred by a trace of anger. Robin found himself utterly immobilized, his body rigid, forced to witness the unfolding events before him. I have long warned you that such actions are utterly futile. The Awakener's expression was tinged with anger, and as he spoke, it seemed he began to transform in a manner that was distinctly unsettling. Ling gazed intently at the scene before her, then continued with a cold smirk, after finally awakening. The first thing you choose to do is to make things difficult for a woman. Isn't that rather excessive? At that moment, the awakened one turned to glare at Ling, his eyes flickering with a hint of displeasure. After a brief moment of hesitation, he continued, Foolish individual, do you realize the words you are uttering? Offending me, even inadvertently, is far from a wise choice. However, Ling remained utterly indifferent to these matters, for her true objective was solely to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. Now that circumstances had progressed to this point, she believed there was no necessity to dwell on trivialities. With a hint of confidence in her tone, Ling couldn't help but hum lightly to herself. Moments later, the awakened one began to feel a sense of dissatisfaction. Robin had been ruthlessly discarded onto the ground. And without delay, he turned to face Ling, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Since you, young man, have your own ideas, let us see what you are truly capable of, he declared. At this juncture, Ling could sense the formidable presence emanating from him through her observation. Suddenly, the awakened one appeared right behind her, his expression stern as he scrutinized her closely. A surge of immense power erupted around them, causing Ling to stagger back 2 paces. Her expression tense. Indeed, this adversary's abilities were markedly different from those of her previous opponents. After a brief moment, she regained her focus on the awakened one. She had anticipated that this round of assault would lead to a relatively effortless victory. However, at that instant, the awakened one roared with ferocity, his terrifying visage radiating a palpable intent to kill. If this state of affairs were to persist, one could only speculate the perilous risks that lay ahead. Divine punishment of the heavens. Ling reacted promptly, barely evading the opponent's assault. However, at that moment, his body still bore signs of disarray. It was evident that he had already expended considerable stamina in his previous encounter with Aily. His current condition was far from optimal, making it impossible for him to sustain any prolonged effort. The awakened one took a couple of steps back, his expression a mixture of complexity. This is a technique I have never witnessed before, It appears quite formidable. After hearing this, Ling found himself too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. Casting a somewhat displeased glance in his direction, had he encountered opponents of lesser caliber, they would have likely been incapacitated by now. Yet, the current adversary was entirely different. Not only was he unscathed, but his overall condition seemed to have improved significantly. Moments later, a flicker of anger appeared on the awakened one's face. His gaze was fixed intently on Ling. "It seems that conventional methods will not suffice to deal with you," he remarked, his tone almost arrogant. Reflecting a notable shift from his previous demeanor, Ling inhaled sharply, feeling an acute tension enveloping her body. Engaging in a direct confrontation could yield unpredictable and potentially dire consequences. At that moment, Robin had awakened from her stupor, her face etched with fear. Unable to comprehend the unfolding events before her. "Naive child, despite your inexplicable possession of such formidable power, it holds no significance in my presence." With that thought, the awakened one tightened her fists, and simultaneously, powerful bolts of lightning surged around her clenched hands. Indeed, this individual bore a striking resemblance to Aily. Although the reasons for her current state remained unclear, it was evident that without a resolution, the situation could only deteriorate further. Ling has felt an unprecedented pressure. Her expression tinged with a hint of excitement. "If this lightning were to pierce through your body, I believe you would perish instantly." The awakened one smiled smugly and then extended his hand. Although Ling managed to evade the attack in time, the recent surge of lightning nonetheless imposed considerable pressure upon him. The bolts surged through his back, causing a cacophony to echo throughout the ancient underground palace. Should this individual persist in his nefarious intentions, the entire floating island might once again plunge into peril. Before him, Ling began to rue his decision, had they not inadvertently unlocked the entire curse. This formidable adversary would never have been awakened. Are you feeling fear? This is the sentiment that should truly resonate within you. After all, nothing could be worse than this. Ahaha. As he spoke, the expression on the face of the awakened one grew increasingly frenzied, nearing the brink of madness. At this moment, Ling found himself devoid of options, compelled to confront him head-on. Though his stamina had not fully returned, he was still able to engage in the struggle, clinging to the hope that enduring a little longer might yield some semblance of salvation. "Do not hesitate." The awakened one, with an arrogant demeanor, once again directed his attention toward Ling. "Ling, be cautious." Robin could not contain his alarm, shouting out in urgency. Upon recognizing the looming danger, Ling swiftly evaded the impending attack, inhaling sharply, a hint of tension etched across his features. He realized he was growing weary after the second round of assaults. If he continued in this state, the outcome remained uncertain. The power of the awakened one was indeed extraordinary, should he engage in a direct confrontation. He would not only find himself unable to extricate himself, but also face an even graver threat. Ling took a step back, her expression tense, unsure of how to confront the situation before her. The confidence that once graced your face seemed to have diminished considerably. "Could it be that your belief in this matter has waned?" The awakener continued to speak, a mocking smile etched upon their features. Ling has indeed become considerably more passive. If this matter cannot be addressed promptly, it is feared that the situation may deteriorate further. Before her, Robin managed to prop herself up with great effort, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The power of the devil fruit she now possessed was significantly greater than before. However, the awakened one showed no inclination to grant Robin any chance of resistance. That agile figure deftly evaded dozens of Robin's attacks, casting a triumphant gaze upon the group. "One must admit, your ingenuity is commendable for devising such a strategy against me. Yet, at this juncture, it is clear that all has come to an end." The awakened one wore a face brimming with confidence, seemingly convinced of an assured victory, and reveled in the triumph reflected in my expression. Although Ling's physical condition had not fully recovered, he firmly believed that he could not allow the world of martial arts to be so arrogant. Thus, he seized the opportunity to enhance his abilities, intending to deliver a fatal blow to this individual. "Robin, you need not concern yourself with the situation here. Everything can be managed by me alone," Ling confidently asserted, wishing to ensure that Robin's presence would not influence his own capabilities. Clearly, progress was not unfolding as smoothly as anticipated. The powers of the awakened were overwhelmingly formidable, instilling no fear in the face of ordinary threats. Instead, they regarded such challenges with an air of calm indifference, merely casting a few glances before continuing their discourse. "One must admit, your intentions are commendable. However, given the current circumstances, resolving this matter is far from a simple task," the awakened remarked. Once considered a demon in this realm, even the most exceptional individual strength of Ling and his companions would not yield any advancement in this particular situation. "What exactly is your connection with Aily?" Ling inquired, having noticed the peculiar dynamics. "Aily? You mean that seemingly worthless little brat?" The awakened's expression was steeped in derision, showing no semblance of sympathy for Aily. Perhaps, to the awakened, Aily was merely a relic of the past, and the present circumstances rendered any confrontation or rejection futile. "Though I am unaware of what transpired during my absence, your gazes suggest that Aily engaged in some profoundly significant endeavors," the awakened continued. his face not reflecting pride but rather an intolerable arrogance. A figure like him should have long ceased to exist in this world. The very act of awakening was an incomprehensible phenomenon. You are quite an intriguing individual. I perceive confidence radiating from your countenance. I am uncertain of the abilities you possess that could withstand me, but I find your decisiveness exceedingly appealing. Ling was not fond of the accolades being bestowed upon him. He perceived them as a form of intolerable insult. All the words exchanged bore no significance, as the crux of the matter remained unresolved, unchanged even at this juncture. In a tone marked by calm detachment, Ling uttered a few words before commencing to move his body, advancing step by step towards the awakener. At this moment, the only recourse available to Ling was to strive to avoid any misunderstandings. Enough of the pleasantries. I am indeed grateful for your release, yet at this stage, I must eliminate all of you. A formidable surge of lightning began to gather around the awakener, a terrifying force that even Enel could not compare to. It was no wonder that the awakener had been sealed away by others. Given that we had instigated this situation, it was clear that avoiding the inevitable was impossible. Having encountered such a circumstance, there was no room for alleviation. Ling spoke once more. Robin appeared to be experiencing a twinge of regret, for it was she who had inadvertently set this chain of events in motion. Should there be no means to rectify the situation, the consequences could escalate dramatically. Farewell. Let my words and actions resonate alongside your impending disappearance. With that, a tremendous power began to emanate from the entire underground palace. Boom. In the next moment, as the palace erupted in a violent explosion, disbelief swept through the crowd, who could scarcely comprehend the unfolding chaos. The Sky Island seemed to become increasingly unstable. Had the fearsome entity chronicled in the records been awakened once more? Growing anxiety permeated the faces of many, their expressions tense, utterly at a loss as to how to confront this reality. Aily and her companions appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet found themselves devoid of alternative solutions. After all, the circumstances had already transpired. Amelioration was not easily attainable. Ling noted their prolonged absence with concern, fearing that this matter had spiraled beyond control. Doctor. Aily glanced at Hancock, only to find her wearing an expression of naive innocence, devoid of any other sentiment. Realizing that her words bore no weight with the girl before her, Aily sighed in resignation, ultimately choosing to relinquish her efforts. After all, until a resolution was reached, every situation carried its inherent risks. Moments later, the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, the powerful lightning that surged from the underground palace expanded in an instant, threatening the entire Sky Island. Rumbling, Ling was propelled out alongside Robin by the violent explosion. At that moment, they could only watch helplessly as the awakener displayed an arrogant demeanor, unable to do anything in response. Ah, the fresh air, which had not graced my senses for hundreds of years, was finally experienced at this moment. I find it difficult to believe all of this myself. Yet I must admit it is utterly captivating. The awakener wore a haughty expression, his intelligence tinged with a hint of fury. Having been unjustly sealed away for centuries, it was evident that his inner turmoil was insurmountable. Given that we have reached this juncture, there is no need for me to preserve the Sky Island. Previously, that fool Inaru sought to destroy this place, but alas, his cowardly abilities were no match for you, the awakener remarked once more. In a moment of unexpected realization, Ling pondered how this individual, even while sealed away, remained aware of the happenings in the outside world. How infuriating. Had I known this outcome would arise, I should have never released you, Ling remarked. At that instant, the inhabitants of the Sky Island fell once more into a state of panic. The nightmare that had enveloped the island centuries ago was now replaying itself. Aily stood frozen, regretting her failure to prevent Ling and the others from committing such a foolish act back then. A demigod, indeed. These foolish humans before me could never hope to be my adversaries. I had once sought the allegiance of Enel, intending for him to join me in ruling the entire Sky Island. Yet, I never anticipated that matters would devolve into this. The awakened one struggled to recall his past, his mind surging with impulses he could hardly contain. During his time sealed away, he had committed many foolish acts. Stop resisting, you are no match for me. Seize this opportunity to surrender with your feeble hands, or face an endless nightmare, he declared ominously. In an instant, the awakened one summoned a formidable storm of lightnings, directing it toward the innocent residents. The villagers, their eyes filled with panic and helplessness, huddled together, desperately attempting to evade the oncoming tempest. Yet, deep down, they understood the futility of their efforts. Farewell. The awakened one scoffed, unleashing the lightning upon them. Just as the residents braced for their demise, Ling swiftly intervened, absorbing the impact of the strike. With a resounding boom, the collision of lightning and Ling's aura erupted, swiftly turning everything around them to ashes. The two stood, facing each other in a tense standoff. Remarkable. I never imagined you would save these worthless beings. Your performance pleases me increasingly. Should you choose to join me, we could wield our powers to obliterate the entire Sky Island together, ruling over all, he proposed, an enticing offer for the average person. However, Ling had arrived here after rejecting countless temptations from the world government. Thus he held no interest in the so-called conquest of the world. You are pirates, are you not? Though I am loath to admit it, my previous sealing was entirely due to those foolish pirates. Had it not been for that meddler, the Sky Island would have long been mine. Suddenly, Robin's complex expression revealed her surprise at this revelation. Impossible. Historical records mention nothing of this. She attempted to explain fervently. That is because no one was willing to believe, the awakened one replied. Indeed, the Sky Island itself is a marvel. So who would invest their time in listening to unfounded claims? Unfounded? Robin seemed to grasp something, kneeling slightly. I once heard tales of the red-nosed one, the first to speak of the existence of the Sky Island. At that time, no pirate was willing to believe him. Fools. Those who lie surely bear red noses. A wave of taunts rippled through the crowd, while the instigators sat helplessly in a tavern chair, striving to clarify everything. Enough. Leave at once. This tale has grown tiresome. Robin remarked, observing the dejected red-nosed one as he attempted to exit the tavern. No one would believe him, not even Robin back then. One day, you shall believe the legends of the Sky Island. The red-nosed one declared before hastily departing, leaving behind a chorus of mockery from the pirates. Years passed, and neither Robin nor those pirates ever encountered him again. It seemed he vanished entirely after uttering those words. Clutching her book tightly, Robin hesitated for a long moment before finally inscribing the records of the Sky Island within its pages. Reflecting on these memories, Robin felt a surge of anxiety. If more people had chosen to believe in the red-nosed one back then, what might have been revealed about the existence of the Sky Island? In their escape, those pirates had merely jested about taking them to the Sky Island. The world government's cessation of pursuit spoke volumes. Apart from Robin, no one would entertain the notion of the Sky Island's existence. Had they not landed on the Sky Island this time, perhaps Robin would have relinquished her pursuit of its history. This was a lamentable compromise with history. Yet now, the awakened one sought to obliterate such a wondrous civilization. Enel's plans had failed, and just when it seemed everything would resolve itself, another threat emerged. Robin began to regret her determination to uncover the truth of history, for it had led to the awakening of this individual. Ling, since all of this has arisen because of me, allow me to end it, she declared, rising slowly to confront the awakened one with fiery determination. Foolish woman, I am unsure what grants you such confidence, but your actions bear no significance. Despite the threat, Robin remained undeterred, stepping closer to the awakened one. Regardless, I shall uphold my convictions. I will resolve this myself, even if it costs me my life. With that, Robin suddenly unleashed a flurry of arms in an attempt to seize the awakened one. However, he, transformed into lightning, evaded her grasp effortlessly and countered by capturing Robin instead. Her frail form could offer no resistance, leaving her in a state of agony. I warned you, you are merely an inept woman, and there is no need for you to act so arrogantly, the awakened one taunted. Robin, paralyzed and unable to move, gazed at him with a mixture of despair and defiance. Moments later, she struck out, seizing the awakened one's neck from behind. Overconfident, he had underestimated her devil fruit ability, forcing him to release her. Although Robin had escaped her predicament, the adversary she faced remained formidable. Ling pressed against her wounds, unable to restrain herself as she continued to address Robin. Given the gravity of the situation, it was best to leave it in my hands. Should the system's demands be defied, Ling risked incurring a needless loss of her anger points. Furthermore, the individual before her was beyond Robin's current capacity to confront. Any forced action would only serve to exacerbate an already unnecessary burden. Meanwhile, Robin remained undeterred, clutching her own injuries as she advanced step by step towards the awakener. If I once deemed you foolish, your current demeanor leaves me utterly perplexed. What kind of resolve compels you to make such sacrifices? Willing to pay the price for your own foolish actions? At this juncture, the awakener's face was suffused with confusion, entirely uncertain of how events would unfold. Coughing twice, Robin let blood trickle from her lips. Yet even in such a dire state, she harbored no intention of surrendering. Be it for herself or for the ideals of her family, she would not let this matter remain unresolved. Her tone was resolute, devoid of any hint of jest. Before her, Ling felt herself influenced by the woman's stubbornness, taken aback by the seriousness with which she approached the situation. If this state of affairs persisted, the circumstances could deteriorate further. It was clear that Robin was choosing this course of action despite being fully aware of the imminent dangers. A choice that bordered on the impractical. Moments later, the awakener's fury began to surface, her agile form swiftly closing the distance to Robin. If that is your decision, then let your conviction lead you to your demise here. The awakener struck in an instant, unleashing a formidable force that rapidly enveloped Robin. This time, Robin could not resist. She could only endure as the lightning surged through her being. Ling could no longer remain passive. With swift determination, he surged forward, wresting Robin from his grasp. Enough was enough. Robin was merely honoring the past, compensating for his prior transgressions. What right did you have to treat him in such a manner? Upon hearing these words, the awakener responded with an even broader smile, seemingly indifferent to the repercussions of the situation. Do you truly believe you hold the upper hand in your current state? As Ling voiced his frustrations, an indescribable fury bubbled within him, astonished that this individual was even more detestable than he had anticipated. Yet, if the matter remained unresolved, it would inevitably spiral into a significant predicament. Why should I concern myself with your previous utterances? The awakener, brimming with confidence, spoke with an air of arrogance. it was evident that he was teetering on the brink of madness. Although this predicament was far from favorable for Ling. Robin's expression was one of complexity as he stood silently in place. The earlier lightning had inflicted grave harm upon him, yet it did not deter his resolve. Ling, I recognize my inadequacies. This situation has arisen because of me, and I cannot permit such occurrences to persist. The despair in Robin's tone was palpable, intensifying Ling's discomfort. What's wrong? Don't attempt to feign victimhood at this juncture. No one will extend their sympathy to you. Ha ha ha, the Awakener's maniacal laughter only served to fuel Ling's ire. Under these circumstances, he would not allow the Awakener to continue in such absurdity. If you believe your actions bear significance, then I must find a way to awaken you. With that, Ling gathered all his strength into his hands, determined to instill sufficient intimidation in front of this individual. The Awakener seemed to sense that something was amiss, yet maintained his composure. Such formidable power I encountered years ago. However, given the current situation, no one could instill in me the fear that he does. Thus, even the entirety of your strength pales in comparison before me. After these words, the Awakener appeared to be utterly confident, his expression betraying no hint of jest. Ling had tightly clenched his fists, poised to deliver a final blow to his opponent in this fleeting moment. Given his current capabilities, a direct confrontation seemed fraught with uncertainty. However, he resolved to muster all his strength for a single strike, clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Sky Island were engulfed in panic, eagerly anticipating a potential twist in the unfolding events. Yet, akin to a fateful duel between the two, the outcome remained shrouded in mystery. It appeared that the situation was growing increasingly intriguing. At that moment, the entire populace of Sky Island bore witness to the unfolding drama. They were bewildered by the turn of events, and without timely intervention, the circumstances threatened to deteriorate further. Ling has meticulously adjusted all aspects of her being, all for the purpose of making a significant impact at this critical moment. The Awakener exhibits an air of arrogance, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, and instead chuckles with a sense of triumph. Observing your current demeanor is indeed disheartening. Having reached this juncture, do you truly believe there remains any chance for you? Before her, the Awakener has begun enveloping herself in a cocoon of crackling lightning. If this state persists, the circumstances can only deteriorate further. Yet, Ling remains unhurried in her response. As she aspires to attain her peak condition, invoking the earth-shattering star would exact a considerable toll. Perish. At this moment, the Awakener suddenly extends her hands, pointing resolutely forward. A powerful surge of lightning, akin to a sword, is hurled directly toward Ling, intent on forcing her to retreat. Ling, utilizing his keen observation, had long sensed the impending danger. Thus, he promptly shifted to an offensive stance. However, to everyone's astonishment, the bolts of lightning that had penetrated behind him suddenly reversed course. Whoosh! The lightning struck him directly, catching Ling completely off guard. Ling felt an overwhelming agony coursing through her body, nearly on the brink of collapse. After convulsing several times in place, she knelt on the ground, her expression one of profound suffering. I have already informed you that, given your current abilities, there is virtually no opportunity for you to contend with me. Before me, the Awakener wore a furious expression, exuding an air of superiority that instilled fear in the hearts of others. Though Ling's body was engulfed in torment, surrender was unequivocally not an option at this juncture. What he needed to regard transcended the tasks assigned by the system. It was the weight of responsibility towards the entire Sky Island. What does that haughty demeanor of yours signify? Do you still harbor the illusion of having a chance in this matter? Before him, the Awakened had begun to sense their displeasure. Ling was acutely aware that despite his deteriorating physical condition, he had no opportunity to retaliate. Thus, he gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the individual before him, contemplating further action. Meanwhile, the Awakener seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, maintaining a provocative gaze directed at Ling. At this juncture, was it truly necessary to persist? The Awakener continued to move about, inching closer to Ling. Ling sensed the profound malice emanating from this individual. Despite the fact that the other party appeared to be in a rather favorable condition, they chose not to depart, clearly indicating that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. Ling seemed to have reached his pinnacle. The surge of power within him was gradually expanding, and he was acutely aware that if he did not act decisively at this moment, he might never have another opportunity. Thus, as the Awakener drew near, Ling struck forcefully at the Awakener's chest. He had anticipated that this blow would leave his opponent unable to react. However, to his astonishment, the Awakener grasped him firmly at that very moment. Was it perhaps too naive to believe he could secure victory in such a manner? The Awakener maintained a calm demeanor, offering a wry smile before attempting to push Ling away. Could it truly be so? A fleeting smile graced Ling's face, a manifestation of her temporary triumph. As she gradually pulled the Awakener backward, what was happening? The Awakener clearly sensed something amiss, as his body appeared to expand in a peculiar direction. At that moment, however, Ling unleashed all the power she possessed. Let me show you my true abilities. With a haughty snort, Ling swiftly radiated her energy once more. Earth Explosion Star. A tremendous gravitational force enveloped the entire floating island. centering around the spot where Ling held her hand. The Awakener felt utterly helpless against the unfolding events. As he attempted to struggle, he found the pull becoming increasingly terrifying. It's futile. Since you have appeared before me, you can only await your fate. After a disdainful huff, Ling unleashed her full strength. Boom. At the moment the sound reverberated, the Awakener's anguished screams pierced Ling's ears. At last, the entire ordeal came to a close. Everything around appeared stark and desolate, while Ling, with an inscrutable expression, regarded the aftermath with a complex demeanor. Was it over? Even she felt an incredulous sense of tension she had never experienced before. Following a brief silence, the surroundings fell into complete tranquility, with nearly everyone gazing in astonishment at the scene that had unfolded. Had he been defeated? No one dared to believe it, yet denial was now impossible. There were no responses, and no one could comprehend the shift in emotions and attitudes before them. As the dense smoke dissipated, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Awakener appeared before all, looking utterly disheveled. How infuriating! Who would have thought this move possessed such terrifying power? I had thought victory was assured. As he spoke, the Awakener wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes now blazing with anger. Stripped of the arrogance he once held, Ling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this individual was not as easily dealt with as she had initially imagined. Although no one wishes to endure such suffering, at times one must resolutely confront the consequences. This is dire. The adversary has yet to be vanquished. Has the last glimmer of hope truly vanished? Within the floating island, chaos ensued once more, as an increasing number of residents found themselves devoid of novelty regarding the situation. They sensed the specter of death encroaching ever closer. Ling's condition was faltering, struggling to sustain her body while casting a tense gaze towards the Awakener. I no longer have the inclination to indulge in your frivolities. If that is the case, then perish, all of you. The Awakener unleashed all his might. His hands clenched with fierce intensity. Clearly, if this continued, the outcome was beyond imagination. Although the Awakener had not been completely vanquished, his state was at its nadir. Barely able to maneuver his body. Upon realizing this, Ling resolved not to hesitate any longer, perhaps, in a mere contest of endurance. There remained a glimmer of hope for battle. You wretched child, it seems no one is left to assist you now. The Awakener's expression was one of triumph. Indeed. Ling had reached her limits. Should she force an attack, she would possess no strength. However, upon noticing the formidable power emanating from the Awakener's fingertips, she understood that she had no chance to confront him any further. I never anticipated that I would be wounded by this technique, but now it holds no significance. If I can pierce your body with this bolt of lightning, your fate will be sealed. The circumstances were indeed dire. Without prompt intervention, danger was unavoidable. Ling could only barely retreat with his own body. Die. The Awakener, with no hesitation left, pointed his finger unceremoniously at Ling. Just as Ling believed he could not evade this assault, a figure unexpectedly appeared before him. To his astonishment, it was Hancock. Although he had no idea when she had arrived, he realized that if Hancock were struck by this bolt of lightning, her fate would be sealed. Hancock, you must leave this place at once, otherwise, you will be struck by the lightning. Ling urged, his expression fraught with anxiety. Yet, despite the perilous situation, Hancock remained resolute. Her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on the Awakener. Brother, your body can no longer endure this fight. If you are hit, you will surely perish. Ling was acutely aware of the situation at hand, yet he was reluctant to let Hancock take risks on his behalf. After all, Hancock was merely an inexperienced girl. Should she attempt to shield him from this attack, she could very well perish on the spot from the strain. Given that you have all resolved to proceed in this manner, I shall acquiesce to your intentions. With this thought, the Awakener displayed an air of confidence and directed the lightning straight towards Hancock. In an instant, the bolt struck her. And just when Ling believed the situation to be beyond control, he was astonished to find that Hancock had not sustained severe injuries. On the contrary, it appeared that everything was relatively unscathed. It turned out that Hancock had, well before the lightning approached, utilized her devil fruit powers to temporarily immobilize her body. When the lightning struck the stone statue, it seemed to have little effect, rendering the Awakener's efforts futile. Unbelievable! Who would dare oppose me at this juncture? The Awakener could hardly believe the unfolding events before him, yet just as he contemplated retreat, he realized it was far too late. Hancock, having managed to withstand the attack, found her body unable to cope with the strain, and thus endeavored to stabilize her condition. Now that matters had escalated to this point, if a solution was not sought, the situation would only deteriorate further. In the moment when Ling grasped her own state, she swiftly unleashed all the power surrounding her. Amaterasu. Accompanied by a surge of ascending flames, the Awakener was ignited by this blaze without any preparation whatsoever. What a joke. To think such a power could defeat me is rather naive, isn't it? Upon noticing the flames that had emerged before her, the Awakener displayed no fear. Instead, she laughed triumphantly. At this moment, Ling could finally relax. Having fulfilled the requirements set before her, there was no reason to continue worrying about potential outcomes. After a brief pause, the Awakener seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. Her body began to resist, only to find herself utterly powerless. What was the nature of this formidable flame? and why could it not be extinguished? The Awakener, in a state of disarray, sought to react but found herself too late. Meanwhile, the raging flames began to spread around her, subjecting her to unprecedented agony. I cannot fathom how this could happen. Why has everything turned out this way? Despite the increasingly desperate cries of the Awakener, they bore no influence on the unfolding events. Before her, Ling gazed coldly at the figure, reflecting that if it were not for the Awakener's over-reliance on her own abilities, the situation would not have escalated to this point. As time slowly unfolded, the Awakener, engulfed in a state of near despair, was ultimately consumed by the flames emanating from Amaterasu, left with no alternative course of action. After enduring such intense suffering, she finally lay on the ground, defeated. This outcome was undoubtedly a source of great relief for all the inhabitants of the Sky Island, who had feared the formidable adversary would prevail. Ding. Task 2 completed. With this affirmation, it became clear that the mission had indeed reached its conclusion, alleviating any further concerns. At this moment, Ling finally managed to exhale, feeling an unprecedented tension that nearly brought him to the brink of collapse. Setting aside whether he could truly reach his peak state, the unexpected turn of events was something he had never anticipated. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Ling struggled to stand, while Hancock beside him appeared to be in a rather poor condition as well, yet she gazed at Ling with a pitiable expression. "Brother, it is truly wonderful," she exclaimed. Finally, the crisis of Sky Island had subsided with the defeat of the Awakened One, bringing peace to those he cherished. Meanwhile, in the office of a high-ranking official of the world government, discussions regarding the candidates for the upcoming election in Wuhai seemed to have reached a conclusion. A bespectacled man spoke with a serious tone. Indeed, the victor is Blackbeard. His abilities are exceptional. Granting him the title of Warlord of the Sea would pose no issues. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man nodded with a hint of nonchalance. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, we shall designate him as the new Warlord of the Sea. I do not wish for such matters to persist, so the defeated must bear the consequences. At this moment, everyone in the conference room stood frozen, none daring to utter a word. The unfortunate loser was Ace, a notable figure from the Whitebeard Pirates. If he were to face such a judgment, it would be an unbearable reality for most. I trust you all understand the gravity of this situation. Ace, as a pirate, must face the appropriate punishment. This decision is not solely mine. We shall hold a public execution ceremony. Public execution? The room fell silent, disbelief etched on every face. Such a ceremony would necessitate bringing Ace, as the condemned, to the grandest prison. Otherwise, the repercussions were unfathomable. The execution is scheduled for 1 month from now. I assume there are no objections? After delivering this statement, the man wearing sunglasses abruptly stood, his face marked by a solemn expression. Perhaps for ordinary individuals, this was an incomprehensible decree. Additionally, concerning Ling's whereabouts, an accurate response must be provided without delay. Only then could he have an opportunity to engage with the world government. With that final remark, he departed as if nothing had transpired. The remaining officials wore complex expressions. Unwilling to voice any dissent regarding the matter, they could only brace themselves to endure the consequences. On Sky Island, Ling and his companions finally found a way to inscribe the true history onto the stone tablet. Robin was acutely aware of her past actions, and thus approached the matter with great seriousness. Robin, why are you so interested in the events of the past? Is history truly of such significance to you? In response to Ling's inquiry, Robin could not help but chuckle lightly before continuing. Everyone has their own interests, and mine happens to be understanding history. I have no justification for this. I simply act according to my own desires. Upon hearing this, Ling seemed to grasp a deeper understanding. Perhaps he should not have questioned her interests, for doing so might have alleviated some burdens. Meanwhile, Aily remained quietly aloof, showing little interest in the entire affair. Her demeanor casual. I do not possess the inclination to indulge in your antics. Such menial tasks are fit only for the foolish. Ling found herself at a loss, for the woman before her spoke with such casualness. However, given the current circumstances, resolving the matter seemed far more complex than initially anticipated. After contemplating these thoughts, Ling had already elevated her state of readiness to its utmost. She then turned her gaze towards the direction she had previously faced. At that moment, a few residents began to appear, their faces etched with a hint of anxiety. Unable to restrain themselves any longer, they spoke to Ling and the others, expressing their gratitude. We sincerely appreciate your assistance in this matter. As a token of our gratitude, we have repaired your vessel. Therefore, if you wish to depart, you may do so at your convenience. Ling and the others had not anticipated that circumstances would evolve into their current state. Fortunately, at this juncture, they found little left to concern them. With a collective sigh of relief, they began to prepare for their departure. Although the Sky Island was a remarkably enchanting place, it was not suitable for an extended stay. Thus, once all matters were resolved, they felt compelled to leave. Ling continued to speak, emphasizing this point. Robin, having already fulfilled her personal aspirations, readily nodded in agreement. In this situation, the only recourse was to rely on individual willpower for judgment. Meanwhile, the residents of the Sky Island intended to conduct a final send-off for the group. Subsequently, Ling and the others decided to board their vessel, eager to depart at this opportune moment. as they had nearly concluded all their affairs, given the peculiar circumstances of their surroundings. Descending from the island necessitated harnessing a formidable force, otherwise their plight could deteriorate further. While they were uncertain if this approach would be of any benefit, it appeared to be the sole means of descent available, as the island's inhabitants spoke in a tone laced with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Ling was able to ascertain the situation and let out a sigh of relief. Turning to the residents beside her, she said, "Well then, I appreciate your assistance." Early the next morning, Ling and her companions prepared diligently, with all members seated on the vessel, ready to depart at a moment's notice. If we employ this method, there is a strong likelihood of generating a tremendous force right from the outset, so everyone must exercise caution. As long as we maintain our composure, there should be no issues, she advised. After the crew nodded in agreement, the residents finally activated the cannon's power. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion. The vessel of Ling and her companions soared into the air. Swiftly, Ling began to maneuver the oars, striving to stabilize the boat as much as possible. At that moment, the ship began its rapid descent toward the ocean's surface, and the velocity increased alarmingly. "I don't think we can hold on much longer." After two piercing screams, Ling joined her fellow crew members in a chorus of terror. Crash! The ship plummeted vertically, crashing directly onto the sea's surface. A powerful surge of water erupted forth, while a nearby vessel, stunned, gazed at Ling and her companions in disbelief. "What in the world is happening?" A crew member beside her inquired, bewildered. At this moment, Ling and the others finally snapped back to reality from their earlier reactions. The surroundings remained a completely unfamiliar expanse of ocean. Soon after, the others also awoke, glancing around before realizing the peculiarity of their environment. "Quickly speak, who exactly are you?" The pirates aboard the nearby vessels continued to brandish their weapons menacingly towards them. At this moment, Ling began to comprehend the situation, a hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze, before he continued, "Where exactly is this place? You little rascal. First answer our questions." Clearly, the pirates aboard the opposing vessel had no intention of heeding Ling and his companions, instead pressing on with their inquiries. Both groups found themselves in a conundrum, none willing to break the silence. Naturally, if this impasse continued, the circumstances would undoubtedly worsen. Robin and the others had also regained consciousness, now fixating their attention on the pirates across the way. After a brief moment, they cautiously approached. "The which Robin?" The captain of the opposing pirate ship suddenly faltered, his gaze locking onto Robin, an awkwardness enveloping him. At this juncture, Robin chose to remain reticent. "What a jest! Why would a witch like you be found in this place?" Ling, however, found himself somewhat intrigued by the individuals aboard the opposing pirate ship. Yet, he was reluctant to squander excessive time, and thus resolved to navigate away from this troublesome maritime region. The surroundings were desolate, rendering visibility nearly impossible. "There is no need for alarm. We are merely passing through," he stated. "If I wish to avoid conflict, we shall simply steer clear, for we currently lack the mental bandwidth to entertain such matters." Robin continued to reiterate her sentiments, her expression gradually shifting in demeanor. At that moment, the members of the pirate crew across the way began to exhibit signs of anxiety, uncertain of how to confront Robin. The only viable option was to depart. If avoidance proved impossible, they would have no choice but to act. With this sentiment expressed, it appeared that the pirate crew had no intention of retreating. Instead, they brandished their weapons, encircling Ling and his companions. Ling never anticipated that these fellows would dare to be so audacious. Coincidentally, having just returned from the Sky Island and seeking to stretch his limbs, he found himself confronted by these ruffians. Now that the situation had escalated to this extent, there was no longer any need for hesitation. The pirates before him had all leaped from their vessels, their expressions fierce and menacing, intent on delivering a lethal blow at this very moment. Ling and others have begun to retreat, not out of fear, but rather to seize the opportunity to pose a sufficient threat. Let us all advance together. As long as we can resolve this matter, there is nothing to fear. In fact, the captain has already emerged at this moment, his demeanor remarkably composed, showing no sign of trepidation in the face of these circumstances. Ling, seemingly unperturbed, merely engaged in some light physical activity before gradually making his way towards the group. "Let me see just how formidable your strength truly is. Daring to act so brazenly in my presence at this moment," he asserted with unwavering conviction, appearing entirely serious. Simultaneously, the surrounding pirates began to exhibit signs of panic. What was intended to be a mere encounter with this man had unexpectedly escalated into an atmosphere thick with dread. "Let us confront him together. There's no way this fellow can escape." A rather overconfident individual suddenly roared, prompting all the pirates nearby to brandish their weapons and advance towards Ling. Although Ling's physical condition had deteriorated significantly compared to before, a mere glance from him rendered the confident pirates around him suddenly frozen in place. Is this the power of observation hockey? Under the extraordinary circumstances where he seemed to possess nearly 1,000,000 capabilities, Ling faced these foes with virtually no apprehension. His gaze, brimming with confidence, was laced with derision directed at the group of pirates. After a single exchange, all the pirates around him collapsed to the ground, Their expressions contorted in agony, utterly incapable of breaking free. It appears that your ship is quite impressive. Upon noticing the brand new pirate vessel, Qiling's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Meanwhile, the captain of the pirates, who should have been exuding authority, suddenly found himself in a state of panic. Unable to fathom that someone would take an interest in his ship, even in his current state, attempting to intervene proved to be an insurmountable task. Ridiculously, before Lord Qiling, you were nothing more than useless debris. At this moment, Aily's gaze was complex, unable to resist throwing in a taunt. Upon hearing this, the pirate captain nearly succumbed to despair. If you insist on proceeding this way, you will surely regret it. After his roar, the captain's body twitched involuntarily, and he lunged toward Qiling. He believed that someone as formidable as Qiling could only be wielding the power of a devil fruit to achieve such prowess. Thus, he was convinced that dragging him down would pose no significant threat. Qiling had never anticipated that this individual would engage in such foolish behavior. Is your approach not excessively naive? As these words left his lips, a formidable force emanated from Qiling, forcefully pushing the pirate captain before him aside. Accompanied by two anguished cries, the foolish pirates plummeted into the water. It was truly delightful. Qiling could not help but utter a few remarks before beginning to stretch his body. Upon glancing back at the other women, he noticed they remained remarkably composed, quietly standing in place. After a brief moment, it became evident that things would not revert to their previous state so easily, thus resolving the current predicament would prove to be a challenging endeavor. Since the immediate trouble had been addressed, let us depart from this place, Qiling softly suggested to the women around him as he steered the vessel forward. The ship surged ahead with great speed, and after a considerable time of commotion, they finally reached the island ahead. At the island's edge, several fierce-looking pirates stood at the entrance, their eyes fixed on Qiling and his companions. Once ashore, Qiling's gaze remained steadfastly upon these pirates. Although one of them appeared remarkably composed, the malice in his eyes hinted at the complexity of the situation. Master Qiling, these individuals seem rather suspicious. Should we consider retreating? Aily, following closely behind, spoke with a cautious tone. After enduring so much, Aily and the others had begun to feel apprehensive, particularly in such circumstances. Hey, you scrawny little brat over there, do you have any idea where you are? At that moment, one of the men, bearing a fierce demeanor, stepped forward and shouted at Qiling. Qiling stood frozen, not out of fear of the few individuals before him, but rather due to their abruptness. Surely, you cannot be from this place, rendering any concern for us utterly unnecessary. Qiling's tone was fervent, and he appeared to be entirely serious. As two of the more menacing figures began to exhibit signs of agitation, they hesitated momentarily before gradually advancing. In comparison to Qiling, their imposing stature instilled in them a considerable degree of confidence. Qiling remained remarkably composed, casting a calm gaze at the individual before him, before continuing, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have no obligation to remain here. I merely request that you step aside." The intimidating figures surrounding him suddenly broke into laughter, approaching Qiling with deliberate steps. "You insolent brat, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" boomed the burly man as he advanced toward Qiling, raising his fist to strike. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind, causing the two fierce-looking individuals to halt their movements abruptly. "What is happening here?" inquired a peculiar figure. Half of his body transformed into a mechanical form. "Since we have all arrived on this island, it signifies that we are friends. And there is truly no need for any contention." Qiling was not unfamiliar with such peculiar beings. Yet their presence seemed to confirm that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. "Hey, finally managing to enter here. If it weren't for Frankie's sake, I would have undoubtedly given you a thorough beating." Although Aily felt a surge of defiance and was tempted to take action, she was restrained by Qiling. "Never mind. Given that the situation has unfolded this way, it is better to avoid further complications and stabilize things for now," Qiling continued in a gentle tone. Before him, Aily, unable to find emotional equilibrium, reluctantly agreed to this course of action. After a moment of hesitation, she pouted and followed him out. At that moment, Frankie approached, his dramatically oversized nose appearing particularly amusing in front of Qiling. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a place of freedom. Since you've made the effort to come here, it signifies that we are all friends, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing these words, Qiling and the others could ascertain that this individual did not seem to possess any particularly dangerous abilities, allowing them to relax. "Since you have come here with such difficulty, allow me to invite you to my home for a while. Perhaps there, you may encounter delightful surprises." Frankie's exuberance rendered their refusal impossible, and after considerable contemplation, they ultimately consented. Thus, Qiling followed this whimsically charming character to his abode. A cursory glance around revealed the surprisingly expansive environment of Frankie's home. "Do not be astonished, for my family has been shipwrights for 4 generations. So such spaciousness is to be expected," Frankie emphasized, punctuating his statement with a few gasps of excitement. Qiling and others exchanged no words, merely casting anxious glances around, eager to discern the nature of the situation at hand. Yet, at that very moment, he felt a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him from behind. And for reasons unknown, a twinge of unease washed over him in that instant. Qiling immediately turned to look in the direction behind him. only to discover that several unknown figures had materialized beside him. Although their faces were indistinct, the sight of them wearing baseball caps evoked a sense of unease and apprehension. With no other means to ascertain their intentions, the only course of action was to remain calm and observe the situation. Do not be alarmed, everyone. They are all my subordinates, tasked with assisting me in the restoration of this legendary pirate ship, Frankie declared confidently, thumping his chest with excitement. While the specifics of the situation remained unclear, Frankie's tone suggested that the vessel they were about to repair was indeed extraordinary. Robin had also gradually approached, inquiring, "This must be the ship you were referring to?" In response to her curiosity, Frankie erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed. Isn't it magnificent? The entire ship is constructed from premium materials. Although I have never encountered anything like this before, I must say it has truly taken me by surprise." Frankie's animated speech conveyed an almost frenzied enthusiasm. Ling, uncertain of the reason behind his agitation, could discern from the overall demeanor that the situation was indeed more complex than it appeared. After contemplating this, Ling found herself at a loss for words, simply remaining in silent contemplation. "You must have come from the coastal fringes," one man suddenly interjected, donning a cap with a visor. Although his countenance appeared amiable, there lingered an unsettling sense of ulterior motives about him. Ling cast a cursory glance over the man, scanning him from head to toe. Yet she could not pinpoint anything amiss. Perhaps it was her own heightened emotions, accompanied by an indescribable sensation that enveloped her. After exploring the surroundings, Ling and the others began to feel a deeper envy towards Frankie and his crew. If that is the case, surely there must be a way for our ship to undergo repairs as well. At this moment, Robin suddenly inquired further with a tone of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Frankie nodded confidently and declared, "Rest assured, there is nothing that I, Frankie the blacksmith, cannot accomplish." His overly dramatic demeanor left Ling feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet given the current circumstances, he might indeed be the only one capable of tending to their vessel. However, my friends, the repairs may take some time, as the captain of this ship appears to be in quite a hurry. I, Frankie, adhere to the principle of first come, first served, and must address the concerns of others before attending to our own. It is essential to respect the order of arrival in all matters. So while Ling and the others may feel a flicker of frustration, they find themselves powerless in this situation. At this juncture, it seems that the entire process may not be as straightforward as they had anticipated. Ling remained indifferent to the potential repercussions of the situation, choosing instead to stay quietly in place, observing the unfolding events. If one cannot respond in a timely manner, then any outcome becomes inevitable. With this thought, Ling settled down. It was acceptable. Indeed, it provided a splendid opportunity to rest here for a while. After hearing this, the remaining individuals felt a sense of confusion. Yet there was little they could do, as none dared to predict the ramifications of the situation. At that moment, the few crew members nearby, wearing caps, appeared somewhat peculiar. Yet their faces still bore faint smiles of confidence. "If you all are willing to remain here, that would be truly wonderful." Ling's gaze lingered on the group before him, leading him to conclude that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. The presence of any individual was not a matter of obligation, even in the current circumstances. Thus, the situation at hand may not be as easily resolved as initially presumed. Aily, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding events, found herself in desperate need of rest, her body weary from prolonged exertion. How delightful, she mused. After tirelessly toiling for so long, she was indeed fatigued. Frankie, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to speak, declaring, "My lady, everything here is at your service. As long as you remain focused and patient while your vessel undergoes repairs, there shall be no issues." Naturally, Aily reveled in this flattery, chuckling softly as she stretched lazily, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Hancock, fatigued from their travels, yawned beside her. "Brother, I feel so tired," she confessed. Faced with Hancock's lament, Ling and his companions could do little but choose to stay temporarily to accommodate the young lady. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have ample rooms prepared for your rest," announced a voice. In a uniquely adorned chamber, the previously assembled crew bore complex expressions, their gazes casually surveying their surroundings. Initially expecting unforeseen complications, they were taken aback by how smoothly events had progressed. If this were indeed the case, there would be no cause for concern. Suddenly, the individual donning a cap interjected with confidence, prompting excitement among the others. If new developments arise, it would surely be a cause for celebration, as not everyone is willing to endure such hardship. Given the current circumstances, everything seemed rational, for no one wished to confront improbable mishaps under such conditions. It was now evident that the most familiar among them was Nico Robin. If their suspicions held true, the rumored disappearance of Ling likely placed him within the crowd. This was one of their rare opportunities, and failing to seize it could mean never encountering him again. After sharing knowing smiles, they prepared to discuss their forthcoming plans. Frankie was undeniably their primary target. Capturing him would render the remaining challenges trivial. Thus, they hoped to avoid any significant setbacks in this endeavor. Within the room, Ling sensed the abruptness of the situation. Although he could not ascertain whether this was mere coincidence, the current state of affairs suggested an unprecedented danger loomed ahead. Since the conclusion of the Sky Island incident, the world government had seemingly relaxed its grip on them. However, this did not imply the end of their troubles, rather. The world government was merely seeking new opportunities. For the average person, this was an intolerable truth, even with irrefutable evidence at hand. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside Qiling's chamber door. Uncertain of the knocker's identity, he sensed an underlying complexity to the matter. He inhaled sharply, his expression betraying his tension. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally chose to open the door. Before him stood Robin, her face alight with joy, though he could not fathom the reason for her exuberance. Recognizing the need to respond, Qiling felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "What brings you here?" he questioned, his confusion evident. "Do you not find this situation rather perplexing? How did things take such a turn?" Robin's demeanor reflected her own apprehension as she spoke. Qiling also concurred with the implications brought about by this matter. However, given the current circumstances, resolving everything may not be as straightforward as one might hope. In summary, the world government has remained conspicuously absent for an extended period, necessitating our vigilance regarding the repercussions of this situation. Robin continued, expressing that the events following the conclusion of the incident in Skypea had left her with a sense of unease. "I believe that the entirety of this affair should not have unfolded in such a manner." The gravity of Robin's words had begun to intensify, sufficiently indicating that her attitude towards this matter was markedly different. Qiling naturally agreed with everything, but given the current circumstances, there was little she could do. Finally, having a rare opportunity to rest, she resolved not to disturb you. Robin briefly spoke a few words, then picked up the book in her hand and turned to leave. For some reason, Qiling felt that this situation was rather complex, yet she could not articulate why. Outside, Frankie was quietly repairing the components in his hands. After toiling for a while without any progress, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Where had the error occurred? Why had it come to this? After several futile searches, Frankie began to feel a headache creeping in. If he didn't find a way to resolve this promptly, the situation could worsen. This ship represented the greatest aspiration of his life. If he failed to achieve this, he would not deserve to be called the finest shipwright. Frankie believed this, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With this thought in mind, he resolved to hasten his efforts, but suddenly, he was startled by the sound of footsteps approaching. Turning around, he discovered that the individuals guarding the door were those wearing duck-billed caps. "Hey, why aren't you all heading back to rest at this late hour?" Frankie asked, his eyes filled with confusion. However, the group disregarded their previous seriousness and began to encroach upon him step by step. Frankie sensed the shift in tension and attempted to retreat, only to be met with the terrifying aura emanating from these individuals. "Frankie, as much as I regret this, we must take you to Judicial Island as per the orders from above," said the man in the duck-billed cap, clearing his throat. Upon hearing the mention of Judicial Island, a flicker of doubt crossed Frankie's previously calm expression, and his demeanor shifted to one of tension. He stepped back, wishing to evade the situation before him, but it became increasingly apparent that it was not so simple. "Who are you? Why do you want to take me to such a place?" Frankie asked, his body trembling as he spoke each word with difficulty. Yet, in the face of his inquiry, the assailants remained silent, instead removing their caps to reveal confident expressions. "Our purpose from the very beginning has been to take you back. Thus, you need not concern yourself with our identities." Their intentions were unmistakable. If Frankie continued to resist, he would likely face the so-called consequences they spoke of. What a joke. "After all this time spent by my side, you are merely here to escort me away? I will never let that happen." Frankie suddenly brandished his cannon and fired directly at the group before him. Boom. The sound of the explosion echoed loudly. At that moment, Qiling seemed to faintly hear the commotion, but due to her exhaustion, she paid it no mind. On the other side, the group skillfully dodged Frankie's attack, casting triumphant glances in his direction. "Give up your struggle, Frankie. You have already been marked by all members of CP9. Escape is impossible." CP9? Frankie recalled hearing that name in passing, but never imagined he would encounter them. "Your greatest crime is having repaired the very ship before you. This is the directive from the world government. If you do not cease your actions immediately, you will have no choice but to accompany us to Judicial Island to face justice." It was evident they were resolute. They would not leave without Frankie. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Frankie began to regret his earlier actions and prepared for another assault. Just then, a figure appeared behind him, swiftly knocking him unconscious. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Frankie was unwilling to accept the reality, but his awareness began to fade, and after casting one last glance at the group, he succumbed to oblivion. "It seems everything has proceeded smoothly. Otherwise, we would have struggled to capture him," the man in the duck-billed cap remarked, his expression calm, as if victory was assured. Just as they prepared to turn and leave, they suddenly noticed a pair of eyes watching them from behind. Indeed, it was none other than Nico Robin, who had just passed by. Robin could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she grappled with how to respond. "This is quite interesting. I never expected to encounter you at this moment." The man in the duck-billed cap finally spoke. "Lucci." Robin's eyes shimmered with apprehension. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she prepared to make her escape. She thought she could seize this opportunity to slip away, but Lucci had already grasped her firmly. "Give up your struggle. It is futile." Taking you with us is also the directive from above. Robin intended to seize the moment to fight back, but before she could act, a powerful force struck her from behind, plunging her into unconsciousness. At that moment, Ling suddenly awoke, her expression tense. Although the previous scene had lasted only a brief moment, she could clearly sense that the situation was far from simple. Could it be that Robin was in danger? Ling's intuition informed her that this matter was surely not as simple as it appeared. Thus, she promptly rose and cast her gaze towards the doorway. The surroundings still appeared desolate, and at that moment, Frankie's home seemed particularly tranquil. The shipwrights who once occupied this place had long since vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Aily and the others hastily followed. Though they were unaware of the specifics, a lingering sense suggested that the situation might not be as easily resolvable as it seemed. After a brief moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Ling glanced around once more and appeared to notice something. Robin, with a tinge of anxiety. Ling called out a couple more times towards the door, yet there was still no response to be heard. A woman as vigilant as Robin would certainly not remain silent for an extended period, although a negative impression had already begun to form in her mind. Ling endeavored to reassure herself that perhaps it was merely due to her not having heard. Ling and his companions suddenly realized that something was amiss, prompting them to hasten their movements. Along the coastline, Ling's attention was drawn to a vessel, upon which he beheld the very peculiar shipwrights they had encountered previously. Suddenly, Ling drew in a sharp breath, and without further hesitation, quickened her pace in pursuit of Robin's figure ahead. She had anticipated that she would swiftly close the distance. But to her astonishment, those individuals seemed to have been well prepared. Cannon fire! Accompanied by a triumphant shout, the group beside her unceremoniously aimed their turrets at Ling, unleashing a barrage. Boom! The formidable destructive force rendered Ling and her companions unable to approach, leaving them cowering in silence. At that moment, the surrounding smoke had dissipated, and everything seemed to return to a state of tranquility, while the vessel on the opposite shore had long since vanished from sight. Ling was on the verge of a breakdown, never anticipating that events would culminate in such a manner. Despite the turmoil within her heart, she found herself powerless to alter the situation. With matters having escalated to this point, she feared that without prompt resolution, things would only deteriorate further. At that moment, Aily and the others arrived, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they sought to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. Lord Ling, has Robin been taken away by those individuals? Aily inquired, her voice laced with uncertainty. Ling nodded, his heart tormented by anguish. He had never anticipated that his companion Robin would be taken away so easily by these individuals. Most importantly, he had long harbored suspicions regarding their true identities. Yet he had still allowed such an outcome to occur due to his own negligence. At present, if he wished to rescue Robin, there was but one course of action, storming the interior of Justice Island, which lay not far away. However, the vast ocean separated the two regions. Should they attempt to reach it by their vessel, they might find themselves unable to arrive in time. In such a case, not only would their efforts prove futile, but the situation could also worsen significantly. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Ling found himself in a state of despair, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, he was startled by the sudden sound of footsteps behind him. Frankie had been captured. These individuals were indeed suspicious. Perhaps the rapid spread of information had led to an increasing number of people becoming aware of the situation. The figures behind him were none other than Frankie's closest allies. Ling cast a glance at those individuals, yet hesitated on how to resolve the ensuing dilemmas. What to do? The situation had escalated to this point, and Frankie found himself utterly unable to extricate himself. Behind him, those individuals wore expressions of anguish, never anticipating that matters would deteriorate in such a manner. Ling's gaze was profound, and after a lengthy moment of hesitation, he spoke aloud, inquiring if there was a swift way to reach Judicial Island. His companions behind him could hardly believe the audacity of his words. Had he lost his senses? Judicial Island was not a place that mere pirates could approach without grave peril. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. It was no jest. No pirate had ever emerged alive from the depths of Judicial Island. The tone of his comrades was tinged with despair, yet they were at a loss for solutions. Frankie had already been taken captive by those foes, and if they did not devise a timely plan, the situation would only deteriorate further. Since your companion has been captured, I presume you would not wish for such a fate to befall you as well, Ling asserted, turning to his companions with a steadfast gaze, enunciating each word with conviction. Upon hearing this, his comrades fell silent, struck by the gravity of the moment. Frankie is our dearest ally, but we are utterly powerless. They lamented. If we venture towards Judicial Island, it would surely mean our demise. We simply cannot proceed. Their expressions were wrought with anguish, yet internally, they had long since resigned themselves to defeat, reluctant to muster even a semblance of resistance at this juncture. At this moment, Ling could not help but let out a bitter laugh, casting a scornful glance at the few individuals behind him. As companions, their choice to blatantly disregard the imminent danger revealed their lack of concern for one another. Indeed, Ling was mocking them. Their demeanor betrayed a complete absence of determination and resolve for their friend. Even a slight act of resistance at this juncture would have sufficed. Foolish beings. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? The notion of reaching Judicial Island is utterly unattainable, since we find ourselves powerless. Why would we dare to take such a perilous risk? It is no wonder that their strength is so feeble. At this moment, aside from endless lamentations, they possess no other recourse, inevitably leading them into an awkward predicament. The sole reason and purpose for Qiling's existence is to rescue these foolish and naive individuals. At this juncture, matters should be resolved rather than incessantly lamented, especially since Robin has already been taken, which undeniably demonstrates the world government's unwavering determination regarding this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare opportunity. If you are willing, please inform me of how we may swiftly approach Judicial Island. Qiling turned to face everyone, his gaze resolute as he spoke. At that moment, the individuals behind him suddenly began to hesitate. Perhaps they could only place all their faith upon Qiling. Solutions exist. Yet should they rely on ordinary vessels to reach Judicial Island, time may have already slipped away. Those behind him bore expressions of anguish, clearly indicating that they were not jesting. Qiling remained unperturbed, for it appeared that there were alternative methods to reach their destination, given their current circumstances. Although the journey was not particularly lengthy, expediency was of the essence, and she held firm in her belief that her companions possessed other viable options. Taking a moment to inhale deeply, she continued with a tone of utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, those who had previously been anxious suddenly fell into a profound silence. They had much to express, yet found themselves incapable of articulating their thoughts. Were they truly contemplating that course of action? If so, it would undoubtedly entail considerable risk. Besides that method, were there any other strategies at their disposal? For now, all they could do was place their faith in their comrades. At that moment, it seemed that those around her had divided into two factions, each harboring significant dissent on the matter at hand. Qiling, wishing to avoid any further delay, intensified the tone of her voice. Everyone, this is not a jest. If you wish to rescue your companions, swiftly inform me of the means to reach Justice Island. Upon hearing this, the individuals before her seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and cease their pretense. To reach their destination expeditiously, the only option was to access the sea train. The sea train? Although the specifics eluded her, it appeared to be the sole viable means to arrive at their goal promptly. However, boarding the sea train was no simple feat. The administrator of the sea train was affiliated with the world government, and typically, only those within the Navy possessed the privilege to travel on it. Since they were not naval personnel, the prospect of boarding was utterly improbable. As these words were spoken, the expressions of those around her contorted once more in anguish. Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon continued speaking. If that is the case, does it mean that if we seize the maritime train, we can operate it? What? Those individuals could hardly believe the audacious words of this insufferable brat. Have they lost their minds? The maritime train is a crucial mode of transportation worldwide. And not only is the level of control exerted by the global government exceedingly stringent, but even the commander overseeing the maritime train, Major General Sass, is a figure to be feared. Qiling was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter, realizing that this situation was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. This revelation suggested that if they could seize the maritime train, they would be able to reach Justice Island with unparalleled speed and successfully rescue Robin. Contemplating these thoughts, Qiling finally smiled with relief and continued, now that we have reached this point, please enlighten me on how we can locate the maritime train. As for the captain, I shall handle that matter personally. The individuals surrounding him could hardly believe what Qiling had just uttered. After all, hijacking a maritime train was no trivial feat. You better not be speaking nonsense, one of them warned. If we fail this time, the price you pay will be your life. After hearing this, Aily couldn't help but mock those behind her. If Lord Qiling cannot even deal with a mere vice admiral of the Navy, how could he possibly muster the courage to make such claims? The group behind her, having absorbed the current discourse, found it somewhat unbelievable. Perhaps they had indeed been overly anxious from the outset. Indeed, could it be that we have been too cautious? This situation may not be as dire as we imagined. Divergent opinions began to surface among the two factions, each holding their own perspective on the matter. Ultimately, they chose to embrace the risk. After all, they had come this far, and if they did not act promptly, they might miss their opportunity altogether. The maritime train lay on the opposite shore, with passage occurring every afternoon at 3 o'clock. Now, less than an hour remained until the next operation. At this moment, Qiling finally realized that if she did not act promptly, the situation could only worsen. Thus, she no longer hesitated and swiftly ran towards that direction. After a flurry of activity, they finally reached their destination, which was a coastal area guarded directly ahead. Indeed, that was the very place. If the issue could not be resolved in a timely manner, it might be utterly impossible to achieve success. Qiling turned to gaze in that direction, not particularly anxious. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, your task at present is simply to await here. Once I have successfully seized the maritime train, I shall escort you to Justice Island." Although the individuals behind him outwardly expressed their agreement, deep down, they harbored no confidence in the endeavor. Countless attempts had been made to hijack the maritime train in the past, yet none had ever succeeded. Their words were merely an attempt to convey the daunting nature of the mission to Qiling. However, given the circumstances, retreat was unequivocally out of the question. Ling naturally paid no heed to the words uttered by those individuals. Instead, she steadily advanced towards the direction of the maritime train. Meanwhile, the conductor of the maritime train, SARS, was intently gazing at the coastal entrance with a stern expression. The emergence of Ling was perhaps not particularly surprising to him, however. He did not anticipate that this individual would regard him with such peculiar eyes. "You insolent brat, this is not a place for you to linger. If you wish to avoid demise, I suggest you depart at once." Sass was evidently not one to be trifled with, his countenance bearing an expression of utmost seriousness. Ling, however, chose to entirely disregard this individual, merely letting out a couple of calm chuckles before resuming her discourse. "One need not be particularly surprised. My purpose for coming here is solely to seize the possession that you hold in your grasp." Sass had never encountered such an audacious character before, and his countenance was now marred by intense fury as he continued to speak. "You insolent brat, it would be wise for you to fully comprehend the gravity of your words. Should you persist in your arrogance, this matter may spiral beyond resolution." After hearing these words, Ling found them somewhat amusing. He gradually approached the group of individuals before him and continued, "If that's the case, then go ahead and take action." At that moment, Saz's expression bore a hint of anxiety. He had not anticipated such audacity from this individual. He had previously encountered a myriad of formidable opponents, none of whom had ever managed to escape his grasp. Yet, despite Ling's seemingly relaxed demeanor, he exuded an unprecedented pressure. "Naive fool. You will pay the price for your foolishness." With that thought, Sas clenched his fists, ready to seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike to Ling. However, in that instant, Ling utilized his observation hockey to swiftly evade Saz's attack, countering by seizing him and delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Sas had never envisioned that the situation would unfold in this manner. His expression contorted in pain as his body began to convulse uncontrollably. "Hand over the rights to the sea train, and I shall not complicate this matter for you. Otherwise, things will only worsen." Ling regarded the group with a resolute gaze, aiming to intimidate them through his words. Yet, Sas remained unyielding, determined to utilize his remaining strength to retaliate in this critical moment. Having discerned the fellow's intent to strike, Ling remained unperturbed, effortlessly seizing upon the adversary's opening. With a decisive motion, he grasped her and forcefully pinned her to the ground. Presently, he could easily vanquish her with minimal effort. However, he refrained from doing so, as he wished to afford her an opportunity to comprehend what she truly required at this moment. "Surrender, for with your current capabilities, you stand no chance against me. Rather than squander time here, it would be prudent to contemplate a more effective resolution to this matter." In the face of these circumstances, Sars could distinctly sense his growing discomfort, yet he found himself compelled to persist, relying solely on his own strength. Ling had begun to grow somewhat impatient. If he continued to squander time on this matter, Robin would be beyond salvation. Thus, he felt compelled to act swiftly, ideally prompting these individuals from the martial world to recognize his capabilities. There was no need for further struggle. The outcome was inevitably devoid of hope. At this juncture, Ling spoke with a tone of utmost seriousness, entirely devoid of jest. Meanwhile, Sas remained resolute, unwilling to concede. He believed that his prowess as a central figure could not possibly falter in such a situation, and thus he was brimming with confidence, eager to showcase his superiority. Yet, as often occurs, reality proved far more complex than anticipated. With merely a couple of gestures, Ling rendered this individual utterly incapable of further resistance, leaving him helplessly twitching in place, his face contorted in agony. "I had forewarned you that this matter would unfold in such a manner. Thus there was no need for you to remain entangled in your concerns." Ling seized General Sars once more and rendered him unconscious with a decisive blow. Although the opponent is indeed a pirate and undeniably despicable, his spirit is undeniably worthy of cultivation. Ling's true objective was merely to commandeer the maritime train, enabling him to journey to Judicial Island to rescue Robin. With the goal clearly defined, there was no need to squander time at this juncture. As circumstances began to unfold, the maritime train swiftly approached their location. Naturally, the vessel was under the control of the Navy. However, this time, the naval personnel were caught off guard by the unforeseen turn of events. Rear Admiral Sass found himself inexplicably sprawled on the ground, while before them stood a young rogue, entirely unfamiliar to them. "Who are you? Why is General Sass?" The expressions on the faces of the few individuals aboard the maritime train reflected their anxiety, rendered helpless as they could only watch the unfolding drama. Ling effortlessly moved her body and then continued to speak to those individuals before her. "Is the situation not evident enough? At this point, I believe there is no need for me to elaborate further." Ling remained remarkably composed, chuckling softly before continuing. "My intentions are quite simple. I merely wish to utilize the maritime train at my disposal." The group before him, however, was unwilling to acquiesce, their expressions tense and resolute. For commandeering a maritime train is no trivial matter. Should they continue to refuse, it would be a great pity. At that moment, Ling slowly approached the cluster of naval officers. Unbeknownst to them, emboldened by their numerical superiority, they believed victory was assured, displaying a carefree demeanor. General Sars's defeat at the hands of such individuals stemmed solely from his underestimation of them. Attempting to seize the maritime train was indeed a folly of the highest order. Facing the humiliation from these individuals, Ling remained unfazed, simply chuckling softly a couple of times before casting a leisurely glance in their direction. If you believe that everything I have uttered is a fabrication, then by all means, take action. I certainly do not mind allowing you to experience a measure of hardship. With these words spoken, Ling remained completely unperturbed, awaiting the onslaught from the naval forces surrounding him. At this moment, all the sailors had drawn their weapons, intent on claiming Ling's life. Ling, unwilling to squander precious moments, cast a piercing glance at the troublesome adversaries before her, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread within them. Subsequently, their bodies froze as if struck by an intense force, remaining utterly motionless. This was the manifestation of Ling's domineering aura. Although wielding such power in this moment could be deemed a form of cheating, the circumstances left no alternative. Initially, she had not intended to resort to this. Yet the prevailing situation dictated that inaction would yield dire consequences. With a gaze imbued with confidence, Ling surveyed the naval forces before her. Time was of the essence. If delays persisted, Robin might find herself beyond rescue. Therefore, it was imperative to resolve the matter with utmost urgency. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new mission. Indeed. Shortly after commandeering the maritime train, the system promptly assigned her a task, while the specifics of the mission remained unclear. The current circumstances suggested it would not be easily surmountable. Suddenly, various tiers of mission requirements materialized in her mind. Unlike the previous task system, this one lacked an S-level category, indicating that the general difficulty of this mission might not be particularly high. However, given that the situation had already been contemplated, there was little reason for concern. The foremost priority was to determine the next course of action. In a moment of resolve, Ling opted for the highest level task available. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked an A-level mission. With the activation of the task system, everything around her seemed to transform. Ling observed quietly, ever ready for the next challenge. Task 1 was to successfully reach Judicial Island within half an hour. This endeavor did not seem as formidable as initially anticipated, after all. The time constraint was merely 30 minutes, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, timely arrival was entirely feasible. With this thought, Ling felt a significant sense of relaxation wash over him. His objective was straightforward, to seize the opportunity and act promptly. The surrounding Navy personnel were thoroughly intimidated, posing no threat to him at this moment. Ling leisurely made her way towards the current direction. At this moment, everything appeared to be under control, provided that it could be addressed promptly, thus ensuring a perfect resolution. Now that the maritime train had been hijacked, the next course of action was simply to proceed to Justice Island. Ling glanced back at her companions. Although their reasons for embarking on this journey differed, their ultimate destination remained the same, thus there should not be any issues at this juncture. It was truly unexpected that matters would escalate to this extent. Her companions were still filled with considerable doubt regarding the outcome, some even struggling to believe the unfolding events. However, Ling had already succeeded, employing her abilities to neutralize all those foolish individuals. The pressing concern now was that the maritime train appeared to lack a capable operator. With such a vast vessel adrift, the situation could easily spiral into greater complications without someone at the helm. Ling's demeanor began to shift, her tone reflecting the gravity of their predicament. Glancing at each other, her companions seemed to come to a mutual understanding that they were ill-equipped for this task. They had only ever observed the maritime train, never having navigated one. Everyone expressed their sentiments, seemingly resigned to their inability to influence the situation. After several rounds of deliberation, Ling realized that this task was far more complex than she had initially anticipated. Clearly, the task system was not designed for effortless completion. To delve deeper, it became evident that personal involvement was imperative. Aily, do you know how to operate this? Ling turned to Aily beside her. It was apparent that Aily, too, felt uncertain, her expression revealing a sense of distress after a couple of tentative glances. I have never encountered this before. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that no one could successfully navigate the situation, indicating that it was indeed more complicated than they had envisioned. After contemplating the situation, Ling inhaled sharply. Wrestling with her thoughts before continuing, if that is the case, we must devise a plan. Just as everyone stood at a loss regarding how to confront this predicament, one of the previously incapacitated sailors suddenly regained consciousness. Alone, he appeared significantly frightened, casting nervous glances at everyone before exhibiting an unprecedented level of tension. This opportunity must not be squandered, one of them finally exclaimed. The others deemed the sailor to be the true chance for their salvation. Can you operate the maritime train? Ling inquired, her gaze anxious. Upon hearing this, the sailor's face reflected his fear. He had not anticipated the situation would devolve to this. After a few involuntary twitches, he replied in a hushed tone, I know a little. Although the meaning of a little remained vague, it was clear that, given the current state of affairs, no one else was likely to succeed. Thus, Ling nodded and promptly pulled him along. The urgency of the situation necessitated that he steer the maritime train towards Justice Island. The sailor had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, yet there was no time for reaction. Failing to act would likely result in being cast into the sea. Ling could discern a hint of trepidation in the demeanor of the naval officer, yet at that moment, There was no course of action available. I only know a little. The naval officer's expression faltered, unable to refrain from continuing his discourse. Although Ling feels an inner imbalance, there is little that can be done at this moment. As long as the maritime train can be successfully initiated, it will affirm that the issues are not insurmountable. Therefore, I entrust this matter to you. Ling's gaze was sharp, her piercing eyes firmly fixed on the naval officer before her. The officer inhaled sharply, then slowly placed his hands on the activation switch. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively pulled the switch down. With a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave erupted from the sea, propelling the maritime train forward. At last, the train resumed its journey, and all aboard exhaled in relief as their concerns were finally alleviated. Meanwhile, the naval officer beside her wore a tense expression, utterly unprepared for the turn of events. Nonetheless, all was relatively safe as the train began its voyage in the anticipated direction. The epic of Ling has long been fraught with tension. He remains oblivious to the perils that Robin may encounter during this period. The maritime train continues to traverse the waters at an accelerated pace, and everything at this moment appears to have taken on a slightly altered aspect. The coastline has begun to rush by with increasing velocity, and the overall speed of the journey is nothing short of rapid. Ling closely observed the coastline, moving back and forth in search of the opportune moment to reach the destination. After a brief while, everything seemed to shift in an unsettling manner. The waters surrounding the coast began to ripple, though the cause of this transformation remained a mystery. Suddenly, the ground beneath them appeared to tremble slightly. If her instincts were correct, something peculiar lurked beneath the surface. Upon hearing these unsettling revelations, Ling's expression reflected a growing tension. She had not anticipated that circumstances would escalate to this point. If the situation could not be resolved promptly, there was a genuine fear that matters would worsen. Thus, even in the face of significant challenges, it was imperative to devise a solution. Could the creature lurking beneath the water impede our journey? Ling couldn't help but inquire of the crew member beside her. The crew member's face was marked by anxiety, yet he could not provide any assurances. The previous routes had been well established, designed specifically to evade the attacks of the aquatic beasts below. Now, with the naval vessel encountering issues, there seemed to be no alternative. The expression of the naval officer was one of palpable concern, and his voice quivered as he spoke. What troubles Ling the most is not the reason behind the current predicament, but rather the significant impact this beast could have on her. If she cannot take action soon, the situation may become even more unmanageable. Meanwhile, aboard the ocean train, powerful waves are forming around Aily and her companions as the sea level rises. Perhaps the creature lurking beneath the surface has begun to stir, wreaking havoc in its wake. This is dire. The train has started to become unstable. The individuals nearby are now gripped by fear, their expressions tense and anxious. Moments later, a colossal octopus suddenly leaps from the surface of the sea. Its immense size startles everyone aboard the train. My goodness, what a terrifying monster. Before anyone can fully comprehend the situation, the gigantic octopus attaches itself to the train, intent on dragging it down into the depths. The train is losing its balance, and all those inside are beginning to panic. Help! In this critical moment, no one seems able to act. Just as Ling steps out of the control room, she is rendered speechless by the sight of this enormous creature. The only viable option now is to escape. Otherwise, the entire crew aboard the ocean train may perish here. In a desperate bid to ensure the safety of all crew members, Ling hurriedly dashed out from the cockpit. However, what he did not anticipate was that the colossal creature before him remained tightly entwined around the maritime vessel, seemingly unwilling to relent. This was dire if the situation persisted. It was probable that they would be devoured by this terrifying beast before even reaching their destination. An increasing number of individuals began to display expressions of anxiety. Utterly at a loss regarding how to address this predicament, Ling was evidently still concerned about the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. With the situation now at hand, it was imperative to devise a solution. Moreover, based on the half-hour task time allotted by the system, significant progress had already been made at this juncture. Given the limited opportunities remaining, it was crucial to cherish this moment. Aily managed to keep pace, yet facing such a colossal creature proved to be somewhat daunting. Moments later, Ling swiftly approached the massive octopus, fixing a piercing gaze upon Jianghu before preparing to strike. Amaterasu. Ling summoned every ounce of strength within her to prepare for the next offensive, yet she was taken aback when, at such a critical moment, the colossal octopus swiftly lashed its tentacles, interrupting her maneuver with astonishing speed. In a daze, Ling felt her body sway uncontrollably, rendering her unable to move. This predicament implied that she could no longer utilize Amaterasu. The octopus, rather than allowing her to regain her balance, advanced rapidly towards her. It then unleashed a formidable tentacle strike. Bang! The brutal attack sent Ling reeling once more, destabilizing her already precarious equilibrium. With piercing eyes fixated on the behemoth, she contemplated her options, yet found none. This fruitless pondering merely squandered precious time. Thus, she resolved to resolve the situation at once. What a farce it would be if she did not act swiftly. The consequences could prove increasingly dire. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Ling muttered to herself, her expression betraying a stark loss of confidence compared to earlier. Meanwhile, the enormous octopus seemed to harbor a newfound interest in her. Following its successful strike, it prepared for another onslaught. This time, its approach was markedly different from before. As it closed in on Ling, it executed a deliberate maneuver. The tentacles, instead of merely reaching out, swung down with the force of a hammer towards her. Boom, boom, boom. The tentacles struck thrice in rapid succession, rocking the entire marine vessel. Should the ship's trajectory remain unstable, the situation could escalate into grave danger for all aboard. Moments later, the tumult seemed to settle momentarily. Yet the reality before them remained far from simple. Given the current circumstances, the repercussions of this encounter could still be considerable. At that instant, Ling's gaze was fixed intently ahead as she cautiously approached the octopus. It was preparing for a second assault. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing this absurdity, she would scarcely believe it. If she failed to address this soon, not only would her mission falter, but the situation could deteriorate further. Recalling this, Ling involuntarily gasped. Her expression tinged with anxiety, utterly unsure of her next move. Perhaps fleeing was the only viable option. They were no match for this colossal creature. Escaping was imperative. Panic spread among the increasing number of passengers on the ship, who could not help but voice their fears. Meanwhile, the waves on the water's surface grew increasingly tumultuous. And if this state persisted, the consequences could become far more severe. Clearly, Ling found herself unable to wield Amaterasu once more. Yet she resolutely refused to sacrifice herself in vain. No matter the circumstances, this was not how it was meant to unfold, and thus, she had to devise a solution. With this thought in mind, Ling leapt gracefully, ensuring not to disturb those around her, and made her way directly towards the ship's cabin. At that moment, everyone present was utterly stunned, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. What a jest! If she proceeded in this manner, there would be no chance of escape. Faced with the mounting skepticism of the crowd, Ling found herself bereft of further explanations and instead approached the colossal octopus looming before her. Previously, the creature had exploited the terrain to its advantage, but now, with the tides of fortune shifting, it was imperative for her to leverage her utmost strengths. The octopus writhed, its gaze fixated on Ling's position. Just as its tentacle ready to strike down upon her head, Ling deftly sidestepped the assault, seizing the massive appendage in a swift counteraction. "Be careful," cried Aily and the others, who remained aboard the sea train, their breaths quickening, unable to believe how drastically the events had unfolded. Ling, however, remained unperturbed. After inhaling a couple of deep breaths, he forcefully plunged the massive creature into the adjacent water, commencing a relentless assault. In such a state, any technique employed would prove futile against the octopus. Once it unleashed its roar, every crew member aboard the oceanic vessel would find themselves in peril. Yet, the octopus, which had been lurking beneath the water's surface, could no longer restrain itself and began to roar. Its piercing cries sent shockwaves through all present, who stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. At last, the sea beast felt the pangs of pain coursing through its body, prompting it to intensify its attacks, striking the surface of the water with its tentacles repeatedly. In this escalating scenario, the outcome was beyond imagination. Ling, acutely aware of the mounting pressure, attempted to retreat, only to discover that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. If he were to persist under these circumstances, the repercussions could very well become dire. Ling cast a glance back at the few terrified souls still aboard the maritime train. It was evident that if the situation were to persist in this manner, timely resolution would be utterly impossible. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to swiftly divert the colossal octopus's attention. At that moment, the naval officer in the cockpit seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, nodding in acknowledgement before promptly repositioning himself to his previous station. Navigating the maritime train must proceed without deviation. The crew surrounding him remained incredulous at the unfolding events, yet they were powerless to alter the course of fate. The circumstances had escalated to such a critical point that failure to resolve them promptly could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, just as everyone was mired in indecision regarding the best course of action, Ling delivered a forceful punch to the monstrous sea creature's visage. Perhaps sensing the pain, the immense beast erupted in fury, its searing gaze fixating intently on Ling. If this were the case, it would imply that the threat was unlikely to escalate further. As Ling successfully set the maritime train in motion, he swiftly distanced himself from it. The sea creature, evidently a lower form of life, immediately fixated its gaze upon Ling, showing no intention of departing. Aily and the others remained tense within the confines of the cabin, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Ling's audacity. However, with the maritime train now in operation and their purpose being to seize the hard-won opportunity to rescue Robin, they could not afford to relinquish their chances. The boy was of no concern now, they must not allow him to be disappointed. Despite the palpable worry among them, there was little they could do at this moment, for such a rare opportunity was not easily obtained. Moments later, the maritime train continued to pull further away from them. Upon recognizing this aspect, Ling finally felt a sense of relief. Judging by the current circumstances, as long as no unforeseen events transpired, she could focus entirely on confronting the formidable sea creature. The sea tree's fury had reached its zenith, clearly indicating its unwillingness to concede at this moment. As Ling confronted this formidable opponent, It was evident that he had significantly relaxed. A soft hum escaped his lips, acknowledging the tenacity of the adversary before him. Thus, he resolved to let this creature remain in eternal slumber. Both Ling and the octopus advanced towards one another. After adjusting their angles, Ling appeared to have discerned the creature's methods of attack. Thanks to his keen observation, he skillfully evaded the looming threat and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch upon the octopus. The impact resonated, creating a formidable wave across the surface of the sea. Behind them, the occupants of the sea train observed with trepidation. Had that young lad already made the ultimate sacrifice? They felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his intervention, they might have perished in that perilous moment. Despite their remorseful tone, they knew they must fulfill the unfinished mission. Meanwhile, Hancock, who had been watching from a distance, could no longer contain herself and let out a loud cry towards the front. "Look, everyone!" The others followed her gaze, finally spotting Ling, who remained composed upon the water's surface. "Quickly, steer the train over. We still have a chance to rescue him." A newfound confidence surged among them. What they had anticipated to be a disastrous outcome now seemed less daunting upon seeing Ling. At that moment, Ling felt utterly exhausted, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked a new monster ability." Although this news brought a flicker of excitement, Ling felt himself nearing his breaking point. In a certain sense, he realized that he could harness the octopus's abilities. Given his current level, the possibility of transformation was indeed within reach. However, the present circumstances did not compel him to act directly, and he understood that the situation was far more complex than it initially appeared. Upon reflecting on this, Ling couldn't help but take a couple of sharp breaths, subsequently settling slowly into the adjacent seat. Aily and the others remained deeply concerned. However, at this moment, they could also relax, relieved that the circumstances were not particularly dire. "How wonderful. We all feared you might encounter some misfortune," Aily said, her tone gentle, and her demeanor had transformed completely compared to before. Ling let out a couple of, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, yet he continued speaking. "It's all right. Having dealt with that particularly troublesome foe, we are now one step closer to our objective. What we must do now is hasten our journey to Judicial Island." The expressions on the faces of those around him remained tense as they continued to inquire with concern. "Young man, how is it that you managed to remain so composed in the face of such a colossal beast?" Ling found herself at a loss for words, merely managing a couple of awkward chuckles before continuing her discourse. "By virtue of my unwavering faith in my companions." At this juncture, her comrades once again succumbed to tears, overwhelmed by emotion. It was truly moving. Although Frankie was our dear brother, we had cowered in fear, shrinking back instead of taking action. In retrospect, that was indeed a source of shame. Before her, Ling regarded these individuals with a hint of affection. After all, the entire situation could not be blamed on them. It was merely a series of unfortunate events that were beyond their control. "Everyone, the situation has been mostly resolved. Our next course of action is to hasten our journey to Judicial Island, lest matters worsen." Upon hearing this, her companions erupted into cheers. Simultaneously, within the dungeons of Judicial Island, Robin appeared disheveled and distressed. She struggled to move her body, attempting to react, but found herself utterly powerless. Nicole Robin, the girl who had once plagued the world government, stood before me today. At that moment, a peculiar figure entered her line of sight. Gazing at her with a smug expression, Robin found it impossible to forget this individual. "You may not be aware, but I have scoured the world government for years in pursuit of your trail, and yet, I found no clues. However, today has indeed brought me unexpected surprises. Not only have I managed to deal with the troublesome Frankie, but I also serendipitously encountered you here." Robin's expression was one of fury, yet she refrained from speaking falsely, her body marred by countless wounds rendering her incapable of normal movement. "Do not fret. Once the clock strikes midnight tonight, you shall be transported to Justice Gate, where the most stringent prison of the world government awaits. No one has ever escaped from such an environment." Robin understood all too well that the underwater prison was a nightmare that would haunt her for a lifetime. At this moment, she attempted to struggle, but her weakened state, compounded by the presence of sea stone, completely stifled her abilities. Ha ha ha, how pitiful. Who would have thought that the fearsome mother and daughter would end up in such a wretched state, resembling a heart-wrenching little girl? However, it was unfortunate that within Judicial Island, the law always reigned supreme, and scoundrels like you would be condemned to dwell in such a place forever. After uttering these words, Spandam's sharp, repulsive grin incited further rage in Robin. "Hey, you fool, why would you utter such despicable words to a woman?" Nearby, a recently awakened Frankie could no longer contain his disdain, pointing at Spandam and cursing him. Originally, Spandam had worn an air of triumph, but his expression suddenly darkened as he fixed his gaze upon them. "TSK, TSK, TSK, what right do you have to converse with me?" His smug demeanor was insufferable for Frankie. Had he not been completely incapacitated, he would have lunged forward and landed a solid punch on Spandam's face. "Robin, this will be your final resting place. Cherish these fleeting moments, for once they pass, you might never be able to forget them." Ha! With that, Spandam departed, his laughter echoing in the air, as if he had never existed. Robin felt a profound sense of despair, powerless to alter the course of events. She could only stand in stunned silence, observing the unfolding drama, utterly incapable of intervening. Do not be disheartened. Since we have reached this juncture, avoidance is impossible. We can only pray that God allows this detestable individual to perish here. After hearing this, Robin was at a loss for words. The weight of her suppressed emotions becoming increasingly unbearable. Her primary concern was not her own safety, but rather the potential for her comrades to come to her rescue. Judicial Island was a place rife with nightmares, and a reckless intrusion could lead to irreversible consequences. Robin dreaded the thought of her companions losing their lives in such a manner. Meanwhile, upon exiting the dungeon, Spandam wore an air of unwavering confidence. Suddenly, a few individuals appeared before him. I trust you are all prepared, he said calmly, appearing entirely serious. Naturally, those around him nodded in agreement without further comment. Excellent. According to my analysis, accompanying Robin is Ling, a pirate with a bounty approaching 100 million. If we can capture him, we shall have no further concerns. At that moment, the sea surrounding them began to stir. The sea train sped towards the entrance with remarkable velocity. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing task 1. The system's notification informed Ling that their plan had succeeded and the train had arrived at Judicial Island within the stipulated time, just when everyone anticipated a fierce battle. They noticed the surrounding environment appeared eerily tranquil, as though nothing had ever transpired. Sensing something amiss, Ling utilized his observation hockey, detecting the presence of an ambush nearby. What nonsense! Why does Judicial Island seem so quiet? As more individuals expressed their confusion, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. At the same time, above the center of Judicial Island, Spandam peered through a telescope, observing the unfolding events. Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise. He could no longer contain his laughter, his voice teetering on the brink of madness as he continued to exclaim. The individuals surrounding him remained composed, regarding Spandam with dramatic expressions. Boss, you look utterly deranged right now, teased Losai, who held a pigeon in his hand. Although Spandam felt a twinge of irritation, he recognized Losai's exceptional abilities and refrained from retaliating. Those naive fools probably have no idea this is a colossal trap. As soon as they draw near, our men will open fire and eliminate them on the spot. Spandam chuckled once more, reveling in the success of his scheme, his grotesque visage eliciting discomfort from those around him, who remained silently contemplative. As Ling observed the adventurers beside him, he decided to proceed leisurely on his own. The audacity of setting such an obvious trap to intimidate us revealed their overconfidence in their own abilities. At this moment, Ling could not help but chuckle softly a couple of times, gradually inching closer to the front. Everything appeared to be quite ordinary. However, just as Ling and the others were about to set off, several naval officers unexpectedly sprang into view. Ling exhibited no signs of anxiety whatsoever. He effortlessly dispatched the group before him to the ground. The Navy personnel struggled briefly before collapsing, motionless. Observing this, Ling could not suppress a smile, his gaze laced with a hint of derision as he fixated on the individuals lying at his feet. It appeared that your capabilities were not particularly remarkable, otherwise, matters would not have unfolded so smoothly. As he uttered these words, Ling turned to address the Navy officers concealed nearby, clearly aware that their identities had been compromised, rendering their continued presence meaningless. Spandam clenched his teeth, unable to fathom how circumstances had devolved to this point, though he grappled with an internal imbalance. It was evident that remaining in the current scenario served no purpose. A most exasperating individual indeed. Thus, it seemed unnecessary for you all to remain hidden any longer. Upon receiving the command, all the concealed Navy personnel leapt forth, brandishing their weapons and fixing their sharp gazes upon Ling. In the face of such upheaval, Ling remained utterly composed, merely chuckling softly to himself. It was clear that you had adequately prepared, otherwise, such a display would have been inconceivable. The purpose of Ling this time revolves around Robin, and he evidently does not wish to squander precious time on these foolish individuals. Ling, I strongly advise you to abandon your struggle. Although I understand your desire to rescue your companions, you must be acutely aware of your current predicament. Should you choose to act further, it will only lead you down a path of certain demise. The arrogant expression on Spandam's face is profoundly irksome to Ling. With a cold chuckle, he gradually approaches Spandam's position. It was you who brought my companions here without my consent, was it not? For some inexplicable reason. Spandam feels a twinge of fear upon noticing this individual before him. Were it not for his anxiety, he might not even believe he has become so vulnerable. As Ling draws nearer, the surrounding Navy personnel are fully armed, directing all their weapons toward him. Meanwhile, his companions behind him begin to grow anxious. Do not approach. If you are struck by those Navy guns, survival will be utterly impossible. We can bide our time for an opportunity. Do not act impulsively. In response to their pleas, Ling remains entirely unfazed, while Ally beside him remains equally composed. Rest assured, for he is Ling, and we have unwavering faith in his abilities. Ally gently reassures those around her. Regardless of the circumstances, this situation carries immense risk, and if it is not resolved promptly, it is likely to deteriorate further. At this moment, Ling gradually approached Spandam, his steps deliberate and unhurried. What was there to hesitate about? If this fellow was intent on meeting his demise, then they might as well shoot him dead without delay. Upon receiving the command, all remaining Navy personnel aimed their weapons at Ling. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted. A relentless barrage from machine guns that would have rendered any ordinary person unable to escape. Yet, Ling stood there with remarkable composure, his brow furrowing slightly. Shinra Tensei. In that instant, a colossal barrier materialized around him, deflecting every attack and simultaneously rebounding them. The Navy personnel, caught completely off guard, found themselves struck by the very bullets they had fired. Moments later, more than half of those who had fired were incapacitated, and the remaining soldiers were left in utter disarray, unable to retaliate. This turn of events left the remaining soldiers in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Ding. Generating second mission. Successfully rescue Robin and retreat within 2 hours. Although this task was assigned by the system, even without the mandate, Ling would undoubtedly follow through. After all, rescuing Robin within approximately 2 hours was not an insurmountable challenge. Spandam could hardly believe the events transpiring before him. Robin was clearly in his grasp. If he could just secure her and claim the mission as his own, everything else could be resolved in due course. What a farce. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Spandam's expression was nearly manic, his voice trembling as he repeated himself. I will give you a few minutes. If you obediently hand those people over to me, I will let the matter rest. Ling continued, undeterred. Beside him, Rocky and the others grew increasingly anxious. Encountering this individual in Mariewa was unexpected enough, yet now he dared to act so brazenly. Listen, our time is limited. As long as we can escort Robin to the gate of justice, we will have accomplished our mission. During this time, you must hold them off. We cannot allow him to succeed. Spandam, his voice laced with tension, repeated his warnings before swiftly turning and striding back into the room. Ling certainly did not wish for his plans to be thwarted, thus he hastened to approach Spandam. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly stepped forward to obstruct his advance. This individual was one of the shipwrights encountered earlier. Had it not been for this encounter, Ling himself might have found it hard to believe. Do not struggle. We will never allow you to take Robin away. Although they had the means to subdue him, they were resolute in their intention to delay him for as long as possible. Ling has developed a modicum of interest in this individual. Meanwhile, the remaining companions, not wishing to squander time, hasten their search for Robin and Frankie from the flanks. At this moment, within the dungeon, Robin struggles to fathom the sound she hears. The commotion indicates that Ling and the others have indeed arrived. This is troubling. My greatest fears have materialized. Robin's expression reflects her inner turmoil as she whispers to herself. Though Frankie appears quite astonished, he cannot help but feel a twinge of envy towards the woman before him. For he never anticipated that his comrades would risk so much to rescue him. It is crucial to remember that the entirety of Judicial Island is swarming with Navy personnel. A single misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences, rendering escape impossible. Hey, since your companions have appeared, it signifies their willingness to believe in you, Frankie asserts, a newfound confidence brightening his countenance. Let us cherish this rare opportunity and leave together, guided by their faith. Robin remains silent, despite the countless trials they have endured. She is reluctant to believe they would unconditionally commit to her rescue. A smile graces her lips, perhaps born of impulsiveness. If success eludes them, she suspects they would ultimately resign. Frankie is momentarily taken aback. It is unexpected for Robin to utter such words in light of her companion's sacrifices. You are mistaken. Your comrade's presence here indicates their desire to return with you. You must not surrender now. Instead, you should embrace their resolve and leave together, should you not? At that moment, Robin stands frozen, at a loss for words. The emergence of any situation can yield immeasurable consequences. Thus, in a certain sense, there may exist far too many circumstances beyond her control. Contemplating this, Robin falls silent, her gaze fixed intently ahead. I never envisioned it would come to this. I simply cannot concede defeat. I believe they would not so easily abandon me. Yet, given the current circumstances, their escape from Judicial Island seems utterly implausible. Frankie feels a pang of discomfort. Were it not for Robin voicing her thoughts, their predicament might not have escalated to this point. He attempts to console her, but alas, he finds himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, an unsettling sound of footsteps echoes ominously. Nico Robin, after much effort, I have finally caught you. This time, I will not allow you to return to your comrades, Spandam declares, his tone laced with tension as he approaches Robin. Frankie senses the gravity of the situation and struggles against his restraints, yet finds himself utterly powerless. Be compliant, Robin. A woman like you will ultimately become a pariah in this world, so remaining here is not in your best interest. You should prepare to leave, Spandam asserts, his confidence radiating an unsettling aura. Before her, Robin begins to waver, her body twisting in a futile attempt to break free, but she realizes the futility of her efforts. A resounding slap lands on her cheek, snapping her back to reality, only to find Spandam regarding her with an air of triumph. Listen, you are nothing but a useless woman now, Spandam jeers, his gaze unrelenting. His tone and demeanor create an atmosphere akin to a waking nightmare for Robin, leaving all bewildered. Frankie's contempt for Spandam intensifies as he struggles to break free, yet remains utterly immobilized. Moments pass, and the air grows still, Spandam's furious gaze fixed on Robin. I am not a worthless woman, Robin states defiantly, her anger causing even Spandam to feel a flicker of unease. She never anticipated being perceived as such a loathsome figure in the eyes of strangers, despite Spandam's affiliation with the world government, which colors his perception of her. She cannot fathom the cruelty of his words. Hurry and leave this place. Your companions are currently engaged in a deadly battle outside. But given their current state, success is utterly unattainable. Spandam seeks to diminish Robin's spirit, making it clear that she must comprehend the dire nature of her situation. After a moment, Robin's expression shifts to one of tension, her tone and demeanor transforming noticeably. If she loses faith in all of this, then in the eyes of others, her every action will seem futile. Therefore, Robin must choose to believe in herself. Enough. You have no right to remain here. Come with me. This is your only path forward. Faced with Spandam's nearly despair-inducing threats, Robin finds herself with no other option but to be dragged away like a wild beast. Frankie's furious protests echo behind her, yet they bear no weight, for Spandam is indifferent to his words. How amusing it is to see you in such a pitiful state. Spandam cackles, his expression twisted almost grotesquely. Moments later, everything begins to shift. Robin finds herself moving forward, half her body being dragged along. Meanwhile, Ling is still contending with the formidable adversary at his side. Though the opponent is not particularly powerful, his greatest asset is his tenacity. With the four-sword style he wields, Ling finds it nearly impossible to close the distance. It appears you are quite the challenge, Ling remarks, his gaze sharpening as he fixes his eyes on the man before him. I regret to inform you that our mission requires you to cease such absurd behavior. The armed man continues to insist, his brow furrowed, looking anything but jesting. Unbeknownst to herself, Ling took 2 steps back, wishing to create some distance between herself and this individual. She pondered that forcing a confrontation might not yield favorable results. After a brief moment, she inhaled sharply, then continued with a disdainful snort. Although you exude confidence, believing victory is firmly within your grasp, you are merely attempting to resolve a matter of timing. To ensure a complete resolution, Ling clearly did not wish to squander any time. With remarkable speed, she appeared behind her opponent and swiftly raised her hand. However, her adversary was far from ordinary and effortlessly evaded her attack. Drawing his blade from its sheath, he quickly launched it toward her. The razor-sharp edge approached Ling in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have been unaware of the dire situation unfolding. It seems your skills are quite commendable, as you managed to evade the assault in a timely manner. The individual wielding the weapon then removed his cap, revealing his true identity. I am Kaku of the CP9 organization. Though his appearance seemed rather unremarkable, his personal abilities appeared to be quite exceptional. Moreover, after all this time, he had yet to utilize the powers of a devil fruit. Ling could not afford to be complacent. So she picked up a rather worn wooden stick from the ground and held it aloft. Are you attempting to insult me by brandishing such a feeble weapon before a warrior? Cook inquired, his expression marred by the discomfort of blood staining his armor. His brow furrowed in discontent as he pressed on with his questioning. Ling, however, remained utterly indifferent to this individual's perspective on the entire situation, merely responding without hesitation. This was an inevitability, and besides, I believe I shall not be defeated in this round of combat. Cook, realizing the complexity of the matter, swiftly drew his weapon, preparing to launch an attack. Although the wooden stick in Ling's hand was not particularly sharp, it effectively blocked the opponent's attack just in time. Bang! However, in the next moment, the blade effortlessly cleaved the stick in two. Before him, Kaku maintained a remarkably composed expression, casting a casual smile in Ling's direction. How amusing. It appeared that the situation would pose no problem after all. Having thought this, Kaku once more steadied his weapon, preparing to take Ling's life. With unwavering confidence, Kaku believed victory was assured. Yet, at the very instant he made his move to end Ling, a surge of formidable power emanated from Ling, instantaneously propelling Kaku away. Possessing the power of Shinra Tensei, Ling felt no hint of threat from this adversary. Instead, he found the entire scenario even more intriguing than he had anticipated. Though the duration of the encounter was brief, Kaku was unable to withstand such intense damage, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. After spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of blood, Kaku finally recognized the gravity of the situation and withdrew his weapon. It seems you are more formidable than I had imagined. After all, you possess enough courage to stand here against so many naval personnel. Ling, naturally, did not wish to indulge in caprice simply due to his formidable prowess. His sole intent was to escort Nico Robin back. I have previously stated that my purpose for being here is solely to retrieve the person in question, not to engage in frivolous antics with you. With that said, Ling clenched his fist tightly. The outcome remains uncertain, yet the confrontation between the two is currently in a fervent phase, necessitating a resolution. Kaku, too, was unwilling to squander time, and thus he transformed, unleashing the powers of his devil fruit. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and before Ling appeared a towering giraffe. Astonishingly, this creature wielded 4 knives simultaneously. Is this truly the might of CP9? It appeared overwhelmingly powerful, seemingly insurmountable. The companions behind him began to feel the tension rise. Though they yearned to abandon the struggle, they were acutely aware of the rarity of this opportunity. Should they let it slip away, regret would haunt them for eternity. Behind them, Aily and Hancock were clearly anxious. Yet they could not afford to linger on the matter for long. Their foremost objective was simple, to rescue Robin. Hancock, we can no longer remain here, otherwise. We will squander the chance that Ling has fought to secure for us, Aily warned, glancing back at Hancock. Hancock understood this well. After discreetly surveying their surroundings, she stealthily made her way down a more secluded path while the others were distracted. The location where Robin was imprisoned must be in the dungeon, and thus they needed to act swiftly. At that very moment, Ling also recognized that his opponent was now taking the situation seriously. However, unwilling to waste any further time, he resolved to conclude the battle with utmost haste. Reveal your true abilities, Kaku declared, aiming all four knives pointedly at Ling, however, was not in a hurry. After casting a cautious glance at the outcome, she swiftly fixed her gaze on the opponent and charged forward. Ling moved with remarkable swiftness, and it was presumed that Kaku would be unable to react in time. However, to everyone's astonishment, Kaku leapt nimbly, evading the opportunity for direct confrontation. Be careful, someone warned from behind. Ling had already discerned the opponent's tactics through his observational prowess. After successfully creating a certain distance, he prepared to adjust his state for a second offensive. However, Kaku appeared resolute in denying him any opportunity, seizing four blades and advancing aggressively towards Ling. As the speed of the knives in his hands intensified, Ling found himself increasingly beleaguered in his defense. After several exchanges, the dynamic between the two had undergone a complete transformation. Under the influence of this heightened state, Kaku remained unwavering in his belief that he could prevail. For sword style. At that moment, transforming into a giraffe-like form, Kaku swiftly rotated with his weapons in hand. A powerful whirlwind began to form around him, instilling a growing sense of terror in those nearby, who curled their bodies and retreated in a desperate attempt to evade the threat posed by the swirling tempest. Ling could distinctly sense that this individual possessed formidable strength. Engaging in a direct confrontation could very well result in being swept away by a whirlwind, leaving no chance for escape. Prepare to meet your end. You stand little chance of defeating me now. With an air of unwavering confidence, Kaku abruptly leaped forward, brandishing his blade towards Ling. At that moment, everyone believed Kaku was destined for victory, yet to their astonishment, Ling deftly sidestepped the attack and seized Kaku's weapon in a swift motion. The self-assured Kaku could hardly fathom that his assault would be so easily anticipated. Struggling in vain, he soon realized his body was rendered immobile. I regret to inform you, but you have lost. Ling chuckled triumphantly and then delivered a powerful punch to Kaku's face. Despite Kaku's devil fruit abilities, the formidable armament surrounding Ling meant that he could not mitigate the damage in the slightest. After staggering for a few moments, Kaku collapsed to the ground, motionless. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how such a sudden turn of events could transpire. Kaku, the renowned swordsman of CP9, had been defeated so effortlessly? As disbelief spread among the crowd, the reality of the situation became undeniable. However, Ling did not consider his victory to be absolute. He had not fully committed himself during the initial strike, exerting only a fraction of his true power. It was not a matter of reluctance to end the battle swiftly, but rather a strategic choice to reserve his energy for potential future challenges. Yet, Kaku lay there, twitching slightly, unable to move, indicating that resolving this encounter was proving more complex than anticipated. Defeated, the spectators struggled to believe their eyes. Yet they could not contain their screams in the face of such an extraordinary outcome. Amidst the astonishment, Ling and his companions displayed traces of surprise, though the outcome was not as dire as it could have been. At that moment, Rocky's expression grew tense. He had not anticipated that this adversary would prove to be so challenging. However, now that matters had escalated to this point, a solution was imperative, lest the situation deteriorate further. What an unexpected foe. Although he had not considered how circumstances had led to this moment, there was no use in dwelling on it now. At this juncture, Rocky glanced back at his subordinates and addressed them once more. Ling, determined not to squander a single moment in this predicament, hastened her movements, gradually approaching the entrance. I advise you to leave this place post-haste. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall not be lenient. As she spoke, Ling began to flex her bones, striving to project an aura of ferocity. The individuals before her exchanged no words. Instead, they cast anxious glances around, their hearts brimming with trepidation, utterly at a loss on how to navigate the unfolding situation. Hurry, our time is running short. If we fail to pass through in due time, Lord Frankie and your companions may very well be captured by these fiends. It was evident that such a scenario was not merely idle talk. If not addressed promptly, matters could spiral into chaos. With this thought in mind, those present seemed to brace themselves, eager to showcase their valor in this moment. Rocky, your intervention is not required at this juncture. Yet, at that precise moment, two menacing figures materialized behind Rocky. Judging by their expressions, it was clear how they intended to proceed. Although Rocky harbored some confusion, given the circumstances, he saw no alternative but to take a few deep breaths and gradually compose himself. Since you possess such resolve, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. However, I trust you have discerned the strength of our adversary. We must not underestimate them. Any unforeseen developments could lead to dire consequences. Indeed. The two figures behind him were also members of the CP9 twin sisters, instilled with a measure of confidence as they aimed to demonstrate their distinct abilities in critical situations. Meanwhile, Ling had also taken note of these sudden intruders. Although puzzled, she was not surprised, for the entire affair reeked of absurdity. What a predicament. It appears that extricating ourselves from these individuals will not be a simple task. Increasingly, her companions began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Utterly unaware of how to proceed in the face of the impending threat, Ling remained vigilant, undeterred by the sudden appearance of these two individuals. After all, the situation was far from easily resolvable. It appeared that one of them was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million. And encountering him here was quite unexpected. At this moment, the twins began to speak, gradually moving closer to Ling. While confronting these adversaries, Ling exhibited remarkable composure. Addressing them in a calm tone, I sincerely apologize, but I have never entertained the notion of striking a woman. Therefore, it would be wise for you to leave this place promptly, so as not to squander your time. The twin sisters, however, appeared rather unimpressed, regarding his words as mere jest. Enough. Do not underestimate the abilities of us sisters. With your current methods, defeating us is virtually impossible. The twins wore expressions of unwavering confidence, seemingly oblivious to how Kaku had previously succumbed to them. Ling originally intended to withdraw at this moment. Yet he could not have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Given the current circumstances, bringing everything to a conclusion may not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Since you all possess such unwavering confidence in your own affairs, there is no need for excessive contemplation. In light of the present situation, one can only opt to proceed further, step by step. As Ling spoke, she fixed her sharp gaze upon the individuals before her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she continued, "If you believe you are brimming with confidence, then by all means, give it a try." The pair of sisters, however, refrained from further words and instead leaped directly in front of Ling Rocky, still granting them a chance. Harbored doubts about the sisters' ability to triumph over Ling. Previous experiences had taught him that this brat's strength was formidable. Engaging in a direct confrontation might yield no chance of success whatsoever. "Brat, it seems your time has come to an end. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise." Following two resounding roars, the sisters' figures vanished in an instant, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Such enigmatic individuals indeed appeared to possess extraordinary capabilities. A head-on clash could lead to unpredictable consequences. Despite employing her observation hockey, Ling found herself unable to discern the whereabouts of the two women, leaving her in a state of mounting anxiety. Little did you expect, we are right behind you. The pair of sisters suddenly leaped forth, and in an instant, the dagger concealed within Ling's pocket was thrust menacingly towards her. Ling had no opportunity to evade. She was struck directly in the chest by her opponent. The twin sisters, believing they had succeeded, laughed heartily, their expressions filled with mockery towards Ling at that moment. They had thought that someone like her possessed formidable strength. But it seemed she was nothing extraordinary after all. After a couple of convulsions, Ling collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. However, what the twin sisters did not anticipate was that Ling's body would dissipate into a wisp of smoke, utterly vanishing before their eyes. The twins were left in a state of shock, their gaze fixed on the unfolding events, utterly bewildered. How could such a simple attack lead to the complete obliteration of this individual? Rocky suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, hesitating for a moment before continuing to speak. No, he has not perished. What? Not only the twin sisters but even the onlookers, who had been observing intently, were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, their expressions reflecting deep concern as they witnessed the extraordinary scene before them. Indeed, how could I be so easily vanquished? At that moment, Ling reemerged from an unknown place. Casting a triumphant glance at the twins, they could scarcely believe their eyes. They had clearly struck this individual, yet he appeared unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. The suddenness of this occurrence left them utterly confounded. "It seems you have employed the same trick again. I never anticipated it would be so effortless." Rocky, lingering nearby, incessantly reiterated this thought, feeling increasingly helpless as the situation unfolded in such an inexplicable manner. Meanwhile, those around him began to harbor profound doubts about this individual, unable to accept the surreal nature of the events unfolding before them. After letting out a few frustrated roars, the twin sisters charged towards Ling with remarkable speed, believing victory was within their grasp. However, just as they thought they had the upper hand, Ling effortlessly thwarted their advance with a simple gesture. In less than a second, the overconfident twin sisters were sent flying, having failed to last even a single round against him. Observers began to express their astonishment. They could hardly fathom that this young man possessed such formidable capabilities. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it impossible. "It appears your strength is rather mediocre. Moreover, I have no intention of squandering time here, so I would prefer if you refrained from disturbing me." The anger on Ling's face indicated his desire to avoid further entanglements with them. The only one left standing was Rocky, who was not an unfamiliar figure, having crossed paths with Ling previously during their encounter with the celestial dragons. Although that encounter had left Rocky feeling quite helpless, He had since undergone a lengthy period of recovery, now facing Ling once more. I believe you have longed to confront me again. Ling regarded him with a casual demeanor and continued. Rocky nodded. The events of that day had left an indelible mark on his mind. A shadow he could never hope to erase, compelling him to seek a means to defeat Ling personally. As he spoke, Rocky released the pigeon bullet he had been holding. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, how could one possibly believe the extraordinary events transpiring before them? Ling clearly sensed the complexity of Rocky's prowess. A direct confrontation could yield unpredictable outcomes. Given the current circumstances, resolving the matter entirely would not be particularly straightforward, necessitating a cautious approach to avoid any missteps. As Rocky continued, he gradually advanced towards Ling, his demeanor markedly different from before, now exuding a calm confidence. Since you persist in your determination to resolve this matter, there is little reason for further hesitation. At this juncture, Ling also ceased his deliberation, regarding Rocky with a tranquil gaze. Ling has indeed discerned the transformation in this individual compared to before. However, at this juncture, surrender is unequivocally out of the question. Thus, the outcome must culminate in a decisive and splendid resolution. Bring it on. Rocky's piercing gaze fixated intently. At that moment, Ling suddenly let out a couple of fierce roars, then swiftly closed the distance between them with agile movements. Such a powerful punch is ample evidence that this fellow has undergone a remarkable change. Yet, it must be noted that his strength does not seem to have reached its full potential, which accounts for the current circumstances. Although Ling successfully intercepted the punch, she could not escape the creeping sense of fatigue that had begun to envelop her. The relentless rounds of competition had diminished her once impeccable state, compelling her to exercise heightened caution against this particularly formidable adversary. Should she falter, the situation could swiftly deteriorate, rendering her predicament increasingly difficult to navigate. At this juncture, Rocky appeared resolute in his belief that victory was within his grasp. Each of his strikes was executed with relentless vigor, leaving Ling with no viable means to evade his onslaught. It seemed that during this interval, your abilities had not advanced significantly. Given this reality, it is certain that you cannot be my rival. Before her stood Rocky, brimming with confidence, convinced that he had secured his triumph and, at this critical moment, he was even more determined not to relent, seizing the singular opportunity that lay before him. Ling took 2 steps back. Yet he did not anticipate that the actions of this individual from the martial world would be executed with such swiftness. At this moment, his expression bore a hint of trepidation. Had he not been somewhat prepared, he would indeed have refrained from making such a choice. It appeared that his opponent was brimming with confidence this time. Ling endeavored to pull back in a direction that would allow her to calm herself. If the situation could be resolved without being overly dire, then it would be somewhat comprehensible. Subsequently, Ling did not dare to relax in the slightest. Instead, her unwavering gaze was firmly fixed upon this individual. It was indeed surprising that, in such a short span of time, their abilities had markedly improved. Ling held no hint of mockery. It was evident that this person had transformed completely in comparison to before. Should the outcome truly be as such, then the circumstances would become exceedingly precarious. Before her, Ling maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, she was still tinged with anxiety, unsure of how to confront this matter. She endeavored to soften her attitude and tone, although she had indeed witnessed the growth in their capabilities. Engaging in a forceful confrontation under these conditions would yield no fruitful results. Thus, she advised this individual to relinquish their efforts, as there was no necessity for it. Her tone was resolute, devoid of any semblance of jest. If the current state of affairs was indeed as it appeared, then it would not be so simple for the remaining few. With no conclusions to draw from the situation, they could only assess it based on its present condition. Rocky could scarcely believe his ears. He had not anticipated that this person would urge him to concede. It seemed that this predicament indeed required a resolution. He must face the consequences of his foolish actions. Otherwise, all matters would likely devolve into a nightmare for him. Rocky promptly responded, asserting his unwavering resolve not to surrender in this confrontation. Confidence is a reflection of one's abilities, thus his demeanor in this situation markedly differed from other instances. This disparity elucidated why Ling had initially spoken with such assurance. As the captain among them, Rocky possessed a degree of persuasive power in this matter. Nevertheless, even at this juncture, she showed no inclination to concede. After all, until the situation was resolved, they must find a way to address it. If this was indeed the case, then the eventual outcome could be a source of relief for them, as no one could guarantee the absence of unforeseen complications ahead. Before her, Rocky's tone had noticeably shifted, with subtleties in attitude and inflection that hinted at a significant change. Should the entire affair not be resolved promptly, it would become a tremendous burden for all involved. Subsequently, Ling seemed transformed, her personal combat prowess and overall balance having undergone a remarkable evolution compared to before. If this state were to persist, the consequences would be unavoidable for everyone involved. I must apologize. In this matter, I hold my own perspective, and I am acutely aware of what needs to be done. After several attempts, Rocky was unable to discern any weaknesses, and he began to feel a sense of panic. Realizing that the complexity of the situation was far greater than he had anticipated, it appeared that without prompt resolution, even serious issues would remain inescapable. Utilizing the advantage of his observation haki, Ling deftly evaded every strike launched by Rocky. The abilities that were once lost have now been successfully restored, thus mitigating any significant issues. Provided there are no substantial impediments, resolving the entire affair should prove rather straightforward. At this moment, Ling exuded a newfound calmness. Regarding the individual before him with a casual yet piercing gaze, "It is inconceivable. Your prowess was never this formidable before. What could have instigated such a drastic transformation?" Rocky, standing across from him, was unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before his eyes. With a cautious demeanor, he scrutinized Ling. His expression a tapestry of confusion and uncertainty regarding how to proceed. Given the current circumstances, achieving a reasonable resolution to the situation was far from simple. Therefore, Ling refrained from divulging the uniqueness of his abilities, opting instead to maintain an air of composure while observing Rocky. "Your prior victory over me was purely a matter of chance. Now that we have reached this juncture, I see no need to further conceal my capabilities. This outcome has long been inevitable." Rocky, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, simplistically attributed his predicament to a lack of strength and thus activated the power of his devil fruit. With his newfound lean physique and the abilities granted by the fruit, he resembled a swift leopard. "In light of this newfound power, I refuse to believe that you remain my match. Therefore, you would do well to concede gracefully." The fierce intent in Rocky's gaze betrayed his true intentions. Within the depths of her heart, Ling harbored no intention of prolonging the struggle with him. She simply did not anticipate that circumstances would unfold in such a manner. This time, Rocky's abilities had evolved significantly compared to before. His movements and enhancements across various facets of strength evidenced that he was indeed no ordinary adversary. Rocky seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, and should he continue to engage, success would be utterly unattainable. The prospect of defeat loomed ominously, as he appeared quite formidable. An increasing number of onlookers grew cautious, their gazes tinged with a hint of apprehension, utterly at a loss as to how to navigate the current predicament. However, Ling displayed no signs of anxiety. Rather, she maintained a remarkable composure while observing the man before her. Even with the powers bestowed by the devil fruit, it merely augmented his physical capabilities, nonetheless. It did not render him a match for her. Rocky could not accept this outcome. After a couple of furious roars, he swiftly advanced towards Ling. In that moment, he ferociously slashed at the air with his claws, as though he could inflict harm upon her in an instant. Yet, Ling deftly evaded his attack without any unforeseen mishap. And after a disdainful snort, she swiftly subdued the unprepared Rocky. It was evident that Rocky had never been her equal, and as time passed, the outcome would remain unchanged. "You are naive. Such actions are utterly futile. My decision to engage you serves as a lesson," she declared, unceremoniously hurling Rocky forcefully to the ground. His body was rendered incapable of any response, and after a couple of futile struggles, he ceased to move. Even the Navy soldiers, armed with their weapons, exhibited signs of trepidation, bewildered by the extraordinary creature capable of dispatching so many foes with such ease. Ling appeared utterly unfazed, exhaling a sigh of relief before proceeding to mock further. "The remaining Navy shall be entrusted to you. If you wish to rescue your elder brother, it would be wise to heed my words. We must cherish every fleeting minute that lies ahead, for our time is regrettably limited." The emotions reflected in Ling's gaze were beyond the comprehension of those around him, leaving them only to stand obediently in silence. "Very well. I trust you will not let me down," Ling remarked before departing. Meanwhile, Robin was being ruthlessly dragged by Spandam nearby. "Stop struggling. Our time is limited. As long as I can deliver you to the gates of justice on time, you should abandon hope of your companions coming to rescue you." Spandam wore a self-satisfied smirk as he moved steadily forward. The path ahead was short, yet given the circumstances, he was certain that even divine intervention could not save Nico Robin if he reached his destination. Frankie was merely an ordinary criminal, destined to face justice. But Robin was an unprecedented adversary. As Spandam attempted to continue his advance, he suddenly found himself immobilized, as if ensnared by an unseen force. The destination lay ahead, yet the unexpected delay was intolerable for him. Turning back, he discovered Robin fiercely gripping the railing on the ground, unwilling to let go for even a moment. "Foolish woman, do you not realize your time is running out?" Spandam's expression darkened further upon witnessing her resistance, his gaze seething with malice. Nevertheless, Robin clung to the faint hope of survival. Though she had surrendered to her fate since her capture, her companions had never abandoned her. How could she then choose to give up? She resolved to endure until Ling and the others arrived. Utilizing the opportunity before her, Robin bit down hard on the railing, refusing to relent. "Damn it, what a troublesome woman," Spandam muttered as he mercilessly lashed the whip against her back. The excruciating pain coursed through Robin, yet she remained resolute, unwilling to concede even the slightest chance of survival. After delivering dozens of strikes, Spandam began to feel fatigue creeping in. He could scarcely believe the intensity of Robin's will to live, but he was helpless, staring at her with unyielding intensity. "Robin, a woman like you has no place here. You should simply choose death." His taunts pierced through Robin, leaving her in a state of despair, her voice trembling as she spoke. Doubts began to surface regarding the validity of her existence. Despite her reliable friends, she was a loathed figure if she could not confront this reality. The consequences could haunt her for a lifetime. See clearly, you are nothing but a worthless woman. Is choosing numbness truly meaningful? You are merely seeking a reason to deceive yourself. Spandam had evidently identified Robin's vulnerability, relentlessly mocking her. At that moment, Robin's psyche teetered on the brink of explosion, particularly under the intense provocation, leading her to a state of utter despair. Yes, this is the moment for you to choose surrender, for it is the only release. Robin fell silent, her previously fierce demeanor now marked by a palpable hopelessness. Perhaps Spandam's cruel words, though harsh, held a kernel of truth. Robin's struggle seemed futile. These men would never carry her away. Even if Ling possessed the power to instill fear in the world government, he was not the sole force capable of opposing it. Yes, it should be this way. You know that continuing to dwell on this is utterly pointless. Spandam's eyes were fixed on Robin. His turbulent emotions barely contained as he chuckled. As Robin's strength waned, he recognized that further resistance was futile. After a moment of hesitation, he began to relax his steadfast resolve, casting a nearly despairing glance at Spandam. Robin. A strong and powerful voice cut through the darkness, jolting her back to reality. In that instant, Robin became acutely aware of her previous folly. Her companions were fighting valiantly for her, yet here, she was contemplating surrender. If she did succumb, it would signify her choice to give up. Robin, you must hold on. We will come to rescue you. Ling's earnest tone reignited a flicker of hope within her, reminding her of the absurdity of her thoughts. Spandam was merely a pawn of the world government, with allies by her side. She had come too far to abandon her fight. To retreat now would render all her sacrifices meaningless. Why have you stopped? Spandam assumed victory was assured. But to his surprise, Robin halted her actions once more, glaring at him with fury. I will not allow you to take me. At that moment, a fierce determination surged within her, and she refused to yield. Spandam scowled at the defiant woman, kicking her twice with force. The pain was unprecedented, yet Robin remained resolute, acutely aware that this opportunity was not to be squandered. Damn woman, it seems you still do not grasp the severity of your predicament. Meanwhile, in the direction of Ling and the others, despite CP9 having already eliminated 2 foes, the increasing number of adversaries weighed heavily upon them. Time was of the essence. If the situation was not promptly addressed, it could spiral into chaos. Nevertheless, Ling pressed forward with unwavering resolve into the inner sanctum of Judicial Island, where everything appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. Clearly, Ling did not wish to relax too much at this moment, for the observations around him hinted that the situation was far from simple. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. When Ling turned with a sharp gaze, he was met by the sight of Aily. Lord Ling, you have finally made it in, Aily exclaimed, her expression tinged with a hint of surprise, yet she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief upon encountering him. Everything before them seemed to have settled, and Ling regarded Aily with a curious look. Where's Hancock? Wasn't he with you just now? Why has he suddenly vanished? In response to Ling's inquiry, Aily furrowed her brow and continued, I do not know where he has gone. We became separated the moment I arrived here. It was evident that Aily's earnest countenance bore no intention of deceit. However, the implications behind the entire affair were undoubtedly intricate. After all, Ling had witnessed the two of them depart together. Perhaps it was simply beyond the realm of perfect resolution. Regardless, you must exercise caution in this situation. We cannot afford to squander time here, Ling stated. Before continuing, those outside are restraining the Navy's operational capabilities. Our objective is to rescue both Robin and Frankie as swiftly as possible. Since we have crossed paths here, let us divide our tasks accordingly. Upon hearing this, Aily nodded in agreement and gradually approached Ling. That's wonderful. If we can rescue Robin, then everything will fall into place. Ling gazed calmly at the woman before her, who hesitated for quite some time before finally responding. All right, let us set aside these considerations for now and depart from this place swiftly. After hearing this, Aily nodded earnestly. Just as Ling was about to turn and leave, Aily abruptly brandished the dagger in her hand and plunged it fiercely toward Ling's back. Ling's body convulsed momentarily before she staggered back 2 steps, her gaze fixed on Aily with a profound sense of bewilderment. Why would you do such a thing to me? Ling repeated, her eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. Yet, in the face of such confusion, Aily could not help but let out a faint, bitter laugh before continuing. I sincerely apologize. I am not the foul girl who has been trailing you. My presence here serves a very definite purpose, to eliminate you. Judging by the expression on this woman's face, it seemed that the situation was indeed as she claimed, without a hint of error. Ling had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. After a couple of deep breaths, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile and continued to speak. Initially, I believed you would exhibit some restraint. It seems I have overestimated the situation. In light of this, there is no need to linger on any concerns. After expressing these thoughts, Ling revealed a smile laden with meaning, a peculiar expression that left Aily beside him feeling somewhat incredulous. Indeed, at that moment, after losing consciousness, Ling did not succumb to death but rather transformed into a wisp of smoke. From the very beginning, he had cleverly employed shadow clones to evade the attack, mindful of the potential for error and determined to avoid any negligence. This is impossible. The false Aily could hardly believe the events transpiring before her eyes. She had thought victory was assured, only to realize that she had been thoroughly seen through by her opponent. Ling let out a sigh of relief, then continued speaking. I never believed that Aily would address me in such a tone. Moreover, Hancock's abilities are so formidable that it is utterly implausible for her to have simply left Aily behind. At this moment, Aily finally comprehended her true identity, realizing that she had been seen through from the very beginning. Thus, her actions now were merely a futile waste of time. Although I am unaware of your intentions, I must convey that the entirety of this situation is devoid of purpose. What you are currently doing is tantamount to courting death. The false Aily, at this juncture, ceased to conceal her true identity, revealing herself directly. Likewise, this woman was one of CP9. Possessing the ability to change her appearance, she believed she was destined for victory. However, she did not anticipate that Ling would effortlessly unravel her ruse, instead using this opportunity to severely injure her, leaving her incapable of retaliating. This is impossible. I absolutely refuse to believe that such a scenario could occur. The woman before me continued to struggle, only to find that her body had become nearly immobile. From the outset, Ling had utilized his abilities to successfully bind this woman, preventing her from engaging in any further actions. I lack the inclination to continue this charade with you. If you believe you are unwilling to concede, you may choose to confront me, yet the outcome remains singular. You should be acutely aware of what that entails. Ling reiterated his words with an air of calmness, his gaze now imbued with a fierce murderous intent. The woman began to feel fear, attempting to break free, but found her body utterly unresponsive, forced to watch as Ling approached her step by step. At this moment, Ling revealed his trump card, regarding the woman before him with a triumphant expression, ready to launch his assault. Boom. The thunderous explosion seemed to send shockwaves throughout the entirety of Judicial Island. More and more individuals began to feel the tension, bewildered as to how the situation had escalated to this point. This is dire. The world government has already begun mobilizing. If we do not find a way to resolve this promptly, it is likely we will be unable to escape. Is the gate of justice on the verge of being opened? Following Ling, those individuals displayed expressions of sheer panic, their greatest fears manifesting before them. Should we fail to address this situation swiftly, the world government's forces will soon encircle us, and escape will be virtually impossible. The current outcome has already transpired. No amount of unwillingness to accept it can change the fact that surrender is not an option. At the same time, Ling regarded the woman before him with an unflinching gaze, yet he had no intention of striking immediately. No matter how powerful you are, it is of no consequence. For the world government's forces are on their way. If you